I'm really not the demon god's lackey. Chapter 1 to Chapter 82. As usual, Xianxia opened the old wooden door of the bookstore. The brass bell on the door made a dull sound, and a lot of water fell from the door frame, leaving a few traces of mixed dust along the inlaid glass window of the door. The sky was dark. It was raining outside. The rain pitter-pattered on the road, and a misty mist covered the view. There were puddles of water in front of the bookstore that were enough to reach the soles of shoes. What a heavy rain. Xianxia frowned and looked at his wet shirt and trousers, a little worried. This station reports that since last night, the heavy rain will last for about a week. The meteorological department has issued a yellow rainstorm warning, and it may be upgraded to red. The sound of the TV came from the shop next door, but it was quickly drowned out by the sound of the rain. This kind of weather meant that the bookstore had no business. Sigh. Remember the website, M9bkuj. Calm. Xianxia took out a tripod and a wooden board from behind the door and built a simple ladder at the door. Then, he flipped the sign hanging on the door to open. Although the bookstore would definitely not have many customers in this kind of weather. It might even be deserted for the whole day. Instead of opening for business, it was better to go back to sleep. Most people would definitely think so. But in case someone forgets to bring an umbrella in the rain, they just need a place to shelter from the rain. Xianxia took a book from the rental shelf, turned on the heater, hung a towel on the counter, and made 2 cups of hot tea. He sat by the counter. He turned the page to the place where he read last time and pushed one of the cups of tea to the opposite side, as if he was pushing it to a friend who he had never met. Now, there were books and hot tea here. It was enough to warm the heart and body of a lost person. Xianxia picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and smiled. Yes, he was such a kind and romantic person. Although he was ordinary among the customers, he was known as a good person and a life coach, and he was a professional peddler of chicken soup. You should be full of expectations for life, right? Crack. Jijishu crossed her hands and twisted the neck of the person in her arms. The moment she turned around, she pulled out a long knife and cut off the head of the other person. Gurgle, the head rolled down, and he died with his eyes open. She pushed the 2 corpses to the side and walked out of the alley. Behind him, dozens of corpses were piled up in a crisscross pattern. They were gradually charred, ignited into sparks, and turned into ashes. It signaled the end of a street fight in the rain. Fresh blood seeped out of the soaked black slim-fit dress and dripped down, evaporating into acidic water vapor. It was washed away by the rain and disappeared in an instant. Her body temperature rose rapidly, and her flesh began to grow and wriggle, allowing her to clearly feel the number of her broken ribs. But these were not problems. For a hunter who had been injected with the tainted blood, it would only take an hour for him to fully recover. Time, I need time. She looked up. In the rain, the bookstore in front of him shone with a faint light. He could vaguely see the rows of bookshelves through the glass windows. Other than that, it was dark all around. There were so many shops in the heavy rain. This shop was the only one that was still open. There was an open sign hanging on the door, and there was a simple staircase in front of the door that was convenient for walking. It was out of place with the surroundings. Furthermore, it happened to be right across the alley. Coincidence or a trap? Jijishu did not have time to distinguish. She believed that her hunter colleagues had a keen enough sense of smell to be able to smell her blood in the rain. In this ocean-like heavy rain, it was like a shark swimming in the sea of rain. She had to buy enough time to hide as soon as possible. Swoosh! The long blade in her hand turned, and the spine-like blade was rotated into the inside. It was tightly inlaid, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a black and rough metal cane. It was raining heavily. Jijishu pushed open the door of the bookstore. It was very quiet in the shop. At the same time when the cane knocked on the ground, she saw the owner of the bookstore. A young man was reading behind the counter. His shirt and trousers were all black. His black hair was slightly messy, and his skin was pale. His slender and well-defined hand was holding a teacup and flipping through the pages. There was also a cup of tea on the counter, still steaming and emitting white smoke. There was no one on the high stool in front of the counter. But Jijishu inexplicably felt at this moment that this cup of tea and this seat were prepared for her. Her eye swept across the entire bookstore. it was narrow and crowded. Not only were the bookshelves full of books, but there were also many piles of books on the ground. Half of the stairs to the second floor were blocked by the bookshelves, and the windows were covered with a layer of dust, making it look gloomy. The counter and the young man were covered by the only light source, and there was a trace of indescribable mystery in the darkness. There was even a towel on the counter, drip. Drip. Her body was indeed dripping with water, and she was soaked. Her short black hair was sticking to her neck, and her low-cut dress revealed a touch of whiteness. "Welcome." Xianxia raised his head, and his dark eyes reflected the warm yellow light. He smiled and pushed the hot tea on the counter towards Xianxia, saying, "I didn't wait for so long in vain. The one who came in the rain is a beautiful customer." It was a virtue to routinely praise customers. But the person in front of him was indeed an indisputable beauty. Even if she was wet from the rain, her face was impeccably beautiful under the light. Her ivory-white skin was lustrous and smooth, like a carefully carved ancient stone statue. This made him feel that his wait had not been in vain. This customer looked like she needed a heart-to-heart talk. Perhaps he could gain a new friend today, as well as a regular customer. This was not the despicable businessman, but the kind concern. Xianxia looked at the teacup in front of her, and her pupils constricted. "I waited for so long." In other words, this bookstore owner was an insider, and was deliberately waiting for her, or did he have another purpose? But no matter what, from the strange bookstore, the impeccable timing, and this guy's calm expression, it was obviously not simple. Was it the secret ritual tower? Or the Truth Society? Or was it the person who attended Wapu's night? In any case, this guy was definitely not an ordinary bookstore owner. She became vigilant and secretly turned the mechanism on her cane. As long as the situation was not right, it would immediately turn into a sharp blade and pierce the man's eyes. "You were waiting for me?" The hunter probed without batting an eyelid. Xianxia showed a kind smile and said, "Yes, I always feel that fate can be very magical sometimes. It can let two strangers meet." He pointed at the counter. "I hung a towel over there. Don't worry, it hasn't been used yet. You can wipe the rain off first. Do you need heating?" Xianxia hesitantly picked up the towel and shook her head. "No need." Xianxia carefully observed and saw her frown. According to his past experience, he guessed that the other party might have encountered some difficulties in life. He cleared his throat and said, "It seems that you have encountered some trouble?" Xianxia had been talking with all kinds of customers in the bookstore all year round, so he had mastered the ability to observe people's expressions and some simple verbal skills. The sentence, "You seem to be in trouble," had no meaning in itself. It was just like the opening line of a swindler was always, "I see that your glabella is dark." It was just a psychological cue. Or you could think of it as a flag set in a game. When it was raised, it would trigger further conversations. When people heard the word trouble, they would subconsciously wonder if they had really encountered any trouble recently. Obviously, most people's lives couldn't be smooth sailing. Whether it was big trouble or small trouble, it was all trouble. When the customer began to complain, Teacher Lin would instill chicken soup for the soul and quickly close the distance. However, this trick also had a probability of failure. For example, the other party was really a super lucky chosen one, or they were very wary of strangers, which made it difficult to communicate. Remember, http://m9bkuj. Combat Xianxia was very confident at this moment. He would definitely be able to open the other party's mouth. Because this rain was bound to be a very bad trouble for the soaked woman in front of him. Xianxia stopped wiping her body with a towel and looked up at the young man behind the counter with a calm and confident smile. She whispered, "Yes, I encountered an annoying trouble." She couldn't tell whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. But even if he was an enemy, she was now at her weakest and probably couldn't retreat in front of a mysterious existence. Since he wanted to be mysterious, she might as well go along with him. She wanted to see who this guy was and what his motive was. If he was a friend, then everyone was happy. If he was an enemy, then she had bought herself more time to rest. When the woman in front of him raised her head to look at him, Xianxia found that her eyes weren't black, but deep and vicissitudes of iron gray. There were some floccules in her pupils, like polished gems. On the woman's white ears, about 3 centimeters long blood-red narrow diamond-shaped earrings spun and flashed. No matter how he looked at it, this customer was full of stories. Xianxia asked, "Is it a problem with interpersonal relationships?" Since she didn't complain about the rain, it was easy for a woman of her age to have emotional problems. Of course, he couldn't directly define whether it was love, friendship, or family. As for interpersonal relationships, swindlers, and Teacher Lin all had a common technique. They had to be relatively vague in their words to leave room for both themselves and the other party. Jijishu's heart sank. 20 minutes ago, there was a rebellion against her in the hunter's secret hideout. The ones chasing after her were her former colleagues and companions. Greed blinded their eyes. In other words, it wasn't wrong to think that this was a problem for her in dealing with interpersonal relationships. And this matter had already been known to outsiders in just a short 20 minutes. Given the speed at which the news spread, it was impossible for it to have been discovered after the fact. Therefore, there were only 2 possibilities. Firstly, there were spies planted in the hunter group and they had already leaked the information before the incident. Secondly, the young man in front of him had the ability to control the whole situation. She looked at the dark red bubbling blood on the towel, as well as some corrosive white smoke. After a moment of silence, she nodded and sat down. Her fingers rested on the handle of the teacup, gently tapping it. "I was betrayed." "Oh," Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised. How could it be so melodramatic? Was it a boyfriend who cheated on a mistress, or a friendship that capsized just like that? But Teacher Lin was, after all, a life coach who sold chicken soup for the soul. He wasn't a gossipy woman. The more melodramatic it was, the more room for discussion. There are 2 sides to everything. You were betrayed, but isn't it also a chance to see others clearly? He reached out to pick up the teapot and added some water to the opposite side. His eyes were solemn as he said earnestly, "Some people will leave whether they stay or not. People who want to leave can have thousands of reasons." Indeed. The demonic mirror egg was just a fuse that ignited their greedy desires. Even if there was no temptation of the demon to the soul. One day in the future, the same thing would happen. The only difference was the reason. Jijishu stroked the cup, then laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "You're right. But this betrayal has already made me lose a lot, and I've also been seriously hurt. What's the use of seeing clearly now? Lost a lot, and she's also hurt." Was it because she lost a relationship, and her heart was hurt? Sigh, what a pitiful experience. Xianxia couldn't help but feel pity in his heart. It seemed like this was a frustrated and sad person who met a scumbag. Physical wounds were easy to heal, but spiritual wounds were hard to heal. And at this time it was especially important for him to talk like this to teach. Xianxia put his hands under his chin and looked directly at the other side. His tone was unquestionable. "Of course it's useful. Now that you know what's true and what's fake, you won't feel pity for the people who hurt you. Even if they were once close to you, when you think of the pain you've experienced, they're unforgivable demons." His voice was powerful and resonant. Jijishu looked at the other side's dark eyes and her breathing became rapid. Under the warm light, these eyes seemed to have a kind of magic that was like the abyss. They were 30% compassionate and 70% cold, like a god who loved all living things but was high above. It was like they were bewitching people. Jijishu suddenly came back to her senses and shook her head fiercely in her heart. Since the other side had found her, they definitely had a motive. Now, it seemed like they weren't enemies. Instead, they wanted to use her to do something to the hunter organization. In the eyes of orthodox magi, hunters who used the tainted blood of dream beasts as a source of power were sometimes called the same kind of demons. It seemed like the other side wasn't a member of the 3 organizations she had guessed, but a high-ranked magus who hated hunters. They were thugs who were born with the power of words and language. Then, Jijishu calmed herself down and took a deep breath. She said in a low voice, "What do you think I should do? Since they don't treat you as humans, then you can also return an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth." Xianxia said in a low voice. He wasn't selling those heartwarming chicken soup that would only numb the heart. Otherwise, a few words would make people sick of it and it wouldn't be able to keep them. When faced with scumbags, they should be dealt a heavy blow. The other party was a woman who seemed to be very opinionated. At this moment, her disappointment was only temporary confusion. As long as she was guided, she would be able to take action. It was indeed the character of Magi. Jijishu opened the other hand under the table. It was full of blood. Her lips slightly moved. Don't treat me as a human, she didn't have the determination and preparation to do so. But before that, you need to think clearly about your own thoughts and goals and be prepared. Lin Jie's gaze was calm. He looked at the woman in front of him and revealed a thoughtful expression. He smiled and said, I think you might need this book. Lin Jie revealed his true intentions and began his great business of promoting. However, it wasn't suitable to directly take the book from the bookshelf behind him. That would be too obvious. Thus, he handed over the book he was reading, Confession. Jijishu took it in a daze. The words blood and beasts were written on the cover of the book. She had read quite a lot of books, but she had never seen this book on the market. Was it a book written by some unpopular author? Moreover, why did he give her this book? Jijishu frowned and opened it with some doubt. Then, her pupils suddenly contracted and her expression changed. The pages were densely packed with ancient words. These words twisted and changed constantly. Not a single moment was the same, but one could read the meaning from them. Every moment, they formed thousands of different sentences. This was taboo knowledge. The hunter's face paled and her body trembled. The knowledge contained in this book was so terrifying that it made one want to vomit. She immediately closed the book and tried to stop herself from gasping for breath. Fear had already left a message in his mind, as if it had been branded into his mind. Beast transformation. Beastification. Jijishu was so shocked that she almost stood up from her seat, but she forcefully restrained her impulse. The information in her mind was as firm as if it had always existed, firmly imprinted in her memory. It even made her feel the burning pain of being branded. Beastification, power extracted from blood, controlled with blood. Jijishu held the book in her hand, her eyelids twitching. She had a lingering fear. What on earth was this? The hunter's power came from dream beasts, and they obtained part of their power through injecting drugs that used tainted blood as the main ingredient. They were people who stared into the abyss and turned into the abyss. Injecting tainted blood was a very dangerous act, and there was even a certain mortality rate for the first injection. This was also a threshold to become a hunter. If the dosage exceeded a certain ratio, then the hunter would be infected very quickly. The tainted blood could not be controlled and wreaked havoc in the body, causing a certain degree of abnormality. The specific phenomenon was roughly divided into 3 stages: personality distortion, rationality evaporation, and body mutation. The first website was M9 Bikuj. The higher the concentration of tainted blood, the stronger the hunter's power, and the more serious the abnormality. Among the body mutations, the most common was beastification. That kind of beastification was uncontrollable. The strength of the old hunters who had accumulated too much tainted blood was unimaginable. However, under normal circumstances, they were tortured by the beastification phenomenon, and even couldn't move. It was very painful. Jijishu's idea of not being human was to obtain power through a second injection, a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. However, she did not expect that the mysterious owner of the bookstore would actually give her the method to control tainted blood, completely controllable beastification, a problem that hunters and wizards had been unable to solve since ancient times. Book of Confession. Clearly feeling the blood in her body crying out in submission, Jijishu's voice trembled slightly and was a little hoarse. Is this what you want me to do? What a lunatic, a powerful lunatic. This short piece of information was enough to subvert the power system that the entire hunter community relied on for survival. Once this skill was spread, the order that hunters now relied on tainted blood to establish would be broken. By doing so, it was equivalent to starting a war against the old world. She might be a saint, or she might be a sinner. All the choices of fate, the tides of the era, were now in her hands. She wanted to repent for the dead old world. Jijishu's breathing gradually became heavier. She lowered her head and stared at the book in her hand. It was especially clear in this quiet bookstore. Lin Jie sighed inwardly as he looked at the woman whose shoulders were trembling with her head lowered. Sigh, this is a lovelorn woman. Sentimental. Although she looked like a strong career woman, it was actually just a facade, a fragile outer shell. Look, with just a few words of consolation and encouragement, she was already on the verge of tears. Of course, sometimes, crying wasn't because of sadness, but because there was someone to talk to and rely on. However, after venting her weakness, she still needed a boost to her confidence. She needed to believe that she could do it, that she could face everything and reveal her true self. He said, "Yes, I need you to do so, and you must do so. It is not to repent, but to be honest with yourself." The young man opposite her had already retracted his gaze. He whispered, as if he was talking to her, but also as if he was talking to himself. "Blow the horn of Armageddon if you want to. I will hold this book in my hand and stand in front of the Supreme Judge. I will announce loudly, this is what I do, what I think, and who I am. I will say good and evil with the same frankness." What Xianxia said was the original text of Rousseau's Confessions. He smiled and said, "Everyone has the primitive desire of a beast. This is the truth, isn't it?" Jijishu suddenly looked up and saw Xianxia pick up his teacup and clinked it with the cup in front of her. He looked up at her and said, "Let's toast to a brand new tomorrow. How about it?" After a long time. She put down the book in her hand, solemnly picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. She smiled and then carefully lowered her head and said, "Thank you for your guidance. I will follow your wishes." Xianxia had just taken a sip when he saw Jijishu drink it in one gulp. He paused and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Why did she drink it all? He was just saying it symbolically. He just wanted her to drink more warm water to warm her stomach. More importantly, he had just refilled the water for the other side. That was a cup of genuine boiling water. Ah! How could she drink it all without blinking? Forget it. After all, she had just fallen out of love. It was possible that she was in a daze. Xianxia put down the cup and still felt uneasy. He probed, "Do you need to go to the hospital?" Jijishu shook her head. "Thank you for your concern. I am fine." During the time the two of them were talking, her injuries had completely healed. This was the power of the tainted blood. Well, since she said so, he would treat it as if she was fine. After all, if she was really scalded, she wouldn't be talking to him now. "Do you want to rest for a while?" Xianxia took out a black umbrella from under the counter and shook it. "Unfortunately, my bookstore is too crowded. There is no extra space and no guest room, so I can only take you in until tonight. This is the umbrella. You can take it with the book. The deadline for returning the book is 1 month. At most, you can give me 7 days. Remember to bring the umbrella back when the time comes." His bookstore wasn't so much a bookstore. It was more like a simple library. Other than books, there were only bookcases. "I'll leave in a while." Jijishu took the umbrella and signed her name and information on the register that Xianxia took out. She cautiously said in a low voice, "Can I understand you?" "Me? I shouldn't have crossed the line. Or is it that a broken-hearted woman is really easy to take advantage of?" Xianxia blinked and revealed a business smile. "My name is Xianxia. I am just an ordinary bookstore owner who is willing to help people." He put the book in a plastic bag and looked down at the register. Name, Jijishu. H.M. Ji Bonong, the only daughter of the famous tycoon who was involved in underground resource development in the downtown area, seemed to be called this name. Xianxia felt that his memory was quite good. This name could be considered unique, so he definitely remembered it correctly. In addition, she had an outstanding appearance and seemed to be wearing a custom-designed evening gown. He put back the register without saying a word, pretending to be calm. This was a big fish. She could definitely earn enough money to renovate the bookstore. Jijishu wasn't disappointed. Instead, she had a feeling that this was within her expectations. Since the other party didn't want to reveal his identity, then she could only rely on her own efforts. Before the 1-month deadline was up, she had to at least take care of all the traders, then, she could ask for help with the next step. She took 2 steps back and held the umbrella and book with one hand. She held the cane under her armpit and pressed the other hand to her chest. She bowed to Xianxia. "Then, I wish you a good night." Xianxia scratched his head. Should he say that she was worthy of being a young mistress? This etiquette was a bit too exaggerated. Jijishu let out a sigh of relief. She respectfully stood up straight and turned to leave the store. She opened the door, opened the umbrella, and walked forward in the heavy rain. Suddenly, she pressed the trigger of the cane and her whole body became alert again. She vigilantly looked in front of her. An old man holding an umbrella walked over. His back was hunched as he slowly walked forward in the rain with a book in his hand. Jijishu stopped in the rain. But the old man didn't stop walking. They passed by each other. Jijishu didn't even have time to activate the switch between the dagger and staff. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but the invisible power in front of her made her body stiffen, and cold sweat rolled down her forehead. The old man was wearing an old dark black suit and a gentleman's hat. He paused beside her for a moment and looked at the book in her hand with surprise. He muttered in a low voice, "It's actually this book. What a lucky little fellow." His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. Half of his face that was exposed under the umbrella was covered by an old, pitch-black iron mask. Only a pair of dark green, snake-like eyes could be seen. His eyes were as sharp as the edge of a sword, without the turbidity that an old man should have. Jijishu only had time to catch a glimpse of the name of the black book with red lines in the old man's hand, Void Extinction. The old man had already walked past her and walked toward the dimly lit bookstore. The cold moisture of the rain crawled along her exposed skin, bringing a chill. Phew. She remembered the URL, M9 Bikuj. Calm. Jijishu heaved a sigh of relief. She turned around. A conversation could be heard from the slowly closing door of the bookstore. "Welcome." "Eh? It's old Wang. Are you here to return the book? Although you said it's a form of intimacy, I still feel that something is wrong. Can you call me by my name?" "Mr. Lin." "Of course, Mr. Wang Erda." "Phew. That's an inexplicable relief. Do you have a new customer?" "Yes, old Wang." "Name?" "Forget it. It seems that you like her. You even lent her the book that you often read. Here's the book that you borrowed last time." "A book that I often read is still a book. Besides, I just think that book suits her. Speaking of which, it's only been 20 days and you're already here to return it. The last time we made a bet, it was within 30 days. You lost, didn't you?" "Haha, I told you that an old person like you isn't suitable to read this kind of book, lest you get dizzy, but you didn't believe me." "I lost. My apologies, but this book is far too profound. It's like a complete and massive world, filled with mysteries and magical unknowns that transcend the limits of time and space. From life to death, from birth to death, from birth to death, with my shallow knowledge, it's hard to imagine that someone who could write such a great book must be a great figure. Of course, that's a dead giant." "Giant? No wonder." The voice gradually faded away. Jijishu looked at the book and umbrella in her hands. The owner of the bookstore was much more relaxed and humorous when talking to the old man who was obviously a regular customer. The old man was also kind and friendly, as if they were close friends despite their age difference. However, when Jijishu recalled the encounter just now, she felt cold sweat all over her back. The black-scaled, faceless man, Frank Wang Erda, an annihilation-level black wizard. His most iconic feature was the mask on his face and the dark green snake eyes that were caused by his half-snake blood. The seemingly gentle old man was well known for his ferocity. He was a cold and cruel executioner, a butcher whose hands were stained with blood. He had once fought with one of the 10 glorious Grand Knights of the Mai Tower and destroyed an area of nearly 10,000 square kilometers, taking the title of Annihilation Level. Later, for unknown reasons, he disappeared from the public eye. According to the regulations announced by the Truth Society in 1788, extraordinaires were divided into 4 levels, also known as the APDI classification. Every year, the Truth Society would announce the change in the registered extraordinaires of each level for the current year. Abnormal, abnormal level. Panicky, panic level. Destructive, destruction level. Indescribable, God level. Although Wang Erda's name was marked as missing and wanted by the Mai Tower, it had never changed at Annihilation level. It was important to note that there were less than 10 Annihilation level extraordinaires in the upper zone of the capital of Nuajin, and there were less than 100 annihilation-level extraordinaires in the whole of Azir. Such a brutal black wizard who had disappeared a long time ago had actually appeared here? And he seemed to be friends with that young man. Ji Jishu took a deep breath and hurriedly left, her heart becoming more and more convinced. The owner of this bookstore was indeed an extremely powerful and mysterious wizard. At the very least, he was annihilation level like Wang Erda. She had hooked up with an incredible person. Lin Jia put the book 100 Years of Solitude back on the shelf and turned his head to ask, "Old Wang, you don't seem to be in a good mood." Wang Erda could be considered a regular customer of his bookstore. Although his shabby bookstore didn't have many customers in total, and the number of regular customers could be counted with two hands, it was all thanks to his careful management that these customers had established a deep friendship with him. Basically, it had become a habit for them to come to his bookstore. For example, Wang Erda had come to the bookstore for the first time 2 years ago. Including this time, he had come to borrow books 5 times. Although it seemed like the number of times he had borrowed books was a little less than a month each time, which was equivalent to 2 years and 24 months. He had contributed 4 months to Lin Jia, which was a full 1/6 of his time. Full of sincerity, he had opened this bookstore for 3 years. In the first year, there was not much business at all, so Wang Erda could be considered a veteran customer. At the same time, he was also the target of Teacher Lin's guidance and psychological counseling. Sigh. The elderly, especially the empty nesters, were prone to physical and psychological problems. Comrade Old Wang was a very typical empty nester. According to Lin Jia's understanding, Old Wang had 2 children, but they treated him very badly. His lover had left him, and his colleagues ostracized him. They even feared him because of his appearance, leaving him to live alone in a big city like Nuajin. Although he did not lack money and did not have to worry about food and clothing, he was very deficient in terms of his spiritual life. This kind of deficiency was not only due to the lack of care from his family and friends, but more importantly, the lack of recognition. Old Wang was an expert in linguistics. He had a deep understanding of all kinds of rare languages. He was a dedicated and highly accomplished scholar. It was easy for people like him to gradually get used to being alone, but he could not stand the loneliness of being alone. Therefore, Lin Jia started from this aspect. When they first met, he faced and respected the other party's flaws and appearance in exchange for an initial favorable impression. He deduced the other party's identity from the books that he sold. Then, he recommended a book called Wenzhou dialect. This was one of the most difficult dialects in Xianxia, known as the language of the devil. In the Wenzhou territory, there were as many as 12 languages that could not be understood. During times of war, the Wenzhou dialect was even used as a secret code. The enemy could not decipher it at all. Lin Jia looked at Old Wang's expression from casual to doubtful, then to frightened, and finally to the ecstasy of reigniting the hope of life. He shouted, "Devil, this is the real devil." He felt the significance of his role as the god of chicken soup. Sigh, the happiness of a life mentor was so simple, unadorned, and dry. Of course, there was no Wenzhou in this land called Azir, and there was no Xianxia. Lin Jia could only interpret this book as coming from a remote historical site that had already disappeared. Yes, Lin Jia was a transmigrator. From Earth, he transmigrated to this vast country called Azir. In comparison, he was just an insignificant person among the millions of transmigrators. But in a way, he was different from the rest. Because his transmigration was, to a certain extent, voluntary. All of this started from Teacher Lin's hobby. As everyone knew, young people in the modern world always had some strange problems. For example, obsessive-compulsive disorder. For example, trypophobia. Another example would be the reading addiction of having to read the ingredients list of shower gel. As for Lin Jia, he was an avid book collector. Remember, http://m9bkuj.com. His greatest wish in this life was to have all the published books in the world. Regardless of whether he could finish reading them or not, just imagining the feeling of opening his arms and looking at the vast sea of neatly arranged books was enough to make him wet with tears, his eyes. Of course, this kind of great achievement could not be achieved by personal effort alone. In the first half of a certain year in Xianxia, there were 90,000 new books, and the median price was 45 yuan, so buying all of them would cost 4 million. It was hard to imagine the amount of money needed to buy all the books in the world. The value of books was far higher than people could imagine. This was only the obstacle of money. Other things, such as some out-of-print books or books that were banned from sale, required a lot of time to find and collect. For Xianxia, this was just a dream that he could not complete in his life. Until one day, he accidentally found a shortcut, a ceremony that could fulfill all his wishes as long as he paid the price. Since he felt that it couldn't be real, he decided to give it a try. He meticulously completed the ceremony and made a wish to have all the books in the world. At that time, he vaguely heard a soft whisper in his ear. But when he tried to communicate, he felt like a chicken talking to a duck. He did not know what happened, but in the blink of an eye, he was in another world, and in front of him was this abandoned bookstore. Following his intuition, he knew that as long as he thought about it, the huge library of books he dreamed of would come to this bookstore. But at the same time, he would never have the chance to return to Earth. What choice did he have? Xianxia, who was originally alone, did not hesitate to open the door of the bookstore. It had been 3 years since then. Xianxia was already used to living in Nuajin. Actually, it wasn't much of a habit. This world's technological level was roughly the same as Earth's in the 80s and 90s. Even the language was similar. Due to historical reasons, Chinese characters and English could be used together. For Xianxia, it wasn't much of a hindrance. However, most of the people here had strange names and hair colors. It was rumored that there were also existences like inner world and superpowers. However, Xianxia hadn't seen him yet. Even now, he still couldn't figure out what kind of price this was. But it didn't matter. He was very satisfied with his current life. The bookshelf would be randomly refreshed every day. It could also be manually refreshed or searched. There were endless books to read, and there were also customers who could feed him chicken soup. I've encountered some research bottlenecks recently. Wang Erda's somewhat troubled hoarse voice came from behind his mask. Thanks to the book Demon's Language you lent me 2 years ago, I found a new direction, but I need more clues about similar language documents. Xianxia's thoughts were interrupted. He walked to the counter, opened the register, and wrote returned. He thought to himself, this old Wang actually called this book Demon's Language in such a serious manner. He really has a scholarly sense of humor. So you want to borrow a similar type of book this time? Xianxia raised his head and tapped the table with a pen. Wang Erda muttered, the book from last time was too difficult, and it seemed to be a small part of a larger whole. Is there anything more simple? It's best if it's related to a pan-cultural background. Many of the languages in it seem to be deeply related to cultural customs. I need to understand the meaning better. After 2 years, he finally found research clues about forbidden spells from the knowledge left behind in that book. This meant that the opportunity to take a step closer to God level was right in front of him. Wizards were good at using language and the power of words. Dark wizards used language, while light wizards used words. The former chanted spells, while the latter wrote runes. As a top-notch dark wizard, Wang Erda had mastered almost all the basic spells that could be learned. What he needed now was to dig out and break through his introverted soul. That was, to find the voice of his own soul. The great undertaking of a dark wizard was to create their own language. This was the path to God level. Is that so? Let me take a look. Please wait a moment. Xianxia nodded. He thought for a moment, then turned around and rummaged through the bookshelf. Wang Erda's request was easy to understand. Although the language was roughly the same, they were still 2 different worlds. The difference in cultural customs would lead to a large gap in understanding. Moreover, if he wanted to thoroughly understand Chinese culture, it would be too difficult. He could only find some books with a broader research scope for him. Xianxia's fingers traced the spines of the books on the bookshelf, and suddenly stopped. While Xianxia was looking for the book, Wang Erda looked at the dark rain outside, lost in his memories as he waited. 2 years ago, after losing the battle with Xianxia, he had fled in a sorry state. It was when he was at his most confused about his path, but he had received guidance from Xianxia in this bookstore. Even now, when he thought of the demonic language contained in that book, that breathtaking mystery and power, he still felt his heart beat faster and his whole body tremble. It was the same feeling as when he first fell in love. It reminded him of the time when he was still an acolyte, when he first came in contact with the power of a wizard. The old teacher said to the beautiful bird in a flat tone, "Die." Thus, the creature died. How great! How shocking! It allowed him to re-establish his goals and beliefs, and recall his original intentions. The current him, compared to the arrogant him from a few years ago, was like the difference between heaven and earth. And all of this was thanks to the selfless, generous, omniscient, and erudite bookstore owner in front of him. Although Wang Erda didn't ask about Linjia's past and identity, he already had an answer in his heart. He must be a hermit scholar of the Truth Society. He even suspected that this was the legendary god-level great sage who held the key to the Truth Godly Palace. But because he couldn't feel the fluctuations of ether from Linjia, it was only a guess. Wang Erda looked at the young man who had taken a book from the bookshelf, and temporarily concealed the ups and downs in his heart. "Did you find it?" Linjia looked at the book in his hand, then cleared his throat and handed it over with a serious smile. "Although it's a bit presumptuous, I unexpectedly feel that this book is quite suitable. To be honest, I'm quite confident in my research in this area." Wang Erda was a bit puzzled by this subtle self-modesty, and took the book and lowered his head to take a look. Linjia followed his gaze and saw the title and author of the book printed on the cover. Rituals and Folklore. Linjia. "Ah, this is... Did you write this?" Wang Erda's expression changed, and the way he held the book changed. He went from being careful to being extremely gentle. Linjia's name was on the cover, and when he thought back to what Linjia had said, it was clear that he was recommending his own work. He looked at the words "Corpse Food Cult Rituals" written on the cover, raised his head, and asked cautiously, "Is this your field of research? Is it about rituals?" The two words rituals were easy to understand. It was about ceremonies and ceremonies. Corpse Food Cult. It should be a religion, but in Azir, he had never heard of such a cult. There were 3 mainstream religions with large numbers of followers. The Truth Society that believed in knowledge. The Dome Church that believed in the moon. The Plague Church that believed in the fog wall. The first website was M9 Bikuj. Comas for the other smaller sects, they were scattered and unknown to most people. However, as an adept who often served as a hired thug for various organizations, he was quite familiar with them. However, Wang Erda was unfamiliar with the name Corpse Food Cult. It sounded like a religion that the ogre tribe believed in, but if it wasn't, it meant the dark wizard's heart was shaken. Scholars were usually in the lawful and good camp, and he had always thought that Linjia was at least neutral. That was why he didn't dare to reveal too much of his identity, and avoided talking about his past. The kindness of these high-ranking wizards was often short-lived, and no one knew if the owner of the bookstore was doing a boring experiment on whether a cruel dark wizard could be induced to be good through words. If he went against the wishes of the high-ranking wizards, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the book written by the owner of the bookstore revealed a deep evil aura, and the author was undoubtedly in the evil camp. A scholar who researched a taboo topic but had great power was destined to be excluded by the mainstream. Was this the reason why Linjia was in seclusion? His heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Linjia. The owner of the bookstore didn't seem to mind the curious gazes of the customers. He smiled and nodded, and with some nostalgia, he said, "Yes, this is part of my research, and it changed my fate." Linjia sighed, "Forget it, this is something that happened a long time ago, there's no need to talk about it." A long time ago? Changed fate, Wang Erda suddenly had a bold guess. But he carefully observed Linjia's expression. In the end, he just carefully touched the pages of the book. He noticed that the book seal was a bit rough, and he said carefully, "This book seems to be manually bound?" Linjia said, "There was an accident, and I didn't have time to publish it, so I only to keep this book. But since you're so congenial, I'll lend you this book. Of course, if you don't trust me, I recommend you. Of course, if you don't trust me, I'll recommend you." Before Linjia transmigrated, he was a doctoral student and lecturer in folklore. The title Teacher Lin had a historical origin, and life coach's chicken soup wasn't learned in a day. If he hadn't chosen to transmigrate, he would have published the 6th folklore-related book by now, and he would probably have been promoted to associate professor. Although compared to the endless youngest associate professor and genius scholar, he wasn't 24 years old. His major in social science always made people feel that it was overrated, and he would probably be criticized if he said it out loud. But in this field of research, Xianxia really did specialize in this field. Thank you for your generosity, it's my honor to read your work. Wang Erda bowed slightly, looked at Xianxia, and said, but to give such an important book to an old man like me really makes me feel uneasy. Of course, he wasn't worried about losing the book. As a veteran magus, he was more worried about the fact that this was an unpublished work. What was recorded in this book might be experimental in nature. If he researched it without permission, there might be some unpredictable consequences. It seemed that Xianxia really did treat him as some kind of experimental subject. What's there to be uneasy about, old Wang? I believe that you can add more value to this book. My research is only valuable if it's seen by others. As for the only book? It's not important to me anymore. Xianxia smiled and glanced at the bookshelf behind him. Now I have an entire forest. I can make a copy at any time. The knowledge in my mind can't be stolen. Only fame and fortune can be stolen, and for me, that's the most useless thing. Xianxia looked deeply at Wang Erda. Old Wang, take it, this is my last chicken soup. He could feel that old Wang cared a lot about his research, but that kind of care wasn't about the topic itself, but a kind of longing for what the results would bring. As an empty nest old man, old Wang seemed kind, but he was actually arrogant and antisocial. He was alienated by his family and friends, so he cared a lot about academics. He needed achievements, fame, and fortune in this area to make up for the emptiness in his heart, but this kind of mentality was morbid and paranoid, and it might further alienate him from others. Therefore, Xianxia decided to enlighten him and let him feel the care of others again. Wang Erda met the bookstore owner's meaningful gaze and was startled. He took off his hat. Thank you for your advice. His fingers trembled slightly as he held the hat. Fame and fortune are useless. Was this a warning to him not to reveal any information to others? This meant that he had already guessed some clues. The dark wizard became more and more cautious. Xianxia continued, but then again, since you can understand, the demon language, then you should be able to understand this book. If you think it's good, I'll be happy to recommend it to others. He revealed a polite and reserved smile. Wang Erda looked at the book in his hand and nodded. Understood, I'll do my best. It seemed that the bookstore owner wanted him to help spread his work. This was the price he had to pay. Wang Erda relaxed. It was good that there was a price. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If the bookstore owner continued to be generous, he would be even more terrified, because in that case, the price he had to pay in the end might be himself. He couldn't expose the identity of the book owner, but he also had to spread the content of the book. It seemed that he could only study the content thoroughly and then relay it to others. He had to be cautious. Then, I should also take my leave. Wang Erda put his hat back on, then hesitated for a moment before taking out a pitch-black stone sculpture and placing it on the counter. Thank you for your guidance all this time. This is a small token of my appreciation, I hope you won't refuse. This is? Xianxia's gaze fell on the statue on the counter. He picked it up and looked at it. Gargoyle? The statue was about 30 centimeters tall and 10 centimeters wide. 1/3 of it was the base and 2/3 of it was the main body. The overall shape was a half-human, half-beast monster squatting on the base. It had the wings and tail of a bat and 2 short horns on its head, like a demon. He really didn't know how old Wang hid it in his clothes. But from Xianxia's perspective, the value of this statue was definitely not cheap. The workmanship was very fine and the carving was very lifelike. The eyes of the gargoyle seemed to flash with an evil red light, as if it would come to life at any time. Seeing this, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He instantly felt a trace of something wrong. It was very scary. But the rough texture of the stone in his hand reminded Xianxia that it was only a statue. He remembered the URL, M9B Kuj. Yes. Wild nodded. Although it's not something very valuable, and it's nothing compared to the help you've given me, I hope you'll accept my gratitude. The next time I come, I'll bring an even more precious gift. Xianxia took the statue and looked at it carefully. He habitually wanted to decline, but then he remembered that the modesty of the Easterners didn't apply here. He could see that old Wang was very sincere in wanting to give him a gift to express his gratitude. If he refused, it would make old Wang feel that he didn't like the gift, or that their friendship wasn't deep enough. It would be very damaging. And gargoyles were a bit like huaxiash or gondang. They were mainly used to ward off evil spirits. He felt old Wang's good intentions and blessings, whether it was in terms of value or meaning. It seemed that there was no need to decline. Then he'll accept this local product. Xianxia put the statue on the counter and praised with a smile, "It's a very beautiful work of art. It's really to my taste. I'm looking forward to what you'll bring next time." Wang Erda's face lit up and he secretly let out a sigh of relief. The gargoyle he brought was his collection for many years. It was also the work of his teacher that he had truly graduated from. It was the best gargoyle he had ever created. Using the fragments of the departed spirit gate from the ancient ruins as raw materials, it was infused with the blood and souls of 990 people to create life force. Its tough skin was impenetrable, and its sharp claws and fangs could tear a person to pieces. Its powerful wings gave it swift mobility, and it could automatically detect killing intent. Its combat power was comparable to a panic-grade warrior. Wang Erda had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle in the field of creation as an adept. Originally, he still had a trace of pride and joy in his heart, wanting to show off his masterpiece to Xianxia. However, when Wang Erda heard the word art, his complacency instantly disappeared, and he became clear-headed. "That's right, it's just a Terra-grade gargoyle." Any one of Mr. Lin's books was worth tens of millions of gargoyles. It seemed that his gift this time was nothing in the eyes of those in high positions. Sigh, Mr. Lin is still so benevolent. He praised him from a different angle and took care of his mentality. But it didn't matter, he had already prepared a gift for the next time. It would definitely be a great gift. He believed that even a god-level existence would have to pay attention to it. "You'll be satisfied." The old man's eyes flickered slightly under the brim of his hat. He stepped back, pushed the door open, and left the bookstore. Xianxia waved goodbye inside. He looked at the heavy rain outside and felt that today's business should end here. To be able to receive 2 customers in such bad weather was already a very small probability. He couldn't ask for more. Sure enough, it's easier to have good luck if you maintain a good attitude. Xianxia sighed and sipped his tea. He played with the gargoyle for a while, and then put it beside the counter. Under the dim light, it looked like a ferocious statue of a real devil. It sat on the pedestal, as if it was ready to spread its wings and hunt at any time. From a certain perspective, this gargoyle and his bookstore were quite compatible. He thought for a while and turned the gargoyle around. Its flashing red eyes were facing outside the door. This way, even if a thief came in. Not to mention at night, even during the day, they would be startled. It was very intimidating. It was simply nice. Xianxia nodded with satisfaction and tidied up the counter. Just as he was putting away the teacups, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw the water stains on the table move slowly and condense into words, "Long time no see." He stood up with a whoosh. His gaze was fixed on the table. A familiar feeling suddenly welled up, just like when he came to the entrance of the bookstore 3 years ago. He instantly understood that the mastermind behind the scenes who sent him to the other world had appeared again after 3 years. "It's you." Xianxia calmed down, took a deep breath, and sat down again. "Indeed, it's been a long time. So, now that you've appeared again, did you finally think of the price I should pay?" He couldn't help but feel a little resentful. "Speaking of which, I didn't explain clearly what the conditions were at the beginning. I was muddle-headed and came here. If it weren't for some customers who were relatively rich and were willing to sponsor me to open a bookstore, I would have starved to death." "Are you some kind of devil, the kind that trades souls?" The water stains turned into the word no again. Xianxia exhaled. "Well, it doesn't look like it. How could there be such a slacker devil?" In all kinds of literary works and myths, the existence of demons would always try their best to extract benefits for themselves. "Forget it, just say it. What do you need me to do?" He sat upright and still, his hands folded, and looked at the water stains on the counter. He was late for 3 years, and he didn't mind paying the price he should pay. Not to mention that he himself valued the spirit of the contract very much. Although the other party didn't specify the conditions of the transaction at the time, it was true that the other party helped him fulfill his wish. He enjoyed the dividends of the establishment of the contract in advance for 3 years, so it was a profit for him. And from what he felt, this existence that was summoned by the ritual had a very gentle attitude. It should belong to the category of good gods like Aladdin and the magic lamp. But then, he was surprised to see that the water stains turned into "you've already done it, and I've awakened because of it." Xianxia leaned back as his mind raced. "So, after you helped me fulfill my wish, you were in a deep sleep for 3 years. It was only after I did something that you obtained some energy or something like that that you finally woke up?" "Yes." Xianxia knocked on the table. "Is it because I just asked old Wang to recommend my book to others?" "Yes." "So, this is what you want me to do, and the price I need to pay? Let others recommend and spread my book?" "Yes." "What's in it for you?" "Yes." "Very good, concise and comprehensive." "Phew. Then, no problem at all. I'll do my best." Xianxia said solemnly, and the water stains on the counter disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if nothing had happened. Not long after, Wang Erda's figure disappeared in the rain. Half of a figure's body poked out of the foggy alley, the raindrops on his head splashing. His hawk-like eyes stared at the place where Wang Erda disappeared, and he took out his phone. The power of ether flowed in the air, and the mute barrier was in operation. "This is Jack, reporting that Wang Erda, the black-scaled faceless man, was found on 23rd Street in Nuajin. It's suspected that he's involved in the hunters' infighting. In addition, he stayed in a bookstore for about an hour. It's very suspicious. I suspect that this bookstore may be the secret base of the Dark Wizards." Knock, knock. "Knight Captain, there's an unusual situation." Xianxia raised his head and looked at the golden-haired young man standing upright at the door with a respectful expression. "Come in, Kulada." As he spoke, he put down his pen, took off his glasses, and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Did something happen with the magic mirror egg again? These hunters." The old man's eyes were like lightning. He stood up and looked at the documents piled up on the table. He let out a long breath. What a bunch of Nuajin vermin. When he sat down, he looked like an ordinary gentle old man. However, when he stood up, he was as strong as a small mountain. His bulging muscles revealed a firm outline under his shirt. Coupled with his resolute face and gray hair, he had an imposing aura. Kulada greeted the person outside and gently closed the door. He walked in and said, "I'm sorry, teacher. This is a new situation." "A new situation? What situation can be bigger than this group of retarded imbeciles and barking puppies?" Joseph angrily clenched his fist and lightly knocked on the table. The mechanical arm made a gotcha sound of metal rubbing against each other. 1 second to remember http://m9bkuj. Calm with a bang, the documents on the table trembled. A crack vaguely appeared on the table. Bulge *T, if it weren't for them, I would be enjoying my leisurely retirement. A bunch of motherless bastards. Damn it. Sooner or later, I'll use their mother's tombstone to practice boxing. Kulada's mouth twitched. He had no choice but to say, "Teacher, pay attention to your image," Xianxia snorted. "What are you afraid of?" He glanced behind Kulada as if nothing had happened. "Didn't you close the door?" "Kulada, is this the reason why you're spewing nonsense?" "All right." Kulada scratched his head helplessly. He put the documents in his hand on the table and said, "The spy in charge of tracking the hunter's movements saw Wang Erda on 23rd Street, who is it?" Xianxia's expression suddenly became serious, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. "Wang Erda, Frank Wang Erda, the faceless man of the black scales, an annihilation-level black wizard certified by the Truth Society. He disappeared after the Battle of the White Hills 2 years ago, and we are now putting a bounty on his head. The annual increase of the bounty has already been opposed by a large number of anonymous letters from the tower." Kulada had already expected his teacher's reaction, so he reported the exact information fluently. Xianxia sneered. He finally appeared. "I thought that this bug would stay in the sewers forever," shivering. Kulauda said softly, but it's because you're certain that he's still alive and will appear again. That's why you kept increasing the bounty, of course. No one knows him better than I do. Xianxia lowered his head and looked at his metal prosthetic arm that was completely provided by the Truth Society. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and a mechanical sound that made one's teeth ache rang out. In the battle 2 years ago, he had lost his right arm, but at the same time, he had also destroyed more than half of Wang Erda's body. Many people thought that Wang Erda was already dead. But he always had a premonition that this guy would definitely come back. I didn't expect him to be in New Ajin. It's dark under the light. He's really improved. I hope there's finally something other than water in his shriveled walnut-like brain. Xianxia pressed his hands on the table. What's he doing on 23rd Street? Kulauda said, according to the spy's information, he entered a very ordinary-looking bookstore and stayed for more than an hour. It seemed like he was buying or borrowing books. A black wizard who relies on language to gain power. Buying books? What a fantasy. There's definitely something wrong with this bookstore. Have you checked its background? Yes, it's a bookstore under the Withering Tree Merchant Guild. It's been operating for 3 years and has a good reputation. There aren't many customers and business is bleak. The only abnormality is that the owner seems to be a foreigner. We suspect that it might be a stronghold of the Black Wizards, but we're not sure. Not sure about what? Kulauda was in a difficult position. The Withering Tree Merchant Guild is the property of the Druid priests. They're believers of nature and the forest, so it's unlikely that they'll associate themselves with the Black Wizards. If we go there rashly and damage the reputation of the Withering Tree Merchant Guild, the Druids might protest to the secret ritual tower. Xianxia slammed the table, F***CK. This group of vegetarians and troublemakers. Druids aren't vegetarians. Who cares? Hell, anyone could be an accomplice of the darkness. The mission of us knights is to eliminate the darkness. Wang Erda has already been in this bookstore for more than an hour. Can you imagine him chatting, reading, and drinking tea inside? Oh, my dear little disciple of Kulauda, a vicious black wizard, a scheming avenger, reading in an ordinary bookstore? If you really think so, then I'll put on this pair of pointed mithril boots and kick your ass. Kulauda was scolded badly, but he didn't dare to talk back. He could only smile, but teacher, the Withering Tree Merchant Guild also provides 40% of the funds for our intelligence department. Xianxia's face stiffened. He then took 2 deep breaths and walked out from behind the desk. He put on a bow tie and a coat. With his burly figure, the image of a thug in a suit was born. Forget it, I'll go to 23rd Street myself. I want to see what kind of trouble this bookstore has. Yes, teacher. Kulauda lowered his head and opened the door. Xianxia strode out of the door. The people who came and went on the crisscrossed, branch-like internal roads of the Myrt Tower would take the initiative to salute him when they met. Good afternoon, Knight Commander. Honorable Glorious Knight. Good afternoon, Chief. Have you eaten? Abraham Xianxia. One of the 10 glorious knights of the Myrt Tower. Of course, the former. After the battle with Wang Erda at the White Hills, the latter escaped with serious injuries and disappeared without a trace. Xianxia entered a semi-retired state due to his physical and mental injuries. He then transferred to the intelligence department of the Myrt Tower to work. Phew, Xianxia pressed the button for the central elevator. The elevator began to operate and slowly moved down. The Myrt Tower was a 300-meter-tall tower. It was surrounded by honeycomb-shaped office areas and internal roads that extended in all directions, forming a huge and tight system. The Intelligence Department, the Cultivation Department, the Combat Department, and the Logistics Department. The knights who had inherited the power of the elements since ancient times were still working hard to clean up the evil in the world. The 49 large elevators in the center went up and down, carrying thousands of staff members who came and went every day. They were like a cluster of burning torches. Xianxia, huh? Let me see who you are. Xianxia looked at the elevator door that was slowly opening. He stuffed the documents in his hand into his pocket and muttered. He suddenly covered his eyes. Damn it, the illusion is here again. Huff. Huff, Xianxia staggered and supported himself against the wall. He took a deep breath and finally woke up amidst the cold wind and rain. There was no one in the surrounding streets. The accumulated water at the edge of the street had already overflowed the sidewalk. Under the illumination of the lanterns hanging in front of the shops, the water sparkled like a gradually rising river. The continuous heavy rain warning had already evacuated close to 1/10 of the ordinary people in the upper city of Nuajin to the safe zone. About 32 streets had become empty alleys. There was no lack of secret operations and commands from the secret ritual tower. Those foolish hunters had brought a magic mirror egg into Nuajin city. Now that there was an internal conflict, the magic mirror egg's whereabouts were unknown. This affected the nerves of everyone in Nuajin. Perhaps in the near future, an unknown dream beast would roar and charge out from the cracks in the dream world, bringing blood and fire. The pain in his brain gradually faded away, and the ravings by his ears also disappeared. He looked at his hands and revealed a bitter smile. Other than the loss of his right arm and the internal injuries on his body, there was another important reason for the glorious Grand Knight Xianxia's retirement. His website was m9bkuj.com. He was once the wielder of the magic sword Kandra. Due to the madness and death of its first owner, that strange ancient sword carried a curse that made people go crazy. Only an extremely powerful and upright knight with perfect spirit and willpower could control this curse. Xianxia was once such a powerful knight. But now, he was old and disabled. He had already lost the right to do so. But the next successor of the magic sword had yet to be found, and he had already begun to suffer the backlash of this sword. Every night late at night, he could always see the huge shadow cruising around the city and hear the crazy whispers of Kandra. Recently, it had become more and more intense. He was deeply tortured. In front of a towering, abandoned church, Jijishu held her cane, and the black windbreaker on her body flapped loudly. She looked up at the round glass window of the church, which was ablaze with flames. Shouts of killing could be heard continuously, and the chaotic ether waves caused the entire area to be in a bloody carnival. The glass window shattered one after another. Shards of light mixed with pieces of internal organs and blood splattered on the vine-covered walls of the church. The ground was filled with corpses that were rapidly carbonizing and turning into ashes. Behind her, her most loyal subordinates stood silently. Kai, Ma Keisai, and Ruayan. As the second leader of the second-largest hunter organization, White Wolf, Jijishu had more than 3 direct subordinates. However, she suffered an unforgivable betrayal and returned. The remaining people naturally became corpses. Before the magic mirror egg hatched, it had the ability to seduce people's minds, causing them to have evil thoughts and the desire to possess it. When the first person who accidentally looked directly at it appeared, things got out of hand. Now, the heavy rain in Nuajin had turned into a battlefield for hunters. Kai and Ma Keisai were her subordinates and also her father's subordinates. Their spirits had been imprinted with runes by the light magi at home, which was why they had been able to preserve their consciousness under the influence of the magic mirror egg. Ruayan had surrendered not long ago, willingly being imprinted. In the hunter organization, White Wolf, he was a subordinate of the first leader, Xianxia. As for the reason for his surrender, it was very simple. It was because he had witnessed Jijishu's beastly state in battle, her cruel methods, her determination for revenge, and the pile of corpses behind her. Miss, it's been confirmed that the magic mirror egg is in Xianxia's hands. He has become a complete madman. After taking the magic mirror egg, he started a massacre in the hunter organization. Kai said softly. Known as the Black Rose, she was tall and beautiful. Her lips were painted with black lip gloss, and there was a row of earrings in her ears. She wore a woman's blouse, tight trousers, and high-top marten boots. She looked like an ordinary fashionable girl. However, the sawtooth blade in her hand was still dripping with blood, and the bloodstains on her body were indicative of how dangerous she was. She was a hunter who hunted dream beasts, but she was also a villain who killed people like flies. She looked at the church worriedly. I'm afraid we don't have enough strength. Xianxia has already joined forces with the third leader, Kaji. I'm afraid this attack will end in failure. Ma Keisai nodded and said, Xianxia is very powerful. He's the one closest to the terror rank among the White Wolves. Although Kaji is slightly weaker, most of the people in the organization can be said to have been groomed by him. Although Heelizzi's insanity has caused many people to have thoughts of defecting, there are still many who have pledged their allegiance to him. Our chances of winning are very small. Ruian looked at Jijishu with fear and said with a flattering smile, although the leader. No, Heelizzi and the others are very powerful, the boss isn't weak either. He's only close to the terror rank. The boss is a real terror rank. As long as he shapeshifts, Heelizzi, Kaji, they'll all be dead souls under his sword. Although he didn't know what level Jijishu was exactly, he couldn't go wrong by flattering him. He didn't know how a hunter could remain rational in a highly shapeshifted state, but the strong were the strong. He admitted that he was just a fence-sitter. He would follow whoever was strong. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the truth of the world. Of course, it would be even better if he could find a way to control the tainted blood. Swoosh! Jijishu swung his staff, and sharp blades spun out. There's no turning back for hunters. Let's go in. This will be the final battle. This abandoned church was built by the Church of Plague. The Church of Plague used to be the #1 church, but the Truth Society quickly rose to power and took over its position. A large number of churches were abandoned. The battle in the church was coming to an end. The remains of hunters were everywhere. Jijishu killed the last hunter and stepped into the hall. Standing under the glass window with wavy patterns was the third leader of the White Wolves, Kaji. He was a tall and thin man. He wore a black priest's robe and had a long scythe on his back. He lowered his head as if he was praying. The dim light outside shone in through the glass window and fell on his body. Rainwater leaked in through the dilapidated ceiling and dripped onto the ground, forming puddles. Where's Heelizzi? Kai asked. Huh. Kaji's head moved and made a strange bubbling sound. No. Jijishu's pupils shrank. He rushed forward and pushed the man's shoulder. Kaji's neck tilted back, revealing a twisted and painful face. There was a bloody wound on his neck. Blood kept dripping onto the ground. Everyone's expression changed. The long scythe handle was not behind his back. Instead, it pierced through his body and nailed him to the floor of the church. Injection. Quick. Yes. Ma Keisai quickly handed over the backup blood of tainted blood injection. Jijishu took it and stabbed the needle into Kaji's heart. Everything was done. A large amount of tainted blood took effect quickly. The wound on Kaji's neck wriggled and grew. It healed in the blink of an eye. At the same time, his eyes turned white and turned into a beast's eyes. Haha, the man's teeth and nails grew longer. His hair grew rapidly. He roared in pain. Answer me. Where's Heelizzi? Did he take the magic mirror egg away? Jijishu stared at his eyes and shouted. Kaji nodded. He opened his mouth and chuckled. His voice was like a mosquito's buzzing. He will come. His eyes suddenly became unfocused and fixed. Hair like withered branches grew out of his internal organs and drilled into his body. Finally, it took away his remaining life. Damn it. Jijishu punched the wall and looked at the messy hall. Kai said in a low voice, I'll start searching immediately. Ma Keisai suggested, Miss, why don't you ask Mr. Haywood? As a wizard supported by the family, I'm sure he won't refuse to help. There's no need. Continue searching. Jijishu let out a long breath. Ruian, come with me. Ruian was a little nervous. Where are we going? 23 RD Street. Another day without any business. Xianxia sighed. He poured himself another cup of tea and flipped open the book in his hand. He was used to the days when there was no business. It had been almost 3 days since old Wang had borrowed a book from the young lady. In these 3 days, there had been no customers. The continuous downpour on the streets made time lose its meaning. For a few days, the weather in the uptown area was gloomy. At the beginning, there were some neighbors who came out to buy some food, but after that, no one came out. The streets were silent. Only the pitter-patter of the rain and the sound of flowing water could be heard. It made people wonder if they were living in an aquarium and if there was an ocean outside. The water on the road had risen to an average of 10 centimeters. Fortunately, the 23rd Street was located on higher ground. According to the news, the residents of about 30 streets in Nuajin had been forced to temporarily move to other streets. It was really tragic. This kind of abnormal weather had only happened a few times in the history of Nuajin. However, for Lin Jia, other than the fact that the weather was a little cold and he needed to wear a jacket, his life was basically the same as usual. He remembered the website, m9bkuj.com food. He had stored more than 3 months' worth of food in his basement. He didn't need to worry at all. Energy, he had a backup generator. As for whether it was boring or not, that was nonsense. He had the entire library of books on Earth. Even if he read at quantum speed, he definitely wouldn't be able to finish reading them, let alone someone like him who carefully studied every book and took notes. Although Lin Jia didn't have a reading addiction, his hobby of collecting books more or less gave him this problem. After so many years of reading, it had become a habit. As a serious homebody, this kind of life was simply heaven, except for the fact that he didn't have money. However, I still have to thank that little black chick for being able to live such a life. If she hadn't been willing to sponsor my bookstore back then and even gave me a formal business license and temporary residence permit, I wouldn't even know where I would be now. Lin Jia turned another page and was a little disappointed. Speaking of which, she hasn't been to the bookstore in a long time. The customers in the past all seemed to be busy people. Although his relationship with them was not bad, they would usually only visit him once in a while. Basically, there was no one like Lao Wang. For example, his first guest was a dark-skinned, white-haired girl named Cherry. Ever since she had come to the bookstore in a daze because of school bullying, Lin Jia had counseled her and recommended a book called Nonviolent Communication. She had never come back again. She was probably busy with her studies. However, to be able to make him, an unlicensed person, directly sign up his business and give him a large amount of sponsorship in one go, she must be a rich young lady like Xianxia. Now that there were no guests and the weather was so bad, the unknown existence did not appear again after making its presence known. Lin Jia finally felt that he had a mission as a transmigrator, but in the blink of an eye, he became a salted fish again. In the past 3 days, he had been looking through all his published works. After all, he needed to spread his own book, so he had to think carefully about how to recommend it. It was difficult to recommend this kind of scholarly work to others. It was still the same sentence. Professionals like Lao Wang were in the minority. Ding-ling. The bell at the door suddenly rang. Lin Jia, who was in deep thought, said subconsciously, "Welcome." He closed the book and looked up to see that the woman who walked in was Xianxia, whom he had met not long ago. He could not help but be stunned for a moment, then he revealed a business smile. Speak of the devil and he appears. He had just complained about not having a customer like Lao Wang, and in the blink of an eye, a returning customer came. And it had only been 3 days since the last time, right? Could it be that his bookstore's business was finally improving? This lady might be a koi fish that could bring him wealth. He should cultivate her well. With this mentality, Lin Jia's smile deepened. Ah, so it's Miss Jishu. My poor bookstore has never had a customer return in such a short time. You are the first. Jishu bit her lip, her heart suddenly blushing with shame. She had clearly received such powerful guidance and should have solved everything in one go, but she still had to come to the bookstore to ask for help. She might be the most useless of the customers the owner of the bookstore called her, right? She could feel that the owner of the bookstore was not mocking her. His smile was a kind of tolerance and encouragement for children. But the more it was like this, the more she felt ashamed and unable to show her face. Sorry, I've disappointed you. Jishu touched her slightly hot ears and walked to the counter to sit down. Her gaze involuntarily landed on the statue that suddenly appeared on the counter. Her heart skipped a beat. A wizard's gargoyle, the black statue that looked like a demon, no matter how she looked at it, was indeed a very common gargoyle that wizards would use. Although she did not feel any ether waves, this bookstore did not have any ether waves from the beginning. It was just like an ordinary bookstore. However, the owner of the bookstore could take out a book full of mysteries like blood and beasts. From this, it could be seen that it was not true that it did not exist, but that it was hidden too well. Boss, is this the place you wanted to bring me to? Ruiyan also pushed the door and came in. He looked around with some confusion and said, "A bookstore?" He then looked at Xianxia sitting behind the counter, an ordinary person, but he did not say it out loud. Instead, he swallowed his doubts because he saw Jijishu's respectful expression and attitude. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. "She actually brought someone else?" He looked at Jijishu and asked, "This is?" Jijishu was a little nervous. She waved her hand to signal Ruiyan to be quiet. She secretly thought that the owner of the bookstore would not be dissatisfied with her bringing someone else, right? She said, "This is my subordinate. He is absolutely loyal. Please rest assured." Xianxia nodded and then looked at Jijishu with some pity. Poor girl, she was traumatized by the scumbag. Even the person who introduced her had to be labeled as loyal. Wait. If she had done as he said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and took revenge on that scumbag, then she shouldn't be so unconfident now. And what did she just say? "I've disappointed you." Xianxia sized up Jijishu and found that there was indeed an expression of shame in her eyes. Suddenly, his expression became serious. He crossed his hands and said, "You failed? You failed?" The owner of the bookstore sat up straight and looked steadily at Jijishu, his tone seeming to be reproachful. Jijishu took a deep breath and nodded. She whispered with some anger and disappointment, "Yes, I failed. He escaped and we don't know where he went. I've already sent people to search, but there are no clues." Xianxia frowned, feeling that things were getting serious. He had specifically gone online to look up Ji Bonong and his Luo Air Resource Development Company these past few days. Xianxia had only heard a little about this company before. He knew that it was a large company that monopolized the resource development of downtown in Nuajin. It also had a few chain brands of various byproducts. For example, it had jewelry and cosmetics brands brought about by the development of mineral resources, as well as various food brands brought about by the development of biology. It had a very large production chain and factory. After checking, he found out that this company seemed to have an inseparable relationship with the central management of Nuajin. It had a very deep background. Not only did it monopolize the resource development of downtown, but it also had the sole right to recruit people in downtown Nuajin. Apart from this company, any contact with people in downtown was explicitly prohibited. Those who committed serious crimes could be sentenced to life imprisonment, and their families would be banished by the followers of the Church of Pestilence. This showed the uniqueness of the Luo Air Resource Development Company. As Ji Bonong's only daughter, Jijishu was undoubtedly a noble and elegant young lady. Remember this in a second. http://m9bkuj.com. This kind of woman with extremely high wealth and status, with countless suitors, was actually deceived to this extent by a scumbag. She definitely didn't look like a weak person who could be bullied. Then, it could only be said that the other party's level was too high, and it must have been premeditated. It could even be a crime committed by a gang. That was why Jijishu's revenge failed and she couldn't find the other party's whereabouts. Yes, it was a crime. In Xianxia's opinion, this kind of scumbag who cheated money and women was an out-and-out swindler. In fact, it was even worse than a normal swindler. He relaxed his expression, poured a cup of tea for the other party, and pushed it over. "Don't be anxious. Calm down. Tell me first, what did you do to him a few days ago?" The other party was obviously frustrated, anxious, and doubtful of him. At this time, it was not suitable to use a strict and tough attitude like last time. Last time, there was a sense of coercion, which made the other party quickly establish the determination to take revenge. This time, it was time to calm them down. Since this he had escaped, it meant that Jijishu's revenge had been carried out and had achieved great success. It was just that the other party had escaped in the end. However, this incompleteness caused Jijishu's determination, which had been forced to establish, to be somewhat unstable. However, there was no need to worry too much about this. With the influence of the other party's family, it was unlikely that they couldn't even find a single person. The current situation was obviously temporary. Now, Jijishu had once again come to him for psychological comfort. It was as if she was desperate and desperate. But on the other hand, it was a good thing. This meant that the other party had developed a trust in the chicken soup he had given him last time, which was why he had come here to seek help. As long as he did it again, this customer would be in the bag. Linjia's current strategy was to make the other party recall step by step and repeat the revenge she had taken against the scumbag. Then, he would gradually walk out of the frustration of the other party's escape and think of his own strong side. He would strengthen that feeling of self-confidence and guide her out of her depressed mood. When Ji Jishu saw the owner of the bookstore frown, her heart suddenly tightened. Oh no, he can't be disappointed in my actions this time, right? Will he choose to change the candidate? Panic quickly enveloped her heart. She felt even more uneasy than when she learned that He Lizi had escaped. Fortunately, Linjia quickly showed his trademark smile again and poured her a cup of tea like last time. She subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. This should be an expression of recognition and forgiveness, right? Did he just want her to report her actions and let her reflect and self-reflect? Ji Jishu took the cup and looked down at the water. She said, my battle with him actually only lasted for 2 days. Although he had a big advantage, after your guidance, I also became very strong. He was almost losing. Yesterday, after 5 hours of brutal battle, although I paid a heavy price, I successfully destroyed his base camp. However, it wasn't until then that I realized that he should have known that he was no match for me, so he abandoned his partner and ran away. Now, it seems that I underestimated him too much. The fact that things went so smoothly was an abnormal warning. She raised her head in shame. Sorry, Mr. Lin. I was too complacent. No, it's fine. It's not your fault. Lin Jia maintained his smile, but the corners of his mouth twitched. He took a sip of tea to hide it. Why did he feel that something was wrong? However, it was said that love was like a business, and business was like a battlefield. Then, let's make an equivalent exchange. Love was like a battlefield. This young lady was probably used to using some business terms, so her description sounded strange. Perhaps. Ha 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 ha. Moreover, that Ruian had called her boss just now. It could be seen that this young lady was most likely one of those gangster addicts who had an outburst of Chinibu syndrome. Children from rich families seem to be prone to this kind of problem. This way, it was easier to explain. What she meant was that she and that scumbag had been dealing with each other for 3 days. It could have been verbal, or it could have been legal, or it could even have been a bloody process. The scumbag had his own accomplices. They could be his wingmen or plastic girlfriends. Back then, he had used this to trick Ji Jishu. Now that they were on the same side, Ji Jishu's revenge made him lose his temper. But in the end, Ji Jishu realized that this cunning scumbag had already found an escape route for himself. He abandoned the rook to save the king. He threw out his accomplice to attract the enemy's attention and then ran away himself, so that's how it was. Lin Jia nodded. He calmly and confidently cleared his throat and said, if that's the case, I completely understand. Ji Jishu was delighted. She controlled her expression and cautiously said, do you have any thoughts? While the two were talking, Ruian stood to the side. He was somewhat idle. He habitually used the corner of his eyes to size up the bookstore. This was his occupational disease. He used to be an information dealer. After he became a hunter, he specialized in providing information to the leader of the White Wolves, He Lizi. Although he wasn't good at fighting, in terms of information, he was a professional who had connections and informants in the Truth Society, even if he succumbed to force and acted very vile and flattering. But from the perspective of his heart, he had his own pride. There was almost nothing in Nuajin that he didn't know. He even had information that was currently only circulating in a very small circle. The black-scale faceless man Wang Erda was now in Nuajin. Rat Ruian, they all called him that. In the hunter organization White Wolf, most of the people's tainted blood came from the Sky Wolf, a dream beast that was known for its ferocity and brutality. His nickname, mixed in with the pack of wolves, was like a great irony. But he was proud of it. What's wrong with being a cowardly rat, insidious, cunning, greedy, slippery, and so on? To him, these were all compliments. Only this kind of person could live a long life. Oh, right, there was also a keen sense of smell and a clear insight. Judging the situation and sizing up the situation was his life-saving magic weapon. From the very beginning, he was a street thug. He had spent so many years, who knew how many organizations he had been transferred to, how many times he had been a traitor. He had left himself countless ways of escape, and the chips in his hands were getting bigger and bigger. The first website was M9Bkuj. No one could kill him, no one was willing to kill him. Rat Ruayan's intelligence network, only he knew how deep it was. And this time, he had sought refuge with a woman. When that miraculous wolf-like beast form brought destruction and blood, and then gracefully transformed back into a human, Ruayan understood that the hunter's knight might have a new master. This woman would bring about an unprecedented revolution, but it didn't matter, even if she failed, nothing would happen to Rat Ruayan. A wizard's brand of loyalty? Sorry, he had already secretly found a way to break it. Relying on his fake loyalty, he had lived a carefree life all these years, and those masters he had betrayed had already turned into a pile of yellow soil. And those idiots who couldn't see the situation clearly, such as the third leader Kaji, had already used their own lives to prove how cheap and dangerous trust was. When he was working for Heelezi, he also relied on this trick to make the big leader of the White Wolf believe in him, a notorious information dealer. Now, it was easy to deceive a little girl, a young lady. Rats also had their own ambitions. If he could find a way to control the beast form, he wouldn't have to rely on others and be a rat that ran rampant in the sewers. Yes, with unparalleled power, and with the intelligence network he controlled, he could be his own emperor under the sun. At that time, everyone would have to submit to him. Ruayan withdrew his gaze from the surroundings and looked at the owner of the bookstore. He carefully used his 40 years of experience to judge and observe. In the end, he concluded that this young man was just an ordinary person. Although there was a gargoyle on the table, this gargoyle didn't have any ether waves, it was just a small decoration in an ordinary person's home. But, his gaze moved to Jijishu. The hunter's expression was respectful, and his posture was humble, as if the other party was a god-level expert. For the first time, Ruayan was confused. Was he too old? Was the rat's eyesight not sharp enough? Was its sense of smell not sharp enough? No, not at all. He had always been confident in his judgment. Not long ago, he had accurately judged that Heelezi was about to make a big move. Moreover, this fellow's attitude towards his subordinates was not right recently, so he had long since switched sides and avoided a fatal disaster. Reality had proven that he was right. And this time, he chose to believe in himself. But out of respect for his new master and his natural caution, he still decided to see what kind of priceless advice this fellow would give in order to receive such treatment. Lin Jia's idea was simple. As long as he appeased the other party's anxiety, he would let her understand that this scumbag was indeed inferior to her. Now that the other party was afraid of her and she had already won, all she had to do was wait. He said, "You don't have to worry too much. Things are easier than you think. Your enemy is no longer him, but something else. What you fear is only fear itself, so, just wait for now. There will be news." That's it? If waiting could solve the problem without doing anything, then what was the use of the secret rites tower and the hunter? Ruayan frowned. His face was expressionless, but his facial muscles were faintly distorted. Big words, empty words, ambiguous words, these were all tricks used by swindlers. He was very familiar with them. After so many years of experience, he could not be more familiar with these kinds of words. He did not hesitate to judge that this was a complete swindler. But what surprised him was that Jijishu actually humbly accepted his advice. She nodded and said in a low voice, "Thank you for your guidance. I learned a lot from the book last time. But this time, the situation is different. I hope, phew." Ruayan tried to calm himself down, but his pride as a rat now felt like it had been thrown to the ground and stepped on. He was indeed old. Otherwise, why would he choose such a foolish master? What, an inexperienced little girl? Damn it, how could he not see through such an obvious swindler? Lin Jia suddenly put down his teacup with a subtle expression and said, "Sorry, please wait a moment. I have some things to deal with. I'll be done in about 5 minutes. TSK. That's terrible." He drank a little too much tea while waiting for the customer to read as usual. It just so happened that he started chatting with this young lady when it was time to go to the toilet. Although it was not impossible to endure, it was not good for the body. And there was no need to. He believed that she would understand his physiological needs. Jijishu was stunned, then nodded and said obediently, "Okay, please go ahead." Linjia stood up and walked towards the stairs on the second floor. He disappeared around the corner under the gazes of the two people. Jijishu was about to carefully ponder over the bookstore owner's words when Ruiyan suddenly bent down and said through gritted teeth, "Boss, what are you doing?" Jijishu frowned and said coldly, "I brought you here because the information you have might be useful. It's not because I trust you or think highly of you. What's with your tone right now? Don't forget the brand on your neck. You are now my retainer, not a wild rat that scurries everywhere. Maybe you need to know some rules." Ruiyan's face instantly distorted. He's a swindler, an out-and-out swindler. Yes, I don't know any rules, but I know this. I know it too well. Although his swindling skills are exquisite, I can find at least 3 people who are at the same level as him. An idiot who had been swindled in circles was actually looking at him with such a high and mighty gaze, as if he was looking at a rat in the gutter. Jijishu's face darkened and scolded in a low voice, "Shut up. I shouldn't have brought you here." Sure enough, a despicable and narrow-minded person only has despicable and narrow-minded things in his eyes. If you weren't still useful, I would have killed you right now. I'm loyal to you. You'll know soon. Ruiyan quietly slid out a poisonous arrow from his back to cover the killing intent in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "When he comes down, I'll prove it to you." Roar, a hissing sound that seemed to come from the abyss suddenly sounded in the bookstore. Ruiyan and Jijishu were stunned and turned to look at the counter at the same time. The pitch-black statue twisted and expanded at an extremely fast speed. It swung its long tail and spread out its huge bat wings. It was like a huge shadow from hell that shrouded the two people's figures. It opened its mouth and hissed silently. The evil blood-red light in its eyes burned brightly as it stared at the person who had revealed its killing intent, Ruiyan. Then it suddenly flew over and used its claws to grab Ruiyan's head. It ignored his struggling with all his strength and his frightened expression of extreme disbelief. It bit off his head and swallowed it. Then it ate his torso clean. Finally, it stuck out its long tongue and licked the blood on the floor and the cabinet clean. This process took less than a minute. Ruiyan didn't even have the chance to scream. The gargoyle turned back into a statue. Thump, thump, thump. Linjia came down the stairs and saw Jijishu standing alone in front of the counter, staring at the floor in a daze. He said in a strange tone, "Hey, that subordinate of yours, where is he?" Jijishu suddenly came back to her senses. Her face was pale as she looked at Linjia. She smiled with difficulty. He had some urgent matters. The treacherous and cunning rat would never have thought of this. He had been in and out of various organizations for decades and was safe and sound. On the surface, he was just an ordinary intelligence dealer, but in fact, he had spies all over the place. He could be called the king of the unknown dark kingdom. In the end, he died silently and without a trace in such a seemingly ordinary bookstore. He died because of his acuity that he was so proud of. Jijishu sat down again, but she felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. Her hand that was holding the teacup trembled slightly, and she could not help but glance at the gargoyle on the counter next to her. The demon that had just devoured a living human in an extremely cruel manner had now become a quiet black statue. It was as if nothing had happened. The statue did not even move from its original position. It was silently squatting at the door. Jijishu did not know if it was an illusion, but its blood-red eyes seemed to be brighter. Jijishu looked at Linjia, who was walking down the stairs as if nothing had happened. She thought to herself, this must be a warning from the owner of the bookstore. She remembered the URL, M9 Bikuj. Com. He must have seen Ruiyan's disrespect and suspicion, but he did not bother to point it out. Instead, he let the gargoyle kill this ignorant and fearless guy. It was an understatement. He did not even bother to do it himself, nor did he want to see this guy's ugly struggle in the face of death. Therefore, he just casually made an excuse and left. No, he did not even make an excuse. He said, "Take care of some things, 5 minutes is enough." Wasn't he talking about the time he took to kill Ruiyan? This was just like the temperament of the dark wizards, arrogant, elegant, cruel, and ruthless. They were more violent than hunters. No wonder Wang Erda appeared here. This annihilation level, who represented the image of the dark wizards in recent years, should be very good friends with the owner of the bookstore. What did you say just now? If you have any ideas, just tell me. I will try my best to help. Don't be shy. Xianxia smiled kindly at Jijishu and returned to his seat. Jijishu quivered and withdrew her gaze from the gargoyle. She said cautiously, "No, nothing. I was just wondering if you could lend me a book." "I'm very sorry. My attendant was a little rude just now. But please believe me, that was not my intention." At this moment, she felt at a loss, like a little girl who didn't know anything. He was not a cold-blooded hunter who had just annihilated the White Wolf leader's base camp. However, when a person who had just been talking to him was killed in an instant right next to him, not even leaving a trace behind, he felt the chilling sensation of impending death. It was impossible not to feel a deep sense of fear. To Jijishu, the most terrifying thing was that not only did Ruian not have any room to resist, but she also didn't have time to react. In other words, if the gargoyle had attacked her at that time, there was a high probability that she would have quietly disappeared from the face of the earth. If her attitude towards Xianxia before was respect, then now it was reverence from the bottom of her heart. Xianxia laughed involuntarily and said, "It doesn't matter. This is a bookstore. If you want to borrow, you can just choose. Do you want to look at the books on these shelves? But each person can only borrow 3 books at a time. If you want to buy, the price will be higher. Moreover, it is only limited to the books on the shelves behind you." He pointed at the 3 rows of bookshelves behind Jijishu. On those bookshelves were books that he had already read and saved copies of. Jijishu shook her head. She didn't dare to casually pry into this vast and mysterious library. The book Blood and Beasts from last time, she was still stuck at the preface. If she went deeper, she was afraid that her spirit would go crazy from looking directly at the taboo words. She could only wait for her strength to increase further. "Please recommend a suitable book for me. My will is too weak." She sat on the stool with her hands on her knees and said. Carefully. She was clearly a mature and elegant woman in her 20s, but now she looked like a pitiful and lovable kitten. Xianxia felt that this young Mrs. attitude was a bit strange. He had only left for 5 minutes, but she looked like she had seen a tiger. Even her tone was a bit softer. It was as if she had received a blow to her spirit. Xianxia thought about it. The only change in the middle should be the subordinate who had suddenly left because of an urgent matter. When he was upstairs, he faintly heard the sound of an argument coming from downstairs. If that was the case, according to his guess, this subordinate probably felt that this young miss condescending to come to this broken bookstore was very inappropriate. Thus, he wanted to persuade the young miss to stay away from this swindler. However, Jijishu had already built up her trust in him, so she refused. In the end, the two parted on bad terms. That subordinate probably went home to report the young miss's rebellion. AI, that's right. This is the image of a young miss who can meet a scumbag. If that's the case, I do have a book that I can recommend to you. Xianxia stood up and took out a book from the bookshelf. He patted the dust off the book and turned his head, squinting his eyes. Oh right, that subordinate of yours has a strange look in his eyes. It's best not to talk about things like absolute loyalty. After what had just happened, Jijishu was a bit hesitant and wavered. But, light magi had passed down the power of runes since ancient times, especially the brand of loyalty. It was very popular among the upper echelons of the nobility and the rich. Of course, different magi drew different runes, and only the person who drew them knew how to dispel them. If Ruian's brand lost its effectiveness, it meant that, Haywood, the light magus that her father had supported, might have sold the dispelling rune to someone else without permission. Xianxia handed over the book in his hands and said in a low voice, "Others are hell. You will never be able to accurately judge what others are thinking, right? No matter what method you use, you will never be able to completely expose a person's heart to you. The only person you can rely on, the only person you can trust, is yourself. So, work hard. When you are as indestructible as steel, no one will be able to defeat you." Jijishu received the book with both hands and muttered as she looked at the cover, "Steel." Xianxia smiled and nodded his head. Yes, it was how steel is forged. Read it more. If you can comprehend anything from it, it will be helpful. That way, one day, when you look back on your past, you won't feel regret for being mediocre and wasting your time. You won't feel guilty for being despicable and living a vulgar life. You have your own mission. When Jijishu left the bookstore, she stood absent-mindedly in the rain, the words of the owner of the bookstore still lingering in her ears. She looked at the steel-wool book in her hands and slowly flipped through the pages. In that instant, an unknown force filled her mind and soul, making her feel as if everything in front of her had nowhere to hide. The rainwater's tracks were clearly visible. The fine raindrops stretched into white lines before finally disintegrating into water droplets in her field of vision. The wild wind blew past everything. Countless chaotic sounds were carried along by the wind and fell into her ears. Bit by bit, they were peeled away and materialized into objects in her mind. The cloud vortex that was gradually converging in the sky, the rustling leaves that were flying everywhere, the swaying wires, the running people, the turbulent water flow, breathing, heartbeat, blood, soul, ether. Jijishu felt that her soul was being pulled out, but it was not completely severed from her body. Her soul no longer looked like a soul. It began to extend and relax, like a huge octopus rising into the void and gradually extending its countless tentacles in all directions. Jijishu was at a loss for a moment before she realized the current situation. She instinctively looked towards the bookstore, but it was as if she saw a cloud of fog. It was as if she could not see anything. Through the glass window on the door of the bookstore, she could see Xianxia picking a book from the bookshelf. He still looked ordinary. She shifted her line of sight to the gargoyle. She saw that there were close to 1,000 souls condensed on the small, pitch-black stone statue. The densely packed skeletons of different degrees of decay were squeezed together, wailing and roaring, reaching out to grab something. Among them, the most conspicuous one was the most complete soul that was screaming in pain. 1 second to remember, http://m9bkuj. It was the rat Ruayan who had died an unnatural death not long ago. Jijishu did not see the loyalty rune on his soul. Highwood's brand had been removed as expected. Just as Jijishu had this thought, the tentacles floating in the air had already rushed towards the distance, entangling Ruayan's soul that was about to be assimilated by the gargoyle. There was a tearing sound. Jijishu suddenly felt a sharp pain in her mind, as if it was being stirred up by a heavy hammer. Ugh, Jijishu groaned. As if she had been hit by a heavy blow, she took half a step back and steadied her body. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the page in her hand, panting heavily. Oh, so that's how it is. Hunter could feel that her soul had mutated. The invisible octopus-like soul was still floating behind her like a ghost, but it could not leave her side for the time being. The octopus's countless tentacles were wrapped around a soul with a fearful expression. It was Ruayan. He seemed to want to say something. His eyes were wide open, but his mouth was tightly covered by the tentacle. An indestructible iron will, a power that works directly on the soul. Mr. Lin is indeed impressive. He easily changed the structure of my soul and put in a huge amount of ether. Now, I can be called a true panic grade hunter. In beast form, I might be able to fight an annihilation grade. Jijishu mumbled to herself. She wiped the blood from her nose with the back of her hand. Her iron-gray eyes were exceptionally bright. She smiled and said, "This feeling of being stuffed really isn't bad." All of this was given to her by Mr. Lin. If the bookstore hadn't opened its doors for her at that time, she might have died under the pursuit, and there wouldn't have been any follow-up. Yes, it was not an exaggeration to say that Mr. Lin had given her a second life. Jijishu's heart was in turmoil. In the end, she stood in the rain and bowed in the direction of the bookstore, silently expressing her submission and loyalty. This was respect for the strong, and also the etiquette of being willing to become a subordinate. From Jijishu's point of view, since the other party had spent so much effort on her, increasing her strength, and eliminating the traitor. But so far, he hadn't taken the initiative to ask for anything in return. The most likely possibility was that he wanted to cultivate his own force and gradually change the hierarchy of hunters. Her voluntary loyalty must be something that the other party would be happy to see. So, why not be more obedient, but then again. Mr. Lin's strength was indeed unfathomable. She felt that in that state, she might have been able to see through the annihilation-grade ether disguise, but Mr. Lin's disguise was not abnormal at all. At first glance, he looked exactly as ordinary as the naked eye observed him. It was really impressive. Xianxia reached out and took a picture book, arranged the order of the books, and put it back. When he turned around and was about to go back, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Jijishu wiping her nosebleed. Then, she bowed apologetically in his direction. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. He stopped arranging the bookshelves and slowly watched her leave. He felt that something was wrong. Hey. This girl, could it be that she was some kind of infatuated girl? She came to his bookstore so often. Could it be that she was actually? No. It was better not to have such an impolite thought. It was not good for either party. Xianxia shook his head and got rid of those thoughts. He sat back down in his fixed seat, randomly picked a book, and continued to read to pass the time. Coincidentally, he picked the very healing and heartwarming The Little Prince. This fairy tale was full of philosophy. The stories and principles it told were really gentle and cute. It was a good book that Xianxia had not gotten tired of reading many times. Xianxia was satisfied and decided that this would be his bedtime reading for the night. Ding-ling welcome. After Xianxia said that, he froze and realized that another customer had come. HM? What kind of day was it today? That young lady was indeed a koi. He straightened his body slightly and looked at the door. His eyes lit up. This time, it was a completely new customer who had come. But, he didn't look very friendly. Bang. The door closed and leather shoes fell to the ground. A heavy sound was heard. An old man wearing a casual suit and looking a little tired walked in. His strong body completely blocked the glass window on the door. In an instant, more than half of the light in the bookstore was blocked. Xianxia had to reach out and turn on the light. Then, he smiled and said, "Hello, how can I help you? You can read, borrow, or buy books." Under the light, his mountain-like body reminded people of Arnold Schwarzenegger, but his head of white hair didn't make people think of him as an old man. His tired and sharp eyes made him look like a resting lion. When he walked in, his eyes wandered around as if he was inspecting his own territory. Xianxia couldn't tell how old this customer was. Then, "Sir, it's not wrong to call him sir." The old man looked around and finally saw the gargoyle on the counter. His eyes trembled. He knocked on the counter and looked up. "You're the owner of this bookstore?" Xianxia nodded. "Yes, sir, that's right." Xianxia was silent for a moment. Then, he squeezed out the words from between his teeth. "Sir? Damn you, if it was a little knight who spoke like that." Xianxia swore that he would break that guy's hollow skull. His chest heaved up and down a few times. However, when he remembered that the person in front of him was just an ordinary person, he swallowed his anger. He slammed his hands on the counter and stared at Xianxia, asking in a deep voice, "Is that gargoyle yours?" Xianxia, a former Radiant Grand Knight. He had learned that the black-scaled faceless man Wang Erda had appeared in the nameless bookstore on 23rd Street and stayed there for more than an hour. It was very suspicious, so he had come to investigate. Before he came, he had carefully read through the information of the bookstore. Because this matter was related to an annihilation-level black wizard, the information had been sorted out during the process of being sent up. The situation was very clear. The background of the bookstore was so clean that it made one's hair stand on end. It could even be said that it was a blank. The owner of the bookstore, Xianxia, was a black-haired, black-eyed foreigner from the Northern Highlands. He opened a bookstore here 3 years ago. Later, he was fortunate enough to obtain the favor of the vice-chairman of the Withering Tree Chamber of Commerce with his extremely valuable books. He received a guarantee and officially opened his business. This was public information that could be searched within the Withering Tree Chamber of Commerce. With the reputation of the Withering Tree Chamber of Commerce and the mental cleanliness of the Druids, this information was 99% reliable. It was indeed so. In every corner of the bookstore, and the young man in front of him, there was not a trace of ether fluctuation. In the eyes of someone of his level, the ether flow in Nuajin was very clear. There was no possibility of being deceived. The first website was M9 Bikuj. Come in this way, he did not have to go through so much trouble to inquire. This young man must know nothing, Wang Erda would not reveal his information to him. It was just a waste of time. When Xianxia was young, he had made many mistakes like this. Now, he had learned how to avoid it. The situation was clear at a glance. The only abnormality was this gargoyle. Wang Erda borrowed books and used an hour to place a gargoyle here. There must be a purpose. Could it be some kind of coordinate? Xianxia stared at the young man in front of him with an extremely oppressive posture. His sharp eyes judged whether he was lying or not. That gargoyle, is it yours? Xianxia heard this and turned to look at the gargoyle in surprise. He shook his head. One of my customers gave it to me. Yes, it's a souvenir. Could it be that this old man had taken a fancy to this craft and wanted to buy it? That would not do. The souvenirs that Lao Wang had given him had more meaning than value. While Xianxia was thinking about how to refuse, Xianxia glanced at the registration book on Xianxia's desk that hadn't been returned and saw the name in the corner. Frank Wang Erda. Is he the guest? He asked. Xianxia naturally didn't notice this inadvertent movement. He couldn't imagine that someone could see the blurry corner of the register with just a glance in such a dim light. But even so, this corner was not enough for people to say its full name. Thus, he instantly knew that the person in front of him knew Lao Wang. Yes. He became vigilant and nodded without batting an eyelid. Could this old man be old Wang's enemy? Why do I feel like I'm here for revenge? Xianxia frowned. How could Wang Erda give a gargoyle of this level to an ordinary person? This was indeed a very typical gargoyle produced by a dark warlock. Its strength was extraordinary. It was at least a terror grade, and not just any terror grade. Even to him, it was a little threatening, enough to cut his skin and cause him to bleed. And it even exposed its real name. No, wait, maybe it wasn't exposed, but on purpose? They had originally speculated that this was a stronghold of the dark warlocks, but now it seemed that this young bookstore owner was an ordinary person, so it didn't make sense. But if they used this as a secret signal, then this was actually just a meeting point. Xianxia looked at the old man in front of him and fell into deep thought. He felt that this guy didn't seem to be here for revenge. Logically speaking, the process of revenge should be to first threaten, then coerce, and then ask about Lao Wang's whereabouts, what he had done recently, his whereabouts, and so on. If he spoke, he would be silenced. If he didn't speak, he would first be beaten and tortured, then silenced. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like it. He just asked a few insignificant questions, then stood there thinking. What kind of revenge was this? Xianxia couldn't help but think about it from another perspective. It was also possible that this old man was Lao Wang's friend, although he looked very unfriendly. With Linjia's many years of experience in judging people, he couldn't be a bad person after putting aside the prejudice of the first impression. When he came in, although he had a strong aura, he was actually careful with his every move and didn't destroy anything in the bookstore. He didn't damage the door when he opened and closed it, and he didn't damage the counter when he slapped it. Thinking about it this way, he was actually a meticulous and gentle person. Linjia looked thoughtful. He cleared his throat and said, "Are you a friend of Mr. Wang?" "Erda?" Xianxia came back to his senses and looked at him. He showed a strange smile when he heard the question. "Friend? Kind of. We've known each other for many years, but 2 years ago, he and I had a small conflict, so he left without saying goodbye. I didn't hear any news about him until recently." Linjia thought to himself, as expected. 2 years ago, wasn't that when Lao Wang first came to the bookstore? No wonder he looked so lost. It turned out that he had a conflict with a good friend, Sai. Lao Wang really didn't have it easy. Not only did he have to live alone in such a big city, but he also had a conflict with his friends. But now it seemed that this person in front of him wanted to take the initiative to reconcile. It was truly worthy of celebration, Linjia said happily, so that's how it is. No wonder you could recognize that it belonged to Mr. Wang Erda at a glance. You two must have a very good relationship. Xianxia cautiously used his detection technique and said casually, "It's quite good. It can be said that we're true bosom buddies and confidants. I've been looking for traces of him all these years." Speaking of his relationship with Wang Erda, it was so good that he wanted to chop off his neck and crush his organs. Oh. He had almost done it 2 years ago. However, Wang Erda didn't die at that time because he didn't know what method he used. Lin Jie didn't expect the friendship between these two old men to be so deep. He said emotionally, "That's a really enviable friendship. It's a pity that I don't know his address. Otherwise, I would definitely tell you. Even if you know, it must be fake." Yu pursed his lips. He didn't know why he was chatting with this bookstore owner. But anyway, he could just erase this guy's memory after this. It wouldn't hurt to chat with him. Lin Jie said, "Mr. Wang Erda just came to borrow books a few days ago. It should be a while before he comes again. We probably won't be able to find him in the short term. Would you like to sit down and rest for a while?" Yu raised his head. The young man in front of him had a kind and gentle smile on his face. He even poured a cup of hot tea for him. "Or, do you want to read a book? Rest? Do I look that useless to you?" Yu snorted, but the owner of the bookstore in front of him didn't have any evil intentions according to the knight's justice holy seal. The favorability he gave to a stubborn old knight was not just a little bonus. At the very least, it rose from indifference to friendliness. And the other party's casual and equal attitude made him feel a rare desire to chat for some reason. Perhaps it was because after becoming a glorious grand knight, it had been too long since anyone dared to be so casual with him. Anyway, the person in front of him was just an ordinary person who didn't know anything. He didn't need to put on the airs of a superior or senior. Lin Jie shook his head and said sincerely, "Of course not, it's just that, the recent rainy weather has a big impact on your joints. Your sleeping situation should be very difficult. I feel that you are a little tired, and your complexion is a little pale. Most old people of this age should have problems with sleep and rheumatism," and he slightly noticed that the other party's left and right hands were uncoordinated. That kind of mental exhaustion was not obvious, but it was not difficult for Lin Jie, who was good at observation, to notice. "I think you spent a lot of effort to find Mr. Wang Erda, right?" Lin Jie sighed and said, "I'm really happy for your great friendship." Yu's right hand, which was wearing a leather glove, moved slightly, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. How could this bookstore owner? No, it should be a coincidence. But why did he feel that these three keywords, joint, sleep, and wild, when put together, had a profound and meaningful feeling, and from the words great friendship, there was a kind of sarcasm, but it didn't seem to mean anything. After all, he was the one who said that he and Wang Erda had a deep friendship. Yu's expression became a little complicated and said, "I'm not an old man. How can the rainy weather affect my joints? Also, my complexion is not bad because of this. As for letting me read books, that's not necessary. I didn't bring any money." Lin Jie saw that although he said that, he reached out and sat down on a stool. He shook his head in his heart. Seriously, the moment he opened his mouth, he knew that he was an old tsundere. Lin Jie pushed the tea over and said, "There's no charge for reading in the bookstore, but it's only limited to the area behind me. Have a cup of tea to warm yourself up. Perhaps I can convey your message to Mr. Wang Erda." Yu took the cup and took a sip. He was not used to the taste of the tea leaves. He frowned and shook his head. "No need. I'll leave after sitting for a while." While he was frowning, he felt a headache coming on again. Damn, it's really getting more and more frequent. Yu endured and shifted the stool under his butt. Due to the angle of his seat and the shift of his attention, he caught a glimpse of the book that Lin Jie had put aside and was originally in his hands. Yu's eyes suddenly turned cold. Child of the Abyss, Lin Jie had already said naturally, "I happen to be reading a very relaxing fairy tale. It's very heartwarming and healing. Do you want to try it? I think reading it before going to bed relieves a lot of stress." According to the teachings of his language teacher in high school, the more fierce-looking a man was, the more likely he was to be a gentle girl. He firmly believed in this. The person in front of him was meticulous, and he could not forget their friendship. He was also tsundere. In that case, it was highly likely that the old man in front of him belonged to this type. Fairy tale? Yu snorted. Childish and ridiculous things. Young man, you're not young anymore. Why would you like to read this kind of book? Alright then. This is the best fairy tale I've ever read. It's the only copy in Nuajin. Linjia took back his hand that had picked up the little prince with some regret and said, "What a pity." Yusefyu's mouth suddenly twitched. He pointed at the book in Linjia's hands and said, "You're talking about this one? Fairy tale? Are you sure? Whose fairy tale is named Child of the Abyss? Is this a fairy tale about a beast in a dream?" Linjia nodded, baffled. "Of course. It's a very good fairy tale. It's an absolute classic." Yusefyu vaguely felt that something was wrong, but until now, he still had not felt the flow of ether. It was just that this damned fairy tale actually gave him the urge to see why it was named like this. "Give it to me." Finally, he reached out his hand expressionlessly and leaned against the counter. "I'll fulfill your wish then. I'll just casually take a look." Linjia's face showed that he had expected this. He smiled and handed over the book in his hand. Yusefyu pretended to casually glance at the cover and title of the book that he had skipped before, Child of the Abyss. It really was called this. What kind of bedtime fairy tale was this? Yusefyu reached out and was just about to take it when he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. The stabbing pain that he had forcibly suppressed before was rapidly magnified in his mind. His vision was shrouded in shadows, and there were overlapping ravings and tinnitus in his ears. Starting from his spine, it gradually spread to the depths of his soul. It was as if his soul was being torn apart. His body began to lose its center of gravity. *****. He was too familiar with this feeling of following him like a shadow, magic sword Chandra. It seemed to be resonating with something. Why did it have to be at this time? Wait, this guy kept saying before bed. It couldn't be that he was referring to this sleep, right? Could this be a trap? Yusefyu's consciousness was completely cut off at this time. He fell down from the counter, and the call of the bookstore owner faded away from his ears. "Hey hey! Hey! Uncle! Uncle, are you okay? Hey, hey hey! Are you okay?" Linjia's face changed. He quickly flipped over the counter with one hand and went forward to support the uncle who suddenly seemed to have a stroke. Or, could it be a sudden cerebral hemorrhage? Although this uncle looked a bit old, his physique was very strong. He didn't look like someone who would have this kind of problem. But he was still an old man after all. Anyway, he had to save him first. However, when Linjia painstakingly moved him to the ground and laid him down, he found that the uncle's breathing was stable and his heartbeat was strong. There were no abnormal symptoms. Instead, it seemed like he was just sleeping. "Are you okay?" Linjia suspiciously reached out to grab the guy's wrist and accurately pressed his finger on the artery. As a folklore scholar, it was normal for him to know a little about pulse reading and basic medical skills, right? Linjia frowned and then let go. He put down Yusefyu's wrist and sighed, "This pulse is even stronger than a young man like me." "Your uncle is still your uncle. He's very healthy." But why did he suddenly faint? It couldn't be related to his book, right? Right? Although this uncle did only do one thing before he fainted, and that was to take his book. But in this world, there shouldn't be a reason for someone to suddenly fall into a coma after reading The Little Prince, right? So it definitely had nothing to do with him. This was The Little Prince, a heartwarming and healing fairy tale. After reading it, he should only feel comfortable and not have a heart attack. Linjia sighed. But after all, this person fainted at his place. He would temporarily settle him down and ask him when he woke up. Linjia thought for a bit. There was a spare folding chair in the basement. Even though it was too narrow for sleeping, it was still fine to lie down for a short period of time. Linjia immediately went to the basement and moved the folding chair up. Because he had a habit of cleaning the basement every once in a while, it wasn't dirty and could be used immediately. "Even though I expected it to be heavy, I didn't expect it to be this heavy." Linjia held Yusefyu's arms and tried to lift him up from the ground. After failing 3 times, he deeply realized his mistake. It's like a 2-meter-long brown bear with steel-like muscles all over its body. That's ridiculous. Unlike before, when Linjia was sitting and Yusefyu was standing, the difference in height and body size wasn't that obvious. But now, Linjia truly felt like he was facing a giant beast. He was at least 2 meters tall, his muscles were clearly defined, and his fists were as big as sandbags. It made people wonder if he could really smash a dog's head with one punch. His hair was already white, but he had such a terrifying physique. Normally, only someone as skinny as old Wang was a real old man. Right? Remember, http://m9bkuj. Xianxia looked at Yu lying on the ground with a headache. What should he do? He definitely couldn't just leave him like this. If other customers came, he could try to help. But in this terrible weather, where would other customers come from? Forget it. Even though I'm sorry, I didn't want to do this. I hope you can forgive me. Xianxia sincerely apologized for the rude behavior he was about to do. Then he reached out his hand and grabbed Yu's collar. He dragged the heavy bear-like body to the front of the folding chair and put him on it. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Yu's right arm fell on the metal armrest of the folding chair, making a heavy metal collision sound. Xianxia was stunned. He lowered his head and saw Yu's right wrist. The silver-white metallic light was particularly eye-catching under the warm light. The scale-like fine texture had a unique beauty, indicating the top level of craftsmanship of this mechanical arm. Xianxia's expression changed instantly. This old man was actually disabled like Lao Wang? Moreover, this kind of precision mechanical prosthesis was not something that ordinary people could use. Xianxia also knew a little about mechanical prosthetics. Out of curiosity about the technology of this world, as well as his folklore expertise, he had done extensive research on these new technologies. In order to better understand the thoughts and habits of the people of this world, it would be easier for them to integrate. Although Azir's technology level was similar to that of Earth's in the 80s and 90s, its mechanical and biological technology level was far beyond that of Earth's, and it had developed some strange technology trees. Mechanical prosthetics were one of them. However, even the ordinary model of this toy was considered high-end goods. Ordinary civilians would not be able to come into contact with it, nor could they afford to use it. Not to mention the kind of thing that Joseph had. Even if you had money, you couldn't buy it. This level of precision and weight has definitely exceeded the level of daily life. Xianxia thought to himself, plus, this old man's astonishing physical strength and his extraordinary aura, could it be? He felt like he had discovered the old man's true identity. He's actually a retired senior military officer? Xianxia nodded thoughtfully. That's right. He had interacted with some military personnel before, and they gave off a very similar feeling to this old man. They both had a natural toughness and integrity. Thinking about it this way, the fierceness and exhaustion he showed before could be due to PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, after coming back from the battlefield. The loss of his right arm was his glory on the battlefield. No wonder his expression was a bit strange when I mentioned the joint. Xianxia came to a sudden realization. Mechanical prosthetics were made entirely of metal, but the ability to move freely depended on the bionic nerves and muscles of the artificial limb. The core driving force was electricity. Xianxia did not know the specific operating principles of this thing, but he felt that this series of explanations gave off the feeling of "I think this should work" of goblin technology. However, Xianxia had a deep impression of one thing: the metal connecting parts of the joint were prone to slight short circuits due to moisture. Therefore, the impact of a rainy day on the artificial limb was almost equivalent to rheumatism. I thought it was unreliable. Sigh, could it be that he fainted because of a problem with the artificial limb? If there is a constant electrical leakage, it should also affect the nerves. Xianxia sighed and tucked Yu's arm back. He took 2 steps back and looked at the unconscious Yu who was imprisoned by the narrow recliner. Along with the dim lights of the bookstore and the sound of the wind and rain outside. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm doing something strange? For a moment, Xianxia vaguely felt like he was the night butcher on a rainy night. It was the kind of butcher who killed someone on a rainy night, then dragged the heavy corpse into a dark shop to do some unspeakable things to hide the truth. He stared at the corpse in a daze, and the long bloodstains on the ground were especially eerie. This feeling. Xianxia shook his head and laughed. His imagination was a bit too rich. How could someone think like that? His gentle and amiable temperament, kind and warm-hearted character. Even in this kind of situation that seemed very misleading, he was absolutely upright. A straight body is not afraid of a crooked shadow, Xianxia. straightened his back and suddenly realized that Xianxia was still clutching the book The Little Prince tightly in his hand. He did not let go even after he fainted. He smiled slightly. Even the iron-blooded people have fairy-tale-like dreams. Sleep in peace. Thump. Xianxia suddenly heard the sound of something falling outside the bookstore. He was startled and turned around to look. Outside the gray window, a figure seemed to quickly pass by. The figure seemed to be frightened and let out a low cry. It seemed to be tightly covering its mouth. Is someone there? Xianxia frowned and asked. He walked to the door and opened it. There was no one outside. There was only a black cat running in the rain in the distance and quickly disappeared. What, it's a cat. Xianxia waved at the cat and smiled. It's very dangerous outside. Be careful and go home quickly. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. How could this be? The black cat's face was filled with fear and horror, and its eyes were filled with panic. It ran in the rain, breaking through a fog-like curtain of rain. After running for an unknown amount of time, the exhausted black cat suddenly tripped and fell. It somersaulted and got up again. It continued to run for a few more steps and hid in a small alley. Huff. Huff, the black cat shook off the water droplets on its fur and looked outside cautiously. It was only when it saw that there was no one around that it let out a sigh of relief. It went limp and sat on the ground. Transfiguration, remove. The black cat's breathing gradually calmed down. It opened its mouth and a sharp teenage voice sounded. A wave of ether caused the black cat's body to twist and elongate, turning into a teenager of about 15 or 16 years old. It was Morrison Gallege with short brown hair, a face full of freckles, and the ability to turn into a cat. His website was m9bkuj.com. He was an investigator of the Mai Tower's intelligence department and had been in the job for a year. Although he was young, his attainments in transfiguration were far beyond ordinary people. Therefore, he was qualified to carry out independent missions. However, the situation this time was very different. He was originally in the middle of a mission, which was equivalent to a vacation, so he did not take on any missions. However, Gallege heard that this time, the former glorious Grand Knight Xianxia had refused to follow everyone because of the danger of Wang Erda. He had come alone to investigate the matter. Gallege was a teenager who had joined the intelligence department for the sake of Xianxia. He knew very well about the story between the glorious Grand Knight Xianxia and the dark wizard Wang Erda. Out of curiosity and concern for his idol, he cautiously followed Xianxia to this bookstore. Of course, he fully utilized his own specialty. He stayed at a safe distance all the way, not allowing himself to be exposed. Until just now, not long ago. Gallege waited for about 10 minutes outside the bookstore. He was just about to take a peek inside to see what was going on. In the end, he saw a very terrifying scene. An annihilation-class radiant knight, an undefeatable holy flame, and a humanoid monster with half a body made of steel. He curled up in pain in front of the counter as if he was injured, and then fell straight to the ground. Gallege swore he saw it clearly with his feline eyes. Just a second ago, Xianxia was still chatting happily with the bookstore owner who seemed to be very amiable. The atmosphere was very harmonious. The next second, Xianxia fell to the ground as if he had been hit by a heavy blow. The bookstore owner jumped out from behind the counter and stretched out his hand to control the Grand Knight's lifeline, making some strange movements. Gallege dared to swear that this was some kind of evil witchcraft. Then, without any mercy, the bookstore owner violently dragged the knight into a narrow container and mocked him coldly in a low voice. Even iron-blooded people have fairy tale dreams? Was he mocking Xianxia for his recklessness and going alone? Did he think that he was as childish as a child, or could it be that the Mai Tower's great cause of eradicating all darkness was just an illusory dream? Damn it, he said to sleep peacefully. Could it be that he wants the undefeatable holy flame to fall into eternal slumber? Gallege shuddered. Too scary. What was even scarier was that this was already half the truth. What exactly is going on? Who is this bookstore owner? How is it possible that Lord Joseph didn't even put up any resistance before collapsing? Gallege's heart was in a mess. His face was pale, and his body was trembling non-stop. He felt as if he had just escaped death. No, it wasn't as if. He had just returned from the brink of death. He couldn't forget the feeling of his heart stopping when he accidentally knocked over some junk outside the door due to his anger. The bookstore owner could have caught him directly, but he stopped at the entrance of the bookstore. But he knew that the bookstore owner had seen through his disguise. Danger? Yes, the real danger was right in front of him. There was only one path to safety, home. The bookstore owner deliberately let him go so that he could go back and report. Perhaps it was a warning, perhaps it was a provocation, perhaps it was a mockery. But he had no other choice now. Xianxia had fallen. Now, only he could report the news to the Mai Tower. Morrison Galege, an investigator of the Mai Tower's intelligence department. He had taken on the heaviest mission so far. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he clenched his teeth and turned back into a black cat, charging towards the Mai Tower. Xianxia fell into an illusion once again. In front of him was an endless starry sky and nothingness. Stars of all sizes filled the pitch-black sky, twinkling. Billions of light-years away, stars were being born and destroyed in a cycle. The concept of time was disappearing. In this sea of stars, countless colossal creatures were cruising. Many times, these colossal shadows would flow from here into reality. In Xianxia's eyes, the space on both sides overlapped, forming a strange yet beautiful picture. It was as shocking as a blue whale shuttling between cities. But most of the time, this kind of shock was painful. Because it would destroy his cognition and make him fall into a fear of the unknown. And the demon sword Chandra would pass through tens of thousands of years of time, letting out a painful and distorted cry to the starry sky. Xianxia would occasionally feel that it was like a baby missing its mother. To be honest, guarding the demon sword Chandra was like taking care of a disobedient child to him. It was difficult for him to grasp the child's emotions, and because of his age, he was increasingly unable to discipline it. But this time was different. There was a book in Xianxia's hand, a book that didn't look thick or big. Walala, the pages flipped quickly, and the indescribable taboo language flashed before his eyes. Those who gaze at the abyss will also be watched by the abyss and acknowledged by the abyss. Wait. Wait. Damn it. Trap. Aha. Xianxia instantly woke up because of the sharp pain in his head, and because he received too much information, he felt his head swell. In the demon sword's violent emotions, there was a trace of joy, and Xianxia's pain quickly subsided. Why was it happy? Was it because of this book? Fairy tales were indeed for children to read. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. He stared blankly at the unfamiliar ceiling and tried to move, but found that his movements seemed to be restricted. He lowered his head slightly, and sure enough, he was holding that fairy tale in his hand. So it was such a fairy tale. Hey. Sir, you're awake? A familiar young man's voice came from beside him. Xianxia turned his head and saw that familiar smiling face. He shook his head and felt that his headache had disappeared. He stretched out his hand to support himself. Xianxia turned his head to look at Lin Jia, sat up, and whispered, "Thank you." "Thank you." Xianxia said this sentence from the bottom of his heart and instinct. Although the suspicion and vigilance in his heart did not diminish, this gratitude was still sincere. Xianxia sat up from the recliner, and his heavy body gave this old object a huge pressure. The recliner made a creaking sound as if it was on the verge of falling apart. He frowned and stood up with his hands clenched into fists. The owner of the bookstore waved his hand as if he did not care about what he did and said, "It's okay. Helping the customers is what I should do. How do you feel now? Are you okay?" Xianxia moved the joints and muscles of his whole body and made a clenched fist posture. It actually made a sound like a taut bowstring. It was as if this punch was like a bow that was ready to shoot. Once the spring was released, the power that could be released would be absolutely amazing. He took a deep breath and his mind was clear. Unlike the previous situation where he was tortured by illusions, his senses became unusually clear. This was an unprecedented refreshing feeling. He remembered the URL, M9B Kuj. There were still remnants of the emotions transmitted by the magic sword, Chandra. Peace, comfort, joy, so good, Xianxia could not help but smile with a sigh of relief. The feeling of being at the peak finally returned to him after 2 years. Lin Jia secretly twitched the corner of his mouth as he watched from the side. From the looks of it, this old man's punch could really kill someone. He felt that his guess was more and more reliable. This posture really had the feeling of a soldier, the cold and austere feeling, and the sense of danger that could make people's hair stand on end. I'm good now, better than ever. Xianxia withdrew his fist, returned to his normal posture, and nodded. He thought about the words of the owner of the bookstore thoughtfully. Helping the customers was a matter of course. In other words, no matter who the customer was, he would help them with a neutral attitude. No, it was not. This was more like a kind of chaotic kindness based on one's own will. No matter if it was a heinous and brutal dark wizard like Wang Erda, or a grand knight like him who hated evil. As long as one entered this bookstore, they would be the target of the owner's help. Xianxia had only seen this kind of behavior from one group, the elves. These were the minority races from ancient times that had yet to die out. They were long-lived, elegant, and skilled in the arts. The owner of the bookstore in front of them gave off a very similar feeling to them. Only a long lifespan could make him lose the will to distinguish between good and evil and start to pursue new interests. Her attitude towards others was so gentle and courteous, with a natural calmness and elegance. On the other hand, opening a bookstore and liking to read corresponded to being good at art. Humans nowadays did not have much interest in books. What was even more coincidental was that the first owner of the magic sword, Chandra. It was an elf named Chandra. Furthermore, in the legend that had been passed down for 10,000 years, Chandra was the prince of the ancient Era's elven kingdom, and later became the elven king of the moon. As well as the source of the Great Plague and the first lunatic. His madness was buried under the dust of history. The only thing people knew was that he had killed himself with his own sword. The sword became a wedge, nailing his soul. His soul turned into a curse, turning this sword into a demon sword. The prince shared a name with his sword. After that, every wielder of the demon sword would eventually die after going crazy. Before this, Xianxia once felt that he was not far from the end of this process. But now, everything was different. The book in his hand could actually pacify the demon sword. Chandra, then, the owner of the bookstore who could have such a book, no matter how he thought about it, seemed that he could only be an elf. In this way, the lack of ether fluctuations was very easy to explain. If there was an elf who had lived from ancient times to the present, then it was impossible for him to put his power in other areas except for his lifespan. At this time, thinking about the words of the owner of the bookstore, everything was explained. Xianxia looked at the owner of the bookstore, picked up the book in his hand, and whispered, "Just now, you said that this book is the only one, and you like to read it very much. Then, can I still borrow it?" Xianxia nodded, blinked, and laughed involuntarily. "Of course, if it wasn't like this, I wouldn't have released it, and I wouldn't have recommended it to you." He cleared his throat. "Actually, from the first time I saw it, I felt that this book was very suitable for you. Many people like you will be in a lot of pain because of the torment and regret in their hearts. They feel that it was because of their lack of ability and their weak will that such things happened. This led to self-doubt, and in the end, they were driven to madness." Xianxia had seen people who had been on the battlefield before. They often brooded over their experiences of doing something wrong on the battlefield. This was because, under normal circumstances, any small mistake on the battlefield could result in a life. But in fact, it was never pain that defeated them, but their cowardly kindness. Xianxia was stunned, and muttered softly, "Kindness?" He had seen two wielder of the demon sword, and they were both famous glorious grand knights of the Myrt Tower. Every one of them had great deeds and perfect conduct. But in the end, without exception, they were all tainted by the demon sword. And their greatest regret was that they were unwilling to accept it, and felt that it was because of their lack of ability that they couldn't completely control the demon sword. Xianxia shook his head, and took a deep look at Xianxia. He sat back behind the counter and crossed his arms. "Kindness is a good thing, but the key word is cowardice. Because of the high expectations of others, and because of their noble character and sense of responsibility, they want to give others more confidence and help. So, they double up on arming themselves, making themselves seem invincible and full of aggressiveness. But in reality, this kind of defense is incomparably weak. Once the spirit collapses, any factor can take advantage of it. This kind of kindness can save others, but it can't save oneself. Those who stare into the abyss will also be stared at by the abyss. Sometimes, don't think of yourself as an omnipotent hero. Being an ordinary person and escaping appropriately is a kind of courage, and it won't crush you. After a mouthful of chicken soup, I don't believe that you won't be moved by it. Lin Jia showed his signature smile. This was Teacher Lin's classic marketing words. He had to tie the product and the customer together, making them feel that only they were worthy of this thing, and this thing was something that highlighted the customer's own characteristics. Xianxia digested Lin Jia's words, and felt that he had some understanding. So that was it. The demon sword's corruption didn't happen overnight. The Grand Knight's conduct was impeccable, but in the end, they were tainted. They had always thought that the curse of the demon sword was too strong. They didn't expect that behind all this, it was actually the demon in the heart of the demon sword's wielder. They had been going in the wrong direction all this time. Damn it. But will it last long if we just pacify it? Xianxia frowned. Using fairy tales to pacify one's emotions was, of course, only a short-term way to vent. Of course not. Lin Jia shook his head, and then said with a smile, but if you are willing, you can leave it to me to solve. I guarantee that it will be effective in the long term. In this way, wouldn't he get a customer who needed to solve his psychological problems in the long term? The previous holders of the demon sword were all chosen from the 10 glorious Grand Knights. They were the best and the strongest. In everyone's eyes, it seemed to be perfect and flawless. As the current holder of the demon sword, Xianxia was once a dazzling and perfect existence like the sun. But just like a diamond, the harder it looked, the more fragile it was. In the battle with Wang Erda, he lost his right arm. He also lost his halo. Even though his supporters were the same as before, it was undeniable that the undefeatable holy flame had a flaw that could not be forgotten. Countless doubts and criticisms swarmed in from places that could be seen and not seen. Even though no one dared to show it directly in front of him, and countless people thought that Wang Erda was dead, his inner self-denial was about to crush him. In the end, Xianxia chose to retire. Remember this in a second, http://m9bkuj. Coma's a retired section chief in the intelligence department. He became gloomy, irritable, and slovenly. Maybe it wasn't that bad, but who cares? Perhaps his obsession with capturing Wild was, in fact, his desire to prove himself again. He knew how some people judged him. He was the first person to degrade himself before being contaminated by the demon sword, and thus became the longest living holder of the demon sword in history. Maybe he thought that while the demon sword wasn't paying attention, he would degrade himself first. That way, the demon sword wouldn't contaminate him, ha 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 ha. What a bunch of bastards whose brains and mouths were full of filth. Xianxia felt that he had probably really fallen. At that time, he actually wanted to punch this guy in the head. Ah, by the holy light, forgive him. He actually almost covered his fist with filth. What a blasphemous thought, but now, it seemed that perhaps he was even luckier than the other holders of the demon sword, much luckier. Because the halos on his body had disappeared, he had let himself go. Instead, it had reduced the flaws in his soul, which had slowed down the erosion of the demon sword. In a sense, these people were right. And even more fortunately, he might have now found the successor of the demon sword. When the owner of the bookstore said, "Give it to me," Xianxia had to admit that he was tempted. The demonic sword Candela wasn't something that belonged to the Mystic Tower. It was only used by the Mystic Tower because of its powerful curse and demonic power. Even though the sword was cursed, it still possessed great power. The secret ritual tower's treatment of this demonic weapon was to let the strongest Grand Knight suppress it and use it to fight against other evil forces. But in fact, the secret rites pagoda was also deeply afraid of this sword. As generations of glorious Grand Knights went crazy and died, he could feel that the old knights at the elder seats had the idea of sealing this sword forever. Xianxia had always been worried about not being able to find a successor. There was nothing wrong with the new Grand Knight who inherited his position, but his strength was not enough. Are you sure? Will this bring any trouble? It's not easy to deal with it. Xianxia looked up and whispered. He was in awe of the bookstore owner's willpower. The demon sword didn't just give people power. The madness that followed it was enough to make people afraid. Even those extremely vicious characters wouldn't dare to hold the demon sword if they didn't have the determination to die. And the owner of this bookstore was actually willing to take on this responsibility. What a selfless spirit. Not only did he temporarily cure him of the hallucinations and pain caused by the demon sword for free, but he also made such a resolute decision. There was an abyss in front of him. What's so troublesome about this? Just leave it to me. You shouldn't be able to hold on in your current state, right? Xianxia was already used to customers' small worries. It was indeed not easy to deal with emotions. Even if he was just a simple listener, he would feel uncomfortable and disgusted by the pouring of negative energy. But it didn't matter, he was a professional life coach. He smiled and said, I think I've already said a lot. The choice is in your hands. If you don't think it's necessary, it's fine. I can give this book to you as a gift. Xianxia glanced at Yusefu's right arm and sighed. You, and heroes like you, should also take a break. Yusefu couldn't help but look around. The dark and dilapidated bookstore seemed to have suddenly become hidden and plain. The young bookstore owner in front of him had a dazzling smile on his face. He couldn't believe that an ordinary human could have such noble and selfless conduct. Even the knights of the Mayayoi Tower gradually developed a flawless character because of the dogma and belief in justice that they followed since they were young. Only those with long lives could pursue this kind of kindness that went beyond common sense. Yusefu believed in his own guess even more. If it was the Yusefu of the past, he would definitely have reprimanded such a person for being hypocritical. How could kindness without standards be called kindness? But now, he didn't think so. People could never understand each other. The only thing he could do was to stick to himself. Wang Erda survived and was helped by the bookstore owner. It didn't matter, because he would eventually be killed by Yusefu. This was his responsibility, what he needed to do. No, since I've already chosen what kind of person I want to be, I won't regret it. Rest and whatnot, wait until the world is peaceful. Yusefu shook his head and smiled in relief, then said, I need to think about it. There's no need to give it to me. Can you lend this book to me for a few days? 7 days. After 7 days, I'll come and find you. Xianxia fully understood the complicated emotions in his heart. Sigh, it seemed that the excessive sense of justice really made this retired soldier feel very pained. He definitely wanted to make greater contributions to the cause of justice, but at the same time, he hated his current physical and mental state. It was good to sort out his emotions. Xianxia was 80% sure that he would come and find him in 7 days. Projection. JPG. He skillfully took out the registration book. No problem at all. Just register the basic information and pay a deposit. In the future, you only need to write your name and date. If you don't want to borrow it anymore, half of the deposit will be returned. Yusefu was stunned. This really was a bookstore, but on second thought, this was a normal disguise. He nodded, took the pen, and signed his name. He looked at the name Frank Wang Erda at the top of the page and the 1-month time limit. He put down the pen and looked up. Okay. Xianxia took a look and said, then I'll see you in 7 days. Yusefu took the book Child of the Abyss and performed a formal knight's salute to the bookstore owner. You mean, in that bookstore, the teacher was defeated on the spot just by standing face to face? Kulauda grabbed the struggling black cat in his hand, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? Mobilize people to support. No, damn it. If even the teacher can't do it, we can't act rashly now. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. He walked around twice, pacing left and right, holding the communication device. What about the people sent to investigate the bookstore? What's the situation now? What? The teacher came out? Kulauda was stunned. A voice made of ether came out of the device, forming Yusefu's deep voice. Kulauda, withdraw the investigators from 23rd Street and list this bookstore as I-level area, top secret. Level 1? A, P, D, I, abnormal, panic, destruction, God. This was the God level. Kulauda licked his lips and said in a low voice, Teacher, what happened? The owner of the bookstore is. You have someone else with you, right? Yusefu's voice sounded sternly. Yes. Kulauda suddenly came to his senses. He looked at the black cat in his hand that had almost fainted and hurriedly knocked it out. Sorry, teacher, I was careless. Xianxia said, shut up and get to work if you know you were careless. Do you want me to send you to the Northern Highlands to plant potatoes? No. I'll pass on the order right away. Cultivation shook his head fiercely. He knew that his teacher was indeed angry. However, as his teacher's favorite disciple, he had a lot of experience in dealing with this irritable old man. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. This guy was a classic example of someone who had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He looked very fierce and could burst someone's skull with a punch at any time. However, when he saw stray cats and dogs on the roadside, he would secretly feed them and pretend to carelessly pat their heads. Usually, when he was angry, his dark and gloomy face was very scary. However, as long as he followed his instructions and got things done quickly, he would definitely not do anything else. Actually, he was just trying to scare you so that you could get to work quickly. Cultivation informed the scouts on 23rd Street to withdraw immediately and ask them to go somewhere else. Some of them were on standby while the others continued to follow the hunter's movements. Then, he contacted the personnel in charge of the intelligence department's archives. The most important thing in the intelligence department of the Secret Rights Tower was probably the huge archives that covered all kinds of forces and aspects. The Truth Society's annual list of names also needed to refer to the Secret Rights Tower's archives. Because of this, the Truth Society had to be extorted by the Secret Rights Tower every year. No, they had to ask for a reasonable copyright fee. Generally speaking, according to the rules, the establishment of a new archive had to be reviewed by the higher-ups. It took a long time. However, Xianxia was one of the 10 glorious Grand Knights to begin with. Half of the Grand Radiant Knights were his juniors. Other than the 3 saints in the elder seats, everyone else had to give him face. Therefore, as soon as the news was uploaded, it was immediately approved. It was extraordinarily efficient. Teacher, the new level I blank file has been created. The contents of the file need to be filled in personally when you return. Cultivation reported the progress of his work. Bang! The door was forcefully pushed open. Cultivation turned around and saw the white-haired, muscular old man in a suit striding in. Very good. Xianxia threw the communication device on the sofa, took off his jacket, and asked, who was beside you just now? Remember to use the forgotten brand. Cultivation picked up the black cat in his hand and said, he's an investigator from our division. He belongs to the 4th team. His name is Morrison Galege. He comes from a family of wizards and is very talented in shapeshifting. Oh, there's something special about him. He's your fan. Fan? Xianxia let out a strange shriek, then returned to his expressionless face. He sat behind his desk and turned on his custom-made computer. My fans are everywhere. Cultivation said, oh, he's participated in 13 fan clubs and clubs of the undefeated Holy Flame. He spends about 3 million every year on various support activities, including the incident last year where Abraham Xianxia's name was marked in gold on the Truth Society's announcement list. He should be considered a core fan. Xianxia stopped typing the contents of the archive. His incredulous gaze fell on the black cat in Cultivation's hand. He crossed his hands and fell into deep thought. He's the one who did it? Yes, teacher. Wizard families are really rich. Don't you think so, Cultivation? Yes, teacher. Instead of letting him use the money to do those meaningless things, it's better to directly contribute it to his idol. Just treat it as a fee for close observation and contact. I'm sure he'll be very happy. Let's use the name of recruiting apprentice knights to transfer him from the investigation department. F***CK. How could there be such a vile, greedy, and lousy radiant Grand Knight? He even wants to cheat a child of his money, Cultivation cursed fiercely in his heart. But on the surface, he still nodded with a straight face. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Just right, I don't even have to erase his memory. Xianxia said as he looked at the contents of the archive he had entered. Level 1 area number 0113, bookstore number 412, 23rd Street, Uptown New Augene. Danger level, friendly, contact is not recommended. Confidentiality level, top secret, tracking investigation. Description: the owner of the bookstore is suspected to be a long-lived species. He operates this bookstore in seclusion. His business includes borrowing and selling books. The books contain mysterious and powerful forces. He clicked confirm. The contents of this top-secret document would be uploaded to the upper echelons of the Mai Tower. Then, it might fall into the hands of people who were cooperating with the Mai Tower or needed it. How could something that could be recorded be truly confidential? The so-called top secret actually meant that less than 10 people knew about it. It was impossible that no one knew about it. What Xianxia wanted to do was to warn them to stay away from this bookstore. Although the owner of the bookstore was a friendly existence, according to his habit of receiving and borrowing books from all kinds of customers, there was no guarantee that something would appear in this bookstore one day. Of course, if they still wanted to court death after reading this archive, Xianxia could only wish them good luck. I'm fine, I'm really fine. Damn it, didn't I upload the archive? Are the pupils in your eyeballs drawn on? What's there to worry about? If I die, it'll be because of you guys. Xianxia turned his head to the side and clamped his communication device. He changed into his pajamas while cursing. It's after work now, do you understand? The Truth Society just came out with a new labor law 2 months ago. I want more money. Alright, that's enough. I have something to do. I'll hang up first. That's all. Beep. He turned off the communication device and let out a long breath. He picked up the book Child of the Abyss and flipped through it. He confirmed that the emotions transmitted by the demon sword were still peaceful and happy. The voice of the landline suddenly came from the living room. *T, who is it this time? Xianxia rubbed his temples, put down the book, and walked out the door. Melissa, remember to drink milk. A tall girl with beautiful curly red hair poked her head out from the next room and said unhappily, No, Dad. I'm not a child anymore. Xianxia's voice was getting further and further away. Is that so? My dear child, I didn't let you drink milk to make you grow taller. You won't be able to get married soon. Melissa's face darkened. She turned and saw the book on the table. Eh? When did this muscle-brained Xianxia learn to read? She picked it up curiously. Melissa was the daughter of Xianxia, the former Radiant Grand Knight and the current head of the Intelligence Division. She had a head of beautiful red curly hair that she inherited from her mother. It was like the algae in the water, soft and smooth. When it was loose, she looked like a beautiful mermaid, but when it was tied up, she looked like a valiant knight. Because she was at home, her clothes were very casual. She wore a white lace blouse with a high-waisted blue skirt, black pantyhose, and beige slippers. It formed the image of an independent and energetic young girl. Because her mother died early, she and her father Xianxia lived in the house on the first street of the upper city. Based on age, according to normal people's logic, Xianxia was old enough to be her grandfather. But to the knights who intercepted the ether and turned it into their own power, age did not mean anything. This 16-year-old girl was actually a team leader of the Mai Tower's battle division, an abnormal knight. That's strange. How can he read books? Melissa picked up the book and looked at it suspiciously, and expressed her doubts without holding back. Remember the website, m9bkuj.com. I have never seen him read any books, not even when he was a Radiant Grand Knight. Melissa's brows were tightly knitted together as she thought hard. Because of his duties, Xianxia was not at home most of the time, and in truth, she was the only one living in the house. She thought about the few books that Xianxia read, and they were all things that he had no choice but to read. For example, when the labor law was released not long ago, Xianxia spent all sorts of time studying it, looking at all sorts of regulations, and racking his brains to find a place that was beneficial to him. But normally, Xianxia would not even bother to touch the pages of the books. Melissa was curious. She looked at the book named in her hands and flipped it open. The speed of her fingers flipping through the pages gradually became more and more immersive. Her gaze gradually changed, and her expression became serious. Damn it, don't bother me anymore. Although I'm only a cripple now, that bookstore owner didn't have any traces of ether on him, yet he was able to knock me out. Don't you know what this kind of power represents? All I can say is, don't try to court death and maintain your respect. Otherwise, I won't save you guys who are looking for trouble. The sound of Xianxia was getting closer and closer, mixed with the sound of someone kicking the wall. Melissa suddenly raised her head. Coming out of the ancient and attractive world, she felt as though her soul had been pulled back. She shook her head and quickly put down the book. She quickly returned to her original position based on her memory. Then she pretended as if nothing had happened and walked back to her bedroom. Melissa. Melissa turned her head nervously, only to hear Yusef's warm reminder, remember to drink milk. Melissa nodded with a fake smile and slammed the door shut. Phew, she heaved a sigh of relief, but her mind was filled with questions. Who wrote that book? Could the main character be the elf king Kandra, and the demon sword Kandra? Why are the stories so exciting and realistic? Is this a biography, or a novel? The most important thing was that she had not finished reading it, just a little more, and she would be able to see the most exciting part. Melissa pouted and threw herself onto her bed, her heart was itching, and she excitedly rolled around. I never thought that an old man like father would read this kind of book, seems like I was too prejudiced in the past. But from the words just now, she understood that the book seemed to be related to a highly confidential place, and ordinary people would not be able to obtain the specific information. Melissa laid on the bed and closed her eyes. After a while, she opened her eyes and climbed up, opening her personal computer. What does it matter? It's just a bookstore. At most, the owner of the bookstore is very strong. If that's the case, I won't go and court death. She extended her hand to condense ether and formed a key. Database key, access authority, level 1, ether, the bridge between reality and illusions. When the key touched the web page, it opened up a brand new interface, and a huge database appeared in front of her eyes. Melissa clasped her hands. Thank you, Mother. She then browsed through the documents. Her mother was one of the glorious Grand Knights when she was alive, and had the authority to access the secret Ritual Towers database, and had left her own account. The existence of this account was her mother's hope for her, and was reasonable and public. But until now, Melissa had not used it for anything. Of course, if she really did something, the database would be updated, and the daughter of a knight would become the traitor Melissa. Ah! Found it. The bookstore. Melissa excitedly hugged her knees, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the information on the screen. She looked for a while, and muttered, friendly? If that's the case, I can go and take a look. Melissa made her decision. She closed the computer, and saw the milk on the table. Humph. She reached out to take the cup, and drank it in one gulp. Wang Erda was using his quill to take notes. The light was dim. He took off half of his mask, revealing his hideous face that had been completely destroyed. The other half of the mask had completely merged with his flesh and blood, becoming a part of him. Although his appearance was frightening, his current focused and serious look reduced the frightening atmosphere slightly. In front of Wang Erda was Xianxia's unpublished work. After this period of research, he had already organized about 3 notebooks. Truly, the breadth of knowledge is as vast as the sea. As deep as a valley, mysterious and unfathomable. As expected of Mr. Lin. Wang Erda sighed, he put down the quill, picked up his notes, and began to organize them. After studying and researching, he already understood the main idea of this book. This book mainly recorded the important ceremonies and rituals of this cult called Corpse Food Cult. During these ceremonies and rituals, what materials were needed, how to process them, mix them, and finally turn them into sacrifices. From Wilde's current rough summary, he could see that the majority of these materials were corpses. Their disposal methods included letting out their blood, chopping them up, skinning them, burning them at the stake, and devouring their internal organs. It was extremely cruel and terrifying, causing people to tremble in fear. Even a dark magus like Wang Erda found it difficult to bear. However, under this crazy appearance, it was strangely compatible with reason. In this book, there was no doubt that it contained a very large sacrificial system. Precise to a fixed time, different space-time laws, strict procedures, and each sacrifice had its own meaning, including a part of this civilization. If is the tip of the iceberg, then has finally let me see a small part of this terrifying lost civilization. Wang Erda put the mask back on, revealing a fascinated expression, and said softly, this is too great, too enchanting. All of this is thanks to Mr. Lin. I have already prepared a gift, he will definitely like it. This storm has been upgraded to a red alert. Nuajin's downtown area has been temporarily closed. Traffic in the uptown area is almost paralyzed. A large number of industries have been hit hard, and the infrastructure is severely damaged. Currently, the sewer network is operating at maximum efficiency, and the water situation has been slightly alleviated. However, according to experts, this is just a drop in the bucket. If the storm continues for another week, 1/3 of Nuajin may be submerged. Luo Air Resources Development Company has proposed to use downtown to build a more complete and effective sewer system. This will be a very large project, so they appeal to all sectors of society and hope to get the support of the Central District. According to experts, the main cause of this storm is the cold air mass from the northern highlands. Xianxia listened to the news on the TV of the neighbor's shop next door while trying to clean up the water on the floor with a mop. This storm had been going on for almost a week. Just like the news said, before yesterday, when the situation was at its worst, the water on the road had already exceeded 30 centimeters. It was not to the extent of complete paralysis, because waterways such as kayaks could still be used. The water even flooded into the bookstore from the outside. Xianxia woke up early in the morning. When he went downstairs and saw water flowing in through the cracks of the door, he almost thought he had to move. Fortunately, the situation was not that serious. Remember, http://m9bkuj.com. After the sewer system was fully operational, the water level outside no longer rose. Some plastic bags floated in and blocked the door, so the water flooded in. Splash. Xianxia pushed the last bit of water out of the door with a mop. He straightened his back and sighed in relief. Okay, it's so tiring. He put the mop aside and looked at the shiny new floor with satisfaction. I don't know if the kitten found a home. It's too dangerous for it to wander outside in such bad weather. Xianxia suddenly remembered the day when the Yusefyu came and the black cat ran away outside the door. He was kind by nature, so he sighed with worry. The sound of the TV next door suddenly stopped, followed by a curse and the sound of something slamming on the floor. Xianxia could totally imagine how exasperated the owner of the shop next door was. Excuse me, do you need help? He walked to the wall closest to the next room, cleared his throat, and asked. Next to this bookstore was a video store that sold some discs and digital products. However, they were mainly second-hand and the quality was very worrying. The popularity of the business was comparable to that of his shabby bookstore, with an average of 0.2 customers per day. No, thank you. The voice of the shop owner came from next door, followed by 2 violent slapping sounds. Bang bang. Colin glared at the TV in front of him and cursed in a low voice, what the hell? Damn TV. Damned rainy day. Lord, who can come and save me? He checked the television again and found that it was not a problem with the television itself, so it should be a problem with the wiring or the power supply. Colin checked the wiring and found no problems. Then it can only be a trip. He thought, but now, my door is almost flooded, and the power switch is outside. The location of the video store was lower than that of the bookstore. Whenever Colin thought of stepping into the water, he would frown bitterly, wishing he could give each of the designers of the sewer a wrench. Wait, the guy next door might be able to help. Although Colin had just rejected the help of the owner of the bookstore next door out of anger and shame. However, he knew that the guy next door had always been a good person. Basically, if he could help, he would definitely help. Cough, that, are you still there? Colin opened his mouth. Sure enough, the young man's response came from next door, yes, is there anything you need help with? Colin thought to himself, as expected, and then looked at his TV, it's like this, you should have heard that there's something wrong with my TV. I suspect that the power switch outside might have jumped. I have something to do now, can you help me take a look? Anyway, the guy next door was very helpful, so it was definitely not a problem to ask him for a little help. Moreover, his TV broadcast the news every day, so it was free for him. Of course, Xianxia did not mind helping. In fact, he was bored and wanted to find something to do. No problem, as for the power switch, I remember it's at. Xianxia was just about to go out. Suddenly, a dark and blurry figure was reflected on the door. In the glass frame on the door, it was like a portrait that had been painted black. That feeling of tacit understanding suddenly appeared again. Ah, it's you, you're here. Xianxia was a little surprised. He did not expect that after a few days, the mastermind behind the scenes would appear again. Do you need something from me? Or are you here to urge me to borrow books quickly? The black figure at the door shook its head and pointed to the left. Xianxia turned his head. That was where the video store was. Combining the context, he guessed, you want to say that you'll help me? The black figure nodded. Xianxia smiled. Why did he feel that the mastermind behind the scenes was quite cute? Last time, it did not have a physical body and could only be described as water stains. Now, it had a shadow-like appearance. That should be the credit of the books he lent. Last time, it said that lending books could bring it benefits. So now it showed up to help and express its gratitude. What? It was already a deal. Now it should be time for him to pay the price. Why was it thanking him instead? Why did it feel like a polite and good child? If he refused, it would seem that it would be sad. Thank you. The position of the power switch is, well, I can't remember clearly. Xianxia turned to the next door and raised his voice. Where is the power switch? Colin hurriedly said, it's at the back door of my store, on the right wall. See if it's a trip. If it is, just press it. Xianxia said, no problem. As soon as his voice fell, Colin saw his TV turn on again with a click. The news had finished broadcasting and was now playing advertisements. He was immediately overjoyed. Okay. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Xianxia looked at the black figure and nodded with a smile. The latter gradually faded outside the glass window, as if gradually retreating into the curtain of rain. Colin leaned back on the sofa with satisfaction and picked up the remote control to change several channels. He looked at the changing images on the TV and suddenly froze. Then his face stiffened. Cold sweat broke out on his back little by little. From the time the owner of the bookstore next door began to speak until the TV turned on again, the position of his voice had never changed. Today is also a day for me to help others. Xianxia sighed and sat behind the counter. There weren't many people in this society who were as warm-hearted and kind as him. He knew that the neighbor next door was actually a loafer who lay in front of the TV every day and did nothing but eat, wait for death, and complain every day. There would definitely be people who would think that helping such a person wasn't useless, right? However, one must learn to think long-term. The brand of a store must start from the subtle aspects. Just like how he had been able to get so many loyal customers all this time, he relied on his understanding psychological counseling and became friends with them. This all needed to be accumulated. The video store next door was also an important source of customers for him. Only with comparison could he have a deeper understanding. Imagine if someone asked him and learned from him that the owner next door was a good person. The first website was m9bkuj.com. They would think that the owner of this store was a good person. Perhaps they would raise the idea of coming to take a look. They hoped that the owner next door could understand their good intentions and attract more customers for them. Ding-ling, the bell at the door rang, and the sound of the rain could be heard, but it was blocked out. Xianxia looked up and was stunned. Then, he revealed a surprised smile. Old Wang, why are you here so soon this time? The guest was Wang Erda. He was still wearing a suit this time, but he had changed into a relatively wide short cloak. That was just enough to cover his wrists. Xianxia had always thought that old Wang's taste in clothes was very good. He had the style of an old British gentleman. This time, he had a mysterious feeling. Wang Erda took off his hat and bent slightly. Then, he walked over and sat in front of the counter. He took out the book and said excitedly, "Thank you for your generosity. I have made great progress and feel that I am full of inspiration. I believe that in the near future, I will be able to officially break through." He could feel that he was only one step away from the God level. Although it was still far away, it was not unreachable. As long as he could sublimate the concept of his soul and find his own language. Xianxia clapped his hands and said encouragingly, "It's not easy to break through the current stage. Congratulations in advance. If you still need help, I'll do my best." Wang Erda put the book on the table and said sincerely, "Thank you very much. Your works have benefited me a lot, but this time, it's time for me to formally express my gratitude." Last time, he had given the gargoyle to Xianxia. However, compared to the help that Xianxia had given him, the gargoyle's value was negligible. Therefore, he was going to present the gift that he had prepared for 2 years. At the same time, it was also the reason why he had disappeared for 2 years. Only the value of this gift could compare to the favor he had received in the past 2 years. Even though he was a cruel and merciless dark magus, he had his own principles and integrity. Returning kindness with kindness was also his principle. Xianxia glanced at the gargoyle on the table and said, "I was already very satisfied with your gift last time. If you want to give me something valuable this time, I'll have to hesitate before accepting it." Wang Erda knew that Mr. Lin was trying to comfort him again. What satisfied? There was obviously a huge difference in value between the two, but Xianxia still maintained a humble attitude and took care of his thoughts. Mr. Lin was a true powerhouse. You don't have to hesitate. To me, it doesn't have much practical value, but to you, it might be of greater use. Wang Erda insisted, "If you don't accept it, I won't be able to live with myself." Since old Wang had said so, Xianxia obviously couldn't refuse. He said, "After talking for so long, I still don't know what you've prepared. Let me take a look first." Wang Erda was excited. He took a deep breath and slowly and carefully took out an ornament that looked like a wind chime from his cloak. The main body of the ornament was a circle made of twigs. Strings with beads interweaved in the center to form a complicated and geometrically beautiful net. A hole was left in the center of the net, and an irregular blue gem was embellished. Below it, there were some soft and beautiful feathers. Dreamcatcher? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect old Wang's gift to be this. As a PhD student in folklore, he naturally didn't just study the folklore of his hometown. The most important thing in his research was to learn from other sources. Thus, he had some understanding of the folklore of other countries and civilizations. Dreamcatcher was a cultural symbol of the Native Americans. The Native Americans believed that the night air was filled with dreams. Only Dreamcatcher could filter out the nightmares and capture the good dreams. Only the good dreams would pass through the hole in the center of the net and flow down the feathers. The nightmares would be trapped in the net and disappear with the morning sun. There were also some legends that said that the beads on the dreamcatcher were the power and wisdom of people captured when they were asleep. They could strengthen the communication between people and the spirit world. In short, it was a blessing full of mysteries. He didn't expect there to be something similar in this world. "You're so knowledgeable," Wang Erda praised Xianxia as usual and raised the dreamcatcher in his hand slightly. "That's right. It's a dreamcatcher." He wasn't surprised that Xianxia knew about it. Although Dreamcatcher was a spellcasting tool, it wasn't very rare either. At least, it wasn't rare in the eyes of an annihilation-level black warlock. Moreover, the greatest value of this item wasn't the item itself. It was the dream in the net. It was Xianxia's first time seeing a dreamcatcher that was probably made by hand. Normally, dreamcatchers sold in stores were mass-produced plastic decorations. They were flashy, but they had no value in craftsmanship. However, the one in old Wang's hand was obviously handmade. Recently, due to the heavy rain outside, the interior of the bookstore had become very humid and stuffy. He hadn't been sleeping well. Lao Wang's blessings were really thoughtful. The gift was light, but the sentiment was heavy. This was a true friend. Xianxia was very touched. He stood up and took the dreamcatcher from old Wang. He sighed deeply and said, "This is exactly what I need." "Old Wang, thank you." Wang Erda was relieved. He looked excited and suppressed his trembling. He smiled and said, "It's my honor to be needed by you." This net captured the dream of an unparalleled existence. However, at the same time, it also contained a terrifying danger. Without a god-level mind power, one couldn't enter. Even if one entered, one's soul would be crushed in an instant. However, for a high-level existence, it was definitely a rare pleasure and pleasure. Have a good dream. Bang. The towering building with a pointed roof was smashed into smithereens by the body that was sent flying. Countless pebbles flew in all directions, and the figure quickly adjusted its posture in the air and landed on the nearest building. "Damn it, there's a magus among them." Kai grabbed onto the edge of the suspended pipe and stabilized himself. He shouted at Jijishu, "Be careful of the tamed demon." Purple light flickered, and the chanting of incantations sounded at the same time. Roar, the gigantic snake spread the membrane of its wings and suddenly leaped out from below. It opened its bloody mouth and bared its ferocious fangs. Its speed was astonishingly fast. Jijishu's pupils constricted, and she threw away the bladed staff in her hand. The spinning blade pierced into the wall beside her. Roar. Remember the website, m9bkuj.com. The gigantic snake's yellowish eyes were as big as gas lamps. With bloodthirst and madness, it bit down viciously at the hunter. The upper and lower teeth were about to close, but suddenly got stuck. A ferocious claw covered in silver hair grabbed the upper jaw of the snake, and the sickle-like claws cut open the snake's skin. Immediately after, another claw pried open the lower jaw of the gigantic snake. The upper and lower jaws exerted force at the same time, and the gigantic snake's mouth gradually split open. It struggled in fear and twisted its body, but to no avail. It howled miserably as it was torn into two halves from the middle. Puff. Fresh blood and internal organs splattered like a waterfall, dyeing the wall red. What? The magus who had just summoned the tamed demon was implicated and took 2 steps back as if he had suffered a heavy blow. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? She can't maintain her rationality with such a degree of shapeshifting. Damn it, I thought it was a rumor. Xianxia must have known but didn't warn us. He's using us. What's the use of knowing now? We're already on the battlefield. The magus at the side said anxiously, don't panic, the blood of the Empyrean wolves is afraid of fire. But it's raining now, we can't care so much. Prepare saltpeter and sulfur. Stay calm, she's just a terror rank. We can win. Roar. On the top of the roof, the silver wolf whose claws were stained with blood was as large as a small mountain. Its hind legs clung to the wall, and its hair fluttered as if it had a life of its own. Its eyes were like lightning, and a slightly hoarse female voice came from its mouth. You're courting death. Not far away, Kai jumped a few times and landed on the ground. She looked up at the beautiful yet dangerous silver wolf and murmured excitedly, Miss, Jijishu no longer had any human characteristics and had completely entered the state of a beast. If it wasn't for the fact that she could speak and her eyes were clear, any hunter would think that she was a powerful dream beast. To all hunters, this was a power they could only dream of. She had a feeling that Miss would definitely bring a whole new world to the hunters. But who was the person who brought all this? The person who helped the young lady, the resident of 23 RD Street, what was his goal? Don't overthink it. Ma Keisai's voice suddenly sounded. He patted Kai's shoulder from behind. We just need to follow and share the glory. Kai let out a long breath. Her fingers turned black, and poisonous powder fell down. You're right. Let's go, the battle has to continue. The two of them moved at high speed towards the area where the wizards were, leaving behind 2 afterimages. The wizards held sulfur and saltpeter in their hands and chanted the incantation of fire. Fire incantation, living flames. Behind them, the void ether condensed and turned into a large amount of fire elemental energy. One by one, small white balls turned into arrows condensed from flames and flew through the air towards Jijishu. The silver wolf howled and leaped up, dodging a dense rain of arrows. She ran on all fours. A portion of the arrows landed on her body and the ground, exploding one after another. The impact caused her to stagger and set a patch of fur on her body on fire. The missing fire elemental energy melted the surrounding buildings, showing how high the temperature was. Jijishu let out a low growl because of the pain. The charred wounds on her body quickly wriggled and healed. She continued to run wildly, knocking down buildings and using the smoke and dust to hide her figure. She knew that the wizards hired by Xianxia this time were not weak. The 3 of them were all elite wizards. Who would have thought that the wizards who had always looked down on hunters would cooperate with them? If she had not received Mr. Lin's gift and guidance, she would have died without a doubt. Xianxia was indeed the leader of a large hunter organization. First, he backstabbed the second leader, Kaji, and then joined forces with the wizards. As for himself, he had been hiding behind the scenes all this time. But it did not matter. In the void, iron wool floated above her head and covered the entire area. She had found Heelizzi's position. The wizard's second incantation was nearing the end. A distorted shadow of a huge flame changed its shape and finally turned into a 3-meter-long spiral spear. Fire incantation, Spear of Kedia. Whoosh, the spear with white flames wrapped around it shot out with terrifying power. The sound of a sonic boom was heard, evaporating a large amount of rainwater and forming a mist. Kai and Ma Keisai had successfully sneaked around at this moment. The wizards did not have any advantage in close combat and were killed in the blink of an eye. When they turned around, they saw the spear piercing into the body of a huge silver wolf and exploding instantly. Boom. Miss. Heelizzi looked down at the city below that was covered by an illusion barrier. Flames flickered in the rain. The sound of the explosion passed through the barrier and was distorted into the dull sound of thunder. It mixed with the heavy rain and did not attract any attention. Large and small battles like this had happened dozens of times in Nuajin. The heavy rain washed away the scarlet blood. The buildings that were affected by the battle were all blamed on the heavy rain. He had both hands in his pockets and looked like a mature middle-aged man. His temples were slightly white, and his deep wrinkles made him look especially cold and serious. A young man behind him held a black umbrella for him. "Uai, someone is helping her." Heelizzi muttered, "I never knew that there was such a person in Nuajin. Controlling the shape-shifting. Even Wang Erda can't do this." "Yes." The young man holding the umbrella replied. "Have you seen Wang Erda?" "No." "Go see him. After all, he's your teacher. The people from the secret ritual tower told us that he appeared at 23rd Street. Perhaps he'll have some clues." "Yes." And Heelizzi was halfway through his sentence. Roar. The ether suddenly tore a crack in the air. The silver wolf howled and twisted its body as it leapt out. It was so fast that only its afterimage could be seen. The mane on its back fluttered like a flag. It was Jijishu, the blood of the empty court wolf boiled in her body. High shapeshifting gave her the characteristics of a dream beast. The empty court wolf was the famous spacetime traveler. Iron will gave her a certain degree of foresight. The moment she was pierced by the spear, she immediately jumped to the predetermined coordinates. Heelizzi's cold expression finally cracked. Surprise flashed through his eyes, and in the next moment, the silver wolf pounced on him and tore his shoulder blade apart. He pulled out a dagger from his sleeve and stabbed it into the silver wolf's eye socket. His muscles tensed up, and he used his flesh and blood like a vice to temporarily hold the silver wolf's claws. He resisted with all his might and shouted, "Uai!" The young man who was pushed away by the blast rolled twice and stabilized himself. Blood flowed from his forehead, but his eyes were sharp. He shouted, "Stun spell! Flash spell!" From the way he cast the spell, it could be seen that his level was much higher than the 3 wizards who had already died. The power of a dark wizard's language depended on the level of talent and the strength of their perception. The more refined and simple the language used, the more profound the wizard's attainments in magic were. Just like Wang Erda's teacher, a dark wizard who was extremely close to the level of God, could use the most common language to complete the casting of a spell. Roar. Jijishu groaned. Her brain was inevitably drawn into a whirlpool of confusion, and her eyes were covered by a dazzling white light. Uai, as Wang Erda's disciple, was well trained in battle and provided the best support. Heelizzi hooked his wrist and broke the silver wolf's front claws. He pulled out his dagger and flipped the huge wolf to the ground. 1 second to remember http://m9bkuj. Calm damn it. Jijishu felt the world spin, and her spine was about to be broken. A sense of immobilizing danger swept over her. "Iron will," she chanted in a low voice. The octopus-like spiritual body that had been following her in the sky covered her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose with countless tentacles, absorbing all the negative conditions. Jijishu suddenly came to her senses. In front of her bloody eyes, a cold light was rapidly approaching. Her hair stood on end, and she opened her mouth as fast as she could. She tilted her body slightly and bit the dagger that was coming down. Chi. The blade pierced through his cheeks and got stuck between his teeth and muscles. Jijishu's cold eyes were filled with killing intent. She turned her head and tore off the other's arm. Her huge body rolled over Heelizie's body, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. She stretched out her sharp claws and grabbed the other party's body, tearing it apart. Fire curse, Day of Decay. With enough time to prepare, Yuei finally finished her high-speed chanting. A dazzling shadow of a sun appeared behind Jijishu. Filthy darkness was churning within the wriggling light, and terrifying energy was brewing, as if it would explode at any moment. Just the sight of it was enough to make people feel nauseous. Danger. Extreme danger, run, these thoughts flashed through Jijishu's mind, and she immediately chose to forcefully warp again. His overburdened body was almost completely deformed during the transition. Patter, she didn't know where she had fallen. Huh. Yuei gasped for air, waved her hand, and threw the Day of Decay into the barrier. She collapsed on the ground and asked. Mr. Heelizie. Are you okay? Yuei stood up and looked in front. She couldn't help but shudder. Heelizie, the White Wolf leader, was lying on the ground, covered in blood. One of his arms had fallen to the side, and he looked like he was dying. I'm fine. Unexpectedly, the man's voice was still calm. He stood up shakily. His flesh grew rapidly, and a new arm grew out. But what was even more terrifying was that another arm grew out from the wound below his arm. Heelizie glanced at it and reached out to tear off the extra arm. This was the normal result of injecting a high concentration of filthy blood, body mutation. If he didn't regularly clean his body, he would soon become a monster with arms or eyeballs all over his body. It seems that the guest of room 23 is more powerful than we thought. Are you saying that she has the power to warp time? No. Heelizie shook his head. What I'm saying is that she can use Ruian's soul to receive his intelligence network, accurately find our location, and eliminate your mental spells. I'm more interested in this power. After a while, he was drenched by the rain. He looked at the area in the barrier that was mostly destroyed by Yuei's Day of Decay. Unfortunately, I have more important things to do now. You go and take a look, Yuei. He's more important than Wang Erda. Yes. Yuei nodded. Heelizie turned his hand and took out a crystal-clear egg that looked like a gem. He said softly with an infatuated expression. Yuei, what do you think will hatch out of it? A dream beast. No, not at all. It's a god, a real god. Xianxia closed the door of the bookstore, locked it, and bolted it. He checked all the bookshelves again. He put the register and the account book away. Satisfied, he took the dream catcher that Wang Erda gave him and prepared to go upstairs to sleep. Compared to the first floor, the layout of the second floor was very different. The first floor was full of bookshelves, while the second floor was where all the living facilities were. It included the toilet, the kitchen, the bedroom, and a small corner specially prepared for exercise. Because he stayed in the bookstore all year round and didn't go out, he had to set a weekly exercise schedule for himself. Although the exercise intensity wasn't high, he couldn't really let himself become a salted fish. Now, because of the continuous rainstorm, the ceiling was leaking a little, and the entire second floor was vaguely moist. Xianxia felt that he was really negligent. He forgot to store some lime and other drying agents. Sigh, I'll go out to buy after the rain passes. Xianxia opened the bedroom door. In the narrow space, there was only a bed, a table, and a chair. All kinds of paper research materials were piled on the table. These were some small investigations he had done in the past 2 years in order to integrate into New Ajin life. He found a nail and a hammer and made a simple fixing point on the wall. Then, he hung the beautiful dream catcher with drooping feathers on the wall. It was just above the pillow. If he lay down, the end of the dream catcher's feathers would be right in front of his eyes. Xianxia put the tools back, stretched, took off his clothes, turned off the lights, and lay down on the bed with the quilt. He looked at the swaying and light feathers above him. I hope it really works. Sweet dreams. Xianxia closed his eyes, and darkness surged in like a tide. Was it a dream? Xianxia blinked and looked at the white world in front of him in a daze. Tiny snowflakes slowly drifted down, causing his forehead to feel cold. He looked up. The huge green tree was covered in white snow, and the twisted trunks were like veins, and the canopy seemed to cover the sky. Swaying white irises were everywhere, rustling in the wind. Under the tree was a silver-haired woman with her eyes closed. She had a beautiful face like the silver moon or the night snow, and a white veil covered her body. Exposed among the flowers was a section of snow-white legs, and the lines were almost perfect. Xianxia suddenly remembered a sentence he had read somewhere. Since he was crowned king in the cold north, pine needles as his cape, snow as his crown. There were irises all over the hill, snowflakes that looked like ashes, giant ancient trees, and sleeping beautiful women. Everywhere he looked, it was as if there was a soft light filter, bringing with it warm and gentle colors. These elements formed a beautiful fairy tale-like dream. This is indeed an incomparably beautiful dream. Lao Wang didn't lie to me. Xianxia stood among the flowers and thought for a while. He looked left, right, up, and down, then squatted down to smell one of the irises and tried to pluck it. The flower in his hand spun. The pure white petals were elegant and clean. Whether it was from sight, smell, or touch, this flower couldn't be more real. A lucid dream. Xianxia would occasionally have a lucid dream where he knew he was dreaming. This type of dream was called a lucid dream or a lucid dream. In this state, the dreamer would have the ability to think and remember in a lucid dream. The first website was m9bkuj.com. Some people could even make their dreams feel as real as the real world. However, although it sounded mysterious, it wasn't rare. It was a skill that could be obtained through deliberate practice. Xianxia didn't have a constitution that made it easy for him to have lucid dreams. He remembered that the number of lucid dreams he had had was less than 5. This time, he entered the lucid dream state as soon as he put on the dream catcher. Xianxia suspected that it was the effect of the dream catcher. This cobweb-like shape might actually fit the criteria of some kind of psychological suggestion. In addition, Lao Wang's words were misleading. In the end, it created this dream. Xianxia felt that this was the most reasonable and scientific explanation. Of course, he wasn't a logical person who liked to get to the bottom of things. The above was just some associations he had when he looked around. As a romantic who could make tea on a rainy day and wait for an unknown guest, Xianxia was very willing to believe that this was a magical gift from Lao Wang. Speaking of which, since it was his dream, then he could do whatever he wanted, right? Xianxia turned his thoughtful gaze to the woman lying under the tree. He was quite curious. Why did he have to dream of a woman of all things? It wasn't that he couldn't dream of her. After all, everyone had their youth. But generally speaking, the characters in the dream shouldn't be so clear and completely unfamiliar. Alright, at least there's still the white-haired attribute that the Chong people love. You can say that I'm very familiar with it. In the end, it's just a dream. Anything can happen, right? Xianxia slowly pushed aside the flowers and walked towards the tree. Let him see what his dreamer would look like. Xianxia walked under the tree. When he observed her closely, he found that this woman was more perfect than he had imagined. She was like Venus with a broken arm, full of a divine and unreal beauty. Her long silver hair spread out like silk on the flowers, and her flawless body rose and fell like a snowy river. Even her long eyelashes, which were as slender as butterfly wings, were pure white, and there was a white crown of thorns in her hair. As expected of a dream. It's like an oil painting. Xianxia breathed lightly and praised in his heart. He hadn't said anything since just now. He just muttered in his heart because he didn't have the heart to destroy such a dreamy atmosphere. But since it was a dream, he would be allowed to be a little presumptuous for the time being. Xianxia bent down and lifted a strand of silver hair. He gently pinned the white iris flower in his hand above the woman's left ear. Xianxia had never done this kind of improper and ambiguous action to any woman in reality. Especially to a strange woman he had just met. But since it was a dream, he could do it if he wanted to. Moreover, it was a gift for beauty, although the flower was someone else's flower. Xianxia adjusted the position of the flower. Just as he was about to straighten up, he suddenly found himself looking into a pair of silver-white eyes. He suddenly leaned back and took 2 steps back. Rustle, the iris flowers were suddenly blown by the wind. They swayed and grew. The snow-white petals fluttered in the air, and the huge tree made a low, organ-like sound. The entire dream turned from still to moving. The silver-haired woman with a crown of thorns and a white veil stood up from the flowers. She looked at Xianxia with a trace of confusion in her eyes. Xianxia suddenly realized that her height was a little unexpected. He didn't notice it when he was lying down, but when he stood up, Xianxia even had to raise his head to see her complete figure. This meant that his dreamer was at least 2 meters tall. As expected of a dream, anything was possible. But it could also be that Xianxia was looking at it from the perspective of the dreamer, causing some sensory confusion. "Who are you?" The condescending dreamer suddenly looked at him and opened her mouth. The voice was soft and magnetic. It had the charm of a mature and elegant woman. Xianxia was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect the other party to ask this question first. He was prepared to ask this question to see what kind of interesting answer this character in his dream that was pieced together from his subconscious would give. He didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to ask the question first, but wouldn't it be more interesting if that were the case, the conversation between the dreamer and the dreamer? Xianxia smiled. He thought for a moment and replied, dreamer. The dreamer reached out and touched the iris flower in her hair. She gently took it back and said, "You're in a dream, so of course you're a dreamer." She actually knew that he was in a dream. Xianxia suddenly felt very interested. He could have a lucid dream, so could the person in his dream realize that he was in a dream and know that he wasn't a real person, but unless the person in his dream was real and connected to the same dream through a tube behind his head. Otherwise, this kind of thing was nonsense. Because the person in his dream was only his subconscious. At least this answer is real. Then it's my turn to ask a question. Xianxia naturally turned asking a question into an equal exchange. He then cleared his throat and said, "Who are you? Don't say you're a dreamer." Perhaps it was because in the dream, he felt that he had exposed his rascal nature. The dreamer smiled. Her eyes were like snow and water. She lifted the hem of her white dress and said, "Bain, this is my name." Xianxia said, "Only your name?" At least this answer is real. Bain tilted her head slightly and said, "Now it's my turn to ask a question, right?" Xianxia choked and then nodded. He thought that she actually knew how to counterattack. Bain lowered her eyes. She looked a little lonely and said, "I've been here for a long time, so long that I even forgot what time is. It's obviously very beautiful here, but I often feel that it's too quiet. Can you tell me why this feeling is?" Xianxia thought to himself, isn't this loneliness? Could it be that in the dream, he also had a business to expand? He heard Bain's slightly disappointed and desolate question. When she lowered her head to look at him, he saw her silver eyes seeking an answer. Life coach Jia couldn't help but think that this dream was too much to his liking. In this kind of romantic fairy tale like Iris Hills, coupled with a quiet and soothing atmosphere, he would do something he loved to do with an elegant lady who was pleasing to the eye, drinking chicken soup. This dream was so beautiful that it bubbled with bubbles. If owning all the books in the world was his ultimate dream that he had already realized. Then using chicken soup to encourage others to walk out of their trough and predicament was a daily relaxing hobby that he was addicted to. Every time he saw those who were originally full of worry or had dim eyes, they seemed to have regained their dreams and hope, becoming full of vitality and motivation. Xianxia would feel warm in his heart, full of positive energy, and obtain incomparable self-satisfaction. He felt that there was no kindness in this world for no reason. Most of the time, Xianxia helped others without asking for anything in return. In fact, he had already obtained his own happiness from the other party's reaction. Remember the website, m9bkuj.com. To simplify, helping others was a form of happiness for Xianxia. But unfortunately, due to the bleak business of the bookstore, he didn't have many customers who would return regularly. There was a lot less joy in life. Therefore, when he was asked for help in a dream, it had to be said that it directly knocked over the chicken soup in Xianxia's heart that had nowhere to put it. Xianxia thought about it and felt that since it was a dream, there was no need to be so reserved. He reached out his hand and said, "Shall we sit down and talk?" Shaking hands was the most primitive etiquette to express friendship that had been passed down from the slash-and-burn era. It should be the easiest way to gain trust. Bain's expression was a little confused. She looked at Xianxia's hand and hesitated for a moment. She raised her hand and gently placed it in his palm. It was cold and soft. This was what Xianxia felt in an instant. He held her hand and tightened it, then sat together in the flower bed where she had been lying. Xianxia casually sat cross-legged and decided to first understand his dream person persona. A tailor-made chicken soup was the right medicine for the illness. He asked, "Have you always been alone in this dream?" Bain tilted her head to look at him, her long hair sliding down the side of her face. She said, "No one has ever come in, and no one has ever been able to come in. You are the first." Looks like it's the kind of lettuce girl setting. For a long time, she lived alone in a beautiful garden. Because of certain conditions, she never came into contact with others. Eternal sleep was her life. It was indeed a fairy tale. Xianxia felt that this type of problem was actually the easiest to resolve. Unlike those who felt lonely in crowded places, this was purely, how should I put it? It was a bit like boredom or boredom. He only needed to cultivate some simple hobbies. Of course, the most effective way was to leave this place, make some friends, and make his life more fulfilling. However, the person in front of him was just a shadow in his dream. Xianxia suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. "What made you feel this way is loneliness and loneliness." He said softly, "Because you are always alone and not understood, you are lonely. Because you always repeat the same things without any change, you lose the concept of time. There is no sense of novelty, only thinking, so loneliness. The more you think, the more painful it is. Many people are like this. For example, philosophers, poets, and geniuses often chose to commit suicide because they thought too deeply and too far, but they could not understand. And could not figure it out. Therefore, sometimes, the phrase "fortune favors fools" was very true. Bain said thoughtfully, "Thinking is the source of pain, and they can't understand me, so they fear me and stay away from me." Xianxia was also deep in thought. So there was a philosopher in her persona. It sounded like she often thought to the point that it seemed strange in the eyes of ordinary people. In the end, she chose to live alone. Such a process. He suddenly made up his mind. So what if she was the person in his dream? If it was a friend, there was never any condition that had to be fulfilled. A friend that only he knew was also a kind of romance, but no matter what, this lonely lady in front of him should be resolved by him, the initiator. Xianxia looked at Bain sincerely and said, "I think I can understand you." Bain smiled faintly, "I know. From the moment you appeared in this dream, it means that you have already understood me. You and I are on the same level. Perhaps, your thinking stands on a higher level." Was this the way philosophers praised people, beating around the bush like this? It was really comfortable. Although Xianxia felt that there was some suspicion of flattery, he felt that it was slightly inappropriate. But he cleared his throat and said, "So, I can be considered to have been approved by you. Then, I have a presumptuous request. No, this is my most ardent hope, I hope you can agree." When facing such a long-term autistic person, it was best not to give the initiative to her. Otherwise, because of the inertia of her thinking, she would definitely subconsciously refuse. It had to be said in a way that made it difficult for her to refuse. Bain looked at him with some doubt. Xianxia showed an incomparably gentle smile and said, "Can you be my friend?" "Fo, friend?" Xianxia nodded, "Yes, friend. The reason why you feel lonely is actually because it's boring. Don't you think that although it's beautiful here, it's too monotonous? You'll get tired of always facing the same scenery sooner or later." He continued with a smile, "Have you ever tried to make friends? Chatting together and sharing some daily trifles, compared to being alone, will be much happier." Speaking of sharing. He thought of Amway. Speaking of Amway. He thought of pushing books. He suddenly had a thought. Although he said that he wanted to expand his business, because it was in a dream, he only wanted to give her some psychological counseling. After all, they were not in a bookstore, and there were no books in her hands, but at this moment, he suddenly thought of the opposite. Since it was in a dream, then it was possible to do things that couldn't be done normally, right? For example, making a book out of thin air. If she relied on her memory, she should be able to restore a book. Xianxia felt something heavy on his leg. He lowered his head and saw a hardcover edition of Grimm's fairy tales. He couldn't be more familiar with this book. When he was a child, he used a translated version of Grimm's fairy tales for his enlightenment. The story of the lettuce girl also came from here. This book? Take it as a meeting gift for a friend. Xianxia handed the book over. Baiyin took it, gently stroked the book cover, and said, "It's been a long time since someone gave me a gift, and no one was willing to chat with me. I have nothing, but here is this tree and the fruit on the tree, these flowers and the honey in the flowers. If you're willing, you can take one of them as a return gift." Xianxia raised his head. Only then did he realize that there seemed to be some golden light shining in the canopy that covered the sky and the sun. However, the snow that filled the sky and the beautiful irises on the ground had stolen their attraction. Moreover, the dense foliage concealed them very well. Therefore, Xianxia didn't notice that the tree had fruits just now. Baiyin gave him 4 options: tree, fruit, flower, and nectar. Xianxia thought about it and eliminated the tree first. He couldn't take the tree away directly, and this tree seemed to be, well, it was completely useless to him. Next, he eliminated the flower. Other than being a decoration, it didn't seem to have any other use. Moreover, he had picked a flower not long ago and pinned it on Baiyin's ear. Remember, http://m9bkuj.com. Now that he asked her to send the flower back, it felt strange. Only the fruit and nectar were left. Xianxia thought about it and looked at the faintly shining golden fruit on the tree. He said, "Can I eat it directly?" He really wasn't interested in the nectar, so he might as well try the fruit in his dream and see what it tasted like. This could be considered a very unique experience. Baiyin smiled. Of course. Patter. As soon as she finished speaking, the golden fruit that looked like a small apple fell on its own. Xianxia reached out and caught it. He turned it and looked at it carefully. This small golden apple was extraordinarily exquisite. Every curve gave a feeling of perfect proportion, as if it was drawn. It appeared again. This kind of structure that only existed in dreams. But no matter how it was before, it was now going to enter Xianxia's stomach. Crunch, crunch. Xianxia ate the small apple clean in 2 or 3 bites. It didn't feel much different from a normal apple. It was crispy and sweet, full of sugar and moisture, and there wasn't even a core. It seemed that the taste in dreams was based on reality. It was wishful thinking to expect some unusual taste experience. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly felt that his consciousness was a little blurry. He felt that he might be waking up. So fast, the time in the dream was definitely different from the time in reality. Many times, he felt that many things had happened in his dreams. A series of transitions could even be written into a novel of tens of thousands of words. But in reality, when they woke up, they might find that they had only slept for 5 minutes. Sometimes, even though it felt like only a short while had passed in the dream, the night had already passed. Although Xianxia felt extremely regretful, he couldn't control when he slept or woke up. "It's time for me to go," Xianxia said to Baiyin, then stood up and stretched out his hand. She held his hand, smiled, and used his strength to hug him gently. Her soft and magnetic voice rang in his ears. "I hope that when the next night comes, we can still meet in our dreams." Uai, Terra rank Dark Magus. He was the disciple of Wang Erda, the faceless man of black scales. The entire world of dark sorcerers knew that the annihilation-level dark sorcerer Wang Erda had 2 disciples. The reason why it was once was because of these 2 disciples. One had died long ago, and the other had chosen to betray him. The one who died was called Charles. The one who was still alive was called Uai. The current flaming envoy Uai was the partner of Heelisi, the leader of the White Wolves. He was also a core member of the Dark Sorcerers organization, the Crimson Sect. This time, choosing Heelisi might have been a wrong move, but choosing the others was a hopeless mistake. Uai held an umbrella and wore an old suit. He lit a cigarette but didn't smoke. He looked very young, at most 20 years old. He had short flaxen hair and a thin, pointy face. His nose was full of freckles, and there was a black tattoo on the side of his face. His arm was still wrapped in bandages. His entire arm, including his palm, was tightly bound. This was the result of being ambushed by Jijishu together with Heelisi. Heelisi, as a hunter, had the power of the tainted blood to regenerate quickly. He could even tear off his own arm without batting an eyelid. But as a dark sorcerer, Yuai's body was basically no different from a normal person's. He couldn't take the damage and had no way to heal himself. Moreover, this kind of injury couldn't be healed quickly by relying on curses. The Dome Church had the best healing effects. But in the past 3 years, the Dome Church in Nuajin had announced that they would no longer provide healing for dark sorcerers. The reason wasn't because of their position. The Dome Church was responsible for healing, not teaching you how to behave. But dark sorcerers, especially those at the bottom of the hierarchy, generally didn't have money. Jijishu, including old Wang Erda, seems to be related to the owner of the bookstore on 23rd Street. It's as if their fates have been rewritten here. Yuai muttered to himself. He knew exactly how badly Wang Erda had been injured. And with his teacher's arrogance, even if he didn't die in the end, there was a high probability that he wouldn't appear again. But who knew that Wang Erda would appear, and seemed to have become stronger? I hope it's just a mistake in the information. Yuai turned his head and looked at the middle-aged dark sorcerer John. Do you remember your mission? Yes. The dark sorcerer lowered his head and said in a low voice, to investigate the bookstore and its owner. I only need their level and appearance, and the general layout and location of the bookstore. Yuai said, go, you'll bring me good news, won't you? John's figure instantly disappeared, becoming a shadow that blended into the darkness. Shadow shape, this was the spell John was best at, and also the best way to gather information. He shuttled through the shadows of the buildings at an extremely fast speed. The night was his best disguise. 23rd Street. 412th Street. Bookstore. He quickly arrived at the coordinates. John slowed down and looked around the bookstore carefully, gradually becoming cautious. But at the same time, he was somewhat puzzled. There were clearly no ether waves here. Just from perception alone, it was a simple bookstore. But a mission that the higher-ups attached great importance to was definitely not simple. He entered the bookstore and circled around the first floor. He didn't find anything unusual, only neatly arranged bookshelves and books. So he snuck up to the second floor. The layout of the second floor was even more obvious. It was completely just an ordinary bookstore. He explored all the places that he should explore, and finally, only the bedroom of the bookstore was left. It was the only place with signs of life. Although the aura was still ordinary, it didn't seem to be an extraordinary. In other words, the owner of the bookstore was sleeping soundly here. As John approached the bedroom door, he thought that maybe he could kill this guy while he was at it, and then go back and report, actually, the person you're worried about is just an ordinary person, and I've already killed him. He couldn't help but laugh, then changed back to his original appearance, and reached out to open the bedroom door. The gap slowly widened. John's eyes instantly froze. Inside the door, countless blood vessels covered the entire room. Squirming blood vessels and lumps of sarcomas radiated, spreading from the central bed to the surroundings. Clusters of white irises grew from the blood-covered wall at the head of the bed to the bed, emitting a faint light. It illuminated the face of the smiling young man who seemed to be having a sweet dream on the bed. Before Hardadef could react, the strands of blood were alerted and instantly pounced on him from the ground. From the moment John saw the horrifying scene in the room to the moment he lost his consciousness, only a moment had passed. The image of the pure white flower growing out of the flesh and blood still remained in his mind. The horrifying contrast made his scalp tingle and his hair stand on end. But he didn't have time to run away. The next second, his vision was pitch black, and pain that exceeded his limits came from all over his body. This short and long second made him despair. He could clearly feel the blood vessels clinging to his skin and crawling into his ears, eyes, mouth, and nostrils inch by inch. From his skin, to his internal organs, and then to his brain. John felt that he was like a bloated leather bag filled with flesh and blood that was being stirred crazily inside. In the end, the thing that was fixed was no longer himself, nor was he a person with a concept. At the door of the room, the middle-aged dark warlock paused for a moment and then lowered his head with a dull gaze. His hand was still on the door handle, and the wriggling blood vessels on the back of his hand quickly disappeared. Creek, the first website address was M9 Bikuj. John stepped back and gently closed the door again. As he went downstairs, he muttered to himself in a daze, I should. I should, as if he had just gained the ability to speak, he stuttered a lot of meaningless words. But as he went downstairs, the speed of his speech gradually became normal. The expression of his words also became clear. I should eliminate everything that threatens the existence of the Lord. Lord, your servant is here, at your service. Yao was waiting in the dark alley. He finished smoking a cigarette, threw it on the ground, and stepped on his own shadow to crush it. He took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. Some raindrops splashed on the dial of the watch. He frowned and wiped the raindrops with his thumb. Half an hour had passed. This place was less than 2 kilometers away from 23rd Street. With the speed of John's shadow shape, he could reach the destination in about 5 minutes. The investigation wasn't very in-depth. Compared to the speed at which John usually carried out reconnaissance missions, this was much slower. Looks like this bookstore isn't simple. Yao let out a long breath. He had made the right choice not to go personally out of caution. But until now, he hadn't sensed any large-scale ether waves coming from 23rd Street, so at least there hadn't been a battle. The biggest possibility was that John had succeeded in stealth, but the other party might have taken some defensive measures and didn't get any results. The situation wasn't too bad, but he had probably alerted the enemy. He might have to carry out the follow-up tasks himself. Now, he would wait for John to come back and make a plan. Yao was very confident in John's stealth and escape abilities. After all, hybrids of humans and dream beasts were very rare. Half of the shadow moss worm's bloodline flowed in John's veins, so he could use shadow form at 200%. Merging into the shadows and hiding his presence was as easy as going home for him. Whoosh, the heavy rain washed away the cigarette ashes in the blink of an eye. They followed the water flow and swirled into the sewer. Yuai put the pocket watch back and was about to light up another cigarette when Xianxia stopped him. But suddenly, he had clearly put out his cigarette. Why was there still a shadow in this dark alley on a rainy day? Damn it! Yuai's expression suddenly changed. She immediately pinched the cigarette in her hand and shouted, "Fire curse, intense light." Boom! Unfortunately, the shadowy shadow shape was ignited, turning into a dazzling explosion of flames. Like a bolt of lightning, it lit up the entire alley. Light and fire were the best ways to deal with shadows, but Yao knew that the current situation was very unfavorable for him. The rainy and humid weather greatly weakened his fire spells. Plus, the shadow shape was only an ordinary shadow shape cigarette. All this meant that his shadow shape could only delay for a few seconds and couldn't really cause any damage. Thus, he immediately retreated and took out a red gem the size of a fingernail from his bosom. He was sure that John was the one who had turned back. Although he didn't know why he betrayed him, he would definitely die now. Yao's shadow shape was cold. Shadow shape, burning earth. But the shadow on the ground was faster than him. A second before he realized something was wrong, the shadow turned back into its original human form. The metal pieces it carried turned into countless sharp spears and pierced through Yuai's body. Ah! Yao was nailed to the wall of the alley by inertia. With a bang, the wall cracked like a spider web. His eyes were red from the pain, and he screamed. Of course, the piercing wounds weren't enough to make him look so miserable. The moment the spears pierced his body, countless barbs appeared on them. That was what made him scream. At the same time, the violent flames roared and engulfed the entire alley, turning everything into scorched earth. John's body, which wasn't very strong, was torn apart by the flames. In the end, he turned into ashes and became a broken silhouette in the dazzling flames. The short confrontation came to an abrupt end. Yao used transfiguration to get rid of the metal spears on his body. He then used temperature rise to melt them into molten iron. He gasped and covered his wounds. He staggered 2 steps and sneered, "I'm much better at betrayal than you are. Do you think I won't be prepared? How naive and stupid." The fluctuations of life disappeared in the flames. The charred silhouette turned into a statue in the middle of the alley, representing the death of this stupid dark warlock. Yao reached out his hand and prepared to use bursting flames to end the battle. However, the charred ashes fell to the ground and the walls. Countless blood vessels spread and covered the entire alley in the blink of an eye. What? When Yao realized that something was wrong, the alley was already blocked by the squirming blood vessels. He immediately released a spell. However, the rapid proliferation of these blood vessels was terrifying. They gathered in the middle of the alley at an extremely fast speed, as if they were going to devour him. Yao's smile finally froze on his face. He looked around and showed a frightened expression. "You're not John. Who are you?" The blood vessels and sarcomas bulged as if they were breathing, and a sharp voice with John's voice came out. "Lord. Your servant cleared the obstacles for you, Lord." Yao caught the keyword. John's background was very clear. He had never been a follower of any church. Why would a lord suddenly appear half an hour after John went to investigate? There was only one explanation. The owner of the bookstore. It was a warning from the owner of the bookstore. Before being devoured, Yao's last thought flashed through his mind. Knock, knock. He heard the knock behind him and said, "Come in." "What's wrong?" The subordinate's voice trembled. "Mr. Yao is dead." He's eyes turned cold. "What happened?" The subordinate said, "Mr. Yao sent people to the bookstore on 23rd Street according to your order. However, the people he sent suddenly betrayed him and obtained unknown abilities. They killed Mr. Yao. Here are the photos of the scene, the identification of magic traces, and the restoration of the scene." Mr. Yao struggled to leave a last word on the ground. "What?" he said. "Run." He reached out and took a stack of documents from his subordinates. At the top was the spell trace identification and scene restoration done by the dark wizards of the Crimson Sect. The paper document was filled with a long and detailed analysis. It was voluminous and densely packed. It even included the time of spell casting, the range of ether fluctuations, the psychological state of both sides, the degree of destruction of the terrain during the battle, and so on. Every aspect of the entire battle had been sorted out, no matter how big or small. Fortunately, the Dark Wizards did not really care about those blockheads. They directly marked the most important part of the information in red and attached a description of the complete process. Such a detailed investigation report was something that only the wizards could do. The hunters relied on their own senses for detection. For example, their highly specialized vision could see blood traces that ordinary people could not see, and even directly see the traces of ether fluctuations. But it was also possible to see the hidden side of this world and eventually go crazy. Of course, this was just a legend. Remember the website, m9bkuj.com. When the old hunters really went crazy and died, they had already lost the ability to speak. They could only roar and rave, and did not have the chance to describe to others what they saw. The temporary cooperation between the White Wolf and the Crimson Sect did bring a lot of benefits to both sides. At least in terms of combat, the complementarity of close combat and long-range combat was obvious to see the improvement of combat efficiency. Their cooperation played a huge role in suppressing the enemy in the current situation, but the premise was that they had the same goal. Otherwise, those arrogant wizards would not choose to cooperate with the hunters. He roughly skimmed through it. When he reached the end, his pupils shrank. At the end of the document was a photo taken at the scene. The entire alley was covered in flesh and blood. The flesh membrane covered with blood vessels wrapped around the walls and the ground. Even just looking at the photo, one could feel that it seemed to be squirming. UAI's corpse in the middle was beyond recognition. One could barely make out the remains of the clothes. The whole corpse was twisted like a cocoon or the nest of some kind of creature. The blood vessels destroyed the surface of the corpse on the ground. The corpse opened its mouth, and a pure white iris grew out of its mouth. The roots of the iris went deep into the flesh and blood, gradually turning from green to red and black. It was hard to tell whether the flower had been planted by someone later on, or if it had grown out of the flesh and blood. However, according to the report, the flower withered along with the decay of the flesh and blood shortly after the photo was taken. It was as if the flower was some kind of parasitic creature. After absorbing John and Yu's bodies as nutrients, it eventually withered due to the loss of its source of nutrients. The corpse in the alley was in a very strange position, indicating the pain it had suffered before death. There was even a long trail of blood behind it. UAI tried her best to stretch out her arm, leaving a bloody handwriting on the ground. "Run." He placed the documents on the table and let out a long sigh. So, after John came back from the bookstore, he was possessed by some unknown entity and his thoughts were changed. Even the dark magi couldn't analyze what it was, right? The subordinate lowered his head. Yes. What are they going to do next? We've collected the rotting flesh and withered irises and are preparing to hand them over to the Crimson Sect's headquarters. We'll let Prayerful Morphei make the judgment. Currently, the suggestion given is for us to temporarily give up on investigating the bookstore and focus on ensuring the incubation of the magic mirror egg. The annihilation-grade Crimson Sect that hasn't shown up yet? Heelisi's gaze was calm. Tell them that the White Wolf will do its best to cooperate. Yes. The subordinate respectfully left. Was this a warning from the bookstore owner? Heelisi thought silently, turned around, and looked through the window. Outside the window was part of a huge factory. In the center of the huge incubator was the magic mirror egg. Ensure the incubation of the magic mirror egg, however, he did not forget that the reason why Jijishu suddenly jumped out was because she had contacted the bookstore owner. He had reason to believe that the bookstore owner was the one who supported Jijishu behind the scenes. No one could guarantee that Jijishu, who had escaped, would not receive more support from the bookstore owner. He could not allow any variables. Xianxia opened his eyes and woke up from his dream. He looked at the gently fluttering feathers above his vision and recalled the sweet dream. He could not help but smile. Next time I should really thank old Wang. This thing can really bring about beautiful dreams. Xianxia stretched and sat up from the bed. He took a deep breath and felt refreshed. His whole body was full of vitality. It was still raining outside. The dark sky could not tell the time. He glanced at the metal alarm clock beside his bed. It was exactly 6 o'clock. This was half an hour earlier than usual. However, at the same time, he felt energetic. This meant that the quality of his sleep last night was quite good. I really hope it's like what she said, when the next night comes, we can still meet in our dreams. Xianxia muttered as he got out of bed, changed his clothes, and walked into the toilet. However, although it was possible to have those continuous dreams, the probability should be very small. He did not know if this little bit of luck could move this net. Let it capture another beautiful dream for him. Standing in front of the sink mirror, Xianxia picked up the toothpaste cup, turned on the tap, and started the morning washing job. Facing guests with a clean and decent image was also an indispensable courtesy. Agulyalu. Puff. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of water and foam. He rinsed his mouth twice and used a wet towel to wash his face. He opened his mouth and looked at his teeth out of habit. Suddenly, he was stunned. Why do I feel like something is not right? Xianxia looked at the mirror suspiciously. He opened his mouth wide and used his fingers to feel the 2 rows of teeth. After checking again and again, he was sure that he had 8 extra teeth. These 8 teeth were at the ends of the 2 rows of teeth. The original teeth, especially the molars, were all slightly shrunken. It was just enough to arrange for a few new residents. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell. I feel like even if I suddenly have polydontism, it probably won't grow back so quickly, right? Xianxia's mouth twitched. After thinking about it, he suspected that it was Little Black's fault. Little Black was the nickname he gave to the mastermind behind his transmigration. After all, this guy was the mastermind behind the scenes. On the other hand, it was like a black silhouette. But no matter how he thought about it, having a few extra teeth did not seem to have any meaning. Sigh, forget it. Who knows what it's thinking? Maybe to it, giving me some teeth is a blessing? Xianxia repeatedly tried to open his mouth and found that it did not affect the function of his teeth. He simply gave up on thinking about it. As long as his teeth could be used and did not hurt, it was fine. Xianxia tidied up his clothes and hair again and went downstairs to prepare for business. I'm really looking forward to it. Will there be new customers today? Xianxia skillfully removed the latch and opened the door of the bookstore. The rain outside didn't slow down at all. It was as if the heavens forgot to turn off the floodgates. However, the water level on the road seemed to have dropped a little today. It was probably because the sewer system was operating at maximum efficiency like the news said. However, what was even more surprising was that on the usually empty street, there were several large vehicles used for construction. The gas lamps illuminated the street in the majestic rain. From time to time, people in the shops and houses on both sides of the street would poke their heads out to take a look. Then, they would close their doors or windows to prevent the rain from coming in. The vehicles came quickly and left quickly. Soon, the street returned to its original calm. Xianxia was a little surprised. He looked at the waves on the road and said, "Did something happen?" Thinking about it carefully, it was impossible for nothing to happen in such a heavy rain. There seemed to be bulldozers and excavators among the vehicles. It seemed like they were going to attack some building. Remember, http://m9bkuj. Xianxia wanted to listen to the morning news from the video store next door to see what had happened. However, he sat in his seat for a long time and didn't hear the static from the TV next door. Xianxia couldn't help but be a little confused. Usually, when something like this happened, the owner next door would definitely turn the volume on the TV to the maximum. The channel would definitely be the one that was broadcasting something that people were curious about. It was to show off a sense of superiority that said, "Look, you all have to get the news from me." It was very proud of itself. However, not only did it not do that today, it seemed like the TV wasn't even turned on. It was really strange. Could it be that the power switch went off again? Or did the video store owner suddenly get sick? Xianxia couldn't help but worry. Although this neighbor had some small problems, he wasn't a bad person. He was just an ordinary citizen. After hearing so much news, he still had feelings for him. Xianxia shouted to the other side of the wall, "Excuse me." But before he could finish his sentence, the girl next door suddenly shrieked, as if she was startled. "Ah." Xianxia asked doubtfully, "What happened?" The person next door was silent for a while, and then he said in a trembling voice, "It's okay, really, it's okay. You don't have to ask me, don't have to," gulp. The store owner swallowed his saliva incoherently and said, Is there anything I can help you with?" Xianxia said, "I want to ask why your TV isn't playing anymore." "Did something happen?" "Oh no." Sure enough, he found something unusual. Usually, in movies, the people who exposed themselves and realized that something was wrong would end up dead. The video store owner immediately switched on the television. "Turn it on, turn it on." "I'm very sorry." "Open it now." The TV next door immediately started broadcasting. Sure enough, the TV was broadcasting the news about the wall collapse in this area. It turned out that the walls had collapsed. With such a heavy rain, it was indeed possible for some shoddy construction to be washed away. There were even casualties. It seemed like this accident was quite serious. "Okay, thank you." After understanding the details, Xianxia nodded. Then, he felt that something was wrong. The tone of the person next door actually didn't forget to be respectful? This really didn't make sense. Xianxia couldn't help but think of his previous guess. He said, "Mr. Colin, are you sure there's nothing wrong with your body? You need to have enough rest to live a better life." Cold sweat suddenly appeared on Colin's forehead. Why did he ask this question? Did he do something to my body? Did he do something? Now he's warning me not to act rashly. Otherwise, I won't be able to live a good life. Colin looked at the TV in front of him. He looked at the phone in his hand. After hesitating for a long time, he didn't send the email. His whole body was stiff. For a moment, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. Xianxia's voice came from next door. "Mr. Colin?" Colin shivered. His hand shook. He looked down and found that he had already sent the email. Recipient, the Dome Church's priest, Vincent. He was so scared that his soul almost flew away. He used all his strength to stop himself from trembling and cursing. Colin gritted his teeth and thought fiercely in his heart, it's too late for him to regret now. Now that the news has been sent to the priest, if he can continue to hide it for a while, maybe he can survive. The priest of the Dome Church, save him. Phew. Nothing, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Colin forced himself to be calm and pretended to be relaxed. Xianxia heard this answer. Although he felt that he was trying to be brave, he couldn't expose him. since it's like this, I won't bother you anymore. Xianxia wondered if he should buy a gift and pay a visit to his neighbor. Dingling, the bell at the door of the bookstore suddenly made a crisp sound. Xianxia raised his head and said, "Welcome." When he saw that it was an unfamiliar girl who came in, he thought to himself, "It seems that there is a new customer today." The one who walked into the bookstore was a red-haired girl who looked like she was only 16 or 17 years old. She had a youthful and beautiful face, and her bright eyes left a deep impression on others. Her fair skin was slightly pink, and she was tall and slender. She wore a white t-shirt and denim overalls, and on her feet was a pair of bright yellow round-toed rain shoes. Her long and dense red hair was woven into a coarse braid that rested on her left shoulder. She wore a cap on her head and had a black umbrella in her hand. It was very rare to see a young customer. "Is there anything you need?" the young man sitting behind the counter asked. Melissa curiously looked around the bookstore and then looked at Xianxia. She quickly jumped in front of the counter and pulled a stool to sit down. She shook her legs and asked, "Are you the owner of this bookstore?" Xianxia nodded and smiled, "Yes, I am. If you need anything, just tell me. No matter if it's to borrow books, buy books, or just read books, it's all fine." He doesn't seem that powerful. Is this bookstore really an I-grade bookstore? Could her father have made a mistake? A series of questions flashed through Melissa's mind. She carefully looked around the store. Only the gargoyle in the store should be the creation of a dark sorcerer. The rest were completely normal. She looked at the young man in front of her with disappointment. Melissa even forgot the ending of Child of the Abyss, that she originally wanted to borrow books to read. This is too normal. She thought about how she had braved the rain and the risk of being scolded by her father, but she did not find the mysterious and charming bookstore that she had expected. She could not help but feel a little angry. "Can I ask for anything?" Melissa muttered with her hands on her cheeks. What are children thinking these days? Xianxia had a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. He maintained his business smile and said, "Some excessive requests are not allowed." Melissa slammed her hands on the counter. "I want to arm wrestle with you, is that excessive?" Xianxia's mouth twitched. His expression was subtle. If he didn't care about his image, his current expression could only be described as subway, old man, cell phone. JPG. He had seen all kinds of customers in the past 3 years, but he had never seen anyone come up and arm wrestle with him. After running the store for so long, no, including his time as a university lecturer before he transmigrated, he had never heard of such a strange request. Would a normal person choose to arm wrestle between the 3 options of borrow books, buy books, read books? Was this appropriate? This obviously wasn't appropriate. Out of his instinct as a life coach, Xianxia felt that there was something fishy about this. He looked at the girl in front of him again. She didn't wear any makeup and her skin was very good. The quality of her clothes was quite good. Her hat seemed to be from a famous brand. The edges of her shoes were stained with mud. But the footprints on the ground were clean. She must have washed them off at the entrance. The website was m9bkuj.com. From the details, it could be seen that this girl's personal upbringing was quite good. In particular, it was worth noting that her thick red hair was maintained quite well. It was like the soft fur of an orange cat, making people want to touch it. From the above, it could be seen that her family was quite well off. Xianxia thought back to the girl's expression just now. He could see that she was a bit nervous and disappointed. He was very sure that she came specifically for his bookstore and not to hide from the rain like Jijishu did. Then, why would such a well-off girl, who obviously didn't lack for entertainment, suddenly run into his bookstore and arm wrestle with him? Xianxia felt that at the moment, his bookstore didn't have anything special that could attract people to come in the rain. No, wait. His number of new customers had increased recently. Could it be that the new customers were promoting him? Jijishu, Xianxia. Xianxia? Xianxia's eyes suddenly became sharp. He crossed his hands and examined the girl in front of him. Although it was not obvious, her appearance was similar to Xianxia, especially her eyes. It might be strange to say this, but, although Xianxia looked like a tough old man now, it was clear from his facial features that he was definitely a handsome young man when he was young. Therefore, the correct explanation should be that the girl in front of him had a very high degree of similarity to the Xianxia of the youth. Xianxia had an intuition that the girl in front of him was definitely related to Xianxia. Unknowingly, he didn't realize that he had been staring at the girl in front of him for nearly a minute. This kind of deep gaze and silent sizing up brought about an invisible pressure. Melissa, who originally had her hands on the counter with an imposing aura, suddenly felt a little guilty. She retracted her hands and placed them on her knees stiffly. What's wrong? Arm wrestling shouldn't be too much, right, can't I? This guy clearly looked very ordinary. Why did he suddenly feel like he had done something wrong? What was with this feeling of being reprimanded by her father for doing something wrong? The young girl fell into a state of opposite equals father vexation. Xianxia regained his senses and realized his rudeness. He cleared his throat and said, "Of course arm wrestling is fine, but I have 2 questions to ask first, is that alright?" Melissa nodded her head. "What questions?" Xianxia extended out a finger. "The first question, you are here because of Xianxia, right?" Although it was a question, but it was actually a statement. Melissa's heart skipped a beat. She never thought that the other party would directly say Xianxia's name. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the young man in front of her in shock. At the same time, the ominous feeling in her heart became even more intense. Seems like I was right. Since the 2 of them are related, then the possibility of them being relatives is extremely high. Xianxia smiled and shook his finger. "Don't look at me like that, the 2 of you look rather similar." Melissa immediately opened her eyes wide. She puffed up her cheeks like a blowfish that had been attacked. "Who looks like him?" Xianxia cheered for his increasingly accurate eyesight, such a rebellious attitude, and the look of disdain in her eyes. "They should be father and daughter." Sigh, "I have seen too many of such situations. The last time was when she was heartbroken from being hurt by a scumbag, and this time was when she ran away from home due to a conflict with her parents. My life as a mentor is truly becoming more and more useful." Melissa was already regretting it. She already felt that it was not her father who was in the wrong, but her own judgment and curiosity that led her to a bad situation. Of course, it was not a dangerous situation. But, since the other party was able to know the relationship between her and Xianxia, then there was a high possibility that he would report her. As expected, a rank area cannot be barged in, even if you are friendly. But the only thing worth rejoicing about is that the evaluation of friendly in the file is correct. Xianxia then extended out his second finger and asked, "Then the second question, why do you want to arm wrestle with me?" In truth, if it was just a regular customer asking for help, he would definitely not ask so many questions. But the person in front of him was a young female customer, and the request was for physical contact. For his reputation and innocence, he had to be cautious. Don't think that only females will be harassed, boys have to remember to protect themselves when they are outside. And to understand the other party's motive for doing such strange things, it will be beneficial for psychological counseling and chicken soup for the other party. Melissa immediately sat upright and still, her gaze straight. "Xianxia said before, if you feel uncomfortable because of a certain matter or a certain person, but because of the restrictions or because of your face, you cannot do anything, then find someone to arm wrestle." Xianxia typed out a question, and asked suspiciously, "Why arm wrestle?" Wait a minute, if that's the case, then the reason why Melissa is uncomfortable should be because of the conflict with Xianxia. And the person who is acting as the punching bag is him? Damn it, I take back my words, what a brat. Melissa's face was stern. "The best is to find the person involved, that way you can enjoy the pain, the exasperation and helplessness on his face. For such a game activity, if the other party rejects it, they will appear to be timid, and even if they reject it, they can still force it on, and if they end up making a move on me, then I will have a reason to beat them up." Xianxia felt that he had many questions. He deeply doubted Xianxia's education as a father. As expected, I shouldn't expect a retired soldier with PTSD to have any parenting experience, right? Alright, how do we compete? Xianxia felt a headache coming on. But since it is just to vent, I will satisfy her. She is such a young girl with thin arms and legs, she should not have any strength. Although that's what I said, but I will definitely find a friend to be her partner, to let her vent. But, I have to correct this brat's thoughts. 2 out of 3 wins. Melissa said cautiously, then thought to herself, although the other party isn't as ordinary as I thought, but he should be a scholar or a sorcerer. This rank I should be in the aspect of ether, his body is definitely not that strong. The two of them sat at the counter with their hands clasped together. The atmosphere was extremely tense. From what I can feel, it is truly loose, it is only the strength of an adult male. Melissa secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and said softly, 3, 2, 1. Begin. The outcome of the battle was decided. Melissa stared blankly at her own arm that was pressed onto the counter. How is that possible? Melissa looked at her arm that was pressed down on the counter, and her mind went blank for a moment. How is that possible? She raised her head, and saw the bookstore owner's expression as though it was reasonable but unexpected. Xianxia raised his brows, then smiled at Melissa and released her hand, as though he was saying, "What, aren't I pretty good at arm wrestling? But why do I feel that he only has the muscles and tendons of an adult male? This standard of strength, when I was 6 years old, I could already beat 10 of them, the type that could pin them to the ground. There is no reason why I can't even win arm wrestling at 16 years old, right?" Although she only had an abnormal rank evaluation, but her strength was already at the panic rank, it was just that the truth rank had not been announced yet. But now, I actually lost in arm wrestling. Melissa could not help but fall into self-doubt. Could it be that the opponent cheated? Remember the website, M9bcoj. The moment the bookstore owner noticed her gaze, it was as though he had seen through her thoughts, and smiled. "I did not cheat, at such a close distance, you should have noticed it." Indeed. In such a small space, the distance between the two of them was so close, and their hands were tightly pressed together. Any usage of ether, no matter how small or subtle it was, would definitely be noticed. Therefore, the other party had indeed won the battle. But the more she realized this, the more Melissa felt sorrow and disbelief. Xianxia looked at the depressed young lady in front of him who had her head lowered, and consoled her. "Actually, for a young lady of your age, to have such strength is already very impressive. In truth, I still feel that it is very strenuous. You see, at the start, there was a stalemate, right?" What he said was the truth, and his expression naturally carried an apologetic look. "That's right, the stalemate was as long as someone accidentally swallowed a piece of hard candy. And it gave me the same feeling of having a bone stuck in my throat. So uncomfortable." Melissa clenched her fists tightly. Even if she was a trainee knight, she still had her pride and dignity. At the start, she was the one who provoked him, and she admitted that it was a mistake caused by her arrogance and blindness, but she did not want to lose without knowing the reason. "Best of 3, let's do it again." The young girl's gaze was stern, carrying her own persistence and stubbornness. There was even a trace of solemnity. Xianxia was moved by her imposing manner. Although he was a little arrogant, his fighting spirit was worthy of praise. Xianxia believed that he was indeed bullying a child, but he was really surprised at the very beginning. He really didn't expect such a soft and weak little girl to have such strong strength. "All right, let's do it again." Xianxia nodded solemnly. The two of them extended their hands out again and shook hands. Xianxia's gaze was calm, while Melissa's expression was firm. 3, 2, 1, begin. Shake, shake, shake. Melissa used all of her strength. She clenched her teeth and persevered. Her expression was sinister. She stared intently at her own hand, her adrenaline surging, the veins on her forehead popping out. Her originally streamlined and beautiful white arm had protruding muscles. Xianxia's mouth twitched. Should I say, like father like daughter, but even so, the fact that she was a weak little girl still restricted her from unleashing her full potential. Instead, it's a bit of a false bravado. Xianxia could not help but chuckle. He accidentally used a bit of strength in his hand, and the delicate balance was immediately broken. The second round of battle ended. Melissa sat on her seat, her hands still on the counter, her eyes were lifeless. She wanted to cry but had no tears. "I should have known." Xianxia smiled and said, "All right, it's just arm wrestling. Is winning or losing that important?" He felt that it was a good thing for the child to have a good memory. If not, with her physique, what if she found someone she could not afford to offend? If you had a blade in your hand, you would already be dead. That's not how you fight. Xianxia extended his finger and tapped on Melissa's head. "You, this boorish man is not going to work. Let me, this passionate man who is not willing to reveal his name, help take care of the child." According to the original trend, she might even develop into a big sister in the school. That's too bad, I have to get rid of her habit of arm wrestling with others. Melissa raised her head, her cheeks puffed up, her face was filled with grief and indignation as if she was saying, "You bully me." How should I put it, she looked like an unintelligent husky. Xianxia retracted his hand and said nonchalantly, "All right, I have satisfied your request, you can tell me now, why did you come to my bookstore?" Melissa obediently said, "To borrow a book." Xianxia shook his head, "Sigh, you should have said so earlier." "Which book do you want to borrow?" Melissa adjusted her emotions and said softly, "The book that my father borrowed, I secretly read half of it, but before I could read the ending, he almost found out. Do you have a copy here?" She realized that the owner of the bookstore was definitely warning her because of her attitude at the start. Melissa no longer had the misconception that the other party was an ordinary person, the person in front of her was a monster that could not be judged with common sense. Xianxia had said before, a wise man submits to circumstances, an outstanding knight must know how to be flexible, and an appropriate compromise was a form of gentleness. Xianxia understood, seems like this is the point where the conflict between father and daughter explodes. It was normal, most of the conflicts between children and their parents started from a small matter. Then because of the children's rebellious and impatient behavior, the parents' pressure gradually intensified, and finally became an irreversible war. Xianxia smiled, "Of course there are even other versions, but why don't you try to communicate with Xianxia?" Melissa held her cheeks, "He is reading this book, if he knows that I know that he is reading it, he will definitely fly into a rage, why would he lend it to me?" Teacher Lin said seriously, "Fly into a rage out of humiliation?" "I don't think so, as long as you show understanding, I believe that he will understand your heart. Between parents and children, there is never an insurmountable gap, it is just a lack of trust." Melissa was startled, but then turned her head and said, "He has never understood me, he is busy with his work every day, and every time he tests my results, he will only scold me fiercely for not doing well enough, and talk about how he was in the past. So that's how it is still the root of the problem, the results are not good enough." The father who was busy with work only had time to check on his daughter's homework, but neglected his child's education, causing her results to drop. The retired soldier who was unable to properly express himself could only scold his child to improve, and wanted to use himself as a role model. But in truth, in the eyes of the child, it was a different story. Xianxia was enlightened. Sigh, truly pitiful parents. Since that is the case, how about I first make him see me in a new light? Xianxia thought for a moment, then smiled and turned around. He took out a 53 book from the bookshelf. The full title was 5 Years of College Entrance Examination, 3 Years of Mock Papers. It was a nightmare that countless students did not want to face. It was a weapon that suppressed naughty kids. As the saying goes, it's never good for kids to be naughty. Most of the time, it's because they don't have enough homework. Let's use a set of 5/3 to deal with all kinds of dissatisfaction. Xianxia took a mathematics book from the bookshelf. But obviously, a mathematics book alone was not enough to enrich this naughty kid's life after school. Although mathematics was a great subject full of mysteries, it was not enough to just do math problems. Only a single subject in mathematics was not only difficult, but also boring. So he smiled and took a physics, chemistry, and biology book from the bookshelf. It was almost half a set of physics books. The reason why he only took half a set was not because he had a conscience. It was because he considered the cultural differences between Azir and Earth. Remember, http://m9bkuj. Come in the 3 years since he transmigrated, Xianxia had done extensive research on Azir's social ecology in order to better adapt to life here. The main way was through the books of this world, the oral accounts of guests, and the news reports from next door. The information he had recorded was still on his desk in his bedroom. The overall level of technology in this world was equivalent to Earth's in the 70s or 80s. The difference in basic education was also similar. The school system and learning content were also very similar. It was the same for kindergarten, primary school, middle school, and university. The basic subjects were also language, mathematics, English, physics, chemistry, politics, and history. The biggest difference was probably the addition of a special theology class. Although it was a different world, it was the same nightmare. The reason why Xianxia only chose science was naturally because the cultural gap was basically impossible to make up for. Language was still okay, but history and politics were pure nonsense. Even if it was language, without the support of a cultural background, not to mention answering questions, it would be a waste of time to give it to him. For a scholar like Lao Wang who specialized in linguistics and was very accomplished, he could naturally treat the book he gave as a slightly more profound study of a culture that he had never come into contact with before. But even old Wang's understanding of these books was very limited and one-sided. It was too harsh to expect a high school student to understand these things. But the basic subjects in high school were different. Although the technology in this world was a little skewed, it was skewed in the later stages of the research. However, in terms of the basics, there was basically no difference. However, they did not have a complete education system, nor did they have all kinds of teaching materials. In fact, Xianxia had always wanted to promote the practice of overload of questions to the teachers in this world. However, it would definitely be very complicated in practice. This was the opposite of his pursuit of a comfortable, salted fish life, so it was just a thought. But today, he finally had a chance to practice it. Teacher Lin's free one-on-one teaching was quite rare. Xianxia tidied up the books, stacked them up, and put them on the counter with a bang. Melissa looked at the books and was startled. What are these? She recalled the words of the owner of the bookstore. He had just said, you have to impress him first. Let Xianxia have a whole new level of respect for him? How could this be? The former glorious Grand Knight had always had higher expectations for her. She had never stopped practicing her battle techniques since she was young, but she had never received any praises, only constant encouragement. She had been injured and sweated more than others, but no matter how hard she worked, it was only right, because she was Xianxia's child, everyone naturally had high hopes for her. Even Xianxia always compared her to himself. If she wanted to impress Xianxia, she would have to reach the true panic level immediately. This was because her father often said, when I was your age, I was already at the panic level. Xianxia spoke sincerely, breaking her train of thought. In the end, your father only wants you to become something. As long as you can reach his expectations and make him speechless, then you can speak to him confidently. He smiled. I can roughly guess Xianxia's thoughts. When the time comes, even if he doesn't say anything, his heart will definitely soften. You just have to ask for anything, and he will at most curse a few times. Why does he know my father so well? Melissa nodded her head, then looked at the books on the counter and said, so, these books can help me gain strength, and gain my father's recognition, right? It should be some kind of body tempering technique. No, it could be a special method to control ether? The young lady's heart was filled with anticipation as she guessed. Xianxia could not help but sigh. Knowledge is power. This young lady has a high level of awareness. He smiled and pushed the half set of 53 to 3 forward. Do you want power? As long as you have the awareness, and can endure the pain, these books will be the key to opening the door. Melissa extended her hand out to receive it. She could vaguely feel that something was about to change. This made her hesitate, but when she thought about the heavy expectations everyone had for her, it made her unable to breathe. In the end, Melissa still took the entire set of books. She lowered her head, and saw the name of the book at the top. As though she was being lured by the devil, her breathing became heavier, and her trembling fingers flipped to the first page. Wherever her eyes landed, it was as though she had opened a forbidden door. The chaotic and crazy words formed together in an indescribable manner, the terrifying and distorted symbols gradually destroyed her reason, the unfathomable images formed an unfathomable truth. Endless and poor. Domains and groups. Sequences and truth. All living beings and the universe. The knowledge that was gradually being stripped away was being covered by the forbidden knowledge. Everything in her eyes crumbled, and started to return to its original state. The world in front of her was being deconstructed and reconstructed. Melissa was about to scream. It was not a physical pain, but a subversion that reached deep into her soul. She trembled. No, no. She felt as though she was a sand sculpture that was being shattered by a punch, and disintegrated bit by bit. Don't be afraid. If you want to open the door, this is the price you have to pay. The future you will definitely thank the current you. The bookstore owner's voice seemed to be very close, but also very far. Melissa looked in his direction. Everything in her vision was in a strange state of shattering. She suddenly opened her eyes wide. Behind the bookstore owner was a gigantic and majestic book vault that looked like a shrine, as though it had gathered all the knowledge in the world. And above it, there were billions of stars that emitted radiance, as though they were at the end of the vast universe. The nebula was dark, as though it was hiding something. But Melissa was seized by a bone-chilling fear. She immediately retracted her gaze, and in a daze, everything returned to normal. It was still the ordinary bookstore, the ordinary young man. She slammed the book in her hands shut. In the quiet bookstore, only the sound of the rain and her breathing could be heard. Huh. Huh. Melissa gasped for air. She felt as though she had died once. Her mind was still filled with the terrifying feeling. All of her knowledge was refreshed. Her soul felt as though it had been violently crushed and then pieced back together. The deepest part of her soul felt as though it had been forcefully dug out and ravaged, and then filled with the foreign void matter. She felt that she was no longer the same person before she opened the book. Although the two of them were in the same space, but she was no longer the same Melissa. Although she did not understand what was happening, Melissa vaguely knew what had replaced the essence of the soul and what was buried in her body. The cornerstone of all things. Or, it was a universal key that could open all doors. But the cornerstone in her body had a restriction, and could only be used within the concept of a night. But, that meant. The first website was m9bkuj.com. From now on, as long as she was willing, she could directly obtain the abilities of a knight, and the rest would only require practice to grow. If she had to make an analogy, the cornerstone of all things was like turning reality into a video game, and the abilities into a skill tree. She only needed to light up the icon, accumulate experience, and then continue to level up. There were no bottlenecks, and no obstacles. This was something that only a god could do. She finally understood the meaning of level 1. God level. Melissa's face was pale white, her back was drenched in cold sweat. She felt deep regret and fear for her recklessness. Before this, she had never left Nuajin, and had never faced an existence that surpassed the panic level. She had the Yusefyu as a reference for the annihilation level, but she had no concept of the god level. Furthermore, there were very few records of the god level, and the stories that were passed down were very vague. The most common ones were things that were written in theology textbooks that felt unreal. She always felt that although the god level was strong, but it should not be too ridiculous. But the truth proved that she was wrong, extremely wrong. Xianxia deeply understood the fear that every student had towards mathematics, the pain that went deep into their bones, the pain that they could not forget even in their dreams. It was the brain that went dark when they were writing questions. It was the thought process that they could never understand. However, the reaction of the girl in front of him seemed to be a bit excessive. Not only was his body trembling and gasping for breath, even his face had turned pale. It seemed like he was traumatized. So my weakness is mathematics. Xianxia made a note in his heart and then said, "Are you okay? Do you need my help to answer some questions? It seems that you don't understand this book very well." Shwa. The young girl suddenly raised her head and looked at him in horror. Her eyes were filled with fear, as if she had seen the devil. Demons, of course they were demons. To be able to silently replace a person's origin, and even directly omit the subjective will of the person, and give the person a great pain of dissociation, how could such an existence not be called a devil? And behind him, when Melissa thought about it, she shivered. She could not continue thinking about it. If she did, she would definitely go crazy. But this demon really did fulfill her wish, even exceeding her expectations and giving her a broad path. Melissa could faintly feel that this was a path of no return. All these books seemed to be spreading the power of a certain existence, and the owner of the bookstore was the guide, the propagator. But she did not seem to have any other choice. Xianxia looked at the expression of the young girl in front of him. He was extremely surprised. Why was she looking at him with such a gaze, as if he had done something overboard? He clearly wanted to enrich the new customer's life after school, and solve the problem of her family. Although he knew that giving the child 5-3 would cause him to be rolled eyes, but he wanted to help her from the bottom of his heart. The importance of learning was something that many people did not understand at the time, and only later did they regret it. Sigh, when Yusefyu comes over, I will definitely talk to him about the problem of this child's education. If 5-3 is not enough, Huang Gang will make it up. Wait for her to finish. If the results were not good, then she would have to work even harder, and give another set of real questions would not be overboard, right? If the results were good, then she would continue to study, and use the questions to maintain it, and give another set of real questions would not be overboard, right? In short, as long as he continued to give questions, it would be done. Xianxia had already used the test papers to fill up the child's life schedule in his mind. He smiled and said, "What's wrong? Or do you feel that it is too scary, and cannot bear it, and do not want the books? If you choose to give up, I can understand," he said with regret and sincerity, "but I still feel that you are a very talented child, and deserve a better future. As long as you work hard, you will definitely have the power to change everything, and make your father proud." Wild children also needed to be praised, and it could be said that they were even more eager to be praised. Furthermore, from the other party's information, Yusefu had never praised her before, and that would cause a lack of self-confidence and a flaw in her character. Some of her actions could be to find a sense of existence, to find a sense of being noticed. For example, the act of leaving home, as well as the strange actions of arm wrestling. This type of character was extremely easy to incite. Melissa took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and said softly, "No, I am not afraid. I am extremely grateful for your tolerance and guidance. I will not disappoint you, for my previous rudeness. I am extremely sorry." She lowered her head, feeling extremely ashamed for her ignorance and rudeness. Xianxia looked at the suddenly withered husky, and felt that Wu San was truly the nemesis of wild children. She was extremely lively just a moment ago, and now she was obedient. But, to be able to overcome her fear of learning, and choose to face it, it was truly commendable. "No problem, your attitude is very good, maintain humility and curiosity, and the door of knowledge will always be open for you." Xianxia praised her as he took out a bag and placed the books inside, and said, "Thank you for your patronage, $100. Melissa paid for the books in a daze, and only after walking out of the bookstore did she suddenly remember. Isn't she here to borrow books? Why did she suddenly want to buy books? Jijishu's drowsy consciousness woke up from the darkness. She opened her eyes slightly and sensed the light source, and subconsciously wanted to adopt a battle stance. But in the next moment, she felt intense pain all over her body, and could not help but release a painful groan. Her body felt as though it was falling apart, and there was still a faint pain in her head, most probably because her tolerance for the tainted blood had exceeded her current limit. The last scene in her memory was her choosing to warp again, but then she lost consciousness. "Don't move, your injuries are very serious." Jijishu's vision cleared a little. She saw a beautiful, snow-white face looking down. Her green, clear eyes had a gentle glow. Her golden hair was dazzling, and her two sharp, slender ears were eye-catching. Sprite? Doris Iris was a pure-blooded and noble elf. Her snow-white skin, lake-like eyes, and golden silk-like hair were all enough to prove her bloodline. In Azir, in this abandoned land, everything from ancient times was precious. Whether it was legends, bloodlines, treasures, or any other traces. The Iris family was without a doubt the most ancient of the ancient times, the most orthodox of the orthodox. They were born at the same time as the ancient giants and were an elf family that lived in seclusion in the forest. However, it was precisely because they thought highly of their bloodline that they refused to intermarry with outsiders. Moreover, most of the females in the clan strictly adhered to monogamy. Currently, the number of members of the clan had been sharply reduced to nearly double digits. In other words, they were endangered. This strong sense of danger prompted them to try again to find their lost faith and contract, and to walk out of the forest once more, to rush to the night of Wapu. Note 1. Division Wapu's night was the revelry of wisdom and the witches' banquet. According to the ancient legends, the elves' glorious kingdom was destroyed after King Kandra went crazy, turning into scorched earth. A small portion of the elves, who had no one to rely on, signed a contract with the powerful witch Wapu on that dark, lightless night. They received a new protector. Remember the website, m9bkuj.com. In the next 10 million years, if the elves wanted to seek the help of the witches, they would head to a nearby hill on the first night of May and set up a bonfire to hold a banquet. Until dawn brought the first rays of light. Because of this, in the mouths of the hunters and wizards, the elves, and other spiritual beings that obtained the witch's protection, as well as the witches themselves, were called the ones who came to the appointment. But it was a pity that the witch who gave the Iris family the surname had already fallen asleep in her dreams. If they wanted to obtain protection, they had to find the resting place of this great existence. And Doris was the one sent by the family to the appointment this time. According to the prophecy of the sage, the clue would appear in the large human capital built on top of the old royal capital, Nuajin. This was a completely unfamiliar city to the elves. There was the cold smell of industrial products everywhere, as well as the bad weather with heavy rain. And because of the recent events, the ether fluctuations here were very chaotic. For elves who were very sensitive to ether, this was simply a huge torture. Doris was at a loss for what to do, and she was at a complete loss. However, there was something even more unexpected. When he went out to buy groceries, he encountered an unknown person who had suddenly teleported over and was unconscious on the ground, reeking of blood. Doris had just arrived not long ago. She had just found a place to stay and rented a house when she suddenly encountered such an incident. Of course, her safety was the main consideration. Jijishu said with difficulty, "So you brought me back?" "Oh, that's right." Doris smiled and said, "You were less than 10 meters away from this house. If you left it alone, you would have been discovered by the people who were following you. And once they get close, they might discover me. It's better to avoid this kind of unnecessary trouble. Don't worry, elves are natural hunters. I'm still very good at things like hiding tracks. You don't have to thank me." Jijishu's lips twitched, but she swallowed the words "thank you" that were already at the tip of her tongue. She recalled the process of the battle and sat up while enduring the pain. She took a deep breath and asked, "How long was I unconscious?" She didn't know how the situation was now. Was Kai and Ma Keisai okay? Did her followers become like a pile of loose sand due to the lack of a leader, and then were they defeated one by one? The magic mirror egg would usually hatch in about a month. It was now less than half a month away from hatching, and they still hadn't found where Heelezi had hidden it. The situation was not optimistic. If a certain existence in the dream was allowed to hatch with the help of the magic mirror egg, the consequences would be unimaginable. Doris supported her and let her lean against the back of the bed. She thought for a while and said, "It's been about 5 hours since I saw you. Judging from the freshness of the blood around you, it shouldn't have been more than 6 hours since you teleported here." 6 hours meant that her luck was not bad. Although the Skycourt wolf had the ability to travel through space and time, she had already lost control halfway through the jump. Where to go or how long she stayed in the void was not something she could control. Now it seemed that she was lucky. Or perhaps, it was the protection of the owner of the bookstore. But in short, things weren't too bad. She still had a chance to turn the tables. Jijishu heaved a sigh of relief and began to secretly size up the environment of the house. She asked, "My name is Jijishu. You're an elf, right? Why are you in Nuajin? The environment here is not good. There are very few elves here." The house was very ordinary and simple. It was a 10 square meter temporary rental that was very common in Nuajin for foreigners. But it was very clean, and there was a rich fragrance of bone soup in the air. The elf in front of her was still wearing an apron. Obviously, she had made it. Jijishu could imagine how delicious and sweet it was just from the smell. The friendliness in her heart increased a little, but she still had the most basic vigilance. She moved her body and felt that she had more or less grasped the current state of her body. The elf had carefully and meticulously treated her wounds. Clean bandages were tied neatly on her body, and there was even a bow. Most of the injuries were actually almost healed, but it was probably because entering the beast state for a long time was too harmful to the body, resulting in the intense pain of overdraft. Her boiling blood had now calmed down. "Your physical recovery ability is very strong. Seems like you're an incredible hunter." The elf in front of her smiled and sat up straight. There was a gentle and light ether fluctuation on her body, like the clear water surface. It made people feel very comfortable to be close to her. She said, "I'm here to find the lost glory of the Iris family." "The Iris family?" Jijishu's pupils shrank. The elven family that was known as the oldest and most sacred, didn't they already decline? It was said that no one had seen a member of the Iris family for almost a few hundred years. Now that they had come out again, looking for the lost glory, Jijishu guessed, "Are you looking for the witch you made an agreement with?" "Yes." Doris nodded solemnly. "She is one of the 4 original witches. She is the most ancient mystery. No one has seen her true face. It is said that she sleeps in a dream covered in frost and ice. There are only white irises and towering trees formed from the corpses of ancient dragons. Her name is Silver." Silver. Jijishu couldn't help but repeat the name. As an experienced hunter who had been in the world of extraordinaries for a long time, she naturally knew of this legend. In the ancient kingdom, before the giants, elves, and ancient dragons were born, there were only 4 incomparably powerful witches that existed in the chaotic world. The 4 original witches. Silver was in charge of the snow, Life was in charge of the fire, Wapu was in charge of the night, and Fraxinus was in charge of the trees. They separated the boundary between dream and reality, and built a high wall of fog that surrounded Azir, preventing the people within the wall from being disturbed by dream beasts. However, they were too powerful, so powerful that it was terrifying. The creatures that had once attached themselves to them when they were weak, were fortunate enough to obtain the power to open their eyes. They were afraid because they had glimpsed a part of them, and all of them fled from their wings. When the elven kingdom disappeared, the gradually alienated witches entered a deep sleep in their dreams, and the beliefs of the people also changed. For example, the Church of Pestilence, which believed in the fog wall, had already removed the original witches from their beliefs. Remember this, http://m9bkuj.com. Their current doctrine believed that the cause of the fog wall had nothing to do with witches. Instead, it was a true ancient object that had existed before the witches were born, an oracle and a divine punishment. Even the people who attended the Night of Wapu had long deviated from their original intention, and became purely an organization led by elves and witches that mainly provided protection for other creatures. It was like the Truth Society to scholars, and the Secret Ritual Tower to knights. Therefore, Jijishu was very surprised that the elf in front of her was actually looking for the original witches. She frowned. "Why here? Nuajin is a completely developed city, and the Truth Society's ether monitoring network has basically reached full coverage. There's no way there could be a dream that could accommodate the original witches. Right now, the largest crack in the dream world should be the one where the dream beasts were about to be born because of the magic mirror egg. However, this couldn't be the dream of a witch. If the original witches wanted to come out of the dream world, they only needed a thought. The magic mirror egg was completely unnecessary." "Oh." Doris revealed a troubled expression. "I don't know either. That's what the sage prophesied. She received instructions that the great silver lady who controls frost and snow will descend upon Nuajin, this city of steel, and bless those who are favored by the stars." She reached out a finger and tapped her head. "You know that these prophecies are always vague. I don't know what nonsense they're talking about." Jijishu couldn't help but nod. "You're right." She lifted the blanket and sat on the edge of the bed to stretch her muscles. "You, Doris, 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 Doris? And you should be able to sense the abnormal situation here. Doris, 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 Doris stood up and said with a smile, "Are you talking about this heavy rain? Don't worry, I have a high tolerance for harsh environments. It's no problem at all." Jijishu had a complicated expression on her face. "No, it's not that." For a moment, she didn't know what to say. The magic mirror egg was special. It had a powerful magic that could tempt people's souls, and it had the ability to rely on special conditions to create a powerful dream beast. It was very, very dangerous, and it attracted the attention of others. Thus, it was necessary to keep it a secret before it happened. Otherwise, the situation would become even more unmanageable. Nuajin had already closed its exits a few days ago. Using the abnormal weather as an excuse, they prohibited outside vehicles and people from entering. The elf in front of her must have come in before the rain, so it was understandable that she didn't understand the situation. However, how could an elf who had come in search of her former faith be so easily persuaded to leave? Jijishu could only remind her as sternly as possible. In short, it's best not to go out for the next few days. The situation is very dangerous now. Yes, 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 Doris nodded. Then, she chuckled and said, you clearly look more dangerous than me. Why are you the one persuading me instead? Jijishu reached out to touch her red diamond-shaped earrings. Her iron-gray eyes were filled with determination. She placed her hand on her chest and said, because I'm a hunter. Gazing into the abyss will transform into the abyss. Every night when the bonfire is lit, it's my responsibility to hunt beasts for kind people so that they can sleep peacefully. The strength of a hunter has never been for her own strength. The more she fought, the more she hovered between life and death. The more she understood what the owner of the bookstore had given her. The power to control the crazy beast blood had taught her humility. Her iron will gave her a tenacious belief. She no longer had the slightest bit of confusion. Following in Mr. Lin's footsteps would be her only wish from now on. Doris was a little stunned. Then, she smiled and said gently, you let me see your ancestors. This is the meaning of the existence of hunters, from ancient times until now. Jijishu vaguely felt that there was something wrong with the tone of this sentence. Her expression changed slightly. Doris suddenly sniffed the air and frowned. Oh no, my soup. Jijishu looked at the elf who turned around and hurriedly fiddled with the pot and spatula. She looked like a newlywed, but she felt that it was just her imagination. She was really a little tired. The slightly burnt aroma of bone soup filled the air. The spices and large pieces of cooked meat mixed together to form a mouth-watering signal. Doris walked over with a big bowl of hot soup and placed it on the table. She took off her apron and smiled. Come and try it. It's fresh and delicious dog meat soup for patients. She wore a very elf-style white robe under her apron. It made her look sacred and elegant. Her broad chest symbolized the benevolence of the elves. If she added a garland, she could make this simple rental house look like a forest with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. But, dog meat, although the elves were not vegetarians and the hunters of the forest were not joking, dog meat was a little too exaggerated. Jijishu walked over and sat down hesitantly. She scooped a spoon and took a sip. Her eyes lit up and she praised, it's delicious. Doris supported her chin and smiled. I'm very confident in my culinary skills. Also, the ingredients are very fresh. It was just delivered to me. But then again, since you're a local hunter of Nuajin, you must know this place well. Since it's not convenient for you to go out during this period, I hope that you can provide me with some clues as a form of repayment. Jijishu had already finished her bowl. She nodded and said, that would be best, but to be honest, my current situation is very dangerous. I might not be able to provide you with much help. She paused and said, but when the rain stops, you can go to the bookstore on 23rd Street and ask the owner there. He might be able to give you the answer you want. Doris blinked her eyes and said, then what's? Jijishu said respectfully from the bottom of her heart, he is the person I swore to be loyal to. He is the great person who spread the gospel to the world. Although I still can't see his face, his omniscience is comparable to that of God. His omniscience is comparable to that of God. Doris listened to Jijishu's words, and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, but she quickly covered it up. She gently stirred the broth in the bowl and smiled without batting an eyelid. It sounds like a very great person, but in order to better integrate into human life, I recently studied the Truth Society's list of extraordinaries from last year. There doesn't seem to be a similar existence. Since it's in Nuajin, it should have been recorded by the Truth Society. Jijishu was not surprised by Doris's doubts. After all, it was indeed impossible for a person who had just met to believe that there was a near-omniscient existence in this city. What she said just now. It sounded like, Sir, can I have a moment of your time? I hope to tell you about our Heavenly Father and Savior, Mr. Lin. She was full of the aura of a preacher. Especially since the other party was an immortal with her own beliefs. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Just like how Jijishu herself could not believe that the dream of an original witch would descend here. It was very normal for Doris not to believe in Mr. Lin's greatness. Jijishu shook her head. I understand your doubts, but the Truth Society is not an unquestionable authority. They don't have an omniscient and omnipotent God to rely on, right? I'm only stating the facts in my eyes. Mr. Lin is a true hermit. Even the Truth Society's surveillance network is unable to detect his existence, and fame is not what he pursues. She showed a yearning expression. As I said just now, he is a great person who spread the gospel to the world. In worse times than now, it was he who gave me direction and strength in the darkness that allowed me to defeat those enemies and take revenge. Doris looked at her determined expression and said, "It seems that you have a firm belief, just like how we believe in the Silver Lady, and have never given up on the promise of re-establishing the Night of Wapu for thousands of years. He gave me everything that I have now." Jijishu smiled, stood up, and removed the bandage on her arm. White bandages fell to the ground in circles as they fell to the ground. Her pale skin was almost flawless, and her slender and beautiful arms were as good as new, without any visible scars. Doris had personally treated her wounds, so she naturally knew the severity of her injuries. It was like an ordinary person being trampled by several elephants. Most importantly, the wounds were caused by ether, so the body's recovery ability would be greatly reduced. But now, it had only been 10 minutes since Jijishu woke up, and there wasn't even a single wound left. This was the power of the dream beast's blood at its peak. When Jijishu's consciousness returned to her body, blood and soul, the two currencies of life, began to circulate. Her body was completely healed in the high-speed metabolic process. She clenched her fists. Explosive power was contained in the beast blood flowing under this human body. Doris's expression changed slightly. Then, she picked up the spoon and drank a mouthful of soup. She said, "I'm starting to believe you. The owner of this bookstore, Mr. Lin, seems to be really amazing." She could feel the active beast blood. In front of her, it was like a wolf that was ready to roar and tear people apart with its sharp claws. Its scarlet eyes stared at its prey, and the boiling blood emitted a dangerous aura. Jijishu loosened her fists and removed the remaining bandages. She said, "Of course he's amazing. He's the most benevolent and kindest person I've ever met. This generous gift was just a casual gift from him." Doris smiled. "All right. When the rain stops, I'll definitely go visit the owner of this bookstore. I hope he can answer my questions." Jijishu said cheerfully, "I believe you'll get the most satisfactory answer." "I hope so." Doris pursed her lips and smiled. She said, "What do you plan to do next? Continue fighting with your enemies?" Jijishu nodded. "I'll inform my subordinates to come and help, but I still need some time to understand the situation. I'll probably stay for another day or two. Sorry for the disturbance." Doris put away the bowl and spoon. She said, "It's fine." She then pointed at the only cubicle in the room and said with a smile, "I've already prepared the hot water in the bathroom. Take a bath and relax. You should also change your clothes." Jijishu's clothes weren't hers. Doris had probably helped her change into a loose white robe. However, as she had used too much strength when she woke up, blood had seeped out from under the bandages and stained her clothes again. Doris probably had this in mind as well, which was why she had prepared the hot water. "This elf really has a gentle personality." Jijishu thanked Doris as she walked into the bathroom. She didn't forget to bring the blade of her staff with her. Doris hummed as she carried the bowl and spoon to the sink at the side. She turned on the tap and looked at her reflection in the water, revealing a cold smile. She stretched out her finger and drew across the water. Apart from the 4 first witches, no one can be called omniscient. In this world, there's never a lack of capable liars. However, if you're too weak, don't blame the customers who were full of expectations for you for taking action. Outside the door, a body covered in long hair was nailed to the wall by an arrow entwined with ether. It belonged to a hunter. Swaying, it finally turned into charcoal and turned into ashes. In the garbage pile at the side, a ferocious dog's head lay. This was the raw material for that delicious bowl of dog meat soup. There's no news from the people we sent to follow him? Yes, Tracker Barker, an abnormal hunter, has been confirmed to have lost contact. Heelezi frowned. He felt that the eldest daughter of the G family was really difficult to deal with. Where did they lose contact? What did the people from the Scarlet Sect say? I don't know. Bang! Heelezi slammed his fist on the table, losing his poise. The deep wrinkles on his face made him look particularly sinister, like an old and lame lion who refused to give up his throne. He growled, "What do you mean by I don't know?" The subordinate trembled and said, "The traces were completely erased. Even the magic trace identification couldn't be done, so. Lazy took a deep breath and said coldly, "Then continue to investigate. No matter how many people die, find her for me." "Yes. And, what about Charles? How's his condition?" "He's completely awake. UAI preserved his body very well. The prayer Morphei of the Scarlet Sect has resurrected him and filled him with the will we need." Finally, there was good news. Lazy's eyes flashed coldly and said, "Charles. According to the information left by the Rat Ruayan, he was Wang Erda's favorite disciple. UAI killed him because of this. He didn't know what he would do when his disciple came back from hell and wanted to kill him. He hoped that he could provide the energy needed for the hatching of the magic mirror egg. Wang Erda once had 2 disciples. When he was still an ordinary terror-level dark sorcerer and did not have the title of Black-Scale Faceless, he was still an ordinary black sorcerer. Because they relied on language as a source of power, wild black warlocks were very rare. Almost all black warlocks had their own teachers. Language had to be transmitted through communication, and the accuracy of language pronunciation determined the probability of ether resonance, which determined the power of spells. This also meant that the black warlock's inheritance had to be communicated a lot. If there was no responsible teacher to teach them face to face, the wild black warlock could only cast some crappy spells such as slippage spell, candle extinguishing spell. Who would have thought that these things were actually corrosive mire and wind realm shackles? At the same time, compared to the light warlock's tightly hidden words and imprints, the black warlock's language could be said to be the easiest to learn among the extraordinaries. They only needed to pronounce it. This was also the important reason why there were so many black warlocks at the bottom, but they were so unbearable. No wonder they were so poor that they were blacklisted by the Dome Church. Those black warlocks who didn't even have a rating but were still cleaning up the mess for various forces were a dime a dozen. But also because of the mechanism of the black warlock's inheritance, the relationship between a normal and reliable teacher and disciple was very close. They trusted each other more than family. Remember the website, M9bkuj.com. Wang Erda naturally had his own teacher. One of the 3 god-level black warlocks on the Truth Society's rating list, the ancient king of spiritual words, Dark Emperor, Dragon Speaker, and the last descendant of the giants, Slater Augustus. This legendary black warlock was known as a living fossil in the history of black warlocks. He had taught countless disciples in his life. But one thing was certain, the black warlocks who came under his tutelage all became famous powerhouses. Wang Erda had always felt that he was very lucky to be able to become the disciple of such a great person with no background. His final graduation work was the gargoyle that he had given to Xianxia. He still remembered how he excitedly walked up to the old wizard and handed over his final work. Augustus' huge, skinny body had almost merged with his throne. The throne was the last territory of the giant kingdom, and he could not leave his homeland and country. The old sorcerer extended his hand and took the gargoyle. After examining it for a while, he revealed a kind and gratified smile and said meaningfully, "You're right. Fate has made its choice. From now on, you will graduate, my disciple." The young Wang Erda didn't think too much about this sentence. He just continued to ask the teacher's evaluation of his work. After receiving the high praise of almost perfect masterpiece, Wild was so excited that he couldn't sleep for 3 days. After performing the necessary etiquette, he proudly completed the graduation ceremony. The previous unimportant words were naturally thrown to the back of his mind. Until recently, when he had been studying the corpse-feeding cult's ritual and was inspired by it, he had dreamt of the old wizard's words again one day in his sleep. Perhaps, teacher has already seen fate. I will receive Mr. Lin's guidance and give him the gargoyle. This is the real answer that I have given him, and teacher is very satisfied with it. Wang Erda muttered to himself as he stood up. He looked at the scattered notes on the table and stared blankly for a while. Suddenly, he picked up one of the drafts and said in a low voice, "Burn." Whoosh! Flames rose out of thin air, and the tongue of flame swallowed the paper bit by bit. In this dark room, a moth was attracted to it, but it set fire to itself. Wang Erda thoughtfully watched the paper begin to curl, shrink, and burn. Together with the moth, it finally turned into ashes and fell to the ground. His two former disciples were as close as father and son with him. On the day that Wang Erda officially graduated from his teacher, he returned to the orphanage where he had lived as a child and took away a child who was most similar to him. The child was alone in a corner. That child was called Charles. He was also his first disciple. Unfortunately, perhaps because Wang Erda favored Charles too much, he lost the vigilance that a dark wizard should have. In the end, he died at the hands of one of Wang Erda's enemies. Although Wang Erda later avenged his disciple, he didn't find Charles's corpse and soul. Without these two things, even if he wanted to find Augustus and revive his disciple, it would be impossible. Wang Erda didn't want to reveal to others that in the depths of his heart, there was even a weak extravagant hope that maybe Charles didn't die, but just escaped. Now that I think about it, rather than taking in a disciple, it's better to say that I adopted a child. I worried too much all the time. Wang Erda brushed away the ashes, sighed, and turned on the kerosene lamp. I really don't know what I was thinking at that time. Knock knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Wang Erda's movements paused. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked up, instantly releasing a detection spell. This was the basement of the house. And the direction of the knock was the main entrance of the house on the first floor. His house in Nuajin was his safest secret stronghold. So far, no one had ever known about it. Even after UAI's betrayal, Wang Erda's house had never been exposed. Because the only people who knew about this place were himself and Charles. Ether outlined the outline of the person at the door. Wang Erda could barely control his facial expression. He widened his eyes slightly, revealing an expression of disbelief. How could it be? Teacher, it's me. I'm back. The person at the door shouted weakly in a low voice. I'm Charles. Are you there? Wang Erda left the desk. Because the movement was too big, he even overturned the chair. He walked up from the basement to the upper floor. Outside, the loud sound of rain and wind never stopped. Charles called out from the door, Teacher, it's been 3 years. I've been thinking about you all the time. You should know that the dark wizard Fred wanted to kill me to take revenge on you, but I didn't die. He threw me into a crack in the dream, but it wasn't too deep. I remembered the guide to the dream you read to me before. It was my book of enlightenment. It saved my life. That's why I can come back to find you now. He gasped for breath, seeming to be extremely tired. His voice was getting lower and lower. You're not here? Then I'll wait for you here. Just like that time in the orphanage, you'll come to me. Wang Erda pushed the door open. The person lying on the ground outside was the young disciple he remembered, but he was covered in bruises and unconscious. His ether had already covered a radius of 1,000 meters, but there was nothing unusual. Wang Erda's terrifying and cold face showed a complicated expression. Charles, welcome home. At 6:30 in the morning, Xianxia opened his eyes to the sound of his alarm clock and began a normal day as usual. 3 years were like one day. He woke up, got dressed, and washed up. The more I think about it, the more I feel like something is wrong. Xianxia looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but complain. Although his general appearance didn't change much, it was still so deceptive. No, it was persuasive, but the details were completely different. He couldn't tell what exactly was different. It was like someone gave him a modifier and forced him to speak. On top of the original foundation, his temperament became more like a multi-level marketing leader. This wasn't derogatory, but it meant that he might have to talk to others first, enlighten them, and then show a standard business smile. Only then would the other party feel like he was shining like a life coach. But now, if someone hired him to be a missionary priest, he would probably only need to wear a priest's robe and smile. Maybe someone will repent on the spot. Xianxia teased himself and rubbed his cheeks with a headache. He could feel the outline of a few extra teeth inside. Remember, http://m9bkuj. He was very confident in his eyesight and memory. He was sure that his intuition wasn't wrong. Although teeth were indeed a very important factor in a person's appearance and temperament, he naturally expected the sudden appearance of 8 extra teeth. But the problem was that the appearance of the teeth was also very problematic. In Buddhism, there was a saying that Buddha's 32 faces. One of them was the 40-teeth face. The beautiful and delicate teeth symbolized Buddha's soft words and kindness to the world like a father. In addition, in some unofficial legends, it was said that Laozi also had 40 teeth. 40 teeth was the symbol of a perfect person. As a PhD in folklore, Xianxia obviously knew the significance of the 8 extra teeth. It was just that he habitually didn't delve into it. Just like when he studied folklore and did field research, he often encountered strange and incomprehensible things. However, Xianxia simply took it as a form of entertainment. He recorded it down and used it as material. He was here to study folklore, not to approach the science program team. But isn't this a little too much? Xianxia sighed and walked downstairs. Let's ask Xiaohei the next time he comes out. After thinking about it, only Xiaohei might be able to answer his question. He didn't know many people in this world, and most of them were his guests. As their spiritual pillar and life mentor, if he were to ask them questions, wouldn't he be indirectly destroying their psychological sustenance? Furthermore, how was he going to tell others about this situation? Was he going to tell them that he had suddenly grown 8 more teeth? Aha, it would definitely scare others. Forget it. He did not want to be like that brat, Melissa, and cause trouble for others for no reason. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. He walked to the counter and cleaned up the counter. While he was at it, he started to boil the kettle. Before the kettle started boiling, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. He turned his head in confusion. Normally, there wouldn't be any guests at this time. Moreover, with the current weather, no one would be willing to get up so early to go to such a shabby bookstore. Thinking about it, it was most likely a regular customer. Although the sky was dark, he could still see the customer's silhouette outside, which felt very familiar. Old Wang? The figure outside the door replied in a low voice. He closed the umbrella and bent over to open it. Xianxia walked over and confirmed it when he got closer. He opened the door and said out of habit, "Welcome." He was thinking, why did old Wang come back so quickly? He had come 3 times in half a month, which was almost half of what he had come in the past 2 years. It was not an exaggeration to call it a diarrhea visit. Xianxia did not think that old Wang would be able to completely master his rituals and folklore in half a month and enter his own field of research. Or perhaps it could be said that it was simply impossible. After all, he had crossed 2 civilizations. If he did not learn the basics, it would be like the modern era studying the ancient times, where he could only understand the general idea. But according to what he had said before, this book had given him a lot of inspiration. It should be because of this that he was able to draw parallels in his own field of research and had a new understanding or research direction. According to Xianxia's general experience, at this time, he should take advantage of this enthusiasm to immerse himself in research and quickly produce research results. Old Wang had been like this a few times before. That was why every time he borrowed a book, he would disappear for at least a few months. A few months later, he would reappear to borrow another book. Now that it had only been a few days, there was no doubt that something was very wrong. Could something have happened? Ding-ling. Xianxia opened the door with doubts. It was indeed old Wang standing outside the door. He wore his trademark black top hat and neat old suit. The folded black umbrella was placed by the door, still dripping water. Wang Erda raised his head and looked at Xianxia. His eyes under the mask revealed his usual respect. He took off his hat and bowed slightly, saying, "Good morning, Mr. Lin." "Good morning." Xianxia returned a smile and then opened the door completely to let old Wang in. Then he turned around and walked to the counter to turn off the kettle. He poured a cup of hot water and handed it to old Wang. "Is there an urgent matter? You came so early." "If I was still in the dream, old Wang, you would have been outside in the cold. At your age, the chances of accidents happening are very high. Remember to be careful next time. Nowadays, many people are cold and indifferent. They don't even want to help the elderly for fear of causing trouble. Sigh, you can't blame them." "Old Wang, have you heard the story, The Farmer and the Snake?" Chatting with customers was also part of improving their relationship. Moreover, he had rushed over so early in the morning, so he must be tired. It would be too cold to directly ask, "Do you want to borrow a book?" It would be better to tell a short story to warm up the atmosphere. Wang Erda shook his head, indicating that he did not know. The story is very simple, but it is also very memorable. On a cold winter day, a farmer who was returning home from the market found a snake on the side of the road. He thought that it was frozen, so he held it in his arms. The snake was frightened. When it completely woke up, it instinctively bit the farmer, and the farmer died because of it. Xianxia nagged and poured a cup of water for himself. He smiled and said, "However, if you fell in front of my door, I definitely wouldn't leave you in the lurch. After all, we are old friends, and we have a foundation of affection." Of course, a qualified teacher would definitely not forget to arrange interactive homework after class. Xianxia asked, "Old Wang, in this story, do you think it was the farmer's fault or the snake's fault? When the farmer died, would he blame himself for being ignorant and weak, or would he blame the snake for being cruel and indifferent?" Wang Erda raised his head and saw the bookstore owner's meaningful gaze. His body shook, and the water in the cup in his hand almost spilled out. Xianxia was very satisfied with his thought-provoking opening. The best time of the day was in the morning. Just like how the beginning of an essay often required an example or a famous quote to draw out one's point of view. On such a beautiful morning with customers, a classic and cautionary fable could not be better to kick off the day's business. "That's right," he said it on purpose for old Wang to hear. An old man like old Wang, who had an empty nest, should be vigilant and careful in his daily life. Today, old Wang came over before he even opened the door. He set an alarm at 6:30 every day and woke up at 7 o'clock to open the door. Now, there were still 10 minutes before he left the door. The sky outside was no different from the night. It was pitch black. Old Wang's place was quite far from here. Judging from the information revealed in past conversations, it would take about an hour to get there. Now, the sky was dark, and there were so many puddles, slippery roads, lightning, and strong winds. In such bad weather, old Wang came all the way here early in the morning. If an accident happened on the way, no one would know and he would quietly disappear in the heavy rain. The first website was M9 Bikuj. Xianxia wasn't worrying for nothing. Previously, the TV reported that the alley wall collapsed. It wasn't very far from here. It was clear that it was very dangerous outside. An old man, who was also a weak disabled person, running around outside. It sounded more Chinese. Wasn't it like using a lantern in the latrine? Alas, it really made people worry. Wang Erda felt as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through his heart. His hand holding the cup trembled slightly. After he forcibly restrained himself, he said, "The farmer didn't do anything wrong. He just did it out of kindness. The snake didn't do anything wrong either. It just followed its instincts." Xianxia walked behind the counter and sat down. He said, "Not a bad idea. Rational, neutral, and objective. In the end, all of this is just a tragedy caused by coincidence. It doesn't seem to be worth arguing about. But this story isn't a fair one. The farmer gave his so-called kindness, but in the end, he died. What do you think he thought before he died?" Wang Erda was silent for a moment, then muttered, "He probably regretted it." Xianxia smiled and said, "Be more confident. Get rid of might. This is a human-centered story. We need to think about it from a human perspective. Put yourself in the farmer's shoes. What would you think if you were him? The farmer's greatest regret must be that he didn't see through the snake's nature earlier. Why did he have unnecessary blind kindness? There are many bad people in this world, but not all of them have the same face. Some of them can disguise themselves, and they can also be used by others. They can pretend to be harmless or even very pitiful. They can use your feelings to do bad things, either to you or to others. Don't believe it so easily, don't deceive yourself and others, and don't be soft-hearted. He doesn't have a heart, so how could he be moved by your enthusiasm? His smile towards you is only because he is happy that you have let down your guard." His words were so loud that even the apathetic could hear them. Looking at the bookstore owner behind the counter, his eyes were filled with warning. Wang Erda's expression became more and more complicated, more and more dignified, and more ashamed. When he heard the words, "He doesn't have a heart," his pupils shrank, and his clenched fists loosened. A self-mocking smile appeared on his face under the mask. Heh, can a person still live without a heart? No, so Mr. Lin, in the end, no, as expected, he knew. Do you understand what I want to say? Old Wang. Lin Jia crossed his hands, his eyes deep. Wang Erda took a deep breath, nodded and said, I understand. But Lin Jia said with relief, it's good that you understand. He reached out and made another cup of tea for Wang Erda. Lin Jia looked at Wang Erda's expression again. That kind of listless, helpless, and gloomy expression from before, and the sudden abnormality today. Lin Jia's heart skipped a beat. Old Wang ran out of his house early in the morning and came to his shabby bookstore, but it seemed like he didn't have any desire to borrow or buy books. On the contrary, when he talked to Lin Jia, his expression seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden and was very relaxed. In other words, his intention might have been to have a heart-to-heart talk with Lin Jia. Teacher Lin, who often solved psychological problems for people, frowned. He felt that things weren't that simple. First of all, Old Wang had just returned the book and thanked him with the dream catcher not long ago. Therefore, it couldn't be an academic problem, but a problem in life. A lonely old man who lived alone all year round would definitely have a lot of problems in life, but after living alone for so long, he was more accustomed to this kind of environment. Therefore, the trivial things in life wouldn't be difficult for him. Then, there was another big problem that troubled all lonely old men. Relatives. According to what Lin Jia knew, Old Wang didn't have any other relatives. He only had 2 adopted children who didn't treat him well. One of them went out to work and didn't come back for several years. The other was even more shameless. After finding his biological parents, he turned his back on them. Every time Old Wang mentioned him, he felt very uncomfortable. Lin Jia felt that it was basically impossible for the second person to come back. Even if he came back, Old Wang wouldn't have such a reaction. His face would probably be black, and he wouldn't be able to tell a story like this. Then, it could only be the first person. Sigh, I also wanted to say something about Charles, Lin Jia suddenly probed. Wang Erda sighed deeply. Yes, you know, he's back. Lin Jia nodded in understanding. If that was the case, he was very familiar with the situation. Many TV shows that focused on solving neighborhood disputes would discuss a problem, and that was the property of lonely old men being divided. Often, the old man who had lived alone for many years suddenly fell ill, and then a bunch of strange relatives came over. In addition, they had worked outside for many years without success, and suddenly came back for money. Although this may make you sad, I have to warn you. Lin Jia said, did he suddenly come back? Did he say that he had been working hard for so many years, that he missed you, that he actually loved you very much, and that he was very good to you and made you feel very warm? In fact, he approached you and wanted you to make a promise. That's right, Charles wanted him to teach him the rest of the spells. As a dark warlock who was known for being cruel and tyrannical, when faced with the bloody truth, Wang Erda suddenly felt very depressed. Before he became a dark warlock, he was first and foremost a human. What you want is the family member who has beautiful memories in your heart. But now, the one who came back, is it really him? Lin Jia's gaze was deep, and his tone was solemn. Although it's a bit cruel to say this, as I said. Do you want to be that farmer? Do you want to give your feelings to an emotionless poisonous snake? Wang Erda was silent for a while, and then sighed faintly. I just want to accompany him. I'd rather lie to myself, but some dreams still have to wake up. He's no longer my Charles. He raised his head. Thank you, this is the second time you've given me important guidance. I know what to do. It's good that you know what to do. With your wisdom, Old Wang, I believe you can handle this matter well. Lin Jia sighed and said, I know this may be a little uncomfortable. After all, he is your child. But if you don't do this, I think you will regret it even more in the future. Alas, perhaps it would be painful to face the truth, but it would be a great thing for Old Wang and society to expose the true face of these people who came to cheat money from lonely old people. He, Lin Jia, was such a zealous person who did good deeds without leaving his name behind. Old Wang was old and lacked love, so it was normal for him to be cheated. But at this time, as his friend, he had to stand up and remind him and supervise him. The three friends who benefit are straight, forgiving, and well-informed. Xianxia felt that although he couldn't do all of them, he had to give the correct guidance in this situation. You have chosen to be weak and indulgent now. In fact, not only are you putting yourself in a disadvantageous situation, but you are also disrespecting the Charles in your heart. You are just making mistakes again and again. Do you really want to completely destroy him? Instead of waiting until the end to regret, why not leave behind the last bit of beauty? Yes, the Charles that came back was just an empty shell after all. The real Charles had died long ago. How could he try to deceive him and think that the rotten corpse in front of him was Charles? Remember the URL, M9bkuj. Com. This was simply an insult to his disciple. Wang Erda's eyes behind the mask were full of shame, and there was a trace of coldness that settled down in the end. After a long time, he whispered, "You are right, this time I was confused. I will deal with this matter as soon as possible." The people who really took advantage of his feelings and Charles were the ones who needed to be dealt with. It wasn't that he didn't know the truth, but because he missed his disciple, he chose to take the initiative to be deceived, deceiving himself and others, hoping to relive the past with his disciple. When the reliving was over, those who deserved to die would still die. However, his actions did lead to a greater risk. Immersed in a trance, he might not be able to distinguish what was real and what was fake. If he hadn't come to the bookstore because he was lost, he might have continued to teach the rest of the spells to Charles out of guilt. And after the mastermind behind the scenes extracted the final benefits, it was obvious what he wanted to do. This was an assassination attempt from start to finish. Furthermore, he had almost succeeded. But fortunately, Mr. Lin's words were like a wake-up call to the northern warrior monks, waking him up in an instant. Xianxia nodded and then instructed, "You must be decisive and not sloppy. When dealing with this kind of person, you must be steady, accurate, and ruthless. Otherwise, it will be easy for them to rise again." This kind of youth was a hoodlum and a deadbeat. If he didn't make his attitude clear, he would definitely pester him. Wang Erda smiled. "Don't worry, I won't give him a second chance." He was very familiar with cutting the weeds and pulling up the roots. Right now, those people behind the scenes must be laughing proudly. Since they haven't reacted yet, let's make our move. It just so happened that he had comprehended a lot of language related to corpses and death from Mr. Lin's works. His spell mastery had improved greatly, and he was very willing to do an experiment. Xianxia took another sip of tea and said cheerfully, "That's the old one I know." That soulless look just now was as if he had returned to 2 years ago. To be honest, I feel a little disappointed. I hope that you can read more books and walk out of the past. Old Wang was an empty-nest old man. His spiritual life was very poor, and he had a great need for emotions. But the current situation couldn't satisfy his needs. Therefore, occasionally using psychological methods to make him have some fighting spirit, make him more enthusiastic about the current matters, and live a more fulfilling life. Perhaps this was the best way to solve the problem. Disappointed? Not good. Wang Erda's expression turned cold. Mr. Lin must have given him corpse-eating cult rituals in the hope that he could help spread the contents, and then, maybe restore the cult's glory, or maybe establish a new cult. In short, giving this book to him to study was tantamount to giving him an invisible mission. But now, not only did he not carry it out, but he also had another troublesome matter. He had to admit that it wasn't very good. Then this sentence was a warning and reminder. It was time for him to help spread the cult's teachings. Don't wallow in the past. You are working for me now, Wang Erda said cautiously. I have seen your help and expectations for me from your book. Please forgive my mistake this time. After this matter is resolved, I won't let you down again. Xianxia waved his hand and smiled. Don't be so serious. You can come to borrow a few more books, buy a few more books, and promote more. For me, that's the greatest expectation. The selfless and generous owner of the bookstore really did hope that he could spread the cult's teachings. Alright, I understand. It just so happens that there's going to be a gathering soon. I'll bring your voice over. Oh? Then I will look forward to it. Wang Erda sat in the bookstore until he finished his tea. Only then did he bid farewell in a harmonious atmosphere with laughter and laughter. Charles opened the door and looked at the old man outside. He showed a happy smile and said, "Ah, teacher, you are back." That handsome young man's face was full of respect and closeness to his teacher. He reached out and took the umbrella in Wang Erda's hand and limped into the house. Naturally, it was impossible to come back from the crack of the dream unscathed. This broken leg was the proof of Charles's suffering. Wang Erda looked at his back and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. But he took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. He said, "Charles, go and get my sacrificial knife. You know where it is." To be able to perform such a perfect resurrection spell, it was at least at the same level as him. In other words, behind the resurrected Charles, there was a destructive dark wizard. Charles nodded and put down the umbrella. He asked doubtfully, "Are you going to test the spell?" Wang Erda said calmly, "Yes, there is a very important spell that needs to be tested. I also have some preparations to do here." "Go ahead, I will need your help later." Charles nodded. "I will do my best." Then he turned to get his teacher's sacrificial knife. He knew that his teacher's most commonly used casting tool was the sacrificial knife made of obsidian, so he did not think too much about it. When he walked out of the room where the casting tools were placed, Charles was still thinking about how long it would take to complete the task. He handed the sacrificial knife in his hand to Wang Erda. He saw the old man smile kindly and reach out his hand. Chi. Almost effortlessly, the sharp obsidian sacrificial knife penetrated Charles's skull. The young man's eyes widened. The last thing he saw was the dark ether spreading on the ground like a clump of thorns, covering his vision. "Rest in peace, my child. Death has its own peace." Wang Erda looked at the body in front of him surrounded by thorns and saw the red blood lines peeling off from the skin like puppet lines. He sighed. "The coffin of eternal sleep. It really is you, Morpheus." He pulled out the sacrificial knife and cut off the ether lines connecting the caster and the victim one by one. Crimson Sect Headquarters, Prayer Chamber. In front of the dark altar, Prayer Morpheus' face was illuminated by candles. There was a circle of candles around the altar, and in the center of the circle groove was a pool of blood. Blood flowed down from the surrounding gaps, forming thin pillars that fell to the ground and spread radially in all directions, forming a huge and complex spell array on the ground. Suddenly, the candles went out one by one, and the blood pillars strangely stopped flowing. Morpheus opened his eyes and took 2 steps back in horror. "Wang Erda, how is it possible?" Before his voice died away, the spell that was forcibly interrupted brought about a terrible backlash. Crack, the altar quickly cracked, the fragments turned into ashes, and then collapsed. The originally stable and huge ether energy instantly lost control and poured out like a flood. Morpheus seemed to have been hit by an invisible charging army. He flew out with a bang and crashed into the wall. The entire secret chamber collapsed with a loud crash. The dark wizards of the Crimson Sect were alarmed and rushed over. They looked at the messy ruins and the huge spiderweb-like pit that was pressed out by the pouring ether. They also saw Morpheus, who was coughing and getting up. Absolute silence. Murph stood up shakily, her body covered in blood. Her solemn nun's robe had become tattered, vaguely outlining the curse of her body. She stood expressionlessly in the middle of the ruins, looking at the collapsed buildings and flying dust around her, as well as the huge pit in the center. In the middle of the pit, where the altar used to be, there was a black coffin buried underground. It was covered with pale white skeletons, as if they were scrambling to reach for the red gem inlaid in the middle of the coffin. It was the coffin of eternal sleep inlaid with the Philosopher's Stone. It was the signature spellcasting tool of the Annihilation Dark Wizard, Praying Murph. For a wizard, a normal spellcasting tool was just a tool, which could only be used as a support and simplification tool. In the end, what determined the power of a spell was the amount of ether that could be mobilized and the wizard's combat skills. For example, when casting a flame spell, low-level wizards often used sulfur and saltpeter as spellcasting tools, while high-level wizards only needed to chant the spell. Therefore, most people's impression of a dark wizard was that they often wore a wide and mysterious black robe, and that they could take out strange things from their body to cast spells at any time. It was like the igniter used to make a fire. It could simplify the process and increase the power, but it didn't. It was just a little more strenuous, but it didn't have much of an impact. Remember, http://m9bkuj. But if it was a powerful spellcasting tool with extraordinary power, then it could be used far more than just support. The Coffin of Eternal Sleep was a powerful spellcasting tool with the ability to resurrect. It was also an extremely dangerous and taboo item. Murph used the Coffin of Eternal Sleep to resurrect Wang Erda's disciple, Charles, and turned him into her puppet. She used this opportunity to get close to Wang Erda and assassinate him. This plan wasn't a last-minute one. When Wang Erda's other disciple, Uai, was still alive, it had been included in the steps of their plan. According to Uai, her teacher favored Charles like a father to his son, not like a teacher to his disciple. Uai, who was also a disciple and more talented, finally assassinated Charles out of jealousy and greed, and then defected. Although Wang Erda was an annihilation dark wizard, he had been defeated by Yusefu, and he had such a fatal weakness. It was the best nourishment for the demonic mirror egg. As a dark sorcerer of the same rank, Morpheus had also come into contact with Wang Erda. According to her judgment, it was Wang Erda who had been defeated in the battle 2 years ago and was still hiding. Even if one used their toes to think, their strength was definitely not as strong as before. But he did not expect that even with such an idea, he still carefully chose the opponent's weakness to carry out an assassination, and yet, failed? Originally, everything had been going smoothly. Until just now, Wang Erda had only been out for half an hour before he came back and killed Charles, whom he regarded as his son, without hesitation. What happened in between? How did he discover the truth all of a sudden, and how did he become so determined? Based on his previous behavior, even if he had discovered it, it was impossible for him to act without any hesitation. Damn it, what the hell did he do? Morpheus took a deep breath and waved his hand hard. The chaotic invisible ether was rearranged. Shwa. The curtain of rain falling from the sky was blocked outside, forming a strange scene like a waterfall. The collapsed secret chamber was rebuilt, and the broken and sunken ground was restored to its original state. The dark sorcerer who had been affected and died just now was revived by the Coffin of Eternal Sleep. He stood up shakily and became a new puppet. The dark sorcerers were used to it and continued to help clean up. A dark sorcerer walked up from the crowd and half-knelt on the ground. Lady Morpheus. Cough, cough. Morpheus coughed twice and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She said coldly, "What's the matter?" She felt the sharp pain all over her body and lost a small part of her soul. She felt more and more angry. Any spell that involved the soul was very dangerous, even for an annihilation-level dark sorcerer. Moreover, the one who broke the spell and counterattacked was an annihilation-level dark sorcerer. Although the other party did not cause any real damage and was only at the testing stage, this alone was enough to make Morpheus feel humiliated. This meant that she had lost a confrontation. However, Morpheus still believed that this was not a difference in strength, but a reversal of the information gap, which led to the exchange of positions in the light and in the dark. Originally, she was in the dark, and Wang Erda was in the light. She had grasped his weakness tightly, and she was the one who took him by surprise. But with wild sudden reversal, the two sides had completely reversed their positions. Unexpectedly, Wang Erda became the one who took Morpheus by surprise, and the victim naturally became Morpheus. The half-kneeling dark sorcerer said respectfully, "White Wolf leader Xianxia is here to visit. He says he wants to see you." Xianxia? Morpheus sneered and reached out her hand. The blood on her body and around gathered into a floating smooth blood ball. She put it into her robe. "What is he doing here?" She was about to say no, but the subordinate said, "He said he knows why you failed." Morpheus's sneer froze. "Let him come." "Yes." Xianxia bowed to Morpheus who was standing in front of him and said, "Lady Morpheus, it's an honor to meet you. I've visited you many times before, but I couldn't fulfill my wish. Today, I can finally fulfill it." Morpheus had already put on a new nun's uniform. Before she became a dark sorcerer, she was a prayer nun of the Church of Pestilence, responsible for blessing the dead. Later, she became a dark sorcerer after she received the Coffin of Eternal Sleep and the inheritance of the previous owner. The stronghold that was attacked by Jijishu, the abandoned church of the Church of Pestilence, was the meeting place she had provided. She was very arrogant, and her attitude towards the hunters that she worked with this time was also very disdainful. Xianxia had visited her many times, but he was refused even a meeting. He never showed up. Morpheus's eyes were full of probing and threat. She said directly, "What gave you the confidence to know the reason for my failure, and to come here from the hunter's territory before it happened? If you can't convince me, then I have reason to suspect that you're involved in this matter." The pressure of the annihilation grade made Xianxia's back break out in cold sweat. His face was a little stiff, but he still smiled and said, "Forgive me for being blunt, but the reason for this failure is you." "Me?" Morpheus narrowed her eyes. Xianxia said, "Do you still remember UAI's death report?" Morpheus's expression froze. She said, "Of course I remember. The rotten flesh is the remains of some kind of dream parasite. From my judgment, although it can kill a terror grade, its life force is very short, and it doesn't pose a threat. That's why you gave the order to give up investigating the bookstore and do your best to ensure that the magic mirror egg hatches." Xianxia looked up, his eyes flashing coldly. He said meaningfully, "But did you know that just half an hour ago, Wang Erda just went to the bookstore? The person who caused Wang Erda's sudden change and your plan to fail is the owner of the bookstore." After Xianxia sent old Wang off, he took a book called The Analysis of Dreams from the bookshelf and sat back in his chair to slowly read it. This book was Freud's masterpiece and was also the foundation of the field of psychoanalysis. It was very famous, but at the same time, due to the limitations of the era and the fact that it was a pioneering work, many theories had been overturned by neuroscience. Now that he was reading this book, he was learning a way of thinking and looking at things. This book's view of dreams was that dreams were the disguised satisfaction of unconscious desires and childhood desires. Dreams were a real conversation between a person and their own heart. It was a process of learning from oneself. It was another life that was closely related to oneself. He had roughly read this book a long time ago, but because of the recent dream, he wanted to review it on the spur of the moment. Xianxia flipped for a while and thought about whether he should take out other related books to read since he had nothing to do. The bookstore's door was pushed open. "HM? What kind of wind is blowing recently? Why are customers coming in one after another like dumplings?" But then again, this change seemed to have started when old Wang gave him that gargoyle. The first website was m9bkuj.com. Could it be that the gargoyle not only had the blessing of exorcism, but also the feng shui of fortune? TSK, this old Wang was really too much. If he wanted to borrow a book, just borrow a book. Why did he have to give a local product? Compared to the past, he was very busy. Even his reading was often interrupted. He really had no FA refused. More trouble. Xianxia put down the book in his hand and put on a standard business smile. He looked over and said, "Welcome. May I ask if you want to borrow, read, or buy books? If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." "Can I ask any questions?" The woman who pushed open the door had a very gentle and pleasant voice. Xianxia's gaze landed on the new customer. As expected, she had a very gentle and amiable appearance, just like her voice. She was stunningly beautiful. Her skin was white and creamy. Her eyes were jade green like rippling waves, and her shiny blonde hair. When she appeared, it was as if the dark bookstore had brightened up a little. Xianxia's gaze then fell on her ears. It was impossible not to pay attention to those long and pointy ears. Looking down, the long white robe she was wearing looked especially like the toga robe of ancient Rome. It had many layers of folds and looked very elegant. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like a beautiful and elegant forest elf that had strayed into the mortal world. Could this be that kind of high-fidelity cosplay? Xianxia's eyes were instantly filled with surprise and admiration, as well as a feeling of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Cosplay was a very common activity on Earth. It could be traced back to ancient bards who played the role of story characters. And in modern times, under the lead of various cultural products such as anime, movies, games, and so on, it was even more prosperous and mature. However, in Asia, although there was a television entertainment industry, it wasn't very developed, and it lacked a more important subculture hub and leader. Cosplay was still stuck in the very primitive stage of masquerade. It was really difficult to see that kind of professional cosplay. It was really regrettable. However, the customer in front of him was obviously a professional. Not to mention the makeup skills, whether it was the appearance or the temperament, it was a perfect replica of an elf. It was truly commendable. Xianxia even thought for a moment that the person in front of him was a real elf. And this kind of romantic feeling of a beautiful blonde elf barging into a remote and dilapidated bookstore in the middle of a heavy rain. The little missy really knew how to do it. Of course, it was just realistic. As a normal person, Xianxia didn't think that the person in front of him was a real elf. How could a real elf walk around so openly in a big city like Nuajin? Wasn't she afraid of being captured and put on display as a rare species? But then again, Xianxia felt that the little missy's question was a bit familiar. Thinking about it carefully, wasn't this the same question that Melissa, that brat that he suddenly enthusiastically recommended a set of 530 points, asked when she first came in? At that time, Melissa asked, "Can I have any request?" And this child's suggestion of arm wrestling made Xianxia understand that some customers were indeed wild and difficult to tame and always wanted to cause trouble. It was precisely because of this that Xianxia changed. "Do you need anything too? If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time." He wouldn't be doing the same thing today, right? The last person who did this had already taken away half a set of 530 points with satisfaction. He didn't know what this customer would get today. Xianxia's heart was filled with anticipation of bringing happiness to the customer. He maintained a smile on his face and said, "Of course, as long as it's within the scope of the bookstore's business." While Xianxia was sizing up the customer in front of him, Doris was also sizing him up. Doris wasn't pretending. But she had covered up her tracks in advance. In her opinion, since the owner of this bookstore was omniscient, he would definitely know that she would come to find him. At least he would know that an elf would come. If he showed surprise, then if he didn't even know this, how could he be called omniscient? He would just be a liar. However, Doris thought that he might appear calm or shocked. But she didn't expect that his eyes would be filled with surprise, admiration, and nostalgia and affirmation. Surprise and admiration were easier to understand. From the fact that he wasn't overly surprised by the elf's arrival, she had to admit that he should have expected it. Even a hunter like Jijishu would be shocked when she opened her eyes and saw an elf. But the strange thing was that nostalgia and affirmation were two emotions. Doris was familiar with this nostalgia, because only long-lived species would have this kind of deep nostalgia that transcended time and space. But the person in front of her was clearly a human. And what was even more inconceivable was the affirmation of a senior to a junior. What could make a human look at an elf with this kind of gaze? Doris looked around, but other than the gargoyle, she didn't find anything out of the ordinary, so she continued to use her ether to sense the entire bookstore. Even the owner of the bookstore himself seemed to be just an ordinary person, but when she walked to the counter with a smile and sat down with some doubts and saw the appearance of the owner of the bookstore up close, her pupils suddenly contracted, and she almost couldn't suppress the astonishment in her heart. Even though he looked ordinary, if one was sharp enough, they would discover that this young man's teeth were denser than the average person's. There was no mistaking it. Doris was sure that she wasn't mistaken. Based on this density, the owner of the bookstore had a total of 40 teeth. This wasn't a disease, nor was it fake. This was definitely against the structure of human physiology. He was definitely not human, but she couldn't determine what kind of existence he was for the time being. "As long as it's within the business scope of the bookstore," Doris repeated, a new thought appearing in her mind. If the owner of the bookstore really had the ability to know everything like the hunter said, then perhaps being able to only move around in the bookstore was the price he had to pay, an ancient and unknown existence with the appearance of a human and the heart of a long-lived species. He had obtained great power but was trapped in a corner, and his past was hidden under ordinary circumstances. Then, could that affirmation be because he had once known someone from the Iris family? Doris was thinking when she suddenly realized that the ether was flowing back, bringing with it the aura of the primordial from the second floor of the bookstore. This was the aura of the primordial witch, the Silver Lady. The name engraved in the soul of the Iris family was trembling. Her dream had once stopped here. The aura of the Silver Lady. Every elf of the Iris family would never mistake this shudder that came from the depths of their souls. On the second floor of this mediocre bookstore, in the position of the bedroom in her perception, there was the aura of this primordial witch's dream. This meant that the great silver witch in charge of snow had once landed her dream here and brought her favor to someone on the ground. And it was obvious that the only person who could be favored here was this young-looking bookstore owner in front of her. Could he be the person favored by the stars mentioned in the prophecy poem? Doris's heart was in turmoil. She didn't expect that she would only find this bookstore because she doubted the words of a hunter and wanted to try her luck. But it was as if the ending had been set the moment she stepped into this place. The coincidence of coincidences was the inevitability of fate. Could this be the fate arranged by the Silver Lady? Remember the URL, m9bkuj.com. Doris seemed to understand the will and guidance of the Great One. She had led her to this person favored in front of her, which meant that she had the intention of re-establishing the agreement with the Iris family. But Doris understood that the Silver Lady hadn't made a final decision. Otherwise, she could have just landed her dream on the Iris family and wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. This meant that she was still observing. Now that she was the guest, she represented the entire Iris family. Perhaps she was being observed and judged. If she could successfully establish the new agreement, it would bring good news to the entire family, and the declining Iris family would rise again. On the contrary, she might become the sinner of the entire family. She had to act cautiously. Doris took a few deep breaths in her heart and tried her best to calm herself down so that she wouldn't reveal her unsightly side. She maintained her gentle smile and adjusted her expression to the friendliest one possible. It's like this. I learned of the existence of this bookstore from Xianxia. She told me that she had once received help here to solve her problem. She also said that you were a godlike existence. Xianxia was a little surprised. He didn't expect Xianxia to place him so highly in her heart. But for these young people, experiencing emotional setbacks, especially the experience of being abandoned by a scumbag, was undoubtedly like falling into the abyss of life. Moreover, with the heavy rain as a foil, in the end, he accidentally entered the bookstore and met the life coach who guided him. In that situation, the effect was no less than that of an idol drama. It would make Xianxia dependent on him, and it would be natural for her to admire him. However, this kind of idolizing mentality was not advisable. Next time, he must teach this young miss the importance of subjective initiative. Looking at the world scientifically and rationally was the correct mentality. It was not a good thing to rely on others too much. Xianxia shook his head and laughed. How can she be so powerful? What god? That's too exaggerated. I'm just an ordinary person who runs a bookstore. She might just be a little too reliant on me. Doris's impression of the owner of the bookstore had completely changed. She had originally inferred from Xianxia's words that this fellow had arbitrarily flaunted his omniscience comparable to that of the gods. But now it seemed that the owner of the bookstore was so humble. It was just that Xianxia was under his protection, so she treated him like a god. But, since he was such a close relative of the Silver Lady, what did it matter if he said that he was comparable to the gods? You're too humble, Doris said. Her admiration for you is beyond words. After knowing the predicament my family and I are in, she asked me to ask you if there's any way to solve my problem. Family? Xianxia was slightly taken aback, then he came to a realization. Xianxia's family was so rich, so it was normal for her to know some family. In Nuajin, other than the upper city where ordinary people lived and the lower city where the victims of the epidemic lived, there was the central district where only the rich and powerful could live. Those aristocrats with long histories basically lived there. So it was a friend that Xianxia introduced. It was no wonder. The friends of rich people were usually rich people. No wonder they had the ability to create such realistic cosplay. Just like Xianxia's mechanical prosthesis, how could ordinary people afford it? Speaking of which, old Wang brought him Xianxia brought him Melissa, and Xianxia brought this young lady in front of him. It seemed like the relationship he had with the customers for so long was finally starting to have some effect. The customers were spontaneously promoting it, and word of mouth was spreading. This was great, sigh, it seemed like I didn't hint enough. Xianxia habitually crossed his hands and looked at Doris, asking, then what's your problem? Although he spoke in a calm manner, it didn't mean that he wanted to solve it immediately. It didn't cost him money to ask what the problem was. In short, he had to understand the situation first before considering whether or not to solve the problem, and how to solve the problem. Regardless of whether it was an emotional problem, a psychological problem, or an academic problem, he could try to solve them. However, if they wanted him to help solve a math problem, then he was sorry, but he could solve the person who asked the question. Doris felt as if she was sitting on pins and needles. She felt that Linjia's scrutinizing gaze seemed to carry the will of the Silver Lady. She cautiously said, "My family, since ancient times, has inherited the glory of the iris flower. However, ever since we lost the sustenance of our faith, we gradually declined and became a dreamless wanderer. Now, we want to rebuild our family's past and let the iris flower bloom again." Since the Silver Lady had given her an omen and placed the dream here, she should have given the right to judge in the hands of her own family. The owner of the bookstore opposite her had the absolute right to speak, so she had to satisfy him. Linjia raised his eyebrows. Oh? This problem seemed to belong to his old profession. Folklore wasn't something that could be summed up with simple customs. It referred to a nation or a social group that gradually formed over a long period of production and social life and passed down from generation to generation. It was a relatively stable cultural matter. It also included art, mystery, family, almanac, and many other aspects. Their family should have undergone some changes in a long period of time, such as war, which gradually blurred their faith. They couldn't fill in the meaning of their family emblem, causing them to lose their status among the nobles. Then, what the other party was referring to was. They wanted him to help look up the family's history and piece together the meaning of the family emblem from it. Or to put it more simply, they needed a professional to help them fabricate a relatively complete and self-consistent family history. Then, they could regain their footing. This indeed required a trustworthy professional to do. Otherwise, if someone noticed that something was wrong, it would be a problem for the family's reputation. However, this wasn't a small matter of feeding them chicken soup, they had to pay more. Linjia revealed a very bright business smile and said, "It's not a big problem," but, he was halfway through his sentence when Doris revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly lit up in the rain outside. It shone through the bookstore's window, dazzling and eye-catching. "But, it seems like a new customer has come." "It seems like there's a new customer." Linjia looked at the dazzling white light shining into the bookstore and frowned in surprise. "These are car lights, right? But who would purposely come here?" In this kind of weather, driving outside was much riskier than walking. If the car broke down, there would be no place to ask for help. It would be difficult for the rescue team to come over. Moreover, the lights were clearly aimed inside the bookstore. There was no sign of it changing direction. It felt like it was targeted. The road in front of the bookstore was horizontal. Under normal circumstances, no one would park their car in front of the crosswalk. Unless they were idiots. Moreover, there was a lot of water outside. Even an idiot would know that if something rushed over and hit the car, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if it was to change directions, it was time to change directions. But if it wasn't an idiot, then the lights were very rude. Remember, http://m9bkuj. The visitor was not friendly. Although Linjia had always been warm-hearted and kind, and was willing to help others as much as he could, he still remembered Lu Sun's words, "Don't be afraid to speculate with the greatest malice." He frowned and his thoughts turned. Could it be that his identity as an unregistered citizen was finally exposed, although 3 years ago, with the help of the girl named Chili, he obtained a Nuajin official identity card and successfully managed it through a large local chamber of commerce. But in the end, he was still an unregistered citizen who appeared out of nowhere. As long as there was a problem at the root, no matter how hard he tried to hide it, it would be exposed one day. In addition to the current situation, Linjia had ample reason to suspect that the scene outside was like this. A police car with the official logo of Nuajin was parked not far from the bookstore. The dazzling headlights were turned on, shining white light into the bookstore as a deterrent. It also had the effect of obstructing vision. A few policemen were silently standing in front of the police car with guns in their hands, braving the rain and aiming at the bookstore. There was also a higher-ranked person in charge holding a walkie-talkie and a loudspeaker. He was about to say, "Listen up, you've violated Nuajin's laws by illegally entering the country and forging an identity. You will be arrested immediately." This was how it was always portrayed in police movies. Of course, the main source of these guesses was actually because Xianxia vaguely felt a sense of danger at this moment. That was all he had in mind when it came to danger. But at the same time, he had a feeling that this danger didn't affect him much. Could it be because of Little Black? Xianxia secretly guessed. He stood up from his seat and wanted to see what was going on outside. However, just as he stood up, Doris said in a low voice, "Please wait for a moment. I'll take care of them immediately and come back to talk to you in detail." What? Xianxia blinked. Only then did he realize that the guest in front of him had a more serious expression than he did. That kind of solemn and dignified, as if he was about to kill someone. However, because the little missy's face was very gentle and pretty, even if her gaze was piercingly cold, she wouldn't have an ugly expression or even contorted expression like most people would have when they were angry. She would only feel that the contrast was cute and handsome. This was a world where looks mattered. But why was he so angry all of a sudden? This wasn't like someone cutting the queue when it was almost the end of the queue. Wait a minute. As a guest who was just about to ask for his help, when he was about to agree, he was interrupted by someone who suddenly appeared. It seemed to have the same effect as being cut in line. Moreover, looking at the little missy's attitude, the people outside were probably not easy to deal with. He sat behind the counter, so his vision was obstructed. However, the little missy was standing outside, so she could see much more clearly than him. It seemed that his guess was mostly correct. Doris sneered and turned to look outside. She continued speaking slowly, "How dare they make a move here? How audacious." As expected, they were here for him. Xianxia had always been good at reading people's expressions. Although the little missy was angry, her overall demeanor was still very calm. She also maintained her etiquette when speaking to him. Therefore, it wasn't hard to imagine that the rude people outside who shone their lights directly into the shop weren't troublesome to the little missy. Moreover, since they were Jishu's friends and had the title of family, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. They definitely had some power. This kind of confidence wasn't blind. However, the person in front of him was still a weak little missy. Xianxia was still worried. He confirmed, "Are you sure there's no problem? Let me deal with it myself." With his speaking skills, it wouldn't be a problem to delay for a while. After that, he could contact the previous customers to deal with it. Moreover, he had always wanted to test the situation under which Xiaohei would appear. The mastermind behind the scenes could make people travel across an entire plane. It definitely had unimaginable power. However, it always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. There was no way to communicate with it. Doris's expression became more determined. She lifted her skirt and smiled elegantly and confidently. "It's just that there are more people. It's just that the leader is a little troublesome. Although I might expose my identity, since you've agreed, there's no problem even if I do. Please don't worry. Whether it's today or in the future, they won't have the chance to harm you. I'll get your approval. It's my honor to solve your problem for you." Xianxia heard what she said and felt that if he rejected her, it would seem that he was looking down on this family that had declined to the point where they needed someone else to fix the meaning of the family emblem. This seemed to be a family that had declined but still had its own pride and power. Sigh, he couldn't let the little missy think that he was looking down on her. He thought for a moment and said, "In that case, be careful." "I understand. Please wait for a moment." Doris smiled beautifully. She left the counter and walked to the entrance of the bookstore. Her eyes became especially determined. She knew that this was the test and condition. The owner of the bookstore said that it wasn't a big problem, which meant that he could agree to advise the Silver Lady as a family member to restore the glory of the Iris family. However, he then said, "But there are new customers." However, the people outside were all enemies. Therefore, the meaning of this turn of events was obvious. The owner of the bookstore wanted her to get rid of these people to prove the determination of the Iris family. Doris completely understood the owner of the bookstore. She took a deep breath and looked at the source of the white light in the distance. The blinding white light outside the bookstore wasn't just outside. The real source was actually more than 1,000 meters away. However, the terrifying amount of ether energy was visible to the naked eye, bringing with it unimaginably high temperatures. It couldn't be felt in the peaceful bookstore, but at this moment, the rainwater and puddles on the ground outside had all evaporated. It was like a reverse waterfall and a pervasive fog, boiling and howling together with the lightning and wind in this space of 1,000 meters. A thin layer of water droplets condensed on the glass windows and doors like mist, trembling along with the faint tremors on the ground. The destructive spell, Flame Curse, Extreme Sun Death Ray, was indeed extraordinary. Once it was released, the entire area would probably be wiped out. Dark warlocks were indeed a bunch of lunatics and thugs. Even she found it very difficult to deal with. However, the owner of the bookstore was so calm and steady that she fully understood the difference between their levels. He might be stronger than she had imagined. She was determined to obtain victory in this test. Golden fragments of light appeared in Doris' emerald eyes, forming the shape of an iris. She reached for the door handle and gently opened the door of the bookstore. At this moment, the scene outside was 100 million times different from what Xianxia had imagined. But if one looked at it from a different perspective, it was indeed quite similar. Thousands of meters away from the bookstore, a huge three-layered white spell formation was slowly rotating in the air. A pure white ball of light in the center was twisting and collapsing inwards, brewing a terrifying power. Lightning bolts danced wildly in the dark clouds, and the rising steam turned into a vacuum. The surrounding buildings had been flattened by the overflowing ether, and a low wall made of debris formed a circle that was still expanding slowly. A woman in a nun's robe floated in the air, her expression cold. Her hands were clasped together in prayer, and her mouth was chanting a spell. The coffin of eternal sleep was also floating in the air, the blood-red philosopher's stone shining brightly. The coffin of eternal sleep's fundamental concept was resurrection, but at the same time, before resurrection, one had to experience death, pain, and so on. Therefore, this casting tool could also be used as a casting tool for related concepts. The chanting gradually calmed down, and the spell finally stabilized. Morphei opened her eyes, opened her arms, and revealed a satisfied smile. The Crimson Sect's dark sorcerers who were waiting nearby saw her stop chanting. One of them hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Lady Morphei, the Mai Tower's people have been alerted and are rushing here. We are intercepting them, but we don't have enough people at the moment. We should only be able to hold them off for about 10 minutes. Calm Morphei glanced at the completed spell formation and sneered. She waved her hand casually and said, "The Extreme Sun Death Ray has been completed, no need to intercept it. Prepare the teleportation circle." She knew the power of the Extreme Sun Death Ray very well. At such a close distance, even Wang Erda at his peak would be seriously injured. Unless the opponent was at the level of a god, he would be unscathed. But even after going through all the known gods, it was impossible for any of them to be in Nojin. What she needed to do now was to thoroughly warn the other party, "Don't get involved in this matter anymore." Although this Extreme Sun Death Ray had almost drained 4/5 of the ether she could mobilize, she believed that the effect was absolutely worth it. If it was just a simple warning, there was no need for such exaggerated actions. However, in front of his subordinates and in his own base, Morpheus was caught off guard by Wang Erda's curse. Morpheus, who flew into a rage out of humiliation, just wanted to teach Wang Erda a lesson. The outsider's impression of the dark sorcerers was not wrong. Dark sorcerers were a bunch of lunatics, a ticking time bomb with a little bit of rationality left. That was why she remembered to run away immediately after she finished setting up the spell. The Dark Magus nodded. Yes. After that, he exchanged glances with the other dark magi and activated the teleportation circle together. A light blue portal slowly opened in midair. At the same time, the dark wizards looked at the Extreme Sun Death Ray not far away. The white core in the center had finally shrunk to its limit, turning into a pure black dot. The 3 layers of white ring-shaped ether around him suddenly unfolded a complicated magic circle, like a pedestal fixed in midair. When the highly condensed ether reached its maximum density, it suddenly exploded, forming a straight ray of pure white light. Like a knife, it cut through the dark clouds. Boom, the thick fog that permeated between heaven and earth instantly sublimated, like butter being cut by a hot knife. The city below collapsed inch by inch, forming a vacuum zone in an instant. Just by looking at it, the dark magi of the Crimson Sect felt incomparably shocked. Their hearts were in turmoil, their backs were sweating, and their bodies were trembling. This was the true power of a high-level dark magus. It was worthy of the name of destruction. Lord Morpheus was too strong. It was such a lucky thing to be able to witness a destructive magus in action. Half of the dark magi's body had already entered the teleportation circle, but they still could not help but look at the target with excitement. That bookstore. In almost the blink of an eye, the pure white extreme sun death ray had reached only 100 meters away from the bookstore. The turbulent flow of gravel pushed away by the ether had already approached the entrance of the bookstore. Just a little bit more and the place would be razed to the ground. Ding dong. The door of the bookstore was opened, and the bell on the eaves made a crisp sound. Could it be that they were finally ready to fight back? The dark magi, including Morpheus, were all attracted at this moment. Before this, other than a simple layer of ether barrier outside, there were no other movements. They almost thought that the owner of the bookstore had given up resisting. The door opened and then quickly closed, as if afraid of disturbing the person inside. The person who walked out from behind the door was not the bookstore owner in the investigation, but an elf wearing an elegant white robe. Beautiful, elegant, pointed ears, and perfect appearance. It was in line with everyone's understanding of elves. An elf? Morpheus was stunned. His pupils suddenly shrank, and his thoughts paused for a moment. How could it be an elf? How could there be an elf? Doris stretched out her hand, and a wooden scepter entwined with flower vines grew from the palm of her hand. At the top was a pure white iris flower. Iris flower? Morpheus instantly thought of the strange iris flower that grew in flesh and blood and withered in death, taking away the lives of Uai and John. An ominous premonition suddenly appeared in his heart. The elf took a step forward, facing the gale and blinding rays. Bang! She stabbed the scepter deep into the cement ground, and a spiderweb-like hole appeared instantly. Doris shouted, "Tree World Shelter!" Boom! Countless roots grew out from underground, and thick branches broke out of the ground, blocking out the sun. Like a fearless giant, they attacked the extreme death ray and collided. The high-temperature ether rays destroyed the trees bit by bit, making cracking sounds. The trees kept growing, and while consuming the rays, they formed a huge semicircular barrier. They were actually evenly matched. Doris was the great sage of the Iris family, an annihilation-grade prophet. The moment they collided, it was like a huge explosion. Everything outside the epicenter was instantly destroyed. Houses collapsed, and the ground caved in. A large amount of ether was rapidly consumed. Doris's face was slightly pale, but her hand holding the scepter that represented her family tightened. The scepter was pulled out again bit by bit. The barrier formed by the trees grew thicker and thicker. At the base of the extreme death ray, the opened magic circle slowly disappeared like an erased oil painting. Finally, it could no longer support it, and even the rays gradually weakened. Doris pulled out the scepter again. She crossed her hands, and the scepter transformed into a longbow. Her eyes had turned completely golden. Like the most agile hunter, she pulled the bow and shot out an arrow made of ether. It crossed the distance of thousands of meters in an instant and reached the area where Morpheus and the others were. Whoosh! Not good, come out. Her target is the portal. The dark wizard shouted, but the arrow had already arrived. Morpheus's expression changed. The tables had turned. Her target is the teleportation gate. Quick! Come out! The dark magi with half their bodies still in the teleportation gate yelled in panic. Doris chanted loudly, "I say, my arrow will cut off the enemy's path of survival." The golden arrow streaked across the sky like a shooting star, its speed extremely fast. Just like how the extreme death ray had cut through the sky, the positions of both sides were reversed. The ether teleportation gate was like a layer of light blue membrane, with both sides connecting to different spaces. The teleportation gate built by more than 10 dark magi was enough to support everyone's retreat. At the same time, it had both stability and width, and had always been the pride of the Crimson Magi. However, at this moment, no matter how stable the teleportation gate was, it could not withstand a destructive attack. However, this wide road had become a life-threatening talisman. A portion of the dark magi with quick reactions successfully left the light blue teleportation gate, but the rest were a little too late. This little bit was the difference between life and death. Remember the URL, m9bkuj. Com *whoosh, boom. The arrow landed on the edge of the teleportation gate, and the light blue membrane was instantly torn apart. Then, the unstable space collapsed and closed up. It was like a piece of paper that had been crumpled and thrown into a shredder, crushing the few bugs stuck in the middle and squeezing out their innards. The teleportation gate had turned into an ether meat grinder. In the end, the gate disappeared, and some fragments fell from the sky. The remaining dark magi looked on helplessly as their comrades silently turned into a pile of messy things. They felt a chill in their hearts, and felt a lingering fear. If they had been a little slower, they would have ended up like this. Morphe's expression was ugly. The alarmed Myrtle Tower and the Truth Society would quickly rush over. However, they had lost the teleportation gate and had lost their path of retreat. Right now, she was indeed evenly matched with the elf in front of her. They were exchanging blows. However, if the people from the Myrtle Tower and the Truth Society arrived, she would have no chance of survival. There's no other way. You forced me to do this. Morphe's eyes were gloomy. The coffin of eternal sleep behind her slowly opened. The Philosopher's Stone was as red as blood, and an eerie aura that seemed to come from the underworld emerged from the gaps in the coffin. Come, become my nourishment. Morpheus commanded the dark magi from above. The Crimson Sect's dark sorcerers were taken aback at first, then they revealed a fanatical expression and said, "We are willing to serve you, Lord Murphy." The clash between the tree world and the extreme sun death ray was nearing its end. The charred and withered trees fell down one after another, and the pure white light rays grew weaker and weaker. There was not much left of the ether formation at the base, and it had already lost the ability to advance further. The mist and water droplets floating in the sky turned back into rain and fell with a splash. Roar, accompanied by a low and strange roar, a huge shadow soared out of the opened coffin like a dark cloud that blotted out the sky. It spread its bat-like wings that had a wingspan of over 60 meters. It was such a strange and magnificent giant bird, over 20 meters tall. Its huge half-rotten body was covered with a layer of scales, and its head was like a skull full of sharp teeth. It stretched its neck and screeched towards the sky. The stench of death was emitted from its body, and the rotten body parts slowly fell off. Pus dripped down and instantly corroded the ruins of the building. This was a destructive dream beast that had once died and obtained life extension in the coffin of eternal sleep, the Traveler. Rearing dream beasts was the true purpose of Morpheus' coffin of eternal sleep. After she killed the dream beast, she did not completely destroy it. Instead, she placed it in the coffin of eternal sleep and used the coffin of eternal sleep to try to revive the dream beast and enslave a dream beast that belonged to her. This was absolutely against the rules of the truth theory and the common understanding of extraordinaries. It was an absolute taboo. Screech, the Traveler let out a sharp and terrifying screech, and with the whistling of the wind, it flapped its wings and took off. Whoosh, like a plague wind from hell, a huge beast with a length of nearly 70 meters swooped down in a terrifying manner, as fast as an arrow that had been shot from a bow. Morpheus opened her arms on the Traveler and looked at her masterpiece, her eyes filled with infatuation and madness. How was it? This great creation of the dream was the true perfect creature. Once she killed the elf, the Traveler would carry her through the dream and reach the destination. It was a pity that this one had not been completely revived. It would probably take a few more months for it to recover to its original speed. Her gaze fell to the ground below. She found that the elf was standing in the same spot with an incomparably gentle smile, and then extended the scepter in her hand. Summon, Nightmare. A crack in the dream opened. As a family under the protection of the original witch, the Silver Lady, the members of the Iris family naturally had the ability to open and search for dreams. The boundary between dreams and reality was also set up by the original witches, so it was not rare for the Iris family to have this ability. However, under normal circumstances, due to the fear of dreams, they would not abuse this ability. Doris had taken advantage of the temporary chaos caused by the destruction of the teleportation door to perform a short-effect prediction. As a prophet, she usually had two methods of prediction. The first was an omen, which was just like what she had told Jijishu before. She would make a prediction of important long-term events, and the instructions she would receive would usually be in the form of a prophecy poem. The second was an induction, which was a short-term prediction. This type of prediction was very accurate, but its effectiveness was very short. It was suitable for use in battle. Of course, the prophet had to have extraordinary reflexes, or else they would be killed the moment they saw the contents of the induction. Doris had already predicted that the other party would summon the traveler. In terms of understanding of dreams, the Iris family, who was officially under the protection of the witches, naturally had a much higher standard than a dark magus. Naturally, Morpheus would not know. The seemingly powerful traveler had a nemesis that it feared greatly, the nightmare. Xianxia took out a teacup and brewed a cup of hot tea with the freshly boiled water. He looked at the slightly trembling tea leaves floating on the surface of the tea, and then looked outside, feeling a little worried. However, it was pitch black outside the window, and with some fog, he could not see anything clearly. Also, he did not know if it was because the other party was a little far away, but the sound seemed to be muffled in the water, and only the sound of rain could be heard. But at least the car lights have been turned off. Looks like the negotiation was very effective. Xianxia nodded, feeling slightly relieved. The lady's confidence came from her abilities. They had only gone out for a while when the glaring lights outside were turned off. But after a while, he suddenly felt the ground tremble. Earthquake? Xianxia looked at the cup in his hand suspiciously. He frowned and was about to stand up to check on the situation when the trembling stopped. Asterisk ding dong. Asterisk the door opened again. The person who came in was Doris, who looked slightly tired. She closed the door, leaned against the door frame, and quietly removed the mute enchantment that she had set up before leaving. She looked at Xianxia and the hot tea on the counter, and smiled. Although it took a little time, it was still successfully resolved. Nothing disturbed you, right? We can continue now. Xianxia saw that apart from looking pale and tired, Doris's clothes were not messy. He relaxed a little. He shook his head and said, "No, the rain is too heavy. Your voices were almost completely covered." Doris was stunned. She had used the mute barrier to block out the sound, and the tree world shelter had blocked out almost all the damage. The bookstore and the surrounding buildings within 100 meters were undamaged. It was obviously because of the barrier. Wait, could it be that she had heard something else? The rain was referring to something else, although she did not understand. From the words of the little hunter, she could tell that Nuajin was currently in a period of turbulence. The crazy dark adepts from before had proven this point. Hunters, magi, secret ritual tower, and the Truth Society were all involved, forming a huge whirlpool. In this whirlpool, even a battle between two annihilation-grade magi would be nothing more than a small splash. Remember this, http://m9bkuj.com. Their voices disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving almost nothing behind. Was this the vision of a truly powerful person? Doris walked over and sat down. She did not dare to guess what role the owner of the bookstore had played in this reign. For an annihilation-grade dark magus to ignore the rules and come knocking on his door, even if he was not the main culprit, it would have a huge impact. She just did not know if this impact was positive or negative. She smiled conservatively and said, "It's good that they did not disturb you. They will definitely not disturb you in the future." Xianxia could not help but mention the weather in Nuajin. The situation in Nuajin has been terrible recently, but for some reason, I have more customers. Oh, don't misunderstand. I'm not gloating or hoping that the situation will get worse. Although I have more customers recently, I still prefer the days when there were very few customers but my life was as peaceful as an old man's. When I was bored, I could get some sun and read some books. It wasn't boring. He looked at the dark streets outside and said with a smile full of positive energy, "I believe that with everyone's joint efforts, the situation will definitely get better and better." The smile on Doris' face froze. Everyone's hard work? Are you referring to the kind of destructive spell like extreme sun death ray that almost razed everything within 1,000 meters to the ground? Hard work? Moreover, the days of sunbathing and reading books like an old man sounded very boring. Okay, come to think of it, the whole thing was probably sarcastic. So, the current situation is because you feel that there are too few customers and you can only read books, which is very boring, so you deliberately created this situation. Silver Lady, this lord dependent of yours doesn't seem to have a good personality. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat when he saw that the customer's expression was getting worse and worse. How could he forget that it was raining and windy outside? If little Missy went out to help deal with those unfriendly people, she would definitely be physically and mentally exhausted. As the beneficiary, he was still talking about unity. This fat sheep, no, should he keep the customers? Should the bookstore continue to operate? Sigh, what a blunder. What she needed now was warmth and care. He retracted his gaze and pushed the teacup on the table over. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's been hard on you. Have a cup of tea and take a rest. Okay. Doris took the cup, and her expression became more reserved. After all, the lord dependent in front of her could not only decide the fate of the Iris family, but he also seemed to be temperamental and liked to play with people and start fights. She looked at the cup in front of her and hesitated as she looked at the floating tea leaves. Ever since tea leaves were introduced from the north, drinking tea had become a common tradition in New Augine. However, most people drank black tea with sugar and milk. Very few people would simply brew and stir-fry tea leaves. Doris had not interacted with the outside world for a long time and was very unfamiliar with these human things. The so-called rental house from before was actually just a knockout of the owner. She carefully and awkwardly took a sip and felt that the taste was very strange. There was a kind of fragrance in the bitterness, but this natural feeling was very compatible with the elves themselves. Coupled with the warm tea, it was indeed very comfortable. Doris narrowed her eyes happily and let out a long breath. She put down the teacup and thought to herself, the owner of the bookstore is not only calm in the face of the destructive battle outside, but also made a cup of tea to drink. Not only did he make a cup of tea for himself, but he also made a cup for her. It seemed that he was already confident about the outcome of this battle. He just set up a necessary test for her to observe her performance. From the current attitude, the owner of the bookstore seemed to be quite satisfied. Doris calmed herself down and said, "Can we continue our conversation now?" Xianxia nodded and said seriously, "Yes, I can help you with your problem. However, it won't be easy. It will be a long process to regain recognition. I will do my best, but the most important thing is still your cooperation." Based on what she said, she belonged to a noble family called the Iris family. Moreover, this family once had a glorious history. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, they lost the complete meaning of the family emblem. Perhaps even the family history was lost as well. Gradually, they were not recognized by the other nobles and declined. It was a relatively large project to restore and fill in a reasonable way. Moreover, they could not expose their own people, nor could they be half-baked. If there was no reliable person to do it, there would be endless trouble. The other party came to him because of her trust in Xianxia. Naturally, he had to get the real thing. He was not talented, but he had done some research on heraldry. Relying on the fact that there was almost no knowledge of heraldry in the country, and through a friend, he obtained the authorization of the Heraldry Society to publish a book called Heraldry and Totems. It was combined with rituals and folklore to be sold as a series. Xianxia took the book from the bookshelf behind him and handed it to the elven lady opposite him. "Take this book and read it carefully first. It will be helpful in the future. It won't be that easy to regain glory." Doris suppressed the throbbing in her heart and took it. At first glance, she was attracted by the strange symbol on the cover. The center of the twisted pentagram seemed to be looking at her eyes, filled with a sense of holiness. The title of the book, Ancient Seal. Doris couldn't help but stare at the strange yet strangely beautiful symbol on the book. Her gaze was even a little infatuated. It seemed to have some kind of magical power, strange yet sacred. Doris used her high level of inspiration as a prophet and her rich knowledge to peek at the meaning of the symbol. Seal, resist, dream, protection, retreat, these symbols seemed to be targeted at the creatures of dreams. When it came to his new business, Xianxia smiled very warmly. "This book can help you better understand what I need to do next. If you can remember it, things will be much easier, and I won't have to spend too much effort." He would let them preview the relevant knowledge first, so that he wouldn't have to explain and guide them bit by bit, which would cause a lot of trouble. Although Teacher Lin was warm and kind, time was money after all. He couldn't waste it on such meaningless things. It just so happened that he had published books on this before. Compared to a book about heraldry, the content of his heraldry and totem book was much simpler. It was related to the totem culture and folklore of families and mysticism, which made it seem a little heterogeneous. However, at the same time, it was more suitable for non-professionals and novices to read. Even among all his books, this book was one of the more popular ones. The first website was m9bkuj.com. Doris seemed to have woken up from her stupor when she heard his words. She placed the book on the counter and carefully picked it up. Taking a few deep breaths, she nodded solemnly and said, "I understand. I'll definitely study your work seriously." At this moment, she maintained a calm expression on her face, but her heart was in turmoil. Doris knew very well that she had entered a state that was close to an omen just now. For a prophet, this was very illogical. It even went against common sense. The two forms of foresight for a prophet, omen and sensing, were two extremes. Sensing was a burst of inspiration in a short period of time. It was a quick prediction of the next few hours or even seconds. The shorter the time, the more difficult it was. Omen, on the other hand, was a prediction of a long period of time. Under normal circumstances, a prophet had to make long-term preparations. The longer the time span, the more difficult it was. In short, it was both difficult. There was a reason why prophets were so rare. The requirement for talent was simply too high. If one didn't have talent and only relied on hard work, unless one was a long-lived species like the elves, even if they died, they wouldn't be able to sense when they would die. For example, Doris had spent decades trying to find clues about the Silver Lady before she finally obtained a simple and vague prophecy poem. Although this was partly due to the fact that the target of the prophecy was a very high-level existence, it was an undeniable fact that it was difficult to become a prophet. But now, she had almost entered the state of omen in a short period of time without any preparation. Doris was certain that it was because of the book in front of her. The fact that it could trigger Doris' inspiration meant that it was more mysterious than Doris herself. Therefore, Doris, who was looking at it directly, received a boost for a short time. The power contained in this tiny symbol was truly terrifying. I wonder what kind of boundless and mysterious picture the contents of this book will be. Doris couldn't help but glance at the bookshelf behind Xianxia. It was filled to the brim with books. At first, she didn't pay much attention to it. But now, from the way the owner of the bookstore casually took a book from the shelf, it was a mysterious book with such great power. The books in this bookstore weren't simple at all. Xianxia coughed twice. Doris, who was distracted, immediately came back to her senses and looked at him. Xianxia said with a serious expression, "Because this concerns your entire family, I suggest that you all take a look and learn the contents. When the time comes, I won't have to spend so much effort to save you all from danger. You have to know that there are many people who have come to me for help recently. I don't have that much time to waste." What he needed to save now was the dignity and honor of a family. It was the saving grace of a declining noble family. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a crisis. Moreover, by increasing the sense of crisis, the customers in front of him would understand that the situation was indeed urgent. "You're not the only one in a hurry. I'm also in a hurry. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one." This was just like how clothes sellers were always in the last 3 days of the season change/clearance sale. Shoe sellers were always saying that the bastard boss owed 350 million and ran off with his sister-in-law. Shoes that were originally priced at 200 or 300 million are now priced at 20 yuan, and pants sellers were always saying that there's only one pair of this size left. The customer next to me also wants to buy it. As a seller, he even had to learn how to make up a good story. As for why there were so many people asking for help even though there were very few customers, to the point that there wasn't enough time, he didn't know either. As expected, Doris became nervous. But as a great sage, she didn't panic. She immediately calmed down and said, "Since there's a price for this book, there should be many copies. I can buy them for my people to study together. Don't worry, we'll definitely memorize it as soon as possible." As for why such a book would be printed in batches with a price tag, it wasn't something she needed to consider. Big shots had their own interests. She knew from the beginning that all she needed to do was to satisfy him as much as possible. Then, she would fight for the Silver Lady's approval. Xianxia gave a thumbs up to such a savvy customer. Then, he picked up a hard cardboard box with a buckle under the counter and turned around to take down coats of arms and totems from the bookshelf. The books on the bookshelf could appear at will. The dim lighting in the bookstore also took this into consideration. Even if the other party felt that something was off, they would most likely think that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Doris saw this and her pupils shrank, but she didn't say anything. She secretly thought that this bookshelf was probably a space-related casting tool. There are only 30 books for now. I'll pack them all for you. Bam, Xianxia placed the cardboard box on the counter. No matter how dim the lighting was, even a fool would know that something was wrong if he took 100 books from the bookshelf at once. So Xianxia still only took 30 books. Wouldn't it be great if he could still engage in hunger marketing? Doris nodded and said solemnly, "Thank you very much for your guidance to our family. If there's a chance to restore our glory, the Iris family is willing to serve you." At this moment, less than 100 meters away from the bookstore were the remains of the battle. An area of more than 1,000 meters had been mercilessly destroyed and turned into ruins. People from the secret ritual tower and the Truth Society were searching for clues and corpses in the ruins. There were also some people near the houses that hadn't been affected but had witnessed the battle. They were in charge of cleaning up the aftermath. For example, making people lose their memories. Chief, Mr. Andrew from the Truth Society said that he's conducting a spell appraisal. Please don't wander around to avoid damaging the remaining ether traces. Xianxia waved his hand impatiently and interrupted, "What's the point of appraising?" He pointed at the surrounding ruins, letting a destructive dark magus do whatever he wants in Nuajin. This is the Truth Society's ether monitoring network. What a joke. He was mocking without restraint, and the people from the Truth Society obviously heard it. However, everyone knew the temper of this former Radiant Grand Knight, so they could only swallow their anger. The subordinate from the intelligence department wiped his cold sweat, then said, "The Dark Magi's target is that bookstore. Would you like to investigate?" Xianxia suddenly turned his head, narrowed his eyes, and said in a low voice, "Don't go." But, the Truth Society seems to let them come back. George Byron, 24 years old, was a young scholar of the Truth Society. He was an expert in alchemy and was quite accomplished in spell identification and trace tracing. As a rank 2 alchemist certified by the Truth Society, he could create alchemy tools that could kill or defend against panic-grade existences. Under normal circumstances, although he also had strong investigative abilities, he was more often used as a support staff, responsible for providing reliable equipment for the combatants. However, because too many things had happened in Nuajin recently, battles and conflicts were particularly frequent, causing the Truth Society's personnel to be unable to coordinate in a short period of time. The Truth Society did not lack logistics, but there were not many investigators who could play a role in the battlefield, especially scholars who were mostly civil servants. A large number of them did not want to participate in the battle at all. Hence, this time, he was urgently sent to be in charge of the on-site investigation of this vicious incident. Although it was called a vicious incident, it was actually a terrorist attack. This group of dark magi is really crazy. They actually launched a destructive spell here, and the ether monitoring network did not react before this. Standing on the ruins, Byron, who had completed a rough reconstruction of the scene, opened his eyes. He looked at the ruins in the heavy rain and frowned. The situation was terrible not only because of the casualties and the destruction of the buildings on the surface. Remember the website, m9bkuj.com. What was even more frightening was the Truth Society's failure in monitoring and forecasting. This either meant that the Dark Magi had a way to avoid the ether monitoring network, or there was a rebellion within the Truth Society. Byron wrote down his conjecture in his investigation notes. The ones who died were the leader of the Crimson Sect, Prayer Morphe, and several other Dark Magi. The attack methods used by both sides are as follows. The attack this time was obviously targeted. All the attacks were directed at the bookstore on the 23rd Street. However, the Scarlet Sect had clearly been fighting with the Mai Tower and the Hunter organization. Why did they suddenly come here? Who's in the bookstore? Byron could not help but look past the ruins and cast his gaze at the bookstore. The enchantment they had set up covered the entire area and was modifying the memories of everyone in the area. Only this bookstore was blank. Compared to the surrounding ruins, the middle street was like a chasm, dividing the two sides into two. One side was completely destroyed, while the other side was intact, as peaceful as usual. This time, the attack of the Crimson Sect's dark magi was completely blocked, and a powerful counterattack killed them. The other party involved had Annihilation class power or even higher. The Truth Society did not know who the owner of the bookstore was, which meant that they could not control it. "I'll go to the bookstore to investigate," Byron suddenly instructed the person beside him as he jumped down from the ruins and walked towards the bookstore. The ordinary bookstore was just across the street. It was dimly lit, and the fog made it hard to see clearly. However, it seemed to have a strange magical power that attracted people to want to see what was inside the bookstore. After walking for a while, he was almost at the door. Someone pressed down on his shoulder. "Stop." The man's voice was deep and solemn. Byron turned his head and saw the tall and sturdy white-haired man. He frowned. "Mr. Xianxia, what's the matter?" The man asked, "What are you going to do?" Byron said matter-of-factly, "Investigate this suspicious bookstore." He picked up his book. "My duty is to clarify this matter, and the person in this bookstore is obviously the other party involved. I need to provide the truth to the Truth Society." Xianxia said in a low voice, "For the sake of your rationality, don't go. Knowledge keeps my mind calm." "Rationality is a quality that every scholar must have," Byron said. "I will not be shaken. You are insulting my character. Even if you are an Annihilation class knight and a respectable senior, you can't joke about my rationality. Moreover, this is my duty." Xianxia had always been troubled by the blockheads of the Truth Society. He understood that without concrete evidence, once these blockheads decided on something, even 9 bulls would not be able to pull them back. However, the guy in front of him was not simple either. He could create a panic class alchemy item. This was a level that could be crowned with the title of Master. Most of the alchemy items used by the Myrt Tower were bought in bulk from the Truth Society. Perhaps a large number of them were made by Byron. The Myrt Tower has already listed this bookstore as a level 1 area, but it has not yet been connected to the Truth Society's database. This time, the owner of the bookstore is helping us. Don't be ungrateful. Xianxia glanced at the bookstore. "I don't think the owner of the bookstore would like you to interrogate him." Byron's position in the Truth Society was enough for him to know top-secret information. Byron's pupils shrank, and his expression changed. He said in disbelief, "Level 1? In Nuajin?" Of course, he found it unbelievable. The Truth Society had developed almost everywhere in Nuajin. How could a level 1 be right under their noses for so many years without them discovering it? Although level 1 was powerful, the Truth Society's ether network was also set up by a great level 1 being. In theory, there should not be any fish that escaped the net. What? Does it feel fake? Xianxia pursed his lips. Just now, an Annihilation Dark Magus used an Annihilation spell here, but you guys didn't even have the slightest reaction from the Truth Society's network. In the end, it was the bookstore owner who stopped them. Even the Myrt Tower reacted faster. This is, Byron was speechless for a moment. His lips moved, and he awkwardly didn't know what to say. Xianxia laughed coldly. "You should check yourself properly." Just then, the bell on the bookstore's door rang, and the wooden door opened with a creak. The two of them immediately looked over and saw a beautiful white-robed elf walk out of the bookstore. The two of them were stunned. Byron was stunned because he hadn't expected an elf to appear in the bookstore, while Xianxia was stunned because he'd been enlightened. When he'd borrowed Child of the Abyss, he'd guessed that the owner of the bookstore was a long-lived species, and most likely an elf. Now, this guess had been confirmed. Elves were a very xenophobic and arrogant race. It was almost impossible for them to stay with humans. It could be said that they were born racists. That kind of love story between humans and elves was ultimately just a story. And the elf who walked out of the bookstore not only had a pure bloodline, but when she walked out, she looked inside the bookstore with a respectful expression. Xianxia's last suspicion had been answered. He thought that it was time for him to return the book, and the magic sword should have its own new owner. The elf turned to look at them, then raised her head and smiled. "Humans, what are you doing in front of my master's door?" Byron looked at the elf walking toward them and said, "Master?" He was shocked. From what he knew of history, the only ones who could be called master by the elf were the 4 original witches. However, it was impossible that there was an original witch in the bookstore that was less than a street away from them. The messenger favored by my master has the right to represent my master's will. Doris turned to look at Byron. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. The people of the Truth Society are becoming more and more ignorant. Is it the mercy of our Lord that has given you the courage to be ignorant, or has your curiosity gotten to your head and made you dare to spy on our Lord's existence? Byron was wearing the standard scholar's robe of the Truth Society, so he could be recognized at a glance. He was no stranger to this tone. It was a typical firm believer who put their master at the center of everything. It wasn't just a formal religion like the Dome Church. When some of the fanatics of the Truth Society talked about the greatness of knowledge, they would also fall into this state. The large amount of ether on the elf's body was as bright as a torch, emitting a dangerous aura without hiding it. It made Byron's senses, which had been inexplicably blinded, suddenly wake up. His growing curiosity was instantly retracted. After a moment of shock, his back was suddenly covered in cold sweat. 1 second to remember, http://m9bkuj. What had just happened to him, look at what he had wanted to do. He had ignored Mr. Yusefyu's advice and even argued with the elf. He had recklessly gone to a level 1 area of the Mayoi Tower. Even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to satisfy his curiosity. Byron was confused and scared. He swore that he didn't want to do this. Although he was the person in charge of the Truth Society, he didn't have any combat power. He was just in charge of recording. In a battle between 2 annihilation levels, the person in charge of the investigation should be Yusefyu, who was also an annihilation level and a former Radiant Grand Knight. But for some reason, he was hot-headed. Byron fearfully glanced at the quiet bookstore. He smiled awkwardly and said, "No, no, no. I'm very sorry. Please forgive me. I only wanted to do my duty and investigate the matter clearly before reporting it. That's all. Your Lord is so benevolent. I believe he won't bicker with an ignorant person who seeks knowledge." He had already discovered that this elf was the main character of the battle just now. Since that was the case, all he had to do was figure out what had happened. As for the bookstore, it was too dangerous, Doris smiled. You should be glad. She walked in front of them and said, for some reason, these dark sorcerers suddenly appeared and prepared to cast the destructive spell Extreme Death Ray on the bookstore and its surroundings. I stopped them and killed them. That's all. Yusefyu took a step to the side and stood in front of Byron. Why do you think they're doing this? He added a note to the information about the bookstore owner in his heart. Through this incident, the dark sorcerers of the Crimson Sect had launched 3 attacks at the same time. All of them were targeted at the existence that had caused great hindrance to their actions. It could be considered a large-scale counterattack. The battlefield here was only one of many. In this half a month, under the investigation of the Truth Society and the secret ritual pagoda, the secret strongholds of the Crimson Sect and the White Wolf were destroyed one by one. However, the place where they hid the demonic mirror egg was never exposed. On one hand, they were cautious in their actions. Once they succeeded, they immediately opened a portal and retreated without stopping for even a moment. Even if someone was caught, they would basically commit suicide immediately. Although the Crimson Sect was not a sect, they acted as if they were all fanatics. On the other hand, it was because Prayer Morphe's coffin of eternal sleep was constantly creating resurrected people. There were many resurrected people who acted as puppets. Although their overall strength was relatively low, it still caused a lot of trouble for tracking and investigation. This time, the concentrated counterattack was targeted at the hunter organization Spider that had split from the White Wolf. Because Rat Ruayan's intelligence network had been intercepted by them and they were very familiar with the composition of the White Wolf's members, this hunter organization had bitten the White Wolf to death. There were a few times when they almost directly killed the White Wolf who had not fully cooperated with the Crimson Sect. The last remaining place was the daily counterattack against the secret ritual pagoda and the Truth Society. However, this time it was especially fierce. It was obvious that the incubation of the demonic mirror egg should have reached the final stage, so the final celebration had begun. However, they did not expect that the problem this time was not at the bottom, but at the top, and it was at the top. The highest leader, Prayer Morphe, had died in this battle that they were almost certain to win. It seemed that the bookstore owner must have done something overboard to be targeted by the Crimson Sect. And now, he had allowed his subordinates to directly kill the leader of the Crimson Sect. The bookstore owner had chosen to stand on their side. Doris's smile was beautiful and gentle. She could see that the knight in front of her wanted to protect the young man behind him. She tilted her head and revealed a somewhat distressed expression. How would I know? Shouldn't I be the one asking you? I just came to Nuajin as a representative of the Iris family, and I saw my lord's emissary being attacked by these thugs. Shouldn't I retaliate? Furthermore, I helped you stop these thugs. Not only are you not grateful, but you also intend to aggressively interrogate me. Is this the way Nuajin treats its guests? Xianxia moved his prosthetic limbs and nodded. I admit that we did not handle this matter well. In fact, I am very grateful and respectful to the owner of this bookstore. He once lent me a book and solved a problem that had been bothering me for a long time. If it wasn't inconvenient today, I would definitely visit him now. Byron hurriedly said, since the matter is clear, we can return to report. Thank you for your contribution to Nuajin. The Truth Society expresses its gratitude to you. Before he finished speaking, the communication device on his body suddenly rang. Byron picked it up and looked at it. His pupils shrank, and he immediately injected ether into it. He took a deep breath and said, Vice President. Yes. Byron, pass the communication device to the great sage of the Iris family. Byron immediately handed it over carefully and looked at Doris. Doris narrowed her eyes and took it. The voice on the other side of the communication device was old but powerful. Doris, I haven't seen you in 300 years. How are you? Andrew? Nuajin Central District, General Office of the Truth Society. The pure white marble building was elegant and gorgeous. The smooth and shiny floor could even be seen clearly. The area from the center to the front desk was extremely wide. On both sides were sofas, chairs, coffee tables, and whiteboards. It was a discussion area. This complicated 13-story building was like a combination of a huge teaching building and a library. In the middle of the hollow courtyard, a specimen of an ancient dragon's corpse was sealed with glass. It was used as a scenic spot for people to admire. At this moment, in a luxuriously decorated office on the highest floor, the scene was somewhat like an activity center for the elderly. Two old men sat facing each other, and a chess game was placed on the coffee table between them. I didn't expect the Iris family to appear again. One of the old men turned his head and muttered to himself. He looked at the vice president of the Truth Society, Andrew, who had walked to the balcony and was talking on the phone. My former crush has suddenly appeared. Unfortunately, the once great youth has become an old man. Be careful, your alchemy funds will be deducted. The other old man lowered his head and whispered in a low voice. He then reached out and moved a chess piece. Wang Erda's bounty has been accepted, and there will be a large expenditure. Your messy research projects can wait to be shelved. Wang Erda was on the Truth Society's list with a bounty on him. This was something everyone knew. But it had been 2 years, and no one had taken up the bounty. First of all, it was the responsibility of the Knights of the Myrt Tower to get rid of the evil. Not many people had a sense of justice to show. Secondly, Wang Erda was indeed cruel as a black wizard, but he was still an annihilation grade. A disabled annihilation grade was still an annihilation grade. Even if he was an annihilation grade that was half dead, as long as he could still use ether and talk, he could kill a panic grade. Without the power of an annihilation grade, no one dared to take up the bounty. And an annihilation grade, who was short of money, they were all big shots. If they wanted to kill someone, did they have to do it themselves? And if they failed, it would damage their reputation. The loss would outweigh the gain. Why would they do that? Besides, didn't you see that even his biggest enemy, the Xianxia, didn't take up the bounty? The first website was M9Bkuj. Why would ordinary people join in the fun? Plus, Wang Erda was still missing. There was no accurate information to prove whether he was alive or dead. There was some news a while ago that he was in Nuajin, but there was no follow-up. Taking up the bounty meant that they had to spend a lot of effort to find the missing Wang Erda. It was not easy. With such a set of logic, It was normal for Wang Erda's bounty to take 2 years for someone to take it up. Walter Leonard, the director of the Truth Society's alchemy department, raised his head in dissatisfaction and retorted, "If this is a messy project, then your mechanics is useless. You're either researching how to achieve automatic handstand shampoo or multifunctional choker boxing gloves all day long. In my opinion, the president shouldn't have given you any funding." Then he said with a strange expression, "Someone actually took up Wang Erda's bounty? Which annihilation-grade big shot has nothing better to do?" He looked at the chessboard and said with a look of realization, "My dear Fitch, I suspect that you are planning to use this to divert my attention and then cheat to win." The head of the Department of Mechanical Engineering, Lowell Fitch, screamed and slammed the table. "Hey, do I look like that kind of person to you?" Leonard shook his head. "You don't look like it." Then he moved a chess piece and said with certainty, "You are." Fitch glanced at him, shrugged, and sighed. "Even though you've wronged me, I'll still treat you as my best friend." Leonard snickered. "Anyone can be your friend as long as they have money." The cunning, heartless, money-minded Fitch. Fitch shook his head and said, "You have a deep misunderstanding of me, but I have to say that my research is useful. The clay idol project is already nearing its end. As long as we get the Philosopher's Stone, we can immediately proceed to the final step. It's all thanks to the help of Madame Doris. The quality of the Philosopher's Stone on the coffin of eternal sleep is much higher than the ones made by your alchemy masters." Leonard listened to the sarcastic tone of the old man opposite him. He picked his ear and said mockingly, "We can immediately proceed to the final step." I've heard this sentence dozens of times, but every time after more than 10 days, someone will come back with a failure report and continue to apply for funding. Sometimes I really wonder if this is a trick of yours to cheat funding. That's because the Philosopher's Stone you provided is not pure enough. Don't quibble. It's clearly because your skills are bad. The two of them stared at each other for a while, then snorted at the same time and lowered their heads to look at the chessboard. After a while, Leonard could not help but say, "You still haven't said who took the bounty." Although he could directly check on the Truth Society's internal network, this kind of off-site assistance made him feel very embarrassed. "Huh." Fitch let out a short strange laugh and looked proudly at the alchemy director who spoke first. He said, "I knew you wouldn't be able to guess. The one who took the bounty this time is not an annihilation grade, but a panic grade hunter." "Hunter? Panic grade?" Leonard frowned. "Are you kidding?" He thought about it again. No, he was not. The fact that the Truth Society could approve this person to take the bounty meant that he had at least a 50% chance of completing the mission. But if this hunter was only a panic grade, then the answer was obvious, an annihilation grade promotion certification? If one wanted to be promoted on the Truth Society's annual list, one needed to be certified by deeds. For example, if one defeated an annihilation grade in a battle, then the certification level would be determined as annihilation grade. If there were no battles in peacetime, then one could also go through a standardized ether test. However, the label standardized test would be put behind the name, making it seem like one was inferior. Therefore, under normal circumstances, one would still use their achievements for certification. That's right. Fitch nodded and said, "The panic grade hunter, Pale Night Watchman, Burton Ackerman, proposed to use Wang Erda's bounty as his achievement. In the standardized test, after injecting the tainted blood, his power has definitely reached annihilation grade, so we approved his application." Leonard nodded. "I see. But he can really find, what are you guys talking about?" Andrew suddenly walked in and interrupted their conversation. He sat on the sofa beside them and threw the communicator beside him. The vice president of the Truth Society sighed and said, "I didn't expect this." Leonard asked, "President, what's wrong?" Andrew's gaze was complicated. He sighed and said, 300 years have passed. I'm already old, but she's still the same as in my memory. Even her tone hasn't changed at all. It makes me feel like I'm in a dream." Leonard thought to himself that this was probably the melancholy after meeting the person he secretly loved. Doris's elfin was a long-lived species. It was inevitable that there would be no change. What was there to be emotional about? However, for the sake of his own funds, it was better not to say it out loud. Fitch asked, "President, what's going on with that bookstore? Has the Iris family really acknowledged him as their master? They didn't acknowledge him as their master, but the so-called existence behind him. The Mai Tower's files have already been sent over. You guys can take a look for yourselves. Andrew frowned at this statement. A hint of disgust flashed across his eyes. He muttered, I didn't believe that there would be an undiscovered God-level existence in New Ajin, but the files written by Xianxia himself have to be taken seriously. But since the faction's attitude is kind, we can choose to slowly probe. However, such an existence in New Ajin will always be a problem. Leonard said, What do you mean? Let's wait and see. Andrew stood up and said calmly, Wang Erda is also in contact with this bookstore. Guide Ackerman there and let him be our eyes. Fitch and Leonard glanced at each other. Leonard hesitated for a moment before saying, Is there too much danger in probing a god-level entity? I think we need to be more cautious. Fitch nodded. The most important thing now is to deal with the magic mirror egg. Morphei is dead, and the Scarlet Sect is like a plate of loose sand. The remaining white wolves can't continue, so this is the best time to pursue them. First of all, we have to trust the judgment of the Mai Tower and the Xianxia. Secondly, Morphei attacked first, and Doris retaliated. The bookstore hasn't taken the initiative to attack yet. The Scarlet Sect's targeting of the bookstore shows that the bookstore's stance isn't on their side. It's a pity that Doris didn't leave anyone alive. Otherwise, we would know the reason for the Scarlet Sect's actions better. The magic mirror egg is naturally a top priority, so letting Ackerman probe is the best choice. I won't deny that I'm using him, Andrew said. At the very least, we need to know the owner's behavior and intentions. This isn't something that can be explained with friendliness. We need to be responsible for the millions of people in New Ajin. This incident is enough for us to reflect on what we're doing. He looked at the pitch-black rain outside the balcony, as if looking through the thick clouds. The purpose of the Truth Society's existence is not only to pursue knowledge, but also to maintain order. However, when any organization becomes authoritative and holds too much power, there will definitely be internal corruption. Fitch and Leonard's hearts skipped a beat as they vaguely sensed something. Andrew pressed his hands on the balcony's railing, his gaze landing on the dragon's corpse in the central courtyard. He said in a low voice, There's no doubt that our monitoring has failed. This has allowed the Scarlet Sect and White Wolves to repeatedly escape and hide until now. However, the problem lies within. The two immediately couldn't sit still. The vice president meant that there was a traitor in the Truth Society? Andrew turned around, his gaze like lightning. If this matter isn't handled properly, the Truth Society's credibility will greatly decrease. We can't afford to pay such a price. This is the list of people who have come into contact with the Ether Network in the past month since the magic mirror egg fell from the cracks in the dream world. The two of you aren't the people closest to me, but you're both far away from the center of power. I'm well aware of your personalities, and what the Truth Society lacks right now is a self-supervising organization. I hope that the two of you can become this organization. Leonard and Fitch took the list, somewhat surprised and hesitant. Don't worry. This is also President Maria's idea. Andrew added, she has already stamped her name on this list. If she wasn't trying to break through to the god level, she would have been the one giving you the authorization right now. This plan has already been prepared for a long time. The two of them flipped through it and found President Maria's seal. The ether traces on it couldn't be faked. Andrew continued, that's it. Let Ackerman test the waters first. If necessary, we don't need to fear a god-tier being. After all, even gods will perish one day. Only the truth is eternal. If the Mai Tower's evaluation wasn't friendly but evil, they wouldn't be testing the waters now. They would be mobilizing all their forces to wipe the other party off the map of New Ajin. The power of an individual was already a thing of the past. Although there were only a handful of existences at the destruction level in New Ajin, if they were to really fight, even a god-tier being would have to consider the Truth Society's Ether Star Destroyer cannon. However, this would inevitably cause a large number of casualties. The reason why the Scarlet Sect and the White Wolf could hide for so long was because they were too weak and too good at running. In a state of uncertainty, the Truth Society couldn't use some extremely lethal weapons. They could only use the Ether Network and manpower to hunt them down. Now that the Ether Network had been sabotaged by a mole, the situation had become very delicate. When Morpheus had appeared, the Truth Society had planned to use the space disturbance device to keep them here. However, Doris' appearance forced them to stop and continue watching the battle. Leonard and Fitch put away the list and said, "Only the truth is eternal." This station reports that last night, a gas plant explosion occurred between streets 21 and 23. There were heavy casualties, and the economic losses are estimated to be as high as hundreds of millions. According to the analysis of experts, due to the bad weather conditions, the factory's supervision was weak, and the equipment was in disrepair. After being struck by lightning, it caused a series of explosions. The fire spread rapidly, and the accumulated water then washed away the houses. Fortunately, our firefighters arrived in time and quickly carried out the rescue. In addition to the heavy rain, the fire finally stopped in front of Street 23. We can see that this road has become a clear dividing line. On the left, there are intact houses, and on the right, there are ruins. Xianxia woke up early in the morning and was about to open the door when he heard the news broadcast on the television of the boss next door. He was stunned. Street 23, wasn't that the street? Creak. He opened the door. In the pouring rain, there were machines working everywhere. Faint shouts could be heard, and dazzling big and small lights flashed. The opposite side of the road was indeed in ruins. There was also a group of people watching the show. Xianxia even saw the news reporter who was broadcasting the news live. "I just took a nap. How could there be an explosion all of a sudden?" Xianxia's mouth twitched. The quality of his sleep was a bit too good. He couldn't even wake up from a gas explosion. Yesterday, other than receiving the elf Miss Doris, selling 30 books in one go, and chasing away a car full of people who were suspected of being unregistered, nothing else happened. The night was peaceful, but in the morning, there was an explosion across the road. Sometimes, life was really magical. Fortunately, it stopped across the road. Otherwise, my transmigration career would have come to an end. Xianxia shook his head and muttered. Then, he remembered that he seemed to have said something like, "With everyone's joint efforts, the situation will get better and better." The next day, such a tragedy happened. Could it be that he was a toxic healer? Xianxia coughed twice, closed the door again as if nothing had happened, and stepped back. Toxic healers were superstitions. Not advisable, not advisable. As usual, he walked behind the counter and sat down. He turned on the lights, turned on the heater, and boiled water to make tea. What was different from usual was that he specially watered the potted plant on the counter. Although it was called a potted plant, it actually looked like a pot of soil. Before Doris left yesterday, she left a plant seed. According to her, it should be quite precious. There were also mysterious gimmicks that attracted little girls, like having their own thoughts and feeding on desire. Xianxia thought it would be good to purify the air in the bookstore, so he took an old flower pot and planted the seed. He didn't know when it would grow. With hope, Xianxia patted the flower pot and said earnestly, "It's really thoughtful. It's just that it's good looking. Is this the place?" Ackerman raised his head in the rain and looked at the bookstore in front of him. Raindrops pattered on the short brim of his poncho and flowed down quickly along the outline of the poncho, falling into the puddles on the ground. In his field of vision was exactly the same as the information provided by the Truth Society. It was an extremely ordinary bookstore. It even looked a little shabby, and there wasn't even a shop sign. If it weren't for the faintly lit windows that allowed him to see the rows of bookshelves and the books on them, he probably wouldn't even be able to tell that this was a bookstore. This wasn't the duty of a businessman. Or rather, the owner of this shop didn't actually consider selling books at all. Instead, it seemed more like he was deliberately keeping the bookstore empty. Thinking about it this way, it was a little suspicious. Ackerman closed his eyes and captured the thin ether in the rain, relying on his extraordinary sense of smell to analyze it. Wang Erda's ether aura did exist in this bookstore, and it was more obvious than in other places. Although it was still well concealed, it still couldn't fool him. The first website was m9bkuj.com. There was a sense of danger, but it wasn't strong. It seemed to be a creation of some kind of life and soul, and it was indeed good to use as a guard. But it was undoubtedly impossible to use it to resist an extraordinaire of his level. According to the information provided by the Truth Society, Wang Erda had stayed in this bookstore twice, and each time he stayed for more than an hour. But judging from the current feeling of this bookstore, it shouldn't be an important stronghold, but more like a hidden transit station. Perhaps it was information, or perhaps it was an extraordinary item. Many people came and went here, bringing some things and taking some things away. All sorts of messy ether trajectories streaked across the air, forming a complicated picture. Among them, the tracks formed by Wang Erda's aura were more frequent than the others. Although all the tracks were sparse, in comparison, he was simply a regular in this bookstore. Ackerman opened his eyes. If so, Wang Erda would definitely come again. The Truth Society probably didn't choose to act rashly and alert the enemy because of this consideration. As long as he would come again, then there would be a chance to catch him. But now the Truth Society seemed to be troubled by the Red Sect and the White Wolves, and they were busy searching for the whereabouts of these little rats who loved to crawl into the sewers. But thinking about it, it should be over soon. Ackerman looked at the streets and buildings that were still being rebuilt. It had been a week since the battle, and due to the rain, the construction was even more difficult than before. Therefore, they simply moved the surviving residents to other areas and temporarily cleared the area before putting it on hold. There were still ether particles in the air, just like the smoke on a battlefield. Even after the war had ended, the smell of gunpowder and fresh blood would still remain. The Secret Ritual Tower and the Truth Society were really good at covering up such things. Morphei's death basically meant that the Scarlet Sect and White Wolf no longer had their greatest support, whether it was in terms of strength or confidence. Tisk, TSK, TSK. She's really courting death. I hope she can understand where she went wrong before she dies. Ackerman's lips curled into a mocking smile. Even though it was Morphei's misfortune to meet the great elven sage who came to visit the Truth Society, their defeat was already set in stone even without Doris's appearance. The magic mirror egg. Does it really have such great magic power that it can tempt one's mind to the point of losing their rationality? Ackerman looked at the ruins and shook his head, then turned back. He didn't want to try it. Now, his mission was only to wait for the opportunity to come and complete his annihilation class evaluation. He was a hunter, and the most important qualities of a hunter were caution and patience. Ackerman still didn't enter the bookstore. Instead, he carefully investigated the surroundings again. Recently, because of the so-called gas factory explosion case, many people had come here to join in the fun. It was normal for them to walk around a few times. He tried to sense the ether tracks around the bookstore, but there were only a few. As for the bookstore itself, sorry, there was none at all. It made him feel that he was doing something unnecessary. After all, even if he entered the bookstore, he would only be pretending to be an ordinary customer and doing the most basic testing. Finally, Ackerman shook his raincoat and walked to the entrance of the bookstore. He looked at the open sign and reached out to push open the door. The bell on the door rang softly. Wet water dripped onto the floor, forming puddles of water. The layout of the bookstore came into view. Nothing else was worth mentioning. The gargoyle on the counter was the source of Wang Erda's ether waves. Its blood-red eyes seemed to be shining with a bloodthirsty light, and it looked very intimidating. But according to Ackerman's experience, this kind of creation, other than being actively controlled, would automatically attack when it sensed murderous intent. As long as he didn't have any murderous intent or malicious intent, he was absolutely safe. He was very confident in his disguise. Even if someone of the same level was present, before he attacked, he could do it without them noticing. Slowly walking into the bookstore, he took off his raincoat and placed it on the umbrella rack beside the door. Ackerman had already raised his vigilance and controlled his muscles. He would not reveal any flaws as he looked around naturally. The young man sitting at the counter raised his head and said very familiarly, "Welcome. Are you here to borrow books, read books, or buy books?" Ackerman was pretending to be an ordinary office worker. He answered casually and said, "I'm just looking around." That was right. It was very fitting for an ordinary person who came to the ruins to wander around and then entered a roadside bookstore out of boredom. Such a person did not have a purpose, so there was no need to make a choice. Ackerman walked towards the counter, thinking that the owner of the bookstore seemed to be just an ordinary person. Could it be that this was a place similar to a depository, and the owner of the bookstore was a tool that could be abandoned at any time, so he randomly found an ordinary person to be the owner? His gaze swept over the counter in passing. In this dark and monotonous bookstore, the only thing that was colorful was a potted plant on the counter. It was a red rose, budding. Its head was slightly lowered, and the water droplets on the petals refracted the light. It looked very beautiful. In this bookstore, it was indeed a bright color. But it was just an ordinary rose. Ackerman was just about to walk around and end his first test. The rose trembled slightly, and then an eyeball flipped out from the center of the bud. It seemed to be twitching with mucus as it looked straight at him. Its pupils stared greedily at him. Ackerman's body stiffened, and his scalp went numb. He wanted to retreat, but he found that he could not move at all. He could not help but stare at the eyeball, feeling something in his soul being extracted and devoured. A trap? How could it be? He did not notice anything. There were no ether fluctuations either. The young man behind the counter gave him a very kind smile. Look around. If you have any questions, just look for me. What am I looking at? How can I look at it casually? I can't even move. Ackerman's pupils were trembling violently, representing the intense struggle in his heart at this moment. He looked at the gentle and amiable smile of the bookstore owner and felt a deep sense of mockery and malice from it. The bookstore owner's eyes were like looking at a clown who had walked into a trap. The more he seemed to be welcoming guests, the more condescending he was. This guy must have seen through his disguise long ago, because he thought the other party knew nothing and pretended to be an ordinary customer and said, "I'm just looking around." The bookstore owner used such a mocking way to reply, "You're just looking around." He just wanted to see the fear and helplessness in the intruder's eyes. The meaning he wanted to express was too clear. This was a blatant threat and deterrence. Didn't you just want to look around? Then look around, I won't stop you. You said you can't move? Sorry, this is just an unintentional mistake of my little pet. Ackerman had never suffered such humiliation. Killing people was just a matter of nodding the head to the ground, but the bookstore owner wanted to destroy his heart. Remember the URL, m9bkuj.com. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried to make himself move, it was useless. The veins on his forehead were bulging and bursting, and the corners of his eyes were bloodshot. It could be said that he had exhausted all his strength. He swore that under normal circumstances, his current strength was enough to directly smash all the buildings in the vicinity of the bookstore into the ground. However, on the surface, he seemed to be frozen in place, maintaining the same posture as he looked at the rose. There was no other movement at all. He was completely sealed by an invisible force, so he couldn't move at all. What was even more terrifying was that Ackerman felt that he was losing. Something in the depths of his soul was being torn out by the eyes in the rose and devoured. If a more vivid analogy was used, he felt like a slender jelly. He was originally tightly wrapped in plastic, but now, a hole had been torn open and he was being sucked out. This was a very abstract feeling, but it made him feel a bone-deep fear. But what was even more terrifying was that he couldn't stop it and couldn't catch the part of himself that was losing. Thus, he finally understood that it wasn't ether or some kind of invisible force that stopped him from moving. Thus, his strength didn't decrease at all, and he didn't feel any resistance. What was restraining him was a power from the heart. The roses, I was telling him, don't move. Thus, he really stopped moving. What the hell is this? Ackerman was terrified. As he looked at the rose, his anger and fear turned into helplessness and even pleading. In this short minute, he felt what despair was. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he had to stay in this state until he died. The extraordinary body of an annihilation class hunter allowed him to live for 3 whole months without eating or drinking. When he died, his heart would only be filled with joy and relief. The owner of this bookstore must be a devil who plays with people's hearts, Ackerman screamed in his heart. Xianxia was in a very good mood today. First, the seed he planted finally grew into a beautiful red rose 7 days later. It didn't seem right for a rose to bloom in 7 days, and roses were clearly shrubs. It was strange that this thing had grown on its own. But since the elfin lady said it was a rare species, it must have its own characteristics. Many people nowadays wanted to raise flowers and plants to cultivate their temperament, but in reality, whatever they raised died. This flower species, which grew quickly and was easy to raise, might be its selling point. And it didn't say it was a rose. It might be a different species. It just looked a little like a rose. Second, there was a new customer. These few days, there were no old customers returning, nor were there any new customers. There were signs of returning to the cold and deserted days. Although he felt that those days of leisure were good, who wouldn't want to have a group of people to talk to and make a lot of money? However, even though the explosion had attracted a group of people, his bookstore was still deserted and desolate. Even the video store next door had more business, but there was no one in his bookstore. This made Xianxia reflect on whether or not to renovate the bookstore. In fact, he had been fighting for the renovation. However, no renovation can't attract customers, no business, no money can't renovate. This was an endless cycle, but it was fine. Wasn't there another customer now? As long as it developed, it would be his meat. Xianxia was very happy to welcome the new customer and maintained his usual enthusiasm. His attitude was as warm as spring. But when the customer said that they were just looking around, they didn't have much desire to buy. He had to find a way to stimulate them. Xianxia was thinking about this when he suddenly realized that the customer who had just said that he was just looking around had been standing by the counter for a long time. He looked over with some confusion. "Customer, do you have anything else to ask? Didn't you say that you were just looking around?" The customer didn't answer. His gaze was fixed on the counter. Xianxia followed his gaze and saw his own potted roses. He suddenly understood. Then he reached out and moved the flowers in front of him where the light could shine. He smiled and said, "You also think that the flowers I planted are beautiful, right?" He deliberately turned the front of the potted plant to the outside so that the guests could better see the beautiful scenery. Although his bookstore was a little shabby, if he could see such a beautiful flower in such a place, the effect would definitely be more stunning than in a luxurious place. It seemed that his efforts weren't in vain. As the position of the potted plants moved, Ackerman's gaze suddenly moved away from the abyss. He suddenly took a deep breath as if he had been untied and shivered. Then, he watched with a pale face as the flower turned its eyeball a few times in front of the owner of the bookstore. Then, it turned back and hid in the petals. Because of the sufficient light, Ackerman could clearly see that the inside of the temporarily opened bud was densely packed with squirming eyeballs. He even suspected that he had been injected with too much tainted blood and was hallucinating. But when he looked up and saw the owner of the bookstore's warm smile, he knew that it wasn't an illusion. It was a real purgatory. Ackerman took a deep breath. Beautiful, very beautiful. He suddenly didn't want to get the annihilation certification at all. He also didn't want to find Wang Erda. Those ambitions and desires had disappeared. He just wanted to sit on a recliner and think about the meaning of life. Seeing the customer praising the rose he had grown, Xianxia smiled. Xianxia smiled and said, "Thank you for your appreciation. I'm sure it'll be very happy." Everything had a soul. Respecting all flowers and plants was a romantic way of life. Also, the elf lady had explained to the flower that it had its own thoughts. Out of respect for the elf lady's heart, Xianxia had to take the mysterious seller's gimmick seriously. If the elf lady came back one day and saw that the seller valued her gift so much, she would also feel that she was valued. Then, wouldn't there be one more regular customer? Look, the way to make money was to accumulate over time. It was true that details determined success or failure. Besides, this rose was planted by him. He had taken care of it every day for the past 7 days. He had fed it water by water. He was very affectionate. Hearing this, Ackerman recalled the scene he had just seen. He felt even more disgusted. Not only did the owner of the bookstore like to play with people's hearts, but he also treated this flower so intimately. It was as if he treated this monster as his own child. Even a black wizard like Morpheus who violated the taboo would at most worship the resurrected dream beast as a perfect creation. He would not treat this disgusting monster as a human being. Remember this, http://m9bkuj. What kind of existence was the owner of this bookstore? Ackerman's eyelids twitched. Suddenly, he had a more reasonable guess. What if the owner of the bookstore was not a human being? If he was the same kind as this rose, but just wearing a layer of human skin, then it would make sense. Why couldn't he feel any ether aura? Why was his personality so bad and twisted? Why was he so powerful? Because the one standing in front of him was some kind of higher being. But if he really cared, how could they not know? Damn the Truth Society, they were using him as a tool. Wang Erda was not qualified to use this bookstore as a transfer station. He should be here to give offerings. Ha. Ha ha, Ackerman laughed dryly. He felt that the owner of the bookstore seemed to be happy to praise this flower, so he said against his will, I'm just telling the truth. Xianxia looked at the new customer in front of him who seemed to be getting paler and paler. He moved the flower pot in his hand to the side and said, You don't seem to be feeling well. Do you want to sit down first? Oh no, the owner of the bookstore seemed to have noticed something wrong with his attitude. Ackerman quickly shook his head. No, no, no. I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere, Xianxia frowned. Really? Don't force yourself. He thought that the customer in front of him had a strong personality. Even if he couldn't hold on anymore and was physically and mentally exhausted, he didn't want to show his weak side in front of others. Judging from his appearance, the new guest was a typical office worker around 35 years old. At this age, office workers had elders and children to take care of. They had a boss outside and a wife inside. They were approaching their midlife crisis and were reluctant to give up on their youth. This was the period when they were bursting with pressure. In addition, they seemed to have been attracted by the explosion to come and watch the show. However, they seemed to have no purpose at all. It felt very confusing. One look and one could tell that it was worth guiding. So Xianxia smiled and said, Don't worry, sit down. There's no one else here, and no one will see. If there's anything you're unhappy about, you can tell me. I'm very good at consoling people. Consoling people? Ackerman's whole body stiffened. He only felt that if he didn't sit down, something terrible would happen. Was there anything else that made him unhappy? Of course, there was only the matter of wanting to ambush him in this bookstore, but he was ambushed instead. But could he say it? Of course not. If he said it, wouldn't he be consoled? You're unhappy? Then I'll open your heart. Physics. The meaning of the bookstore owner was so clear. Facing an even more blatant threat, Ackerman could only nod his head in humiliation. He hesitated a little and sat down on the only other seat in the bookstore. Xianxia looked at the customer who hesitated but still sat down. He knew that he had succeeded in the first step. However, it was very difficult to get people with this kind of personality to reveal their inner thoughts. He had to take the initiative to ask questions. It was like prying open a clam's shell. He had to do it step by step to see the soft heart under the hard disguise. Xianxia folded his hands and smiled. It's okay if you don't want to say it. Let me guess. It's about self-breakthrough, right? Self-breakthrough was the same as encountering trouble. It was Teacher Lin's professional terminology. An ordinary person, as long as they didn't suffer from severe depression, would definitely explore and train themselves regardless of the severity. Many people call themselves trash, fat otakus, and salted fish. However, if they asked themselves honestly, they definitely still had expectations for themselves. Even a chunibu would imagine one in their heart. If one wanted to achieve a self-breakthrough in a certain area, there were many directions. Whether it was learning a new skill or improving one's level in other areas, they were all self-breakthroughs. Even if one corrected a small problem, thought through something, or solved a problem, it could also be called a self-breakthrough. If one thought about it carefully, the scope was unbelievably large. Moreover, the customer in front of him was so obviously confused. Even his appearance was so typical. It just so happened that he was in a difficult situation. This sentence was the right remedy for the problem. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be moved. Ackerman's pupils suddenly contracted. His breathing became heavier for a moment. He knows that I'm going through the annihilation certification. No, it would be strange if he didn't know. It seems that he already knows that I've accepted Wang Erda's bounty, so he came to ambush me. Ackerman didn't know what the bookstore owner's goal was. If he wanted to kill him, the whole minute of being stared at by the flower was enough for him to die countless times. However, the bookstore owner didn't make a move. Instead, he chatted with him. It seemed that he had other intentions. I've already given up. Ackerman decided to tell the truth. They're just using me. They use me as a tool and throw me away after they're done. I've seen through it. This kind of organization, they say they're just, but they're actually high and mighty. They look down on people like us. His tone was somewhat mocking. Regardless of whether it was a dark wizard or a scholar of the Truth Society, they all looked down on hunters who borrowed the power of dream beasts. Taming the will of the tainted blood was their own power, Xianxia nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is. It's the oppression of the boss. He wanted to seek a promotion and a raise, but his unscrupulous boss kept bullying him. He recognized his nature as a social animal, so he grew tired of it and ran out to wander around aimlessly. Finally, he entered his bookstore. It's all fate. Xianxia looked at him. Have you ever thought of finding another way out? Find another way out? Ackerman looked at the bookstore owner's meaningful gaze and was stunned. What did this mean? Xianxia crossed his hands under his chin and explained, since you already know that you're just a tool in their eyes, are you still willing to let them use you? I'm afraid they didn't even give you any benefits. They even asked a lot of you, but they didn't give you the respect you deserve. Ackerman sat in his seat and listened to these bewitching words with a complicated expression. Of course, he wasn't willing. The Truth Society's attitude towards hunters made him disappointed and angry. However, he was used to knowing the status of hunters in the eyes of other extraordinaires because their power was borrowed and very unstable. They also lacked rationality. Some powerful hunters were assimilated by the tainted blood at the last moment of their madness and became new dream beasts, causing great destruction. To the Truth Society and the secret ritual tower, they were a group of opportunistic gamblers who could become enemies at any time. Of course, their attitude wasn't good. Hunters had to go through a few more steps to be actively rated by the Truth Society, such as testing their rationality. Ackerman knew that he couldn't blame the Truth Society for treating him differently. The first website was m9bkuj.com because hunters were like this. This was what hunters were like. Including himself. His tainted blood came from the Pale Man, and the level of injection had long exceeded the threshold. After activating the power of the blood, he would become a deformed white skeleton-like giant. His back was full of tentacles and bone spurs, and his chest had a cracked hole. He was no different from the real Pale Man. Ackerman was one of those so-called old hunters. His rationality was always on the verge of collapse, and his willpower was very weak. He could only rely on the high-strength tranquilizers sold by the Truth Society to maintain his rationality. However, he was very proud of being a hunter. They didn't have the spirit of a knight, the inheritance of a wizard, or the wisdom of a scholar. They were just ordinary people of flesh and blood who dug out beasts from blood and souls to become their weapons. However, even for him, a hunter whose power had reached the level of destruction, the Truth Society didn't give him the necessary respect. This was a deliberate attempt to mislead him, treating him as a tool. I never thought that I had other options. Ackerman clenched his fists, his expression full of conflict and struggle. They have monopolized everything related to it. If I want to fight for a place, I have to go through them. So it was a monopoly. It sounded like a huge business. Perhaps it was similar to Ji Jishu's father's Luo Heir's resource development. Moreover, this customer's profession or skills just happened to be in this area. Therefore, if he wanted to achieve something in this field, he had to follow the company's rules. There was no other choice. If that was the case, the situation would indeed be more troublesome. This was not only a matter of the company, but also a matter of personal wishes. Should he choose to suffer in pain and be bullied by others in a large company, or should he lower his requirements and go to a smaller company, or even be more radical and boldly change his career path? Well, that was unlikely. If it wasn't for the determination to cut off all means of retreat, or if the company was too shady, it wouldn't have been worth it. However, since the customer said that he didn't think of any other choice, it meant that his mind was controlled by some fixed thinking, and he could accept some big changes. Xianxia muttered, then, do you really think that they are authoritative? If you leave them, do you not have any possibility at all? Do you really have to get a place in their hands? Think about your current situation, think about the possible situation in the future, and think about the similar situations around you. Then you will know that I am not trying to scare you, nor am I trying to encourage you to do anything. I just hope that you can make your own real choice. Ackerman felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His whole body stiffened in his seat. It was a cold and rainy day, but he felt as if there was a fire burning in his heart. Yes, while he despised and criticized the Truth Society, he also subconsciously regarded the Truth Society as an existence of absolute authority. But in fact, they didn't care about hunters at all. Perhaps, when the hunters were fighting for an official certification, the people of the Truth Society were laughing at their stupidity. Hunters should be recognized by themselves. Why should they let others tell them what to do? Only in this way could they, hunters, stand up one day. Although the identity and purpose of the owner of the bookstore in front of him was unknown, his words were so enlightening that he suddenly felt enlightened. Ackerman suddenly understood and said excitedly, I understand. What you mean is that we have to find a way out ourselves. We have to rely on ourselves. He actually had such determination? It seemed that although this customer had fallen into the confusion of a midlife crisis, he still had a heart that refused to admit defeat. He was willing to fight one last time and choose to invest in entrepreneurship. Xianxia was a little surprised, but the situation was still within his control. He had his own chicken soup reserve, which was enough to deal with all kinds of choices. That's right, up until now, these were all just words. If one thought about it carefully, they would realize that he was actually just using the known information to form some questions that didn't have a clear direction. In fact, how to interpret it depended on the person involved. Different people with different states of mind would definitely have different answers. And this was the choice they made. In fact, it had nothing to do with Xianxia. It was just that in the end, it would all be credited to him. It felt like what he meant. Xianxia blinked and maintained a calm smile as he nodded. Sometimes, blindly compromising won't give you the peace you want. Instead, it will make them think that you are weak and easy to bully, and it will only make things worse. For them, your power alone might not be enough, but you are not alone. You have companions that you can unite with. How about a new attempt? Of course, everything depends on your own thoughts. Think about it carefully and don't let yourself regret it. Ackerman listened to him and seemed to see the real intention behind the bookstore owner's words. He was provoking the conflict between the hunters and the Truth Society. He wanted to make the Truth Society's authority collapse. That's right, playing with people's hearts and provoking conflict was the devil's entertainment. But, the devil's words lingered in his mind, and it made him feel moved. Ackerman didn't know what was absorbed by the flower, but he vaguely felt that perhaps it was a part of his desire. Because of the bookstore owner's interruption, only his strongest desire was absorbed, which was to complete the annihilation level assessment. Now, he had no intention of getting the Truth Society's approval. On the contrary, he really wanted to try this decision that he wouldn't regret. Raising the flag of the hunters. That was something to look forward to. Ackerman took a deep breath. I know this is dangerous, but I must be crazy to want to do this. Xianxia smiled. I also have a guest called Xianxia. She might be able to help you. I will introduce you to each other another day. Miss G was the only daughter of the boss of Luo Air Resources, so it was not difficult to provide a position for her. Although Xianxia was only guiding the customer's inner thoughts, since the other party wanted to try starting a business, he felt that it was a good thing. After all, the good karma of 996 was the heaven of 007. Many people couldn't afford it. Losing one's life was a small matter, but losing one's head was a big matter. Since he had been bullied by his superiors in the company and had even been treated as a tool, the psychological and physical damage was very serious. In fact, it was better to change his path. However, it was also very difficult to change from a middle-aged sociopath to a pioneer in entrepreneurship. Not only did it require determination, but it also required methods and funds. The most basic thing was to have no worries. However, since the other party had made a decision so quickly and also knew that this matter was very dangerous, he should have some confidence. In order to make sure that a new customer like him wouldn't disappear so quickly. Xianxia felt that it was best to have some insurance. It just so happened that Miss G would be able to help a little. At least she could ensure that the customer in front of him wouldn't lose his job. Ji Jishu's father controlled the Luo Air Resources Development Company. It was a giant company that had almost monopolized all the mineral development rights in downtown and had infiltrated almost every aspect of Nuajin. Remember the URL, M9 Bikuj. Com in Nuajin, this company's influence was unimaginable. At least, on Earth, it was probably difficult to see a company that was always in one's field of vision. Whether it was clothing, food, housing, transportation, or any other industry, as long as one was willing to dig, there would definitely be a shadow of this company behind them. Even Lin Jia, a foreigner who had only been in this world for 3 years, deeply felt its influence. Usually, when he went out to buy food and daily necessities, he would find that at least half of them were pasted with the Luo Air Resources logo, an abstract downward staircase. Even the music store next door that sold CDs and CD players were produced by Luo Air's record company. And the content that was playing might be an album released by an artist in one of Luo Air's entertainment companies. Lin Jia had once investigated the history of Luo Air Resources out of curiosity and found that if this company started from the beginning, it had existed for an unbelievably long time. Its predecessor was actually an army that governed downtown. The history behind this was very complicated, and many things could no longer be verified. The people who controlled Roar's resources had changed several generations ago, so the people inside might not understand. But in short, the reason for the current monopoly was because of the structure of Nuajin. The upper city was completely detached from the ground. It was a man-made city made of steel. From a bird's-eye view, it looked like a huge circle. Nuajin covered an area the size of a province in Xianxia. The streets near the central district had their own names, while the rest of the streets were numbered with letters and numbers. The 23rd street where Lin Jia was located was actually very close to the central district among the numbered streets. The lower city district referred to the underground and the surface transition zone. Judging from this structure, it was conceivable that the upper city district itself was completely man-made, and there were no natural resources. The real natural resources were all concentrated in lower city district. On the other hand, the residents of the lower city were infected by the strange disease when they came into contact with the boundary of Azir, the fog of the high wall, and their descendants. They had been forcibly quarantined for thousands of years, and had formed a completely different ecology from the surface. By the way, the origin of the Church of Pestilence was actually the lower city district, and today, it was still the main religion of the lower city district. This caused the upper and lower city district to be completely separated. Therefore, there were organizations that specialized in traveling between the upper and lower city district to collect resources for the upper city district. Later, step by step, these organizations competed with each other and swallowed each other, and finally formed a giant corporation, the Roar's Resources Development Company. Now, only this company had the right to independently issue permits to the lower city district. Other development companies had to obtain permission from the central district before they could explore the lower city district. Of course, the residents of the upper city district could also apply to go to the lower city district, but they had to go through layers of approval, and they had to have a valid reason. Under normal circumstances, they were either reporters or scholars, and they had to sign a very complicated agreement before they could go down. Back to the main topic. In short, the Roar's Resources Development Company was such a huge corporation, and Ji Jishu, as the only daughter of the owner of such a huge corporation, was a real upper-class person. If she wanted to arrange a job, it would be very easy. She should be able to help you a little. Lin Jia was afraid that the customer opposite him would not believe that he knew this young lady, so he explained, "She met with some trouble a few days ago, and I was the one who helped her solve it. The deadline for the book she borrowed is almost up, and she will probably have to return them in a few days." Ackerman's pupils shrank, and he suddenly understood, so it's her. I see. If that was the case, then everything made sense. As a hunter, although he was a lone wolf, he had some understanding of the current situation in Nuajin. The opportunity for the white wolf hunters to cooperate with the Scarlet Sex dark sorcerers was actually because Lizi's white wolf had lost in the struggle against Ji Jishu's spider. In the end, he had no choice but to kill the second leader, Ka Ji, and escape alone. Later on, when he reorganized his forces, he got together with the Scarlet Sect. The reason Lizi lost was because Ji Jishu, who was originally being hunted, suddenly became stronger. To many people, this was a mystery that was difficult to understand. And now, Ackerman finally knew that she had received help from the owner of the bookstore. No wonder. Looking at what the owner of the bookstore was telling him, could it be, he wanted to unite the originally scattered hunters into an organization that could rival the Truth Society and the Secret Ritual Tower? If that was really the case, this would be a great stroke in the history of hunters. And the entire structure of Nuajin would change because of this. Ackerman's heart was in turmoil, and at the same time, he felt a deep fear towards the owner of the bookstore. He did not even dare to think about it. This was a game of chess for a big shot, and he was fortunate enough to become a small chess piece in this game. However, a small question arose in his heart. Borrow books? Ackerman's gaze landed on the bookshelf. Xianxia's smile deepened. Hoodwinking. After spending so much effort, he had finally reached the main topic. I was just about to say it. It's your first time doing this kind of thing, and you don't have much experience. You will definitely encounter many difficulties in the following process. I have a very useful book here, you should take a look at it first. Xianxia flipped through the bookshelf and took out a book called Zero Cost Entrepreneurship. P.S. Sigh, I'll fill in the blanks. Why can't the keyboard write on its own? When Xianxia turned around to take the book, Ackerman had already made a connection. The owner of the bookstore said that Ji Jishu borrowed the book and would return it soon. And Ji Jishu gained power from the owner of the bookstore and followed his guidance. At one point, she gained the upper hand in the civil war of White Wolf. Connecting the dots, it was obvious that the owner of the bookstore used his book to give Ji Jishu power and guidance. Ackerman looked at the bookstore full of books and was shocked. These were all books containing taboos. Once again, he felt his own insignificance and ignorance. With such a huge library, there must be a terrifying amount of power. However, he prided himself on being cautious. He repeatedly checked at the entrance and after entering the bookstore, but he didn't find anything unusual. He always thought that this was just an ordinary bookstore. From this, it could be seen that his power and that of the owner of the bookstore were on a completely different level. He didn't even notice anything unusual, but the owner of the bookstore controlled him the moment he came in. Remember, http://m9bkuj. Ackerman subconsciously glanced at the rows. Like a naughty child, as soon as the owner of the bookstore left his seat, it impatiently rolled its eyes and looked at Ackerman with malice. The flower looked at Ackerman from head to toe, as if it was looking at its food with an insatiable appetite. That kind of sticky gaze was like a tongue licking her face and body wantonly, making her feel disgusted and nauseous. Fortunately, Ackerman had experienced the first horror, so there was nothing to be afraid of now. After all, it seemed like it only devoured the human's desire, not the human as well. At this time, he should be glad that the owner of the bookstore had a good temper. Otherwise, he would never have reached out to change the position of the flower and stop the flower from continuing to devour desire. Suppose the flower really ate all the desires in his heart. Could a person who had completely lost his desire still be called a human? He might not want to eat, breathe, or live. He would become a real vegetable, an empty shell, which was more terrifying than death. But now that he had chosen to become a follower of the bookstore owner, he was naturally spared from the fate of becoming fertilizer for this flower. Ackerman looked at the rose. Although it was still filled with greed and hunger, it did not make him feel any danger. His body did not stiffen either. He knew that for the time being, he should have been recognized. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, the owner of the bookstore handed over the book he had found. This book is very suitable for your current situation. I believe that you will be able to find a new way to fulfill your wishes from it. You will no longer be used as a tool by them, losing your dignity and not receiving the rewards you deserve. The smile of the owner of the bookstore, under the dim light and the strange and delicate rose next to it, carried a trace of indescribable mystery. Ackerman received the book with both hands, feeling both nervous and excited. He lowered his head and saw the title of the book written on the cover in the dim light. Void Sacrifice. Void Sacrifice. Ackerman could not help but read it again in his heart. Then, as if he was inexplicably inspired, he felt that the book in front of him was full of strange magic. There was an inexplicable whisper in his ears. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he opened the pages of the book. Swoosh, the pages of the book flipped open quickly, automatically moving without any wind. Page by page appeared in front of his eyes. Ackerman's gaze was immediately deeply attracted. He stared at the book in his hand, his expression gradually becoming stunned. His consciousness followed the shadows of the pages that flashed by at high speed, and gradually lost in a non-existent illusory world. It was like an open door, and behind the door was as dark as the abyss, but it made people want to explore the unknown in the darkness. Was it the death of eternity, or the void of silence? Countless magnificent and terrifying images flashed before his eyes, switching between illusion and reality. Ackerman had a splitting headache, and a roar of a beast brewed from his chest. He could not tell if he was reading in the bookstore or if he was already walking through the darkness. He was very familiar with this feeling. For countless days and nights, he was tortured by the illusion brought about by the beast transformation. But this time was different. Ackerman clearly felt as if he had been chiseled through. Accompanied by the pain, a passage formed in his body. On one end was him, and on the other end was the void that could not be peeked at. At the end of the boundless and expanding universe, the nameless gods had huge bodies that were twisted together, forming a chaos. In the darkness, they lowered their greedy eyes, and all of them stared at him. Swoosh! The pages of the book were all flipped in a short moment. Ackerman suddenly came back to his senses, and the illusion in his trance disappeared. He felt as if he had just seen countless filthy taboo words, but it also felt as if he had just seen a blank book. Only the passage that connected to the void still existed, and it could be clearly felt. A new path. Ackerman's body trembled as he muttered to himself. Xianxia nodded. That's right, if you really want to choose this path, being opportunistic is also a necessary skill. If there is a free trade, who wouldn't be happy? This is a gift for those who have reached the end of the path. Master it well, and you will have a much easier time. Ackerman closed his eyes and felt the void passage that could be opened at any time. He had some understanding in his heart. He knew that he was now being watched by some existences. As long as he followed the passage and offered a suitable tribute to them, they could get back some of the things he needed. Of course, this also depended on their mood. This was indeed opportunistic, and it was a huge free trade. Xianxia said earnestly, however, if you only know how to be opportunistic, there is no way to succeed. This will be a long journey. What you need is your own strength, whether it is in your mind or in other aspects. You definitely can't do it like you are now. I hope that when I see you again, you can get what you want. Ackerman restrained his trembling. Thank you for your guidance, I know what to do. He already did not know what words to use to describe the strength of the owner of the bookstore in front of him. Those existences in the void, he could finally feel the strength of the ether fluctuations. Without a doubt, they were at the god level. If one of them were to be singled out, it would be enough to cause a disaster. However, the attitude of the owner of the bookstore was just ordinary. He was just someone who had reached the end of the path. He believed that he was lucky to be able to be a pawn of such an existence. The path ahead would definitely be much more exciting than before. Xianxia looked at the customer's face full of determination before he left, and then looked at his account book. He nodded and showed a gratified smile. Another frustrated person who walked out of the confusion under Teacher Lin's guidance. Life should be so positive. Jijishu flipped through the pages under the light. The lamp, shrouded in lace, gave off a light bright enough, but not dazzling, to illuminate a number of books and parchments on the table, a thin vase with daisies in it, an inkwell with a quill on it, a copper incense box set with jewels, and a pair of spectacles. It was very quiet all around. Only the rustling of the pages could be heard. Of course, with her current hearing, she could easily hear the breathing and heartbeat of the two servants who were cleaning the room downstairs. However, there was no need to expand her hearing to such an extent. It was also a form of torture. Due to her increasing strength, her control over her body had reached the peak of perfection. If she wanted to, she could even control the contraction of any pores on her skin. Most importantly, she was finally about to completely tame the beast formed by the blood in her body. As long as she could do this, she would enter the annihilation grade soon. Phew, Jijishu took a deep breath and closed the book, suppressing her excitement. The incense box on the solid wood table emitted the scent of mint, rosemary, and lemon. It entered her nostrils in an instant, making her feel refreshed. The first website was M9bkuj. Com Blood and Beasts was far from as simple as controlling the tainted blood in her body. The more she studied it, the more she realized how deep and terrifying the mystery was. Blood and beasts were actually spirit and flesh. Blood and soul were the currency of life. When they flowed in the body, the ether was exchanged. Controlling the blood in the body was only the first step. How to use the blood to make the beast her power was the real way to become stronger. Now, she could only control the amount of blood that was injected into her body. If she could absorb more tainted blood from different types of dream beasts, what kind of terrifying power would she get? The power a hunter could have was definitely not limited to what she had now. The right to speak came from power. Now, they could have the right to talk to the Truth Society, the Secret Rites Tower, and the Church as equals. However, she alone was definitely not enough. She needed more companions. Previously, she had been secretly practicing and had not taught this method to others. Because it was her first time, she could not be sure if she would make a mistake. Once the tainted blood went out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he had to be cautious. However, things were different now. She had personally tested this method of controlling blood and had proven that it was indeed safe, reliable, and effective. She could start promoting it. Jijishu reached out and stroked the cover of the book, her heart becoming more and more determined. This would be a gospel for the hunters, and Mr. Lin, who brought the gospel, would be the guide for the hunters in the future. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Miss, it's time for dinner. Got it. Jijishu had expected this. She calmly stood up from the desk, pushed the chair away, and hid the book in the secret compartment of the desk. She was wearing a simple t-shirt and skinny jeans. With her short hair that reached her ears, she looked very neat. Of course, even if she was at home, she still had a dagger strapped to her back in her usual attire. Her loose t-shirt was a great concealment technique. Although her current physical strength had completely surpassed these metal products, it was a good habit to be vigilant at all times. Jijishu turned to open the door and followed the servant to the dining room. Halfway there, she suddenly stopped and looked at the middle-aged man standing at the door. Father. Jijishu paused and calmly said, "What's the matter?" The middle-aged man standing by the door was Ji Banong, the person in charge of the Luo Air Resources Development Company. He had a pair of iron-gray eyes like Jijishu's. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looked like an inorganic coldness. He wore a black suit, and a black vest and white shirt could be seen from the open jacket. The servant who led the way left on her own accord. Can't I have a heart-to-heart talk with you if I don't have anything to say? Ji Banong turned and walked into the dining room as he said casually. Jijishu smiled and said, "You never come back for dinner, and you never let anyone remind me of dinner time. I can't think of any other reason other than that you have something to say to me." Ji Banong choked and sat down. Then, he silently pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, "Is it that obvious?" Jijishu also walked over and sat down. She said matter-of-factly, "It's that obvious." Although she had already heard Ji Banong's instructions, she could still easily guess her father's thoughts even if he hadn't. After all, he was busy with his career all year round and wasn't at home for 364 out of 365 days. He suddenly came back and specially asked her to come down for dinner. She had already instructed the servant not to disturb him. And it just so happened that he came at this time. No matter how she thought about it, it was impossible that he was here just to catch up. Ji Banong sighed and his gaze fell on his daughter's face. Because they didn't interact much all year round, his impression of her as a 16 or 17-year-old girl was suddenly broken. It made him feel a little uncomfortable. He couldn't help but sigh and say, "You've grown up." Jijishu asked, "You're not really going to have a heart-to-heart talk, are you?" Ji Banong smiled and continued, "There are some things that you can decide on your own, but as your father, I want to give you some advice." Jijishu was silent for a moment. Then she said, "Go ahead." "In the past, I didn't ask what you were doing, because whether it was the White Wolf or the other hunters' organizations, they were just pawns in a sandbox. I sent Kai and Makasai to you, and that's more or less enough. But now, it's different." Ji Banong tapped the table with his index finger. Behind his glasses, he looked at Ji Jishu. If you really want to get involved, then when you stand in front of everyone, you will represent the position of raw resources. Do you understand? I understand. Ji Banong didn't expect her to answer so straightforwardly. He paused and then continued, do you understand? If you do, you shouldn't be so reckless. I really understand. Ji Jishu raised her head and said, that's why I'm here to talk to you now. You saw the proposal in my diary, right? That's why you want to persuade me. She curled her lips and said, I wrote that on purpose. Ji Banong's expression changed. This time, he was completely surprised. He looked at Ji Jishu and pointed at himself. He said, you wrote that proposal on purpose, and then deliberately let the people I sent to you find it. Just to make me come back? Yes. Ji Jishu leaned against the back of the chair. She crossed her arms and raised her eyebrows. She said, of course the plan is in my head. Who would write it down for others to see? Are you an idiot? Ji Banong looked at his daughter speechlessly. After a while, he sighed and said, it seems that you have really grown up, but I still treat you like a child. Ji Jishu smiled and said, if you didn't treat me like a child, how could I lie to you? If that's the case, you seem to be very confident in persuading me. Ji Banong's gaze was deep. Tell me, what is your bargaining chip? Ji Jishu and her father looked at each other. She said in surprise, didn't you already send someone to my room to get it? WH. How did you know? She imitated the bookstore owner's appearance. She folded her hands under her chin and looked at her father's expression as if he had seen a ghost. She smiled happily. In the void where others couldn't see, the octopus-like spiritual tentacles stretched out densely in all directions, grasping the situation in the entire house clearly. Ji Jishu took out the real blood and beasts from the cracked flesh on her back and waved it in her hand. This is my bargaining chip. Ji Banong had to admit that he had made a mistake this time. As the person in charge of raw resources, he naturally had close contact with countless different organizations and their upper echelons. The Truth Society, the Mystic Tower, hunters, sorcerers, the church, and the general public, he had dealt with all of them and had dealt with them appropriately. Before his plans changed, he rarely encountered a situation that made him feel that he had made a mistake. However, this time, he had lost twice in a row against his daughter. He had thought that he understood his family the best, but in the end, she was the one who surprised him the most. She had even predicted his actions and thoughts in advance. Although this was partly due to his natural trust and carelessness towards Ji Jishu, and the almost complete contrast between Ji Jishu and his impression of her. However, a mistake was a mistake, and it had nothing to do with the conditions. Ji Banong's feelings were somewhat complicated. There was the embarrassment of being schemed by his daughter and failing repeatedly. There was also the gratification that his daughter had grown into a real adult outside his field of vision. There was also the guilt of neglecting his daughter for so many years. Remember the URL, M9 Bikuj. Unknowingly, the girl in his impression who was still clumsily learning etiquette had become a hunter who could show a confident expression and trap her father. The pair of iron-gray eyes that she had inherited from him were steady, calm, and patient. They were the eyes of a hunter. Is this your bargaining chip? Ji Banong looked at the book in Ji Jishu's hand. Blood and Beasts was the name of this book, and the content was the reason why Ji Jishu had become stronger in a short period of time. However, he knew that Ji Jishu was not talking about this book, or rather, it was not just this book. As Ji Jishu's father, Ji Banong was very clear about his daughter's talent as a hunter. The first batch of tainted blood she had injected was a batch of goods in Ji Banong's hands. That's right, the Raw Resources Development Company, in the eyes of ordinary people, was only a large-scale monopoly company that engaged in underground resource development in the lower city. However, in the world of extraordinaires, it was a channel for the circulation of countless extraordinaire items. Therefore, it could be said that from the time Ji Jishu became a hunter until she gradually gained a foothold among the hunters, Ji Banong had been the one controlling her the entire time. Only later, when Ji Jishu had been among the hunters for a long time and gradually gained her own power, did Ji Banong relax his protection of her. However, the most basic protection was still present. For example, Jijishu's red diamond-shaped earring was actually a high-purity philosopher's stone. It was imprinted with a resurrection brand left behind by a deity-ranked light magus, and was known as the Tears of Flame. Even the Luo Air Resource Development Company only had one. However, Ji Banong gave it to Jijishu. Therefore, Ji Banong had always treated his daughter's behavior as entertainment to relieve stress. That was until Jijishu got involved in the magic mirror egg incident and wrote a bold plan in her diary. According to Ji Banong's understanding of his daughter, it was impossible for her to become so strong in such a short period of time. Moreover, she did not inject more tainted blood. The plan was even more unbelievable. Jijishu was not good at planning, but the plan was very organized, and the contents were a storm that had yet to brew. Ji Banong acutely realized that there was someone guiding Jijishu behind the scenes. What was important was not the book in her hands, but the source of the book. Jijishu placed the book on the table and propped up her chin. "Call your subordinate back." Ji Banong helplessly called his subordinate back. The book in the secret compartment was indeed just an imitation. "It seems that he has changed you a lot," Ji Banong said meaningfully, "but this still can't convince me. For the Luo Air Resource Development Company, this kind of decision involves too much." Jijishu was not surprised that he knew about her relationship with the owner of the bookstore. She said, "If there are enough benefits, businessmen can do anything. I think you are no exception." Ji Banong said, "To ordinary businessmen, that is indeed the case, but we are different. This kind of book is just an item that can be casually sold there." Jijishu said, "Do you think that if we can get the agreement and get the sales rights for these books, it will be good or bad for the company?" Ji Banong fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, "But, from the information given by the Mai Tower, that Class 1 is still in a very unpredictable state." Jijishu said, "From the few times I have interacted with him, Mr. Lin has his own principles. He has always followed the logic of a bookstore owner. As long as we follow his wishes, he is actually very kind and amiable." She looked at Ji Banong. "But, I am not good at these things and have no right to speak to Mr. Lin on behalf of the Luo Air Resource Development Company. If you think this matter is feasible, it is best to talk to him personally and then decide whether to throw my proposal into the trash or continue to implement it." In a dark room, the remaining high-ranking members of the White Wolf were sitting around a table and arguing fiercely. At the top was the leader of the White Wolf, Xianxia. "The situation is getting worse. We have suffered heavy casualties and less than a tenth of our people are left. There is no way to continue fighting the Mai Tower. They haven't even sent out their higher-ranking knights. We have no chance of winning, don't say such things. We are destined to not be able to stop now. We can only continue." "How do we continue? The Scarlet Sect has completely collapsed. Without enough energy to support it, the magic mirror egg can't continue to hatch. I don't know how we can continue." "Sir Xianxia, you see, silence." Xianxia raised his voice, stood up, and slammed the table. "All of you, be quiet. We still have a chance." Everyone quieted down and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's face was gloomy. He looked around and said word by word, "Remember, our goal is to hatch the magic mirror egg, not to defeat the Mai Tower. As long as it hatches, we will win. But, I don't want to hear any more words of uncertainty. The truth is that there will be a batch of dark silver stones shipped from the 78th Street in 3 days. This time, we must get our hands on it. Do you understand?" "Yes." Everyone stood up and bowed, temporarily unifying their words. After everyone had left, Harris sat on the chair and leaned back dejectedly. His expression was no longer filled with confidence, only exhaustion and bewilderment. A batch of dark silver stones was not enough to hatch the magic mirror egg. It was like throwing a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. He could only make them stop arguing like this. In fact, the White Wolf was already at the end of the road. "I can help you solve your problem." "Who is it?" Xianxia stood up abruptly and looked at the source of the voice. In the darkness, a pair of snake-like eyes stared coldly at him. The low voice was accompanied by bewitchment. "The magic mirror egg is a torch, and life is the most precious fuel. Yusefu walked along the circular passageway of the secret ritual tower. People came and went around him, but when they saw him, they would still bow or nod and greet him, "Good day, Lord Knight." Culauda, who was beside him, flipped through a stack of documents and said, "Teacher, we have tracked down White Wolf's recent movements and the results of our analysis are all here." Xianxia snorted. Culauda continued to report, "These hunters are hundreds of times more familiar with the structure of Nuajin than we are. They are like a group of rats scurrying around the walls. Other than the echoes, there are almost no traces left behind. Every time our people track them halfway, they will disappear. We can only slowly search through every inch of the area, but this is too inefficient." So, by connecting the times and places where they appeared, we deduced a portion of the non-existent secret passageways and gradually narrowed down their area of activity. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, "This city has been built for too long. The real map is in the minds of the old people who have lived here for a long time. It is almost impossible to get a complete map. There is no such person in White Wolf's organization. Someone is helping them." Claude immediately took out his notebook and flipped to another page. He said, "In the past few days, we've already destroyed almost 3 of their major strongholds. More than 20 White Wolf hunters have been captured by us and are currently being interrogated. However, they are very tight-lipped. We tried to use mental spells directly, but these hunters' minds are exceptionally weak. They must have been injected with tainted blood that is close to the threshold. Once they are stimulated, they will immediately go crazy." Xianxia heard this and said sarcastically, "This method of preventing interrogation is ingenious. As long as we make them go crazy in advance, we won't have to worry about any information leaking. Their brains must be beautiful flowers when they are smashed open. White Wolf should also know that they are at the end of their rope. They are becoming crazier and more illogical. Not only are they intercepting and snatching resources, but they are also destroying and killing everywhere to vent their anger. This has caused a lot of panic among the people." Culauda added, "The logistics department has been quite busy recently. It was not easy to make up all kinds of news about gas leaks and rack their brains." Xianxia had already walked close to his office and asked, "Is there no pattern to their destruction and massacre?" "The magic mirror egg's characteristic is its temptation to the soul. Their desire for the magic mirror egg should overshadow their other desires. At this moment, the possibility of them venting their desires is not high. So far, we've only discovered that they're not only massacring, but they're also collecting some specific parts of the corpses. They're probably trying to replicate some of Morpheus' rituals, but we haven't found any corresponding sacrificial ritual conditions. But I do have a question for you." Culauda frowned and said, "Is it really impossible to obtain the complete design of Nuajin from the Truth Society? If there is, even if it's just a part of it, our operation will be smoother." Xianxia glanced at him, and the old man smiled brightly. "Some of these secret passages and chambers were built by the Truth Society. Do you think they would give you a complete map?" "It doesn't need to be complete, just a part that's useful to us, just a part." Xianxia raised a finger. "It's enough for us to analyze what's wrong from an architectural point of view, and then analyze the other secret passages and chambers." "You're so silly, my dear Culauda. Your little head will probably have a very cute hole when it's smashed open." "All right." Although he was ravaged by his teacher's extreme words, Culauda, who was already used to it, only scratched his head and sighed helplessly. This might. No, it definitely involved the interests of some people in the Truth Society. Although he didn't know what these secret passages were used for, it was obvious that these scholars would never take out the blueprints. They would even flatly deny their existence. Just treat it as a form of training. White Wolf won't be able to last long. Xianxia patted him on the shoulder and said in a low voice, "If we ask those hypocrites in the Truth Society, they'll most likely say that collecting and integrating information, analyzing clues, and tracking tracks are the work of the Mai Tower's intelligence department. If we can't even do this well, we might as well merge the intelligence department and the logistics department. The mockery of outsiders will make you feel much worse than what I'm saying to you now. But on the other hand, if you can find out the location of the secret passages and chambers of the Truth Society, then we'll have enough funds for next year." Xianxia looked at Culauda meaningfully. "The Truth Society is so rich, I'm sure the hush money will not be small." A new extortion project has appeared. Kulauda was stunned. He closed his mouth and nodded, then quickly noted it down and whispered, "Understood." Xianxia retracted his hand and walked steadily to the door of the office. He opened the door and said, "Where's the Scarlet Society?" Kulauda coughed uncomfortably, cleared his throat, and continued, "The Scarlet Society has lost MO. Now, they're completely scattered and have no cohesion. Most of their members are the living dead controlled by MO. Now that MO is dead, these living dead have lost their ability to move. The remaining Scarlet Society Black Wizards have either left quietly or joined the White Wolf. In short, the Scarlet Society no longer exists." He sighed. "That's really powerful. That elven sage must be a very strong existence among the annihilation classes." From the scene, MO was completely crushed. Of course, the more powerful one was the owner of the Great Eye bookstore. The sage of the Iris family actually treated him as his master. It was almost as if he was the vassal of the entire family. Only a few people in the intelligence department and the high-ranking knights of the Mai Tower knew about what happened that day. However, there were endless guesses and discussions about the owner of the bookstore. Without exception, all of them were fearful and fearful. "This time, we have to thank that Mr. Lin. Otherwise, we might have to wait until MO caused even more destruction before we know that there's an annihilation black wizard hiding in Nuajin whose destructive power is comparable to Wang Erda's. The truth department is really a bunch of useless people." Xianxia sighed and placed the information Kulauda handed over on the office table. He said, "Go, and do your own things first. I'll take a look." Kulauda was originally there to deliver the information. He responded and left the office. Ding. The computer on the office table suddenly rang. Xianxia opened it and saw that it was an email sent through the Ether network. "Respected Mr. Xianxia, your application has been replied by the elders. Please check. Knight Abraham Xianxia, your application for the transfer of the demon sword Candela has been rejected after discussion. However, your opinion will become one of the important materials for the elders' evaluation of the Great Eye Area 0113. The elders have sent people to investigate. If the final evaluation results of the area are consistent with your opinion, your application will be reapproved." Tap, tap. The sound of high heels hitting the ground blended into the noise of the rain. The splashing water created circles of ripples, and the water reflected the dark sky. The lady standing in the rain holding the umbrella had a graceful figure. She had a head of exaggerated silver wavy hair, well-defined facial features, and beautiful white skin. Her red lips were as soft as rose petals, and her upturned black eyes had an intimidating aura. A white blouse and a dark purple skirt, black stockings wrapped around her thighs, and black high heels formed a mature and sexy stunner. Caroline raised the umbrella and looked at the bookstore in front of her. She took a deep breath of the cold and damp air. This was the mission objective of her evaluation this time. Number 0113 I Great Area. It looked like an ordinary bookstore, but it was a new file written by the former glorious Grand Knight, Abraham Xianxia. According to some previous bits and pieces of information, this bookstore had a huge impact in the Magic Mirror Egg incident. It directly or indirectly led to the rapid defeat of the White Wolf and the Crimson Sect. The first website was M9 Bikuj. Xianxia even made the decision to transfer the demon sword. The demon sword, Candra, was an abyss weapon that even gods feared. No matter how strong it was, it couldn't resist its erosion of the mind and consciousness. In the end, it would inevitably lead to destruction. After the demon sword was stored in the Mystic Tower, the most perfect glorious Grand Knight would be chosen as the owner of the demon sword. This would allow the demon sword to be temporarily quiet and better used. However, with the deaths of the glorious Grand Knights, the Mystic Tower also felt helpless against the curse of the demon sword. As for Xianxia, it was left to its own devices and entered a temporary stalemate. Xianxia's application this time was very shocking to the entire upper echelon of the Mystic Tower. This was the first time the owner of the bookstore had taken the initiative to request for a record. His goal was to obtain the demon sword. According to Xianxia's account, the book that the owner of the bookstore gave him had the power to suppress the demon sword. This meant that the owner of the bookstore had the ability to store the demon sword better. The reason why he wanted the demon sword was because he saw the pain in Xianxia and wanted to save him. However, the elders couldn't easily hand over the demonic sword just because of Xianxia's words, especially when the Mai Tower didn't have any concrete information about the owner of the bookstore. In the end, after a discussion and considering the recent situation, the elders unanimously decided to conduct a complete close-up evaluation and observation record to determine the identity, good and evil, purpose, and strength of the owner of the bookstore. Lucy Caroline, the special agent of the Mithril Tower's Elder Council, the deputy section chief of the logistics department, a panic-level knight, and a professional appraiser. She had a quarter of the Harpy bloodline and the talent of mind control. She was naturally sensitive to good and evil. Of course, as the deputy section chief of the logistics department, her main job was to clean up the mess caused by the Mai Tower and other organizations, as well as to do public relations. To the normal citizens of Nuajin, superhumans were just a legend. They had to do everything they could to cover up the truth and quickly deal with all sorts of situations that would cause them to have a headache. She might not be the most outstanding one in the assessment of the Secret Rites Tower. However, she was undoubtedly the most stable one at the moment. That was why she was entrusted with such a heavy responsibility to carry out this dangerous mission. Not everyone had the opportunity to observe and evaluate a level 1 existence. She kept in mind the purpose of her operation this time. As the representative of the Mithril Tower, she would speak to the owner of the bookstore as a customer and try her best to complete the 0113 file to provide a basis for the elder's judgment. Caroline let out a long sigh, stabilized her emotions, and walked into the bookstore. "Welcome." The voice of the owner of the bookstore sounded from behind the counter on the left. Even though Caroline had already mentally prepared herself before this, she still couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment, and her breathing quickened. Level 1. It was said that it was a terrifying existence that could silently defeat Xianxia face to face. Thump, thump, she felt her racing heartbeat, pinched her palm, and revealed her usual charming smile. She took a deep breath, sat in front of the counter, and looked at the owner of the bookstore as calmly as possible. She nodded and said, "Hello." Xianxia put down the book in his hand and looked at the beautiful and sexy silver-haired lady in front of him in surprise, muttering in his heart, "This is really exaggerated." It wasn't that this style was exaggerated. On the contrary, the lady who walked into the bookstore and the silver-haired lady complemented each other perfectly. There was a magical breathtaking feeling that was just right. It was just that this kind of strong aura was too strong, making Xianxia feel that she shouldn't appear in a bookstore like his. She should be walking the red carpet or something. And what caught Xianxia's attention the most was the very charming smile on her face. That angle, that expression, that level of proficiency. Although the focus might be a little different because the other party was a woman, but, this spontaneously arising sense of familiarity couldn't be fake. Xianxia became alert, and the business smile on his face subconsciously faded a little. This guy, I'm afraid they're colleagues. The standard hello and the smile on his face had already exposed him completely. Doing sales? Or doing some survey, huh? Xianxia sneered in his heart. He had seen too many people like this. These people coming to the bookstore not only meant that they were pestering and wasting time, but they also didn't have any intention of buying or borrowing books to read. The enthusiasm and words that he had prepared were all taken back. In other words, the person in front of him wasn't a customer. Not only was she not a customer, but she might also be trying to consume Xianxia. But Teacher Lin's reputation wasn't undeserved. Since you dared to come here today, even if you're a multi-level marketer, you have to be my customer. Come on, therapy. Xianxia crossed his hands and his eyes were focused. Let me guess, your next line will be, excuse me. Excuse me, Caroline was stunned. She opened her mouth slightly and looked at the bookstore owner who said these two words almost at the same time. She was stunned and shocked. Foresight? She looked at the bookstore owner's playful and teasing eyes. This was a direct warning right from the start? Chief Xianxia, what happened to the friendly? Xianxia saw that the girl's calm aura was instantly broken and revealed a confident smile. His indifferent expression was blatantly telling the other party, I've seen through you. First of all, he had to suppress the other party with his aura and directly disrupt her rhythm. This was already equivalent to taking half of her HP. Once her state of mind was messed up, the effect would be lost. The most important thing about speaking skills was to bring the other party into their own rhythm. At the end of the day, all words were actually psychological tactics. One had to deeply grasp the other party's psychology. The words had to be said to scratch the itch and poke the heart. But the most important thing was to not give the other party any time to hesitate. One had to be steady, accurate, and ruthless, and directly pull the other party into the rhythm and domain that one was good at. And the simplest way to guide them was to ask questions. Through a specific direction or with obvious hints, one could very quickly lead the other party into their own rhythm. Whether it was promoting or at other times, one had to grasp the customer's needs. As long as one could know what the customer wanted, one could prescribe the right medicine for the problem. Then, as the saying went, one could lead the other party by the nose. A very simple example. If the leader or teacher asked, "Do you agree with this? Raise your hand if you agree." Then, there was a certain probability that there would be people who did not raise their hand. But if the question was, "Do you oppose this? Raise your hand if you oppose." Then, basically, if there were no idiots, no one would raise their hand. Remember the URL, m9bkuj.com. So, according to common logic, the other party's hello would definitely be followed by a question. And inferring from Xianxia's experience, the "may I ask" would definitely be the follow-up. If she wanted to lead the conversation, she had to take the lead as the questioner first. As a therapist, life coach, and chicken soup god who was well-versed in this field, Teacher Lin's attainments were obviously superb and beyond the reach of ordinary people. How could he let her have her way? Xianxia maintained his posture of supporting his chin with his hands folded and said lightly, "Don't be so surprised. Since you chose to come to this shop, did you not think about the situation you might encounter? What's more, you came specifically for me. Young people shouldn't be so reckless. You have to be more steady. If one often walked by the river, how could one's shoes not get wet?" It was common to meet peers. Moreover, this silver-haired girl had entered a bookstore. Although the shop front was a little bad, it was still open for business. It was normal to meet a similar businessman. Moreover, to come here to promote and directly find the boss was quite strange in itself. He was probably a newbie who had just achieved something and was a little arrogant, who liked to use words to do things everywhere. The feeling of leading the conversation and dominating the entire process was very addictive. If it wasn't for customers but other businessmen, it would be even more satisfying. Sigh, young people nowadays are so impetuous. Caroline's body trembled. She immediately understood that she had been completely seen through. In fact, in these few days, as an evaluation expert and commissioner who was about to face level 1 face-to-face, he was very excited. She had indeed deduced all kinds of situations beforehand, including her goal being known clearly. However, it really happened, and it happened so suddenly. Who wouldn't be shocked and afraid when the other party's words coincided with his own? This was simply terrifying to the point that it made one's hair stand on end. It was as if he was transparent in the eyes of the owner of the bookstore. All his thoughts were flipped out and played within his hands. And the meaning of his last sentence, could it be that he was warning her because they had come specifically for him and disturbed him, causing him to be unhappy? If there is anything that has upset you, I sincerely apologize, and I am very sorry to disturb you. Caroline secretly took a deep breath and stabilized her state of mind. Then, she raised her head and continued, "But I have some small questions that I have to ask. This is very important to you and to us. If you can cooperate and answer them, we will be very grateful. This is also of great significance to Nuajin." It didn't matter. So far, the other party was still in a state of peace. He probably just saw her goal, so he wanted to intimidate her and let her know her limits. He didn't have much resistance, so he just needed to continue to maintain a respectful attitude. It was just that there was no need to pretend to be a customer anymore. She refreshed her evaluation of him in her heart. He was indeed acting as Xianxia wrote in the report, pretending to be a standard bookstore owner. Although he expressed dissatisfaction with their probing, he only took deterrent measures and didn't really make a move. This showed that his temper was indeed good. At least he wasn't on the evil side. Xianxia looked at her. The beautiful lady's expression was very firm, but she was very unambiguously taking a step back in order to advance. First, she apologized, then explained the importance of the question, vaguely arousing curiosity and vigilance. But he knew. It seemed that the other party might be using the form of a questionnaire. The purpose of using this form was to collect information and find a suitable product to promote. The other purpose was that the other party might be investigating the situation for a certain project. But, to actually bring in new Ajin, that was unexpectedly bold. Xianxia smiled and leaned back, saying, "What small question? Tell me about it." Caroline saw that the owner of the bookstore didn't object, so she cleared her throat and continued carefully, "May I ask why you opened a bookstore here?" It was actually this question. It didn't seem to match if this was a sales promotion. It seemed more like research for a certain purpose. Xianxia said casually, "Interest, fate's arrangement." He couldn't say that it was because some unknown existence had transmigrated, and he had no choice but to sell books to make a living. That would be too embarrassing. Caroline was stunned and quickly noted it down. The owner of the bookstore had glimpsed fate and became interested in it. Therefore, he was waiting here for the destined matter in person. She pointed outside and said thoughtfully, "What do you think of the previous matter?" The previous matter? The gas explosion. Could it be that they were actually planning to do some development on these ruins? But it was also true. The streets opposite were almost completely destroyed, so it was basically rebuilt. Why not do some development on this foundation? Maybe they could even earn back the money. Xianxia couldn't help but nod, saying, "That's a good thing." He came back to his senses and coughed twice, saying, "Ahem, that's not it. The previous matter was very unfortunate, but some people do deserve to die. Life is precious, not something that can be trampled on." According to the news, the poor supervision of the gas plant and its years of disrepair ultimately led to this tragedy. Obviously, some people had to take responsibility for this matter. Caroline nodded and noted it down. The owner of the bookstore was indeed very disgusted with the Crimson Sect's black sorcerers and stood on the same side as the Mai Tower. "One more question, what do you think of the things you're doing now?" Caroline asked nervously. Xianxia wondered what this had to do with the previous few questions. On second thought, she should be evaluating the value of the shops around here. She asked him why he opened the store, his opinion on the gas incident, and the current situation of the store. "I'm different from others. I can't be used as a reference." Xianxia revealed a brilliant smile. "I don't actually have any returns or benefits for doing these things, but out of my own feelings, I often embrace empathy and hope that every customer can walk out of their predicament." Caroline murmured, "Is it just because of empathy?" Xianxia asked in return, "Isn't that enough? Every time I try to understand the reason for my customers' pain and frustration, I feel that I have to save them from the sea of bitterness. Otherwise, it would be too cruel. Of course, while saving them, it would be even better if he could save his wallet as well." Xianxia sighed in his heart. He was such a warm and kind person who couldn't bear to see others suffer. Caroline nodded in her heart. This was similar to what Yusefyu had written about the bookstore owner's motives. He was friendly, but his stance was chaotic. Out of an empathy that transcended inspiration, he often empathized with his customers and helped them out of their current predicament. However, this empathy didn't seem to be based on any stance, but purely on helping others. The bookstore owner's emotions didn't change because of the customer's stance. This feeling seemed to have surpassed the emotions that ordinary humans had, and had expanded to the height of gods. God loves the world. No, the other party was originally at the god level, wasn't he? Caroline suddenly came to a realization. That's right, the other party was at the god level. Remember this in a second. http://m9bkuj. No wonder he could make the elven sage of the Iris family swear loyalty. This was not only because of his strength, but also because of this great indiscriminate love. Caroline thought to herself. When he said, "I'm different from others," could he be referring to other so-called god levels? This was indeed very different. The god levels that existed in the past were usually selfish because they were first and foremost human. The god level was only a description of their strength. And the bookstore owner was closer to the essence of this evaluation. Xianxia's idea of this customer was very simple. He asked him why he opened a shop here to know the advantages of this location. For example, whether the transportation was convenient, how the flow of people was, and whether there were any unique customs. When the person being asked answered why, it was equivalent to answering the purpose. The existence of a purpose meant that a certain place in this area was more attractive and had better advantages than other places. Compared to directly asking, "Where do you think is better here?" it was actually much more effective. When Xianxia was investigating some customs, he would also use similar words to ask questions. Often, he could quickly learn about the local advantages and disadvantages for human survival. Asking for their opinions on the gas explosion incident was more straightforward. They wanted to know how the surrounding people were affected by this incident. Under normal circumstances, in terms of research, it actually meant that the other party's actual purpose was related to the gas explosion. Finally, he asked about the store's current situation. The main purpose of this question was to understand the general situation of the nearby shops. The reason for this was because the explosion had flattened a large area of buildings in front of him. Obviously, the office lady and the company behind her wanted to evaluate the development value of this area through research and obtain the reconstruction and development rights of the ruins in front of them. However, Xianxia was tricked by Xiaohe. The arrangement of the bookstore was purely random. In this research, it probably belonged to the category of useless data. The reason why they used such a secretive method to conduct research was probably because they were competing with other competitors, so they had to keep it a secret. However, even if this was the case, Xianxia had to publicize himself. Judging from the other party's proficient business level and outstanding appearance, the company behind her was definitely not small. Otherwise, there would not be such a level of researcher. I give the right books to the right people, hoping that they can get out of their temporary confusion, gain some of their own insights, and go further on their own path. Although there is no income, I feel very happy whenever I see the customer sweep away their depression and cheer up. Xianxia's smile was dazzling. I am happy to provide help and guidance to some people to get out of their predicament. For example, people like you who are worried about their jobs. The business smile was more familiar than Caroline's standard charming smile. It seemed to have a strange power that made people feel very approachable and couldn't help but want to talk. Since it took up so much of his time to answer these small questions, then correspondingly, in return, he would borrow it for publicity. If he could achieve a wider publicity effect, it would be best. If not, there was nothing he could do. At least he had a new customer. He opened a bookstore here to make everyone happy. He wanted to see everyone's smiling faces. It was definitely not for that little bit of money. Caroline was slightly taken aback. Her expression was subtle and complicated. She did not expect that she would suddenly become the target of the bookstore owner's help under such circumstances. However, she stepped into the bookstore and asked the other party to help answer questions, which seemed to meet the requirements of a customer. But more importantly, she was really tired of her job now. Not only was she sent here this time to provide the evaluation results of the Level 1 area for the elders as a reference. It was also because the White Wolf and the Crimson Sect had been causing trouble everywhere recently. It could be said that they were unscrupulous, causing the logistics department to be so busy that their feet did not touch the ground. Every day, they racked their brains to cover for every battle. As the deputy section chief, she also felt a headache. The logistics department provided all the support to the front line. It was not only material support, but also their responsibility to ensure that there were no worries in the battle. She opened her mouth. Xianxia saw the hesitation on Caroline's face and knew in his heart that it was more than half done. It's still the same sentence. Don't be surprised, he maintained the dominance of the topic and said, are you going to be responsible for this? Although Caroline was the one who took the lead in asking questions, she did not get the lead in terms of momentum. He pointed outside. The ruins in the rain were looming in the darkness outside the window. Rebuilding these 3 streets was a big project. If they wanted to be the responsible party of the project, it should be very troublesome. As a researcher, she should be responsible for questioning a large area. She should go door to door and ask like she asked him to get a more accurate answer. Just thinking about it made one's head go cold. Caroline nodded. In the face of a god-level question, she said awkwardly, we have to be responsible in this regard. Otherwise, things will become very troublesome. Although it's very busy, this is my duty. Oh? It seemed that the company she was in was determined to win. Their requirements for their employees should also be very high. The sorrow of social animals. Xianxia looked sympathetically at the glamorous office lady. His natural contempt for his peers suddenly disappeared. He sighed, poor child. If you don't mind, take a rest here and read a book. As a professional, Caroline had extraordinary composure and calmness. Her mental fortitude and personal strength were among the best even in the Mai Tower. Otherwise, the Elder Council wouldn't have chosen her to come into contact with a god level that they didn't have clear information on yet. Before carrying out a mission, they would definitely have sufficient preparation. Before Caroline came to the bookstore, she had carefully reviewed the reports from the beginning to the end. After integration, the files of the Class 1 Areas 0113 had been compiled. This included the initial template provided by Xianxia, as well as the information of other bookstore customers recorded in front of her. There were also some scattered opinions and speculations left behind by various departments of the Mai Tower. If she hadn't been fully prepared, she wouldn't have rashly come over to talk to a god level. She clearly knew that the owner of this bookstore had god level power, and she also knew some of his general behavior and logic. First of all, he played the role of an ordinary bookstore owner in this bookstore, and this bookstore would provide customers who entered the bookstore with 3 services: borrowing books, buying books, and reading books. However, from the current information and her personal experience this time, it seemed that the owner of the bookstore actually preferred to do good deeds and chat with others. As long as they didn't harbor evil intentions toward him or have some doubts or even disrespectful thoughts. The first website was M9 Bikuj. He wouldn't make a move, or rather, he wouldn't make a move himself. Therefore, Xianxia, who had an unfriendly attitude at the beginning, was only unconscious. Compared to other god levels, the owner of the bookstore was indeed worthy of this friendly evaluation. Secondly, he had near-omniscient power. This was learned from the conversation between the vice president of the Truth Society, Andrew, and Iris Sage Doris. An annihilation-level powerhouse had personally verified it. Therefore, it was best not to hide your inner thoughts, and don't think that you could be lucky enough to hide it. Finally, all the books in the bookstore were written in taboo languages with unusual powers. These books themselves might not be powerful, and they weren't done overnight, but they must have been carefully selected by the owner of the bookstore. They would definitely be able to solve the problem at the time. This was his selfless and generous gift. As for the fees charged, they were nothing compared to the value of the books. Presumably, this was also a kind of acting hobby of the owner of the bookstore. When Caroline heard that Xianxia had asked her to stay and read the books, she wasn't shocked or surprised. Instead, there was a kind of excitement and anticipation that it's finally here. She looked at the rows of bookshelves in the bookstore. Those neatly arranged books seemed unreal under the dim light, as if they were shrouded in some kind of illusion. But there was no doubt that a sense of mystery crept into Caroline's heart, causing her mind to tremble. Can I see for myself? Caroline's soul seemed to be seized by a higher level of mystery as she asked subconsciously. After she finished speaking, she came to her senses and looked at Xianxia nervously. She thought to herself, oh no, what if the owner of the bookstore had intended to recommend a book to her directly? Would she offend him by doing this? Xianxia didn't really care. A recommendation was just a recommendation. Customers were free to shop on their own. For example, the office worker named Ackerman had suggested to walk around casually at the beginning, and he had respected him. When doing business, he never forced people to buy or sell. Everything was done by persuading them with reason and emotion. What's more, he had already seen the obvious temptation in the other party's expression and gaze. Obviously, it was very tiring to come out to work on this terrible rainy day. She was definitely very happy to have a place to rest reasonably. At this time, he had already turned a market research staff member who originally had no desire to buy into a potential customer. No matter how much he said, it wouldn't have a more obvious effect. After all, she had a mission to begin with, and it was quite difficult to evaluate the value of opening a store in such a large area. Her desire to buy books wouldn't be so strong. Let her feel it for herself. Xianxia smiled and adjusted the books on the bookshelves into novels and essays. He picked up the boiling electric kettle and poured a glass of water. Of course, you can look at the books here and chat with me. This is also part of your job, isn't it? He pushed the glass over, hinting that she could slack off during the research process. There's no rush to evaluate things like the mission. Caroline breathed a sigh of relief and took the glass handed over by the owner of the bookstore. Looking at the white mist curling up, she felt that he was indeed very friendly. Obviously, she did come with the purpose of evaluation, and the owner of the bookstore knew it clearly in his heart, but he was so tolerant and easygoing to her. No wonder Xianxia chose to hand over the demon sword to him. Not only did he have great strength, but he also had this indiscriminate kindness. At this moment, she had already made a decision in her heart. Seeing that the owner of the bookstore had already started reading his book again, she hesitated for a moment, then stood up with the glass in her hand and walked to the rows of bookshelves behind the counter. Only when she got closer did she realize that the bookstore wasn't as narrow as it looked at first impression. There were 13 rows of bookshelves behind the counter, and each row was more than 5 meters long. It was only because the light was dim and they were arranged closely together, and the ground was piled with books that the entire bookstore felt very cramped. She slowly walked past the rows of bookshelves, her gaze lingering on the spines of the books. The Book of the Dead, The Flower of Dreamland, Chasing Shadows of the Old Days, the name of each book made her heart beat wildly. This was information that no one had ever come into contact with before. But even though she was excited in her heart, she still remained calm on the surface. She just recorded the title of the book and didn't dare to take it down casually. In the end, her gaze landed on a book called The Staring Eye. This should be a book about some kind of investigative skill, right? Appraising and evaluating a certain matter, a certain item, and a certain person's level of danger were all her job. To her, this was a very important ability. Caroline wasn't sure. She reached out and took the book down. She took a deep breath and slowly opened it. Surreptitiously, darkly, she was horribly aware that a pair of eyes seemed to be staring at her from behind. And in front of her, the taboo words that came to her face drowned her reason. This book. Is it okay? Xianxia raised his head and glanced at the book in Caroline's hand. Seeing you off. It was also a classic collection of emotional essays. But he didn't expect that such a domineering OL would also like this kind of delicate and sad type of book. But her voice seemed to be trembling a little, and her face was a little pale. It seemed that she had some feelings when reading the book. It seemed that one couldn't judge a book by its cover. She seemed to have a sensitive heart. Xianxia put the book into the bag and said, "Are you okay?" "Sigh, this kind of book can be a little uncomfortable sometimes, but it will be over soon." Caroline forced a smile and said, "It's indeed uncomfortable. I should be able to get used to it soon." "Thank you." Caroline walked out of the bookstore, turned on the communication device in the rain, and sent the results of the evaluation to the elders. Phew, she let out a long breath. Her face was a little pale as she touched her eyes and couldn't help but shiver. The feeling of having her eyes gouged out by countless sticky tentacles and replaced with a new one was something she didn't want to experience again in her life. The new eyes were like living creatures squirming. When she stared at something, she could see countless information attached to it appear and disappear. Swoosh, Xianxia was flipping through his registration book with nothing to do. If someone was nearing the deadline to return the book, he would give them a call to rush them. If it was overdue, he would have to check if there was a problem with the book or the person. If there was a problem with the book, he would have to look at the situation and negotiate for compensation. If not, he would have to ask for compensation. Since he had nothing to do, he was looking forward to this kind of outdoor exercise. However, it was a pity that there were no such evil customers. On the contrary, good customers like Lao Wang and Doris would even bring him some local specialties. If there was a problem with the person, he was willing to provide some help, but the book had to be returned. It seemed like opening a bookstore was not an easy task. Old Wang has returned all the books this time. I don't know when he will come back to borrow books again. I also don't know if he has settled Charles's problem. Jijishu's 2 books are almost due, but this young lady shouldn't have any risk of not returning them. Even if she doesn't return them, there is probably no risk of not paying. Melissa, who knows how much this brat has done, I hope that she can improve a little and not randomly find people to arm wrestle. She should properly experience that knowledge is true power. Remember the website, m9bkuj.com. Speaking of Melissa, Yusefyu's book return day is coming soon. Xianxia flipped to the first page and saw Yusefyu's name. The address he left was not the same as Melissa's, but for Melissa, her father was not at home all year round and was busy with work. So the address Yusefyu left was probably his workplace. As a retired soldier, Yusefyu did not have to worry about returning the book. Even if he could not handle his relationship with his daughter, he would not go back on his word for a book. Last time, Xianxia even suggested to try opening Teacher Lin's psychological counseling function and let him solve the psychological problems. However, although Yusefyu seemed to be tempted, he did not choose to trust Teacher Lin immediately. Instead, he said that he needed to think about it. This was very normal. After all, he was a stranger whom they had met for less than a day. It would be strange if he completely believed him. However, Xianxia had also planted a seed that could make the other party a long-term customer. Whether or not it could germinate depended partly on luck. But it seems like he really liked The Little Prince back then, so the chances are very high. If it doesn't work, there's still Melissa. That little brat is easy to trick. Cough, persuade, and she won't be careless with her money. Children driving the parents is also a very effective marketing method. Xianxia smiled. He had already set his sights on the whole family. He flipped another page, looked at it, and flipped it back. In fact, he had already flipped through the thin booklet many times. When there were no customers and he didn't want to read, he had done this countless times. Imagining that one day he would have a stack of booklets like this, and then talk about life and chicken soup with the endless stream of customers every day was his biggest pursuit now. Unfortunately, this kind of imagination always happened during a long period of free time. It had been 3 days since the last customer, the super sexy lady with wavy silver hair, borrowed the book See You Off With Your Eyes. In fact, in the past, the bookstore would often have no customers for several months. Xianxia was used to this. However, perhaps it was the contrast caused by the recent spurt of customers. Xianxia felt a little lonely without customers to chat with for a period of time. Ding-ling dash, the bell at the door of the bookstore rang again. Xianxia immediately raised his head and looked at the door. Then, he was pleasantly surprised to see a burly figure and a head of white hair that he had not seen in a long time. The person who opened the door and walked in was the old man named Yusefyu. After almost half a month, his aura did not decrease at all. The strong muscles under the suit and the fierce face all exuded the aura of a male lion. It was daunting. Yusefyu. I was just thinking that you should come to return the book. Xianxia smiled and spoke halfway. His eyes were suddenly attracted by the object on Yusefyu's back. Although the light in the bookstore was dim, the object had a very strong presence. It was faintly shining in the darkness that could not be ignored. However, due to the light, Xianxia could only determine that Yusefyu seemed to be carrying a long irregular object wrapped in cloth. When Yusefyu walked to the front of the counter, the warm light finally revealed its appearance. The shining object was an ornament made of gold. It was inlaid with gorgeous gems and engraved with ancient and elegant patterns. A sword. Xianxia instantly made a judgment. Under the light, the shining object was clearly a sword hilt made of gold. The length and the fact that Yusefyu carried it on his back confirmed Xianxia's guess. Is he also here to imitate old Wang's local specialties? Just a part of the sword hilt made Xianxia feel an extremely luxurious aura. He immediately sat up and looked at Yusefyu. Yusefyu first put the book in his hand on the counter and moved forward. He said, "Thank you for your generosity. This book has benefited me a lot." He saw that Xianxia's registration book was on his page. He sat in front of the counter and said, "It seems that you have been waiting for me for a long time." "Not that long." Xianxia smiled. He couldn't tell him that he had been calculating when he would return the book and how he would ask for compensation if he didn't. He reached out and took The Little Prince. He flipped through it and made sure that it was intact. Then he picked up a pen and wrote "Returned" on Yusefyu's book loan record. He smiled and put down the pen. "You look good. It seems that this book has helped you during this period." Yusefyu nodded and sighed. "It has reduced my pain by a lot. It has made me feel more relaxed than ever. Thank you very much." You're welcome. Solving problems for customers is my greatest joy. PTSD was difficult to treat, but since fairy tales could make him feel relaxed, this was his special medicine. It was a delightful thing to be able to relieve the suffering of a customer. Xianxia's smile deepened. It was time to promote his psychological counseling. By the way, have you thought about the matter I mentioned last time? Xianxia took a deep breath and removed the object from his back. Bang! The metal wrapped in cloth collided with the table. The cloth unfolded and revealed its complete appearance. It was indeed a longsword. The hilt was made of gold and the edges were decorated with scattered crystals. The heavy and dignified white scabbard made the longsword look like a work of art. I've thought about it. Xianxia said, this is my decision. Even in the dark and dilapidated environment, the beautiful sword still looked as though it had a filter to it. Without mentioning the value of the golden gems, the designs on the sword and its overall design, even if an outsider were to look at it, they would still be shocked by its craftsmanship. Every inch of the sword's curve was extremely beautiful and appropriate, it was a perfect whole, even the sword sheath was engraved with similar designs, and the cross-shaped sword guard had a black crystal embedded in the center. Overall, the sword's design was not considered too exaggerated. The sword's body was about 1.3 m tall, and was still within the range of a normal two-handed sword. The sword guard was not overly exaggerated, and the cross shape could even be said to be normal. But the craftsmanship and the decorations were truly too excessive. Although Xianxia did not possess a professional eye for appraisal, but the sword's exquisiteness could be seen with the naked eye. With such craftsmanship, even if it was gilded with artificial gems, it would still be worth a lot. Under normal circumstances, no one would use such a sword to fight, right? If I were to accidentally touch it. Xianxia looked at the dazzling sword on the counter, and his mouth twitched. This? I truly wanted you to pass all your worries and burdens to me, but what are you trying to do by giving me such a precious sword? 1 second to remember http://m9bkuj. Is this your decision? What decision? Xianxia raised his head to look at Xianxia's expression. The old man's eyes were filled with determination and relief. He suddenly thought of something. This doesn't seem to be a joke. From what I have seen so far, Xianxia is also not a joker. Regarding Xianxia's suggestion to hand the sword over to him, it should be Xianxia's answer. And from the sword's unusual exquisiteness, I can deduce that it is not a practical weapon, or rather, it is not a practical weapon. It looks more like a ceremonial sword. Then, the meaning behind the sword should be Xianxia's experience in the army, his responsibility and honor. Xianxia could not help but think about Melissa. Although she was a brat, but from her appearance and actions, she was not someone who could be nurtured by an ordinary family, and the Xianxia had extremely strict requirements for Melissa. From this point of view, he felt that Xianxia might be from a military family and had even received some honorary titles. This also explained where his strong sense of justice came from. If it was just his identity as a retired soldier, perhaps he wouldn't have such persistence. However, if it was the teachings of his family from a young age, then it was completely reasonable. According to what Xianxia knew, the nobles living in the central district of Nuajin were all nobles in name, but even so, their social status was still higher than the average rich person. It was undeniable that these noble families had a long history and a glorious past. Now, Xianxia looked like he was going to hand the sword over to Xianxia. This meant that he was going to let go of the sword completely, right? Out of caution and respect, Xianxia cleared his throat and asked seriously, "Are you sure? Your decision is to hand the sword over to me? This is your inheritance, right? Are you not going to reconsider?" "I'm sure." Xianxia nodded and looked at the sword in front of him. "You are right, I have the will but the strength is insufficient. Even if it is an inheritance, I no longer have the qualifications to continue. I should learn to let go. This sword is too heavy, it is not something that I, or any of us, can bear. You can take it, we will be eternally grateful." The curse on the demonic sword gathered all the resentment of the elven kingdom that had passed away. Even a god-level expert would be helpless against it. They had suppressed it time and time again, but they had all failed in the end. However, because of the beliefs and teachings of the Myrt Tower, they were unwilling to give up. Now that they finally saw the truth, the elders admitted their failure and agreed to his request to hand the sword over. Xianxia sighed. Seems like this is another family that has gone downhill. They must have found a new path in the future, which was why they were so determined to hand the sword over to him to show their determination. However, this was to be expected. It was even more real than Doris's loss of status because she had lost the meaning of the family emblem. After all, Azir no longer had any wars, and the other nobles were already in decline, let alone a military family like Xianxia. If they wanted to continue living, they had to find another path. However, they were still so polite when giving gifts. It really made him, who had just recently, feel a little embarrassed. Xianxia smiled and reached out to take the sword for a look. Hey, you don't have to be so polite. It is my hobby to help customers. I feel very happy to be able to help you. It feels much lighter than expected. It is indeed a ceremonial sword. Xianxia nodded and looked at the sword from beginning to end. The more he looked, the more impressed he was by the details. Xianxia watched the owner of the bookstore pick up the magic sword Candra effortlessly. He even used one hand to hold the hilt and the other hand to support the blade. Xianxia couldn't help but frown. Even he found it difficult to pick up this sword, although it looked the same length as a normal sword. The sword's materials were all from the dream world. It was so heavy that even he, an annihilation grade, would find it difficult to pick it up with one hand if he only used his body and not ether. Until now, the owner of the bookstore didn't have any ether waves. Xianxia could already see the magic eye on the sword surging with evil magic. The rolling darkness under the crystal was ready to devour people. How beautiful! Xianxia was not stingy in his praise. Whether it was cold weapons or hot weapons, they were all romanticized by the desire to fight in the blood of men. He also liked this elegant sword and couldn't help but suggest, "Do you mind if I pull it out to take a look?" Xianxia's heart raced. The curse of the magic sword was mainly on the blade. Candra, the elf king who had gone mad because of the plague, had used this sword to commit suicide. This sword was like a wedge that had nailed Candra to death and imprisoned his soul forever in the blade. This sword didn't have a scabbard at first. The current scabbard was actually added by the Mai Tower later. It had the effect of suppressing the spread of the curse. Once it was pulled out, the curse would first attack the wielder. If the wielder's willpower wasn't strong enough, they might go mad on the spot. Even the glorious Grand Knights had to be fully armed before they were allowed to touch this magic sword. But, the person in front of him was the owner of the bookstore after all. Xianxia nodded. Of course. Please be careful. Xianxia nodded. Of course, he would be careful. It wouldn't be good if he cut himself. Then, he slowly pulled out the sword. Whoosh, it was like a flowing white flame. The entire bookstore was instantly illuminated. This mirror-like sword was thin and sharp, shining with a dazzling light. An unknown language was engraved on it. Xianxia saw pitch-black magic energy spurt out from the sword like venom. On the body of the demonic sword, countless resentful demonic energy gushed out from the black crystal known as the demonic eye. The pitch-black demonic energy was like a misty waterfall that flowed down from the sword. Then, it turned into numerous poisonous snakes that opened their slender blood-red eyes and shot out greedy rays as they slithered toward the owner of the bookstore. Even though Xianxia knew that the owner of the bookstore was powerful, his heart couldn't help but tighten when he saw that Xianxia didn't do anything even though the demonic energy was about to wrap around him. When the ancient kingdom still existed, the legendary elf king Candra was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. He wasn't at the level of a god, but a god. In various lost and incomplete ancient documents, there were similar records. Candra commanded lions and eagles, and millions of people supported him. He raised light and fire as if he was raising the sun and went against the current, throwing them at the god who brought about the lightless night. He was a person who went against the current in the lightless era and was the only one who dared to challenge the nameless god. Unfortunately, he failed in the end. Even so, the only power he left behind was still so powerful. After Candra's death, his enormous resentment and his soul entwined around the longsword, turning into a terrifying demonic curse. The first website was M9Bkuj.com. Even after millions of years of baptism, there were no changes. Anyone who came into contact with the demonic sword would be infected by this plague-like curse. Even the glorious Grand Knights of the Mystic Tower who had undergone strict training gradually went crazy under the torture of the curse and died in the end. There was no doubt that the owner of the bookstore was powerful, but even a god couldn't do anything about the curse of the demonic sword. Otherwise, why would the Mystic Tower need to manually seal this powerful curse sword? Xianxia's gaze moved along with the demonic energy that gathered like snakes, and his heart couldn't help but beat faster. This wasn't just a feeling of nervousness, but also a feeling similar to when a lottery was opened. It was an illusion that he was about to witness a war between gods that spanned millions of years in this small bookstore. Asterisk. He swore that even in the most thrilling battle of his life, he had never experienced such unstable emotions. Xianxia clenched his fists and watched the tumbling mana swarm toward him. The owner of the bookstore still did not move. He was still studying the longsword attentively. In the blink of an eye, the snake at the front was about to touch Xianxia's hand. Xianxia looked at the sharp and bright longsword. His attention was attracted by the words on it. He frowned and wanted to take a closer look. He turned his head and stared at the sword. The red rose on the counter trembled and revealed the eyeball inside. It looked at the demon sword in fear and closed its bud. Xianxia could not help but hold his breath. But at this moment, behind the owner of the bookstore, between the bookshelves that were not illuminated by the light on the counter, a deeper shadow suddenly emerged from the dark gap. The invisible darkness swelled and twisted. It wriggled and spread out along the bookshelves. Although Xianxia could not see clearly what it was, he instinctively felt a chill. The huge darkness occupied the gap behind the owner of the bookstore. It was at least 3 meters tall, or even bigger. Xianxia, who witnessed this scene, felt a little dizzy. Was it an eye or a limb that was wriggling in the darkness? Before he could think about it, he saw from the shadow, right beside the owner of the bookstore who was concentrating, a small black tentacle stretched out. The eyes on the tentacle opened. This scene was unimaginable and terrifying to ordinary people. At the intersection of light and shadow, the owner of the bookstore stood under the light with a sharp longsword. Behind him was an indescribable bloated darkness. In the chaos that could not be seen clearly, only a small tentacle stretched out and revealed its evil appearance under the light. Xianxia shuddered. Then, he saw the tentacle touch the magic eye crystal and then sink under the surface of the crystal. The rapid attack of the magic energy came to an abrupt end. Then, it trembled violently and then collapsed into a black fog. Then, it was suddenly pulled back into the magic eye. Under the perfectly cut surface of the crystal, the filthy evil magic energy boiled violently. But this time, it was no longer excitement, but fear and panic. If it had to be described, it was like prey caught by a murderer in a horror movie. When they were being dragged and about to be killed, the strong desire to survive drove them to hit the glass window of the secret room over and over again. Xianxia could almost hear their silent shouts and screams through the ether. He watched as the magic energy in the magic eye struggled weaker and weaker. Finally, there was no movement at all. It seemed to have been completely devoured. In a trance, he actually felt that they were a little pitiful. The tentacle was full and retracted into the darkness. In an instant, Xianxia saw countless star-like eyes in the darkness blink at the same time. The next moment, everything returned to normal. The darkness between the bookshelves was still just a shadow formed by the light. In fact, Xianxia had just narrowed his eyes to take a look when he vaguely felt that the bottom of the sword seemed to have become a little darker. At the same time, he felt that his eyesight was a little blurry, the sword seemed a little dirty. Xianxia just felt a little puzzled and wanted to try adjusting the angle of the sword. He found that the whole sword had become brighter, as if a layer of special effects had been added to it. It was overflowing with light and color. The black color that looked like a filthy thing had already disappeared. When he looked at the hilt, he felt that the black crystal embedded in the center seemed to be more transparent. Huh? Xianxia looked at the longsword carefully. He felt that looking at the sword from different angles would have different effects. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Interesting. He smiled and praised again. Mr. Xianxia, your sword is really interesting. I thought it was dirty. I didn't expect it to be just a part of the craftsmanship. The bookstore owner's expression didn't change much. His attitude was as usual, and even seemed to be full of interest. Xianxia recovered from his daze and fell into disbelief and doubt again. This is real. The curse that had troubled the Mayayoi Tower for so long and couldn't be removed even after sacrificing countless glorious grand nights, disappeared in this short moment? The bookstore owner actually mocked this dirty curse as a part of the craftsmanship. Did he mean that it was only fit for him to play with? Lin Jia put the sword back on the counter and said, the words on the sword seem to be written in an ancient language of Azir. Do you know what it means? Xianxia shook his head in a daze. He finally recovered from his shock and said calmly, this language has been lost. If you need, I can find the relevant information for you. Lin Jia was delighted and said happily, thank you. He smiled warmly at Xianxia and said, I don't have anything else to pay you. Is there any book you want to read? I can give you one for free. Do you want to try and pick one yourself? Joseph looked at the middle of the pitch-black bookshelf with an ugly expression on his face. His expression was tense as he said in a reserved manner, no, thank you. Why don't you recommend me a book? Oh? Lin Jia was a little surprised. It seemed like his 2 visits to Xianxia had been quite effective. He had developed a certain degree of trust and dependence on him. Compared to choosing the books himself, he trusted Lin Jia's recommended books more. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before he became a regular customer like old Wang. What a delightful progress. That's good too. Lin Jia stood up and walked to the bookshelf behind him. He muttered to himself for a while before taking down a book. If that's the case, I think this book should be helpful to you at this stage. Xianxia reached out and took the book. He looked at the words, when the stars returned to their positions written clearly on the cover. The stars, returned to their positions, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. His arm tightened, and the internal structure of his mechanical prosthetic arm twisted. He could not help but make a teeth-numbing grinding sound. He had always had good self-control, but now, even his prosthetic arm was a little out of control. It was clear how strongly he was touched. Of course, part of it was because he was shocked by the indescribable horror that had appeared on the bookshelf. The battle of gods that ended in an instant was like fireworks that bloomed in the night sky. It left an indelible brilliance in the heart of an extraordinaire like Xianxia, who was already considered to be in a high position. Remember the URL, M9 Bikuj. An incomprehensible power, an incomprehensible strength, but when the tip of the iceberg was revealed, it gave people an incomparable shock. Xianxia thought to himself, if there really is a god, then this is it. At the same time, in all the mysterious fields, the starry sky always represented the highest taboo. Beyond the distant and unknown sky, there was a vast and deep space that made one's heart palpitate. They were afraid of this boundless darkness because no one knew what was inside. And now, God took out a book about the starry sky. Even though Xianxia did not dare to think about it in detail, he could not help but tremble slightly. He could not flip open the thin pages of the book. The owner of the bookstore behind the counter said, this biography. It seems a little difficult for you to understand. Just treat it as a fictional novel that records another lost civilization. Another world? Was it referring to the starry sky? The existences beyond the starry skies also had their own civilizations. The holy light. Was the owner of the bookstore telling him about ancient secrets or the truth of the world? Xianxia felt as if it had been bewitched. It was both frightened and yearning. It could not help but turn the pages of the book. In the words, the boundless and deep starry sky expanded and twisted. Stars, nebulas, and cantilevers, past, present, and future, chaos, darkness, and time were destroyed and reborn again and again. When the positions of the stars overlapped, they all opened their eyes and stretched their bodies, letting out deep and terrifying calls. Roar. Phew, Xianxia came back to his senses and took a deep breath to calm his trembling heart. He closed his eyes and forced his overheated brain to stop thinking about these things. He looked at the closed book in his hand. He suddenly realized that he had been flipping through the book for 10 minutes. At this moment, he suddenly understood the excuse that the owner of the bookstore used to not let him fall into panic. What fictional novel? It was probably to take care of what little rationality he had left. Xianxia felt that it was best to follow the guidance of the owner of the bookstore and not delve too deeply. Otherwise, it would not be a trance. He might run out and yell at the sky now. Fortunately, he had been letting himself do as he pleased for so many years and was used to letting himself muddle through. It was not bad to think about it this way. Ha 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 ha. F*ck, after 2 consecutive cognitive baptisms, even as a glorious grand knight, Xianxia could not help but feel that he was ignorant and weak. He once again overturned his evaluation of the owner of the bookstore. But this time, it was not their fault. It was because the highest rating they had was only level I. Xianxia carefully deliberated and said, "These biographies, great existences, are they members of this civilization?" Xianxia stopped reading and raised his head to look at the book when the human stars shone in his hand. He thought to himself, "What kind of question is this?" However, he thought that it might be because many parts of this biographical work might be very obscure and difficult to understand for Xianxia. Now that his mind might be a little confused, he felt relieved. He said matter-of-factly, "Of course. They are the monuments of the old civilization, the witnesses and creators of history, but no one can be eternal. No matter how great an existence is, it will eventually disappear in the long river of time." Xianxia stared at the book and nodded. He could feel that there seemed to be some powerful existences sealed in this book, and as long as certain conditions were met, they could be summoned. However, such a summoning seemed to have a very high risk. According to the owner of the bookstore, they might have been great members of a higher civilization, but this civilization had also died out like the ancient kingdom. They had also died out and were sealed. As for the person who sealed them, there was no doubt that it was the owner of the bookstore in front of him. Xianxia saw that his face was very serious and added, "I know that you might feel a little confused now. This is normal. After all, there are many parts of this book that you can't understand. Don't think too much. The important thing is to understand the will in it and use it for your own use." Xianxia's face twitched, and he said with a hoarse voice, "I think this might be a little difficult for me. Don't be discouraged." Xianxia rapped the long sword again, and the bookstore immediately became dark again. He smiled and said, "Since this is your decision, then work hard to do it. Let go of the past, whether it is pain or honor, and then face the future better. Everyone has their own destiny. Perhaps this book will allow you to better fulfill your destiny. It is inevitable that there will be some challenges in a new life. First, you should start by using this book reasonably. I will give this book to you as a gift. You can slowly study it." Xianxia was stunned for a moment, and he seemed to understand something. He nodded and said, "Thank you for your gift and teaching. I have benefited a lot." Xianxia shook his head and said, "I'm just copying other people's ideas. There is a sentence that I think I can give you." He cleared his throat and chose the sentence that touched him the most in "When the stars of mankind shine." He slowly said, "In a nation, there is only one genius out of millions of people. Millions of idle hours pass by in the world before a true historical moment appears, a time when mankind shines brightly. But once this moment comes, it will affect the course of history for thousands of years. When a strong individuals will collide with the fate of history, sparks will flash, and such a moment will illuminate the sky of human civilization. Every moment like this is a stage for heroes." Xianxia paused and said, "Of course, I'm not asking you to be a hero. There aren't many opportunities in this world to build a stage for heroes." He smiled and said, "Don't think too highly of yourself, but also don't think too lightly of yourself. You are a human, and only a part of humanity. There are times when a person's strength is limited. Do what you can do, and when necessary, complete the destiny that belongs to you." Xianxia felt as if he had returned to his youth, listening to the teachings of the elders in the sacred hall of the secret ritual tower. He felt as if he had vowed to fight for the light. He looked at the demon sword in the bookstore owner's hand, and the decadence of many years was swept away. "I will. I definitely will." After Xianxia came out of the bookstore with the book in his hand, he looked at the heavy rain and deeply felt that he needed to calm down. He took a deep breath of the fresh rain mixed with the soil outside. The cold air reached his lungs from his nose, and the fresh air filled his body, making him sober up a lot. Xianxia stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. His strong fingers and palms clenched together, making a crisp sound. He felt the strength in his body and could not help but smile, a confident and steady smile. If someone familiar with him was present, they would be surprised to find that this expression was not the lazy smile that Xianxia, the head of the intelligence section, was used to. Instead, it was the glorious Grand Knight, Xianxia, who had long disappeared from everyone's eyes. After carrying the magic sword for so many years, his mind was constantly eroded by the evil magic energy. Under the resistance of his own will, it became a severe headache. It made it difficult for him to maintain 100% clarity and rationality, and he could not fully control the power of his body. For a knight whose main task was to fight, not being able to control his own body was a very dangerous and fatal thing. This situation worsened after the battle with Wang Erda because he lost his right hand. Therefore, the self-degradation over the years was not only his own subjective factor. The magic sword played a very large role in the objective factor. 1 second to remember http://m9bkuj. Combat now, the magic sword that had troubled him for decades was handed over, and it was even once and for all. The owner of the bookstore directly swallowed the cursed magic energy. It was like a chronic disease had been cured, and the disease was gone. The shackles in his heart and body were removed, and he suddenly felt very relaxed. He believed that as long as he adapted for a period of time, he would be able to return to his peak strength. Although he had lost his weapon, he had gained determination and confidence, and there was also a gift from the owner of the bookstore. This deal was not a loss, and even a profit. Now, he needed to digest this change. It just so happened that most of the intelligence section's work now was to continue to search for the whereabouts of the White Wolf Hunter. They only needed to operate step by step. Xianxia could finally be free from work and did not have to deal with documents anymore. Xianxia returned home after a long time. He put the umbrella aside, walked into the house, and let out a long breath. Finally, I can take a break and calm my emotions. However, as soon as he entered the living room, Xianxia was stunned. There was no one in the living room. However, there were piles of books scattered on the ground. He could not help but turn to look at the quartz clock on the wall. That's right, it was 6:30 p.m., and it was currently Melissa's usual meal time. His lovely little girl should be holding her own plate in the kitchen, frying steak or basil potatoes with 2 grilled sausages, sprinkled with basil and rosemary. The aroma was overflowing. In Xianxia's few impressions, Melissa's culinary skills were extremely good. However, with the help of the ether, there was no one in the kitchen. Xianxia squatted down and picked up a book on the ground. When he opened it, he frowned. Knight's Justice? He remembered that the author of this book had once been a radiant Grand Knight. However, due to his combat style, he had been jointly reported. In the end, he had served as the chief of the combat division for a period of time before resigning. This book recorded his fighting style. It was also the reason why he was reported. Because he believed in pragmatism, and was a radical figure in the new trend faction. He had always advocated not to be restricted to the fighting style of a knight. As long as he had faith in the holy light, then there was no need for sincere praise. That's right, that was the reason why he was proficient in backstab, proficient in rolling, proficient in throwing knives, and even had poison on his knives. Before Xianxia had retired, he had looked down on him. But now, wasn't it good? He picked up a few more books, and without exception, all of them were books on the basics of knights, and most people in the training division would use them. They were all very basic but useful knowledge, and many of them were knight skills that newcomers had to learn. But as the daughter of a radiant Grand Knight, Melissa had received a one-on-one education, and all these books had always been more like decorations. But now, they were being flipped out. Xianxia walked towards the study room suspiciously. He extended his hand to the door handle and opened it. Melissa, he saw the red-haired girl sitting behind the large desk, wearing glasses, and seriously flipping through the books quickly and seriously. The desk was filled with books, and so was the floor. The entire study room had become a sea of books. Upon opening the door, the books by the side were swept to the side, crashing onto the floor. Melissa. What are you doing? Xianxia stepped over the books and looked around, then looked at his daughter suspiciously. Melissa stared at him, studying. Xianxia immediately asked a series of question marks. He walked to the side of the desk and picked up a book, and said, "Hey, my dear Melissa, let me think. I remember, you told me when you were 4 years old, that you hated studying the most." Melissa flipped to a page, her eyes quickly moving left and right, and quickly said, I was wrong. At that time I was too ignorant, and did not understand the meaning of studying, and because of the limitations of my talent, I was unable to experience the joy of studying. Xianxia placed the book down, and extended his hand to place it on Melissa's head. You don't have a fever? No, I am very awake, I have never been so awake before. Melissa's glasses glowed. I have deeply recognized my own weakness and ignorance. In the past, I used to muddle through without any rules, and my learning efficiency was low, and it caused me to take many detours, to the point that I have only just stepped into the panic grade. It is truly a failure. Xianxia opened his mouth. He was suspecting that his willful but adorable child had been swapped. Before he could ask, Melissa raised her head and said, I am talking about you. Your teaching method is too barbaric, completely following your own experience. There is no method to speak of. But you do not have to worry too much. I have finished reading all the books here, and learned them all. I have more or less found the most suitable path for me, and it is not too late to start anew. Wait. All of them? All of them. Xianxia's face suddenly changed. He felt that something was wrong with Melissa, and looked at all the books. How many days have you been reading? Oh, I borrowed the books for 3 days, and read. 1 day. Xianxia went forward and took off Melissa's glasses, and saw her haggard and bloodshot eyes with dark circles under her eyes. Melissa said unhappily, Father? What are you doing? She had just stood up halfway when she felt a wave of dizziness and soreness all over her body. She cried out in shock, and her vision turned black as she fainted. Xianxia supported Melissa's body, and glanced at the book on the table. Ackerman was once again seated in the Truth Society's office. The spacious office was decorated simply, but it was not ordinary. There were famous oil paintings on the wall, and the floor was covered with thick carpets. The last time he was here, it was to accept the bounty from the Annihilation Dark Sorcerer, black-scaled faceless Wang Erda. The vice president of the Truth Society, Andrew, sat opposite him. He said slowly, You are saying, you want to give up the mission halfway? No matter how many times he came, Ackerman was not used to the environment of the Truth Society. In the life of a hunter, there was only iron and blood, killing, bestiality, chaos, and madness. They were a group of beasts in human skin. In the beast state, they couldn't even maintain their human form, only keeping the core called human in the deepest part. Their lives were often more direct and barbaric. This was almost the complete opposite of the Truth Society, which worshipped knowledge and reason. This office was located on the upper floor of the Truth Society's headquarters. It was clean and tidy, mostly composed of leather and glass. The decoration was luxurious, and the layout was strict to the extreme. There was not a single extra part. What made Ackerman feel the most uncomfortable was that there was no smell here. No matter how luxurious the decoration was, it could not hide the coldness of this place. Not only the building, but also the people in front of him. To be precise, most of the members of the Truth Society had a very bland and uniform smell. The first website was M9 Bikuj. They lived strictly according to the standard schedule. Every day, they spent in the laboratory or the classroom. There was not the slightest extra activity, so they were not contaminated with other smells. Living in such an environment for a long time made them seem to have merged with the concept of knowledge and become somewhat empty. All that was left was a sense of coldness and stubbornness. The smell of thirst for knowledge. Ackerman did not disguise himself today. He was no longer the ordinary tired office worker in the bookstore, but a pale-faced hunter in black with a gloomy expression. He looked to be only about 30 years old. His body was thin, and his expression was cold. Many people said that he was like a bell ringer waiting for dawn in the clock tower. He had enough patience. As a matter of fact, he had enough patience when facing his prey. The vice president of the Truth Society, Andrew, sat opposite him. It was rumored that when he was young, he was a genuine outlier in the Truth Society. He was a playboy who was passionate about hunting women. His most famous incident was when he had a crush on the elven sage of the Iris family, but in the end, it did not happen. Even if this guy was old, his deep eye sockets and high nose bridge still exuded the charm of a man. He was a gentleman in a suit, and his sea blue eyes were absolutely charming. He believed that if he appeared at a ball held by the nobles in the central district, he would be favored by many noble women. Andrew looked at the hunter across from him and said, "If I remember correctly, a few days ago, you were very eager to go through the certification process to upgrade yourself to Annihilation class." His heart was filled with astonishment. He didn't know what had gone wrong. Only 3 or 4 days had passed, and the ambitious hunters who had accepted the bounty had turned their heads and chosen to give up on the mission. He believed that at that time, Ackerman was indeed full of determination and took action quickly. But this amount of time was only enough for the most basic investigation, right? According to their understanding of the situation, Ackerman had already made his first test. He explored the bookstore a few times and entered the bookstore. Moreover, the backup ether monitor that had been activated did not capture any large-scale ether fluctuations. No, there wasn't even the slightest ripple, let alone a fluctuation. Even from the perspective of personal perception, the bookstore was calm and peaceful. It didn't seem like there was any conflict or friction at all. In other words, even though it was inconceivable, the hunter on the other side might have chosen to give up before he even made a move. What was going on? It couldn't be that. He just entered the bookstore and chatted with the owner for a while, and the owner used words to make him lose his will to fight, right? That was too ridiculous. Andrew used his own rational thinking to make the most reasonable consideration. He felt that there must be other factors that no one knew about. Ackerman nodded and admitted this point. "That's right. I was very eager for the assessment at that time." Andrew frowned and tried to be as gentle as possible. "Then why did you choose to give up now? Wang Erda is the easiest among all the Annihilation class bounties. I mean, if you were talking about the overall difficulty of the mission, it should be the easiest one," he continued, "and his bounty is quite high." "You were very determined to get him at that time." Ackerman looked at him and interrupted him in an unfriendly tone. "Vice President Andrew, I think the Truth Society won't ask why I gave up the mission, right? After all, for you, there is no need to care about this. There is no such rule. You seem to be too anxious." Andrew smiled and said, "That is correct. However, for the sake of the safety of Nuajin, you should have heard that Nuajin has not been peaceful recently. We really hope that someone can help us solve this hidden danger." Although he had used an Annihilation class hunter, it was under the circumstances that the hunter did not know. He had used the hunter's own will to become the Truth Society's vanguard in probing the level 1 area. But, now that the hunter had given up, the situation became somewhat awkward. The initiative was in the hunter's hands. If he tried to persuade the hunter to change his mind, it would seem that he had other motives. He could only suppress the irritation in his heart and try to smooth things over. "Then I am very sorry. I am not interested in maintaining law and order. This is purely for my own personal reasons." Ackerman slowly said, "I think Mr. Andrew should be very clear about my information. Or rather, you should be very clear about the hunters as a group. We only chase after valuable prey. We are absolute egoists. Beasts are the best at avoiding harm, aren't they?" He was far sharper than Andrew had imagined. Although the life of a hunter was filled with killing was not the only thing that they knew. Moreover, he was an expert at disguising himself. Originally, the fact that the Truth Society was using him was just a guess because the bookstore owner was too powerful. But now, although Andrew hid it well, his attitude was still very strange. It was a solid blow to his theory. Ackerman laughed coldly in his heart. He wanted to establish his own hunter organization. In a way, he was the enemy of the Truth Society. This group of reckless and arrogant people did not seem to know how powerful the bookstore owner was. The bookstore owner seemed to be very willing to wait for them to come. So, let them be kept in the dark. Andrew's heart skipped a beat. Avoiding harm? Who was the harm? He had a feeling that Ackerman was not referring to Wang Erda. He was referring to something else. And since it was not the bookstore owner, it could only be the Truth Society. Could it be that he had sensed something? But it did not make sense. He had only gone to the bookstore once, and his attitude had completely changed. Wait, bookstore? Could it be that Ackerman had found out something from the bookstore owner? If that was the case, it was indeed possible to use words to instigate a rebellion in a short time. He did not need to rope them in. He only needed to sow discord. However, he was full of questions and could not continue to ask. He could only take a deep breath, maintain an elegant smile, and face the mockery. Since you insist, I won't persuade you anymore. Also, the news of you accepting the bounty is public because it has to be used as evidence for evaluation. Now, the news of you giving up will also be made public. Do you have any objections? Retreating in order to advance. Was he trying to threaten him with his reputation? He did not know that in a scattered group like Hunter's, a bad reputation was much better than no reputation at all. He had been a nobody when he was a panic hunter. Now that he wanted to unify the hunters, he needed a way to spread his name. The Truth Society would be a great help. Ackerman's heart was as calm as still water. He almost laughed out loud. He pretended to look terrible and stood up. He gritted his teeth and said, "Of course, I have no objections." Then, he strode out of the office, bringing a gust of wind with him. Andrew stayed where he was. His smile gradually disappeared. He looked at the empty office and frowned more and more. After a long time, he finally took out his communication device and dialed the number of the Mai Tower's intelligence department. If the owner of the bookstore had not only seen through their use and probing, but also turned around to sow discord and made Ackerman give up the mission directly, then in the end, he had helped Wang Erda. If he was really friendly and blindly helpful as described in the previous information, he should have helped Ackerman complete the mission directly. But now, not only did he not help him, but he even caused him to lose his reputation. According to the bookstore owner's power, he must have predicted the consequences. This made people wonder if the bookstore owner was biased towards Wang Erda. "Hello?" The voice that answered was not Yusefu. However, Andrew had an impression of it. It was a knight named Kolauda, a disciple of the Yusefu. He seemed to look at the remarks and said, "Oh, the Truth Society. President Andrew, is there anything you need?" Andrew said in a low voice, "Where's Yusefu?" Teacher asked for leave and went home. "You can tell me if you need anything. I'm temporarily in charge of the intelligence department. Do you have the most complete file in the level 1 area 0113 so far? Ah, what a coincidence. This file has just been updated. But, cough cough, you know, the newer the information, the more valuable it is." Kolauda still had a guilty expression on his face. He could not open up a new channel for funds like his teacher without changing his expression. Andrew seemed to be used to it. He said without hesitation, "How much?" How many times had he been tricked by his teacher? Kolauda was stunned. He continued in a flurry, Please wait." He took out the price list prepared by the Yusefu, but suddenly a notification sounded from the computer next to him. Kolauda turned around and saw that it was a message from the Yusefu. "Convert the file 0113 to a sealed level. The previous price list is invalid. Don't sell it." "Sorry," Kolauda looked away. "Mr. Andrew, this file is not for sale." Andrew's gaze froze. For a moment, he even suspected that he had heard wrongly. The Mai Tower and the Truth Society had worked together for so many years. Due to the annual changes and updates to the ranking list, they still exchanged information even if it was a level 1 file. Although there were only a few level 1 files and the changes were usually not big, there was a precedent, so this was feasible. Moreover, he did not even bother to pretend to hesitate this time. He acted as if he was a fat sheep who did not intend to bargain. The Mai Tower had no reason to reject his deal. However, the truth was that he had been rejected. The young man opposite him had clearly said, "This file is not for sale." However, what made Andrew even more confused and angry was that just 3 seconds ago, the other party had still used the same tone as the old gangster from Yusefu to bargain with him. In other words, this file could still be sold 3 seconds ago, but not 3 seconds later. Was there such a logic in this world? Andrew's face darkened. The other party must have interfered in these 3 seconds to change this young man's tone. Remember the URL, m9bkuj.com. Obviously, there was only one person who could directly give Kolauda an order at this time and make him obey without hesitation. It was only the chief of the intelligence department who had asked for leave to go home and let his disciple temporarily take over his duties. Abraham Yusefu. Phew, Andrew took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Let Yusefu talk to me." Kolauda was not surprised that Andrew had guessed the truth so quickly. After all, his change was indeed too sudden. It could only be explained by Yusefu's instructions. However, he glanced at the new message. I'm very sorry. Teacher has urgent matters to attend to now. I'm afraid he can't talk to you. Cultivation added, if you have any questions, you can ask me directly. I'll try my best to answer, give a reasonable explanation. Oh? Andrew leaned back on the sofa, his eyes cold. Then, Cultivation, can you explain to me why you suddenly can't sell this file? Cultivation cleared his throat and said very formally, it's like this. It was my negligence just now. The confidentiality level of the Class 1 file number 0113 has been adjusted from top secret to sealed. At this level, even with your authority and special privileges, you are still unable to browse through it. If I were to sell it to you, I would be violating the rules, and I would be severely punished. I'm just temporarily taking over my teacher's job to maintain the normal operations of the intelligence department. I'm not very familiar with these matters, and I'm really sorry for such a mistake. Fortunately, I discovered this mistake before the transaction, and it didn't continue to cause bad consequences. As for other things, I really don't know. If you really need it, you can wait for teacher to come back and talk to him personally, or you can directly report it to the elders. Cultivation used the all-purpose excuse of I'm just a temporary worker, indicating that he couldn't help even if he wanted to, and recommended that Andrew directly talk to the supervisor in charge. Andrew's expression became even uglier, but even if he was now gnashing his teeth in hatred, there was nothing he could do. This was because if Cultivation was telling the truth, the other party would be doing things according to the rules, which was reasonable. But for some reason, this attitude didn't reduce his anger at all. Instead, it made him very angry, which he hadn't felt in a long time, and he felt that he had been played. The biggest problem now was why the confidentiality level of this file suddenly changed. Andrew smiled calmly and said, in just half a month, why did the confidentiality level increase? No matter what, this is still the same file, right? The target is still that bookstore, and the good and evil of the owner and his purpose are still being investigated. What reason do you have to directly refuse to provide information to the Truth Society? Or were you also bewitched by the owner of the bookstore? Cultivation grunted and interrupted, sorry, the veins on Andrew's forehead bulged, and he felt that he was about to be traumatized by these two words. He stared at the communication device in his hand and said word by word, what's wrong now? It's not a file. I mean, I need to explain to you that after a detailed investigation, file number 0113 has been separated from file number 0114 as a child file. Now, file number 0113 is a pure regional file, while file number 0114 is a personal file. Both of them are sealed. As for your other question, the elders have already sent a professional evaluation expert, and the result given is consistent with teacher Xianxia's judgment. It is indeed friendly and has no clear purpose, but that doesn't mean that there is no purpose. However, from the known situation, there is no bad direction, so there's no need to make a big fuss. After Cultivation finished speaking, he didn't forget to add, these are not the main contents of the file, but other information. Andrew coldly scolded, ridiculous. Does it mean that there is no bad direction for now? If this is the attitude of the Mai Tower, then I'm very disappointed. Your suggestion is indeed good, but I need to have a good chat with the three elders. Cultivation heaved a sigh of relief and nodded happily. It's great that you can understand. I hope you can have a good chat with the elders. Andrew choked. For a moment, he couldn't tell if Cultivation was being sarcastic or actually agreeing with him. Cultivation saw that the other side was silent, so he asked again, do you have any other questions? Andrew calmed down and almost got sidetracked again. His gaze was stern as he said in a low voice, this isn't enough, right? Why did you suddenly raise the confidentiality level? You still haven't said anything. Cultivation said helplessly, this matter is really not under my control. I don't know anything, and I don't have the right to change the confidentiality level. Didn't you decide to talk to the elders? I think this should be more efficient than talking to me here. Damn it, this pair of master and disciple were actually as sly as each other and had the same craftiness. After a long stalemate, Andrew gritted his teeth and said, all right, I'll personally investigate this bookstore. Cultivation's voice was very sincere. That's great, I wish you a smooth operation. I heard that the owner of the bookstore is not only friendly, but is also willing to help solve the problem. I hope you can have a pleasant visit. Pa. The communication device was turned off. Andrew sat alone in the office for a while, looking at the heavy rain outside the window. He reached out to open the red wine on the decanter on the table and poured himself a glass of wine. He swirled it slowly to settle his emotions. Phew, personally? Forget about such angry words. The excessive curiosity of those scholars from the know-it-all faction can be used here. PS1, full classes, updated tomorrow morning. PS2, sand sculpture. Before sleeping he lazy pressed his hand against the window and looked down at the hunters who were hurriedly transporting the corpses. In this narrow space, there was a rotten and damp stench everywhere. Dark green water flowed in the corner of the ditch. Rat corpses, bones, blood, and some unknown objects floated in the water. On the ground, there were sticky blood stains and broken limbs everywhere. The hunters were busy dealing with them. The completely rotten scraps were thrown into the sewer, and the ones with fresh blood were fed to the hounds. The low barks and howls of the hounds rose and fell one after another. The sound of biting was hair-raising. These hounds that were full of human flesh had blood-red eyes. Saliva dripped from their jagged fangs, and the aura they emitted was extremely terrifying. The hunters who were still here and the people who were feeding the hounds were no different from wild beasts. They had injected tainted blood that exceeded the threshold many times, and used the method obtained from the Crimson Sect's black sorcerers to forcefully maintain their consciousness. Their bodies and minds were twisted together. Under the thick clothes and bandages, long and coarse hair grew from their hunched beast-like bodies. Their dim yellow eyes were filled with confusion, and they could lose their minds at any time. In a sense, there were no longer any humans here. In the incubation apparatus above, the demonic mirror egg that was as translucent as a gemstone had turned into a crystal flower that bloomed from the center. The center was like a smooth, curved mirror, and beneath the surrounding crystals and in the gaps were bloated, spreading flesh. 1 second to remember. http://m9bkuj. Below the incubation device was a huge altar. The blood-covered ground was engraved with a magic circle that ignited the firewood of life. All the corpses were gathered here to be dealt with. This altar was like a huge bonfire. Fuel was thrown in and it burned fiercely, until enough energy was provided for the incubation of the magic mirror egg. Soon, Heelzy looked at the incubation device in the air with obsession and fanaticism. He could already feel the waves of ether that were constantly emitted from the magic mirror egg. They spread out in circles and were blocked by the magic circle engraved in the surroundings before converging again. The entire space was trembling slightly, like a heartbeat. How beautiful. It won't be long before she descends. Heelzy's gaze moved upwards and stared at the rough cement dome. His cold eyes revealed a venomous glint. Further up was the ground of Nuajin. The knights from the secret rites tower were still in hot pursuit. Ever since Mofei's death, White Wolf and Scarlet Sect's situation took a turn for the worse. In the beginning, they could still rely on the limited information they had about the structure of Nuajin. However, with the efficient operation of the secret ritual tower, they could only struggle at death's door under the carpet search. The White Wolves had no choice but to disperse and move their strongholds underground, fleeing everywhere like rats in the gutter. However, the situation of the White Wolf hunters was more optimistic than the Crimson Cult's black sorcerers. Although the leaderless dark sorcerers were not a cult before this, they only had the slogan of advocating blood. However, because of Morphe's strong rule, they were almost no different from a cult. Their core was Morpheus. Now that Morphe was dead, their most important psychological pillar had collapsed in an instant. The impact caused these dark sorcerers, who were originally very powerful, to suddenly become inferior to White Wolf. Their lamentable arrogance and conceit caused these self-proclaimed dark sorcerers to be battered and exhausted. But no matter what, these dark sorcerers are indeed very useful fuel, Heelzy muttered to himself as he watched a hunter throw a processed corpse of a dark sorcerer into the altar. Asterisk boom. Asterisk ether exploded in the air, and the spell formation on the ground emitted a cryptic glow. Like adding firewood to a bonfire, the formless ether burned fiercely. The spirit and flesh of the corpse were incinerated, turning into ashes bit by bit. Around the magic mirror egg, the flesh and blood began to wriggle and grow, sticking close to the incubator and climbing up. The crystal flower also began to multiply, and one of the petals emitted a crackling sound as it gradually stretched out. He really wanted to laugh out loud. These dark sorcerers of the Scarlet Sect were like headless flies. After being instigated by him and purposely using them as a shield, they immediately cowered in the face of the secret ritual tower's search. Defeated in one blow. Panic made them urgently need a new pillar of support. The White Wolf, who still maintained a cooperative relationship with them and seemed to have some leeway in mediating with the secret ritual tower, became their life-saving straw. Little did they know that this decision had caused them to step into the hunter's meticulously woven trap. Thanks to these good firewood, the incubation speed has increased by at least 2 times. Dark sorcerers could communicate with ether and release spells. Their affinity with the ether was excellent, and they were the best vessels for ether. In this ritual, they were equivalent to having a little bit of it. Xianxia did not know why the mysterious person with the snake eyes wanted to help him. But how could this not be their life-saving straw? They had no other choice. Feeding through this ritual was far more efficient than directly extracting life force. The Nua gene map in their hands was also a gift from the mysterious person. The mysterious person's bewitching words seemed to echo in his ears: burn, burn to your heart's content. Fresh blood and life are the best fuel. You will bring them nightmares and pain. Xianxia thus ignited the flames of the Scarlet Sect and caused panic in Nua Jin. But it was not enough. Lord Xianxia, the corpses of the dark sorcerers have been used up. One of his subordinates came over to report the progress. Do we continue hunting? There are not many people left in the Scarlet Sect. They are all fleeing in all directions and are not easy to catch. It is also a great risk for us. The Scarlet Sect only had so many sorcerers. In just a few days, they had all become nourishment. Xianxia turned his head and pressed his hands on his subordinate's shoulders, saying gently, no need. Soon, you won't have to be so worried. Another subordinate suddenly walked in. This was a hunter who was almost completely transformed. He was 5 meters tall and was covered in hair. He dragged a corpse and threw it on the ground. Spider, found me. We are on 52nd Street. It's very close, he spoke in a stuttering voice. Spider, led by Jijishu, was a newly established hunter organization that had split from the White Wolves. Xianxia said slowly, Jijishu. She is a hyena more disgusting than the Knights of the Secret Ritual Tower. Even 52nd Street has been discovered. This place is no longer safe. If that's the case, let them come. It's time to destroy this stronghold. Xianxia looked down from above and stepped on the corpse's head. In an instant, he transformed into a huge and sinister white wolf. He grinned somewhat maniacally. These little spiders should be useful matches. Street 52. Boom. An explosion sounded, followed by the sound of a house collapsing. In the dark rain, this street, which was already in the evacuation zone, was covered in flames in the blink of an eye. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The hunters flitted through the rain at high speed, leaving behind afterimages. The sunken ground in the middle of the street cracked like a spider web. Following another explosion, the entire ground finally sank with a boom sound, and a huge hole appeared in the ground. The water on the cement ground flowed down the edge of the hole like a waterfall. What was exposed below was a part of Nua Jin's huge underground pipe system. Because Nua Jin's upper city was completely made of steel, there was no large area of soil or green space to provide a way for rainwater to seep through. Therefore, if there was extreme weather like now, it would cause serious flooding in the city. Therefore, a reliable sewer system was a necessary part of the city's design. The first website was m9bkuj.com. However, before seeing the underground passage that was as deep as a mine, most people would never have imagined that there was such a huge secret space that was nearly 50 meters deep under Upper Nurkan City. Of course, this part was obviously a water collection point. Normal pipes would definitely not be this wide. Below it, however, was an inhumane scene of hell. Countless corpses and limbs were piled up like mountains. The green water with blood and yellow pus was washed away by the water pouring down from above. It was nauseating. Are White Wolf and these people crazy? Jijishu took a deep breath. She felt a chill run down her spine, and her hair stood on end. Even if she was active as a hunter all year round and was used to seeing life and death, and had experienced countless killings, she had never seen such a horrifying scene. This kind of shock was not on the same level. Before this, she knew about White Wolf's evil deeds, including their massacres. But she did not know that they were gathering and dismembering corpses like a slaughterhouse. From the situation of this place, this kind of behavior had definitely been going on for a while. And this place was probably just one of the bases. The hunters here had already exchanged blows with them. Those things that did not seem human at all let out beast-like roars, and used their sharp claws and fangs to fight them. Jijishu suddenly had a premonition of danger, and immediately jumped to the side, dodging a few crossbow bolts that were shot at her. The bolts were as thick as siege crossbows, and were deeply embedded in the ground. One could imagine the effects if they were to hit a human body. The runes that flashed on them indicated that these bolts were not ordinary. The Light Magi's lightning bolt rune, Jijishu's pupils shrank, and she immediately rolled to the side. Be careful. Run. TSK, the rune, rung in an instant, rung, the hunters who were affected did not even have time to scream before they were turned into charcoal. After falling down, they shattered into pieces, and then turned into ashes. On the ground of the passage that had been exposed by the flow of water, the dim light gradually outlined a clear spell formation. With the deaths of these people, this spell formation lit up with traces of scarlet light, and it became brighter and brighter. Damn it! Jijishu used her palms to support herself on the ground, and at the same time, she pulled out her staff. Raising her head, she saw a tall, middle-aged man in a black windbreaker standing on a distant rooftop. Xianxia. Miss G, long time no see. You seem to have become stronger. Xianxia spoke indifferently, and then jumped down from the rooftop, landing on the ground with a thump. Your luck is really good. Did the owner of the bookstore give you this power? What a pity. If not for this situation, I would also like to pay a visit to that person. He walked towards Jijishu, turning into his beast form step by step. His eyes were filled with a cruel, brutal, and cold light. But it doesn't matter now. I don't think he can help you now, right? Even more hunters belonging to the White Wolf appeared from nowhere. On the rooftops, on the streets, and in the houses, they seemed to be densely packed. Their eyes flashed in the rain, like a pack of wolves waiting for their prey. The high concentration of tainted blood gave them strength that was several times stronger than before. And the hallucinations and pain of near death gave them unparalleled willpower. As long as they were not immobilized, they were the most efficient killing machines. Jijishu mocked, "Don't tell me you've gathered all your remaining people to deal with us? That would be a great honor. After all, even the Mirrored Tower doesn't receive such treatment. My little hunter organization that was established less than a month ago really has a lot of face." She secretly mocked the White Wolf for not daring to face the Mirrored Tower head-on and could only hide. Yet, they mobilized so many people to deal with a new, scattered organization like theirs. It was a classic example of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. But in reality, Jijishu still had a trace of nervousness under her calm appearance. She was confident that she could contend against Xianxia, but the other hunters who had just obtained the rational blood did not have enough power to deal with the White Wolf members who had used the tainted blood to increase their strength to the limit. Since the other party had turned out in full force this time, they probably had nowhere else to go and had even abandoned the Mirrored Tower. They only wanted to drag more people down with them before they died. This might be the end of this incident caused by the magic mirror egg. And also the end of her revenge. Ha! Jijishu transformed into a huge, ferocious wolf covered in silver fur. Her back was like a towering mountain. She stood upright and let out a howl, her sharp claws digging deep marks into the ground. She leaped up and crossed the space with a whoosh. She viciously bit Xianxia's spine from behind. Her sharp fangs pierced through the bones in an instant, and blood spurted out. In the battle between beasts, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and blood for blood. And in the various underground nodes of Nuajin, the mutated hunters who were like wild beasts had completely lost their minds. They obeyed orders and stepped into the altar. Bright red lines extended from each array to the center. Thump. A secret heartbeat sounded in the underground of the upper Nuajin, echoing the thunder in the sky. Linjia heard the rumbling of thunder outside. He turned his head and saw several streaks of lightning striking down from the window. In the night, they were like tree branches that extended from the sky. This damned weather in Nuajin is getting more and more evil. He frowned and drew the curtains with a swish. The lights in the bedroom were bright. Although it was simple and crude, this familiar place that he had lived in for 3 years made him feel very warm. The only difference was the long sword that was placed on the desk. Because he was not at ease with such a valuable item, Lin Jia had simply brought it to the bedroom. I'll take it as warding off evil. Lin Jia thought so. I'll have to buy a sword rack someday and keep it properly. It was already 10 o'clock at night. He looked at his watch and turned over to lie on the bed. He raised his head and looked at the beautiful dream catcher. It's time to sleep. In front of Lin Jia's eyes was an endless expanse of scorched earth. The endless pitch-black earth was full of cracks, and the lava below was slowly flowing, faintly flashing with red light. The sky was covered by thick clouds, and lightning was raging within. The huge collapsed ruins were hundreds of meters high, and the total area was impossible to determine. The remnants of the buildings still had the outline of their former glory, and on this earth, it was like a wounded giant beast that was still breathing. Standing below and looking up, one could clearly feel their own insignificance. Further in the sky, there was a gray fog that was almost connected to the clouds in the sky. This fog was like a living thing, constantly rolling and moving, faintly twisting into strange shapes. Standing on this scorched earth, one could hear the whispers and roars that came from the fog like the wind. What is this time? RPG. Boss battlefield scene? Lin Jia muttered as he looked around. According to Freud's analysis of dreams, dreams were the embodiment of subconscious desires. Could it be that after transmigrating, he hadn't played games for so long that even his dreams began to show this kind of desire? If that was the case, then there was nothing he could do. Right now, it wasn't a matter of whether he wanted to or not, but the hardware situation didn't allow it. Nuajin was such a backward game industry, it was already a blessing to be able to play Little Tyrant. Lin Jia sighed, collected his thoughts, and looked at his surroundings. Thinking like this, he felt more and more that in a while, when the symphony BGM started playing, there would be a flashy and powerful boss appearing. He thoughtfully walked to the side of a pillar and reached out to pick up a brick fragment. The broken surface was surprisingly smooth, and the pure white marble was beautifully carved. Just from this fragment, and the collapsed but still magnificent ruins in front of him, one could imagine what this place used to be. But, the style of this decoration is strangely familiar. Lin Jia narrowed his eyes, rubbed the fragment, and wiped away some of the stains on it, and carefully looked at the decoration. Instinctive intuition and years of experience allowed him to instantly make a judgment. The sword that Xianxia sent over, although the overall shape of the patterns on the two were different, and the pattern on the fragment was not complete, ordinary people would only feel that both were equally gorgeous at a glance, and would not be able to tell why. But Lin Jia was a professional. Folk art and architecture were also part of his research. They were an important and inseparable part of folk culture. During his field research, he came across some strange local art. Some places were not completely preserved, so he had to restore them himself. By the way, because there were many overlapping fields of humanities research, Lin Jia was sometimes even pulled in by the archaeology department next door. He was very sensitive to the style of these decorations. Almost at a glance, he found some similarities in technique and style between the two. It could be concluded that the decorations on the long sword and the construction stone were of the same origin. What's more, before going to bed, he had just played with the sword out of curiosity. He had even traced the patterns on the sword, and his impression of it was still very deep. It seems that it's really my subconscious that put all my recent experiences into the dream. Lin Jia raised his eyebrows, put down the fragment, and continued to walk into the center of the ruins. The direction of the collapse of the ruins was an irregular radial pattern, falling down like dominoes. There was a very obvious center, and all the buildings formed the shape of a basin. Lin Jia tried to explore, but the extent of the destruction of the ruins was beyond imagination, and almost no one was allowed to enter. Those charred buildings were basically broken into pieces and fell down with a clatter. There was even one time when Xianxia used too much force, causing an entire area of buildings to collapse and turn into dust. The feeling of destroying something was like pinching instant noodles in the supermarket. It was a different kind of pleasure, and he even wanted to do it a few more times. This dream and the last one are two extremes. The map is wider, but it's still very interesting, and it's unexpectedly realistic. Xianxia looked at the rising dust in front of him, touched his chin, and was a bit worried. Sigh, I can only experience the VR version of an RPG scene in my dream, and I'll just treat it as a satisfying experience. However, this exploration was not without results. Then, he found a lot of corpses in the ruins and scorched earth. Although most of them had merged with the ruins, and were even in the state of crumpled into a ball, there were still a few that were relatively intact. Xianxia squatted down and looked at the twisted corpse in the corner. His pupils constricted, and his gaze froze on the corpse's ears. It shouldn't be an illusion. The corpse's ears were longer than normal. Xianxia calmly turned the corpse over. It's more obvious from the front. The ears aren't normal length. Xianxia tried to reach out and touch the corpse's ears. It was surprisingly soft, and there was normal cartilage in the middle that was connected to the skull. It was not a decoration. In other words, this was the physiological structure. An elf, Xianxia remembered a guest he had received not long ago. It was an extremely beautiful elf cosplay girl. He stood up and patted the dirt off his hands, and muttered, "It seems that this dream is indeed a hodgepodge of the subconscious." It seemed that his recent thoughts had caused his dreams to become messy. Other than that, Xianxia also found a lot of weapons in the ruins, including a standard longsword. They were all similar to the longsword that Xianxia gave him. He felt that these things were extraordinarily connected to each other, and it made him feel like he was doing research in a remote village. He memorized all of these things, thinking that when he woke up, it might provide some inspiration for the historical significance of the Doris family emblem. Finally, Xianxia stepped over many piles of rubble and stood on the collapsed white staircase, and he saw the radiation center of the ruins. It was a wide and broken platform. The platform was outlined with thin golden patterns, and it was impossible to tell if the surroundings were made of pitch-black rocks or piled corpses. The huge golden dome above had been shattered in half, and the remaining half was stuck in the scorched earth. In the center was a tall man in armor kneeling on the ground. A long sword was stuck in his heart, and it was like a wedge that fixed his slanted body to the ground. His long golden hair flowed to the ground like a waterfall, as if it was shining. He wore a laurel crown on his head, and the armor on his body was elegant and smooth, outlining his slender and vigorous figure. The side of his face had long and pointed ears. In this scorched earth, the kneeling man held the hilt of his sword and stabbed it into his heart, as if he was begging for atonement for someone. When Xianxia's footsteps sounded in this silence, he suddenly raised his head and sighed. "My savior, the exiled soul has been waiting here for 10,000 years." Xianxia had just jumped over the stairs and landed on the platform when he heard this line. The corner of his mouth twitched. Was this really role-playing? But unlike what he had imagined, this didn't seem to be the final boss of the world appears in the final battle, but rather an important NPC in the final scene entrusted to a new player. Titles like Savior were really cliché. In traditional role-playing games, 11 out of 10 players were saviors. But thinking about it, with his relatively poor gaming experience, it was unlikely that he would come up with such a big innovation in his dreams. Xianxia's gaze fell on the NPC who said this line. This was a very standard male elf image. Long blonde hair, olive green eyes, and a handsome face that almost blurred gender. The androgynous beauty was very striking, but at the same time, it was full of edges and didn't feel too soft. Combined with the current scene, plus his image and lines, Xianxia could roughly guess the plot. 1 second to remember, http://m9bkuj. Coma great disaster must have happened here, and the elf in front of him was either the main culprit, or he couldn't turn the tide, which led to the tragedy in the end. And when everyone died and he woke up, he couldn't bear the self-blame and pain in his heart, so he chose to commit suicide or seal himself, and endured the torment. Until the person who could save the world and make up for his mistakes appeared. Xianxia felt that he had roughly guessed the plot through this short scene. Old Savior. He circled around the elf and suddenly realized that the sword stuck in his body was the long sword that Xianxia had given him. This was real. What he thought about in the day, he dreamed about it at night. He studied the sword during the day, and now he started from the sword and made up a story in his dream. The elf looked at him quietly and waited for Xianxia to finish circling him before saying, "I have to thank you on behalf of the kingdom for bringing back the glory of the sacred sword. This is my third unforgivable sin." The holy sword should be referring to the sword that was stabbed into his body, the one that Xianxia had given him. Previously, he had wondered why there was a bit of dirt on the sword. Later, he found that the black marks disappeared after changing the angle of the sword. It should be some kind of special craftsmanship of the sword, such as divine objects concealing themselves. It seemed that in the dream, it became his credit. As expected of his dream, she was trying to make him look good. However, according to his line, this elf seemed to be the main culprit of the disaster and was now punishing himself. "You're welcome." Xianxia's expression didn't change as he took the credit. He squatted down again and looked at the elf at eye level. He asked with interest, "Since there is a third level, can you tell me about your other sins? I'd love to hear your story." It just so happened that there were no other customers besides Xianxia recently, so it seemed like a good choice to enlighten this man. Generally speaking, these bitter and vengeful characters were often lonely. They lacked communication and had a heavy psychological burden. In fact, they were very eager to talk about their pain. This was also why villains often had a strong desire to confess. They had to talk about it in front of others after their plans were almost complete. Of course, this was only one reason. The other reason was that some authors wanted to quickly reveal the truth and give the protagonist time and leeway to counterattack. Leading him to talk was not rubbing salt in the wound, but a channel to vent. Moreover, he was the one who brought up his sins first. It was obvious that he also wanted to chat. "If you were willing to listen to the monologue of a sinner, it would be my honor." The elf smiled and humbly lowered his head. He said in a low voice, "Thousands of years ago, in an era without light or fire, I attempted to kill God because of my arrogance. I opened up a new territory for my people, but in the end, I fell into madness because I looked directly at God. This is the sin of cowardice. As their king, I slaughtered almost all of my people after I went crazy. I personally destroyed everything in the kingdom. This is the sin of betrayal. I held the holy sword in my hand, but I stained it with the blood of my compatriots. I used it to seal my dirty and twisted soul, causing it to lose its radiance. I covered the final sacred symbol of the kingdom with dust. This is the sin of ignorance. I pushed the kingdom to the peak and destroyed everything with my own hands. For the next 10,000 years, the crown was my shackles. People called me exiled Kandra." Xianxia touched his chin and thought to himself that it was similar to what he had guessed. However, this elf was really pitiful. He failed to kill God and went crazy. He even destroyed his own kingdom. The holy sword was also used to seal him. It seemed like he had become an existence similar to a sword spirit. "You call me your savior? But I didn't save you. Your kingdom has already been destroyed." Xianxia pointed at the sword on his body and looked around. "Do you still want to ask me for anything?" The elf's face suddenly became ashamed, as if his improper thoughts had been seen through. "Your benevolence makes me feel ashamed, but please calm down. I don't think that I should be redeemed." He was like a child who had made an excessive request but was scolded by his parents. He trembled as he explained, "You have already helped me a lot. My kingdom has already become the dust of history. I don't have the qualifications to do anything for this land. No matter what, I can't repay my sins." Xianxia felt that this guy might have fallen into a psychological barrier because he had been constantly blaming himself in the seal for 10,000 years. It was as if everything he heard was scolding him. The calmness on the surface was destroyed by someone else's casual question. "No." Xianxia looked at him and interrupted his incoherent confession, "You are giving up on yourself. Since you say that you are guilty and you don't want to atone for your sins, then you are shirking your responsibility. In fact, your actions have no meaning. It is just your cowardice." From the words 10,000 years later, this scene should not be real. It might be the elf's own state of mind, but it was actually a memory. And the so-called massacre was only almost. He himself was not sure if he had really killed them all. Have you paid attention to what happened to your kingdom? What happened to your remaining people? Did they wander around? Did they rebuild their homes somewhere? They are much weaker than you, but they are still working hard. You have great power, but you are here feeling sorry for yourself. You don't even have any practical actions. You are just lying to yourself so that you can have an excuse to not take responsibility. What do you mean you don't have the right? Where did you get the right? This is the price you should pay for your actions. Suffering under everyone's gazes is the punishment you should suffer, not curling up into a ball like you are now. The professional speech therapist Xianxia chuckled, in these 10,000 years, you haven't made any progress. You have only been retreating, and retreating. You are still waiting for others to forgive you. Have you ever thought that while you are doing nothing, your people are suffering far more than you? Think about it carefully. What should you do? No one is your savior. Only you can save yourself. Chandra stared blankly. Then, following Xianxia's words, he was completely stunned. Then, his eyes lit up as he looked at Xianxia. It was the gaze of a child looking at his father. You are right, but my ignorance is deeply rooted. If I don't have your guidance, I don't know what I should do. I am afraid that I will make the same mistake. The elf prostrated himself. His long golden hair flowed, and his forehead touched the ground in front of Xianxia. I want to become your sword. What he meant was that he wanted Xianxia to give him guidance when he really took action. Apart from that, from his attitude, he also had the intention of pledging loyalty and allegiance. Was this the beginner's plot giving him a starting partner? Or the best sword in the village? Xianxia raised his eyebrows, took 2 steps back, and stood up. Have you thought it through? This is your decision? What you really want to do isn't something that can be resolved with just a few words from me. You need to carry it out yourself. No one will forgive you for the sins you've committed, the wasted time you've spent, and the people you've forgotten. If you still maintain that cowardly attitude, then it's better for you to continue hiding here like a turtle. These words weren't to attack this guy's self-confidence, but to agitate him. Anyway, he didn't know how long this dream would last. It seemed good to give a tragic character some psychological counseling and give him some chicken soup so that he could find hope in life again. He was simply the light of the righteous path, and he felt that his whole body was filled with positive energy. Chandra stood up again, and his gaze was solemn as he said in a low voice, I understand. My soul has long been worn down by the years. As the punishment for my crimes, the vicious hatred as deep as the abyss turned into a crazy curse that entangled me and even became me. When the curse dissipates, the only thing that remains here is the last will of my soul. You are right. I just want to use other people's forgiveness to give myself an excuse to escape. I indeed don't have the right, but it's not that I don't have the right to do anything for my kingdom and my people. I just don't have the right to continue being a coward. Calm this time, there is no glory, and I am no longer Elf King Chandra. I am just an exiled person who has returned to his hometown. The elf wearing the laurel crown had a determined look on his face. He looked down at the scorched earth and said, before I completely die, I think I should do something instead of begging others to give me something. Even if my kingdom no longer exists in this land after thousands of years, my people still live here. After thousands of years, the giants and elves of the past had already left the stage of history. The curse of the demon sword had killed countless people. Their madness, hatred, and memories had also entangled his soul. He had witnessed the history of Azir. He had also seen the 2 once glorious countries turn into nothing but legends. Humans built a huge city called Nuajin on this once scorched earth and ruins. It was as prosperous as his kingdom. The elves and other demonic spirits and monsters lived in seclusion in the forests. A small number of them hid in the human cities and blended into their lives. Even the elves, who were long-lived, had long gotten used to living in a family unit. The wheel of history would not wait, and the elven kingdom would never appear again. Then let's do something practical. This time, he could use the last of his remaining strength to protect his people and his country. Instead of dying silently, it was better to burn everything that was left of him. Candela looked up at the young man in front of him, and said, I think there's only one thing I can do now. Xianxia gave him an encouraging look, speak. I ask you to help me. Give me a chance to fight for my people again at the last moment. Please use this sword as a weapon and kill the god that came from the dream. Thousands of years ago, I had the desire to kill the god, but I retreated in front of the god. Because I looked directly at the god, I went crazy. In the end, it led to the tragedy of the kingdom's destruction. Thousands of years later, on the same land, I want to fulfill this wish. Not for myself, but only for my people who are still living on this land. Candila's eyes were sincere and bright. I will offer you my absolute loyalty and the most precious tribute. I hope you can forgive my last overstepping request before I die. Is this a mission? But it doesn't sound like it's a novice mission. Is this dream so random? It directly kills the god. Or is this actually a novice tutorial? Moreover, Xianxia didn't want to do strenuous exercise in the dream. This really went against the meaning of sleeping itself. He was a bit embarrassed. Wait a moment. To be honest, fighting. I'm not very good at it. This kind of thing that he had never done before, even if it was a dream, it would still be difficult, right? After all, he was a proper civil servant. Now, he was also a very proper bookstore owner. As a professional life coach, Xianxia had his own idle burden. Not being good at it was one thing, and fighting badly was another thing. Even if it was a dream, he would be enlightening someone and saying a bunch of cool words, but in the end, he would just blindly slash with a sword. Even if he won, it would be very embarrassing. It would ruin his bright image as a teacher. At this time, Xianxia felt that this was the bad thing about lucid dreaming. When he clearly recognized that he was dreaming, he couldn't do things that he couldn't do in reality with a clear conscience. Last time in Bai Yin's dream, being able to make a book out of nothing was already quite imaginative. Candor reached out and took off his laurel crown and softly said, "You don't have to worry too much. I will become your strength and even your colt. I said before, I will become your sword." He raised the laurel crown and handed it to Xianxia. "Although I am no longer the king, when I die, the crown is still on my body. After the kingdom was destroyed, no one can inherit this crown. This is my most precious treasure, but it might be worthless to others. I give it to you and put down all my glory." Xianxia took the crown that was woven from the branches of the laurel tree. This branch was incomparably hard and had a white metallic luster. There was a moon-white gem inlaid in the middle and it was very beautiful. He didn't even look at it twice before the laurel crown turned into white light. He felt a heat on his wrist and it turned into a white ring-shaped mark. The crown is already a part of my soul. This is the imprint of the Elf King. It is the only thing I can use to thank you. Candor explained. Xianxia touched his wrist. He felt nothing. It was as if something was drawn on his wrist. Now. The elf changed from kneeling to half kneeling. He put his hand on the sword hilt in front of his chest and held it. Then, he slowly pulled it out. There was no blood and no other tissue. The elf's chest was a black hole. The flame-like sword revealed its sharpness and illuminated the surrounding dark ruins. When the sword was half out, Candor had already stood up. He was taller than Xianxia had imagined. Xianxia had estimated that Bai Yin was about 2 meters tall. Then, the elf in front of him was about 2.5 meters tall. However, the armor outlined his body and made him look very heroic and beautiful. He didn't look tall and sturdy or bloated. When Candor pulled out half of the sword, he brought it in front of Xianxia. "Please pull it out, and then I will fight for you." Xianxia stretched out his hand and held the sword hilt. When he touched the cold and gorgeous decorations, he saw the life of the Elf King Candra. He saw the life of the Elf King Candra in the era without light and fire. He raised the light and fire as if he was raising the sun. He went against the flow and threw it towards God. He was the only brave one. Candra's life rushed into Xianxia's mind. When Xianxia touched the cold sword hilt, it turned into an incomplete illusion that unfolded in front of his eyes. When he was born, when he was young, when he was young, when he was young, when he was young, when he was young. An outstanding and great king was gradually born. The prosperous and glorious empire, the magnificent and magnificent buildings, the beautiful elves wearing white robes, the huge divine tree, the valiant griffins, the love and cheers of the subjects, as well as the burning fire and the unsheathed sword. Finally, there was endless darkness. Perhaps it was because he kept the experience of personally destroying his own country a secret, or perhaps it was because he had lost his mind and went crazy at that time, but the later scenes were all very blurry. In the distorted and spinning vision, there were some strange scenes mixed in. It was as if the things he said were like strands of cotton that wrapped around his soul. In the end, it was inseparable from the resentment of the people he killed. When the spinning vision returned to normal, a cluster of bright flames suddenly jumped in front of his eyes. Everything flashed by in an instant. Xianxia blinked his eyes, and the vision in front of him instantly became clear. He was holding the holy sword that he had pulled out from Kander's chest. The blade that was as smooth as a mirror was like a white flame that scattered radiance. It was like a real flame that illuminated the surroundings, forming a circle of light. Illuminate. Remember the website, m9bkuj.com. Xianxia raised his head and looked at his surroundings. He was no longer on the platform in the middle of the ruins. The surroundings were surging with thick gray fog. The fog rolled and flowed in an exceptionally dense state, cruising around the edge of the circle of light. The feeling of a living creature was even more obvious. The deeper parts of the thick fog that were not illuminated were deep darkness. There was a huge crack in the sky above, and scarlet electric snakes ran through the clouds in the surroundings. It was as if something would come out at any time. Xianxia followed the sword and looked at his hands. He finally noticed something strange. His hands were covered with glowing metal gauntlets, followed by a gauntlet. Furthermore, from what he could feel, those hands did not belong to him. He lowered his head and saw the armor on his body. It was exactly the same as Kandra's, but the luster was brighter, and there was a faint illusory feeling. But when he caught a glimpse of a golden color and saw a sharp black claw behind him, he immediately understood that there was a griffin behind him that was vigilantly looking around. Xianxia subconsciously realized. He understood. He passed through those memory fragments and came to Kandra's memories, then became him. This was a different kind of dream within a dream, alright, from the perspective of a dream, it was very reasonable. After all, anything could happen in a dream, right? At the very least, up until now, the plot was reasonable and logical. Kandra said that he wanted to protect his people again. This was a battlefield, or an instance dungeon, and with the current atmosphere, it was as if a big boss was about to appear. Xianxia looked at the sword in his hand and recalled Kandra's words. This elf king had power, but he feared God. Thus, he asked Xianxia to guide him so that he would not make the same mistake and use this holy sword to kill another new god. Thus, he became the reason and guide that Kandra needed. He directly took over, or in other words, controlled his soul. Was this what the so-called cult meant? Kandra? Xianxia suddenly remembered that this elf king should be the sword spirit in this sword. Yes. Kandra's elegant and mellow voice sounded. It was still filled with respect. The god you spoke of, is he there? Xianxia held the sword and pointed at the sky. Kandra's memories were restless. The sword cut through the air and made a sharp sound. Rumble, heavy thunder came from the sky and lightning instantly filled the clouds. In the middle of the huge crack, a hand covered in scales stretched out, holding an axe. Ha! Ha! Jijishu panted. The flowing ether evaporated the rainwater. Her silver hair fluttered naturally, making her look very threatening. She still maintained her sky wolf form and stared fiercely at Helizi, who was glaring at her. She revealed her fangs. The rain became heavier and heavier, and the noise of the rain drowned out everything. The surrounding area was completely destroyed, and a large number of houses collapsed. The hole that had collapsed was constantly expanding. She did not know if a sewer had been blown up, but the sewage was flowing down with corpses. Fresh blood kept dripping down, and Jijishu's vision started to become blurry. She was still not strong enough. The hunters' corpses were everywhere, but their forms were already distorted. The hair that grew out from their bodies started to squirm, and sarcomas and eyes grew on their mutated limbs. These were no longer humans, but dream beasts. The white wolf's final counterattack was shockingly crazy, including Helizi's. The huge beast's eyes were filled with brutality and bloodthirstiness, without any trace of human consciousness. They did not want to live at all. At this moment of desperation, they used all their strength to take revenge. Roar! Helizi roared at the sky, and then with a bang, he hammered the ground, shattering the pavement. He grinned and waved his hand, throwing the hunters' corpses into the water below. Splash! Jijishu heard the sound of the corpses falling into the water. She looked down subconsciously and saw a faint whirlpool forming in the sewage. An ominous feeling flashed through her heart. Closing her eyes, she recalled that Lazy had not left the deep pit during the battle. He had also intentionally or unintentionally pushed the hunters' corpses into the pit during the battle. Something was wrong. He did it on purpose. They had purposely guarded this place, making them think that this was the hatchery that had been destroyed, but it was not. Jijishu suddenly opened her eyes and saw a flash of lightning in the sky, illuminating Lazy's face. The beast's face showed a proud smile. The sacrifices are enough. Lazy opened his arms, and in the water below, a blood-red light lit up, forming the shape of a magic circle. Then, the light extended into a straight line, pointing in a direction. The other 4 points also gathered together, and finally all landed on the real hatchery. Crack crack, the hatchery gradually cracked, and the crystal flower in the middle bloomed completely. A scarlet dot appeared in the middle of the smooth mirror in the middle, and then it spread out. The mirror cracked, like a shell breaking, and below it was a bottomless abyss. Boom! A scarlet bolt of lightning shot out from the bottom, splitting the entire dark curtain of rain in half. Jijishu suddenly looked up, and in that instant, her pupils shrank, and her hair stood on end. In the clouds, a huge humanoid creature that was nearly 1,000 meters tall slowly stood up, and lightning gathered around him. His whole body was covered with slippery scales, and his head was so twisted that it did not look like a human's. The drooping noses were very long, and they kept wriggling. Protruding teeth grew out of his mouth, and his bloated body was like a mountain. When he breathed, he made a thunderous sound. The rain fell on his body and flowed down like a waterfall. Lazy laughed, and his eyes were filled with fanaticism. He raised his arms and shouted, "God! The great God of rain! Celebrate, he is born, ha 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 ha." In the Central District, the highest meeting room of the Truth Society's general office. Everyone waited quietly, listening to the cold mechanical voice of the broadcast. The screen in front of them lit up with a faint blue light. Number A3's application for the Level 4 armory has been approved. Number A3 initiates a vote for the activation of the Ether Star Destroyer cannon. The application has been approved. All departments, please return to your posts. The Ether Star Destroyer cannon is ready. Jijishu looked up at the gigantic humanoid creature that was over 1,000 meters tall. Lightning and thunder clouds gathered around him, covering a part of his mountain-like body. The scales all over his body were like ferocious armor, covered in a layer of glossy and slippery mucus. He held a pitch-black lightning-shaped axe and a shield in his hand. Looking up, one could only vaguely see a long, wriggling nose and a pair of eyes that were filled with white lightning. Such a gigantic body was as shocking as myths and legends. It did not fit in with the tiny cities under his feet. 1 second to remember http://m9bkuj.com. However, in this city where torrential rain was pouring down, this giant that should have been noticed immediately did not cause any greater panic. He came with the lightning, and at the same time, he opened a door. Jijishu knew that all the other extraordinaires had sensed it. This was because this was no longer reality. The crack in the dream world had opened, and the boundary between the dream world and reality had begun to blur. The reason why the magic mirror egg was called the magic mirror egg was because it had the power to seduce people during its infancy period. It could make people who came into contact with it feel greedy and monopolize it. The longer they came into contact with it, the more serious it would be. It used this to control other creatures and use them for its own purposes, providing it with the necessary nutrients. In a sense, it could be seen as a type of parasitic magical creature. Therefore, usually, if a magic mirror egg was discovered, the usual practice was to directly destroy it. If one had to use it for something and had no choice but to come into contact with it, protective measures had to be taken. Otherwise, very few people would be able to recover from the effects it had caused. The second point was that during its adulthood period, which was when it had absorbed enough nutrients, it would become an egg that the dream world creature hatched. Under the right conditions, the dream world creature could come to reality through it. In other words, the magic mirror egg was actually a living one-time teleportation door. In ancient times, the Magi used them as vanguards and sentinels designed by the dream creatures. The Secret Rites Tower and the Truth Society had swiftly taken action, and had almost wiped out the White Wolf and the Scarlet Sect. They had thought that this matter would be settled just like that. Under normal circumstances, such a short period of time was definitely not enough for the magic mirror egg to hatch. The nutrients provided by the people slaughtered by the White Wolf were not enough to open a large enough crack in the dream realm, but who knew that not only did they directly use the people of the Scarlet Sect as sacrifices, they also did not let their own people go. Therefore, no one had expected that the crack in the dream would open so suddenly and without warning. Jijishu took 2 deep breaths and slowly retreated. Then, she turned around and dashed into the distance. Her iron will supported her to remain calm and rational, suppressing the instinctive trembling and fear. This made her realize even more clearly that the best choice now was to run away. She could fight an Annihilation class being with her full power, but she did not have much of a chance of winning. That being in front of her, even if he did not move, was releasing a God-class presence. She would let the Secret Ritual Tower and the Truth Society deal with him. Heelizzi's maniacal laughter faintly came from behind her. She looked back and saw Heelizzi waddling forward in the rapidly rising water, walking towards the god in the rain. However, after a few steps, he raised his arms high and shouted some unintelligible ravings with a fanatical look in his eyes. His eyes were filled with a strange light, and swollen sarcomas grew rapidly all over his body. Then, they exploded, extending twisted limbs, and his entire body was torn apart. After a few more steps, he staggered to a stop and fell into the water with a splash. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. He had killed all the black warlocks of the Scarlet Sect, secretly slaughtered hundreds and thousands of civilians, and sacrificed the White Wolf that he had painstakingly cultivated for decades. The god that he had summoned with all his heart was not far away, and it did not even look at him. Until death, Heelizzi still maintained the inexplicable worship of the magic mirror egg that he had been bewitched by. Jijishu raised her head, and the huge deity-level dream beast let out a heavy roar that was unimaginable to humans. It raised the pitch-black axe in its hand and slashed at the clouds with a loud bang. In an instant, the axe lit up with a glaring light, like a real bolt of lightning in its hand. Its branches extended up and down, connecting heaven and earth. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the clouds. Countless bolts of lightning fell down, destroying everything around it. The god that had been summoned from the dream had unleashed its domain. Everyone in position. The Truth Society will launch the first wave of planet-destroying cannons. Teams 1 to 4 will be responsible for cleaning up the dream beasts that have leaked out from the edge of the dream world. Teams 5 and 6 will prepare for the second attack according to the established plan. The rest of the personnel will cooperate with the planet-destroying cannons to provide cover. Gresham Winston, one of the current glorious Grand Knights and the chief of the combat division of the Mai Tower, was shouting into the communication device. After giving out instructions, he put down the communication device and looked at the huge god of rain in the distance. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to the adjutant. "Where's Yusefyu?" The adjutant hesitated for a moment before replying, "I've already contacted him." He asked about the location of the dream beast and said, "This dream beast is seeking its own death. We don't have to be so nervous." Winston was taken aback and asked in confusion, since when did this guy become so confident? But he's still very much like how he was back then. Before he could finish, he saw an extremely bright light from the corner of his eye. Planet-destroying cannons? So fast. Winston narrowed his eyes, then his expression changed. "No, that's not a planet-destroying cannon." "Then who is it?" After the meeting ended, everyone dispersed. Only Andrew was left in the conference room. Bam! Damn it! Andrew stood in front of the conference table and suddenly slammed his fist on the table. His expression was uncertain as he looked at the heavy rain and flashing lightning outside. It was rare for him to lose his composure. Because of his wrong decision, the White Wolf, which was originally not a threat, had become a big problem that was enough to activate the planet-destroying cannons. Although the Truth Society was not afraid of God-level threats, it did not mean that God-level threats were easy to deal with. They only had the ability to fight against God-level threats, and the price they had to pay was still just as painful. If they were fully prepared, it would not be difficult for the Truth Society to methodically eliminate a god-level existence. But now that things had happened so suddenly, he could almost see the mockery in the eyes of Damon, who was also the vice president. But Andrew still insisted on his own opinion. That bookstore must have played an unknown role in the background. The malfunctioning ether monitoring network, this unknown large-scale formation, and their unusual familiarity with the structure of New Ajin were definitely not things that the White Wolf could have controlled. And in the White Wolf's stronghold, they found traces left behind by Wang Erda in the hunter's techniques, which further confirmed this point. Wait, what's that? Andrew's pupils shrank. He quickly walked to the front of the ether monitor in the conference room that was providing real-time feedback of the battlefield situation. Looking at the changing images, he reached out and enlarged one of them. In the pitch-black rain and sky, a bright figure that looked like a blazing white flame appeared at the edge of the thunderclouds connecting the ground and the thunderclouds. His figure was illusory and shrouded in light. Below him was a huge and valiant griffin. The griffin spread its wings and let out a sharp eagle cry, as if carrying its master out of a myth. At this moment, whether it was the people from the secret ritual tower or the Truth Society, they could all see an armored elf with long golden hair dancing in the wind. His olive-green eyes seemed to be filled with sternness, and he held a flaming longsword in his hand. Andrew did not know how long the battle had lasted, but he felt that in the next moment, the ball of light and flame thrown by the elf turned into an elongated white line and pierced through the center of the rain god's head. The sword light returned to his hand, and the vibrating sound was like a celebration of victory. The rain god let out a low roar of pain. His entire body, starting from his head, started to shatter. The lightning in his eyes extinguished, and then he collapsed with a loud crash. His huge body fell to the ground, splashing up huge waves like a flood. At this moment, Andrew retreated and bumped into the corner of the table. When he came back to his senses, he realized that it had been less than 10 minutes since he had given the order to activate the Star Destroyer cannon. PS1, I fell asleep again yesterday. When I took a look this morning, I realized that when I was writing half asleep, my true desires would indeed be revealed. PS2, the rain god's original form is the rain god and thunder god Chuk from Mayan mythology. He is also the Tlatoc from Aztec mythology, with the addition of Tlatoc's image. End of chapter 82. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.